days. We've had 9 fatalities from the storm out of Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, and Tennessee. Obviously, heartbreaking news for those individuals and their loved ones. A massive storm made its final push overnight as it moved throughout New England. Conditions in Boston deteriorated late yesterday as snowfall rates picked up. Boston got more than 16 inches of snow, making for its 9th snowiest day on record. And now the big story is the bone-chilling cold. 210 million Americans will be facing temperatures below average in the week ahead.
Let's bring in our co-host, meteorologist Melanie Black, who is in Boston this morning. Melanie, you're the newest member to our Fox Weather team, and you came from Boston. So a little ironic that we sent you right back to cover the storm for us. But, you know, this is a situation where it'll be interesting because we have another measurement coming up at 7 a.m., so we're about an hour and a half from that. But we had several hours of hard-hitting snow after that 16.7 was measured, and we have more snow today that's going to be added onto their storm total. What do you think we're going to end up with?
I think we could definitely accumulate closer to about 20 inches. I definitely think that's a possibility. Yeah, to your point, after those snow totals were taken, we had about an hour or two where we still had the heavier snow coming down, where we had snow rates 1 to 2 inches per hour. And even today, we're not done just yet. Now, we're not expecting as much snow as yesterday, but we still have what's called ocean effect snow that's going on. So that's just going to add to our snow totals. Let's take a look at the current conditions. It is very different compared to what we experienced yesterday. Light snow right now, definitely still cold, but the snow is not coming down at the intensity it was yesterday. We just don't have the forcing that's there. And as we look at radar, you will see that we have that ocean effect going on. So what that essentially is, you have a north to northeast wind. It's cold at that, and it's moving over the relatively mild ocean water. So there's this temperature gradient, and that allows for more snow to accumulate closer to the coast. Meanwhile, we also have this little area of convergence across southeast Mass, so that's where we have a little bit more moderate snow that's falling as well. This is going to be the story as we go forward through the rest of today. We continue to keep some of those snow showers closer to the coast thanks to that ocean effect. There could even be a final burst of snow working on through, but as for accumulations go, outside of 495, maybe 1 to 3 additional accumulations, but closer to the coast, maybe 3 to 5. What happens as the wind shifts, then where you have the band set up, that's where you could pick up a little bit more. So as this wind shifts, there might be more of a moderate to heavy band that sets up across the South Shore. So you could have some localized higher amounts of snow going forward. All that being said, the snow is really going to wind down tonight into early tomorrow morning. And then we are just left with some of the cold that's sticking around pretty much for the rest of the week. And in fact, as I'm looking at models this morning, there's signs that potentially down the road into next weekend, we have another snowstorm. But all eyes still on here today. The thing about Boston is we've had some pretty big snowfalls in recent history. And so anytime we do get a snow, the crews are really good at clearing up the roads. Yesterday when we were driving in, conditions just really deteriorating, but much different today. And also the plows have really worked overnight. I went to bed last night. I heard the snow plows. I woke up. I heard more of the snow plows and more crews clearing the sidewalk. So Britta and Mike will wait once we get to about sunrise or so, because I'm sure this park behind me will start to filter in with more people walking around. It's definitely a hot spot for people to take their dogs to run in and play and enjoy this.
Melanie Black, great to have you on the story. Thanks very much. It has been a wild 24 hours here in the Big Apple. We've accumulated more than 10 inches of snow and a bunch of sleet on top of that. Let's go live to Robert Ray, who's on the streets of New York City right now. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning, Mike. Britta, everyone watching. Snow falling yet again here in Midtown Times Square. The over 10 inches of snow that still sits on the roadways here, even though plows have been working feverishly overnight. A lot of that snow pushed to the side, and yet people are going to wake up to this snow again, falling from the atmosphere over the big city, through the canyons of these huge skyscrapers here, illuminated by all the lights. And we look at the video from overnight as the cavalry, quite literally, of snowplows move through the 5 boroughs of Manhattan. About 2,100 snowplows that the city has about 1,000 salt spreaders. And salt's not going to do a whole lot right now until they can get all the snow off of the roadways. But it's not just the heavy machinery, it's also men and women with shovels on the side trying to move all the snow so that pedestrians can get to work, tourists can get out of their hotels, and get the economy rolling again here. Now, we have been reporting live since 2 o'clock on Sunday, and so we have seen everything that has occurred here in Manhattan and the New York area. The evolution of the snow that began on Sunday all the way to the sleet that came in the late afternoon, early evening yesterday, creating pretty much what you see right here, which is icy conditions. Many tourists and residents we saw quite literally falling as they were tripping on the icy sidewalks, and they're doing their best to try and remove all that snow. But unfortunately, we have more snow coming in right now. It will probably go for the next few hours, so not a huge amount, but we could get another inch by the time it's done and measured in Central Park. LaGuardia was shut down. They are reopening. We'll see how those flights go. And yet thousands of cancellations and delays across the U.S. From this incredible winter storm that has made its way across, affecting over 40 states. At one point, 240 plus million people, states of emergencies in multiple states, and unfortunately death. Now, to the south, we know they are still in a bad situation with all these power outages because of the ice storm. But at least here in Manhattan, as I walk here this morning, is we're starting to see some sort of life again as more vehicles are coming and some people out beginning to walk here this morning. In fact, we saw some folks leave their hotel about an hour ago with suitcases trying to make their way through the slushy streets of Times Square here, headed to the airport. We wish them the best of luck. In the interim, yeah, this is what the city's got. They got all the snow on the side. They got to get rid of it. And the big trucks putting the snow in the back of them and dumping some of it into the East River. You got to put it somewhere. The city that never sleeps, well, it's about to wake up here this morning in Manhattan. This winter storm, unbelievable. Back to you.
You don't sleep either. Robert Ray, what a trooper.
Oh, you've been doing live shots since the snow really started. It's interesting, Robert, because right now we have 11.4 for New York. With the snow this morning, I'm going to have to check with the Fox Weather forecast desk. Does this get added on for the storm total? Because we're only 0.6 of an inch away from making a full foot.
Yep.
I actually don't know the dividing line on that, but I guess we better ask National Weather Service out of the Upton office because it's their jurisdiction, how they'd call it. But I mean, we're really close to having a foot.
I think we potentially may, and I'll give you sort of an example as to why. So the sidewalk, by the way, Doug Murray behind the camera, incredible work for the past 17, 18 hours of this reporting. But to your point, look at this, the sidewalk here. You hear that? That was clear an hour ago, and now we probably have a quarter an inch that has fallen in the past hour.
We're and push that 12
this may
inches.
Continue for the next few.
Yeah,
I know.
Might.
I think we are. I think we're going to get a foot.
Well, whether
sure.
or not gets
We'll
added
see.
onto the storm total, I mean, a foot of snow over the course of 2 days is pretty impressive.
Absolutely. It's not often that New York City gets dumped on like this.
Yeah. Robert, you're the best.
No,
That's all
it's
I got to
not.
say.
Thanks very much.
We're good. See you guys.
It's a long stretch.
We've had 5 people lose their lives from across several states. 16 states have gotten at least a foot of snow from this powerful and historic winter storm. Now the big concern is days and days of bitter cold. It is a huge concern for those who've lost power. We'll be right back.
When you look at your grocery bill, is it so high it knocks you off your feet? It's time to stand up and save with InstaSeal by Bell & Howell. the world's first vertical vacuum sealing system designed to save you money. Unlike ordinary storage bags that trap air in, spoiling your food, InstaSeal removes the air completely, extending freshness up to 6 times longer. Now that's saving. Look, flat sealers create a big mess, but InstaSeal is upright, mess-free, and easy. The secret is Smart Seal technology. With just one touch, it auto-feeds the bag to seal, pauses to vacuum out the air, then continues to perfectly seal. Plus, InstaSeal has a motor powerful enough to crush cans, but smart enough to save crackers from turning to dust. Forget big, bulky sealers you have to put away. InstaSeal's compact design stays to help you seal and save every day. Got a great deal on chicken, meat, or fish? InstaSeal protects it from freezer burn. Now buy groceries in bulk. Make meals ahead of time. InstaSeal and save. It even works with all universal storage system bags. Buy on sale meats. InstaSeal and save. When you add it all up, InstaSeal will help you seal and save hundreds on your family's grocery bill. Call or go online now and get the complete InstaSeal system that keeps food fresh 6 times longer, with enough storage bags to fill your entire fridge for the special TV discount price of just $99.99. It comes with a 90-day money-back guarantee. Plus, we'll ship your entire order free. You get it all, an incredible value for one low price. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-368-9094 or go to buyinstaseal.com. So call 1-800-368-9094 or order online at buyinstaseal.com.
Jeff Mancini here with an incredible offer from Mighty Bite. We're celebrating 15 years and the most lure patents in history. Mighty Bite looks, smells, sounds, feels, tastes, and swims like a wounded baitfish. With millions of pieces sold and fish being caught around the world, Mighty Bite's interchangeable adaptive features transforms the lure, creating irresistible erratic wounded action that ignites the predatory instinct to make fish strike. Only Mighty Bite has real-life fin action that fish can't resist. Increase performance with our replaceable weights, sound rattles, and super scent stick attractant. It's better, lasts longer, and never washes off like all those other lures. So it just works better in almost every fishing situation and for every type of fish. Catch more and bigger fish with Mighty Bites. Guaranteed more bites or your money back. Order now and get 4 free gifts, including the incredible UFO Glow Kit to get the bite at night. Call or click today.
A massive storm made its final push overnight. As it moved through New England, Boston got more than 16 inches of snow, maybe heading for 1.5 feet, making for its 9th snowiest day on record. Now the big story at this hour is the cold. 2/3 of the country will be facing below average temperatures in the week ahead. Thank you for joining us. I'm Fox News anchor Mike Emanuel.
And I'm Britta Merwin. We're also joined by Melanie Black in Boston this morning. Melanie, it's still snowing out there. Impressive snow totals for Massachusetts. I actually think that likely the top snow total right now, technically, it's in PA, but I think Massachusetts is going to win it.
I definitely think it could be a contender and have the jackpot for the snowstorm portion of this. The snowfall rates have really come down compared to yesterday, but as you're looking out here, you can still see the snow is somewhat blowing sideways because we have that gusty wind. Really, the wind just par for the course. Living in southern New England, it does tend to be pretty windy most often, and so the temperatures cold, as you mentioned, that cold sticking around. But even this morning, when you factor in that wind out of the northeast, it feels like it is below zero. We are located in the Long Wharf right now, so this is right near Christopher Columbus Park, and crews have really been good at clearing the snow here. You can see the snow really stacking up and pushed off to the side. What was interesting last night and then also again today is because we've had this wind, we've had a little bit of drifting snow, so it almost looks like you have some sort of sand dunes that are behind me. I'll walk and you can get an idea of just how deep the snow is. This is actually an area where a lot of people come and then they walk their dogs. So as we get to sunrise, we'll see how these dogs are going to fare because some of these pockets get pretty deep. As crews have been working in this area, working to pile up the snow. Now, as you're seeing this right now, I just got a gust that came to me, so it does continue to feel awfully cold here. And as we go through the rest of the day, the temperatures aren't going to increase all that much. Still going to be pretty much close to 20 degrees for a high, but the snowfall will continue to come down more at a light to moderate pace. Visibility here, not quite as bad as what we experienced yesterday. We got in yesterday and conditions were still deteriorating. But as of now, we do have some areas of fog, and visibility has improved very much compared to yesterday. The good thing here is that crews have been working really hard. Last night I went to bed, I could hear the snowplows. I woke up this morning, I heard more snowplows. So crews have done a fantastic job at working to make sure that the roads are clear here. We also have people that are on the sidewalks working to clear the sidewalks as well. And I assume that they will continue to be out here as more snow is going to stack up through the day. We have ocean effect snow that's going on, so we'll continue to stack up on our amounts closer to the coast going forward through the rest of the day. Britta and Mike.
Melanie Black, thanks so much. Let's show you Westminster, Massachusetts. We've been watching this camera all morning. That's pretty good snowfall at this hour. Oh, meteorologist friend.
Yeah, and that's why we're going to stack on more snow totals. I mean, we'll easily see an additional 3 inches of snow for Massachusetts. So judging off of where we were sitting with our observations last night, the new observation is going to be taken around 7 a.m. for many locations in Massachusetts. We're going to get very close to 2 feet. So we'll see. We'll see how things hash out for Massachusetts, as we do still have snow. Pennsylvania, as I said, right now holds the top snow total at 23 inches for New Bethlehem. But as we look at the bottom overview here, this is the concern. We have spent a lot of time talking about the snow because that's the last grasp of this storm that's moving away from America. But we have multiple states where we have 1 inch of ice accretion. And so the power outage numbers are still above 800,000 customers. So when you take into account that a customer can be a family of 5, an apartment complex, we easily probably have 1 million people that are in the cold and the dark, many of them living across the South. Here's a look at the Northeast. We still have snow across parts of Maine and also upstate New York. We're going to see some snow flurries throughout this morning with the wraparound moisture on the backside of this low. But it is the first time in 10 years that all 5 major cities up and down the 95 corridor in the Northeast have picked up more than 6 inches of snow. So this is a big deal. Looking at the tri-state area, this is kind of centered around the New York City metro. We have multiple spots getting 10 to 15 inches of snow. There's a look at Boston. We just checked in with Melanie. They still have some ocean effect snow. That's right, snow being created because that temperature difference between the water and that Arctic air. But that Arctic air is whipping. We got winds gusting 30 to 40 miles per hour across the Cape. But away from down East Maine, the Cape, we are actually looking pretty good in regards to the wind, which is important to get the airports up. Hopefully we can get them back up and running because unfortunately today's going to be a catch-up day. We have multiple cancellations to get back up in the air.
There's no snow. It's just strictly ice. And a lot of the dorms, like there's maybe 1 or 2 dorms that I know of that have power. Everything else is like pitch black, and the power, like they have generators, but none of the outlets work. So like you can't charge your phone, you can't use the microwave.
That was our colleague Bob Van Dillen's daughter in Mississippi. This storm brought a mixed bag of weather across the country. Ice was a big threat. Several cities across Mississippi saw more than 1 inch of ice. Britta, why do we see so much ice with this particular storm?
And this is a part of the forecast that you almost wish it didn't verify, but it did. We were calling for 1 inch of ice, if not more, and that's exactly what we saw across multiple states. Mike, the big reason to why this all played out was that we really had the perfect vertical setup temperature-wise for freezing rain. And when you look at this setup in a forecast mode, it's really hard to actually pull it off. Many times we get too much of a cold layer, and that cold air extends farther into the atmosphere off the ground, and you get sleet. And that's what we did see for a lot of Texas. I mean, East Texas did verify some freezing rain, but for the most part, the intense freezing rain that led to that ice accretion really for states like Mississippi and Louisiana and Tennessee. So that's the why behind this. But unfortunately, these are really big numbers. Even Alabama Alabama seeing multiple locations with an inch of ice. So the amount of weight that is on tree limbs and power lines, it is immense. And that's how you hear the popping and the snapping. And we even still could see that happen, especially into tomorrow morning. We have another freeze later tonight. So anything that does kind of loosen up and melt later today, Mike, it's going to refreeze tonight into Tuesday morning. And we could lose more power because of tree limbs snapping underneath that response of that weight. So this story is not done across the South by any means.
So we definitely need a thaw in terms of healing to begin in a lot of these communities across the South and beyond.
Yes, and looking at Mississippi in particular, I mean, we have multiple counties where we have 95% of the county without power.
Oh boy.
So, you know, you go through 24 hours of Arctic air with power loss, you can kind of get through it. You start getting into day 2, day 3, people get desperate. And we've seen this play out before. It's not the first time we've had a crippling ice storm, but there's going to have to be some sort of response here to get people into a safe situation because it's just too cold for too long, and we really got to get that power back on. And if not, you got to get people into a location where you do have power.
It lights it.
That is a dangerous winter ice storm gripping parts of Middle Tennessee, leaving neighborhoods like Donaldson without power. Fox 17 Nashville crews catching the moment. An entire tree snapped while reporting in the town. And wow, it was compelling TV. But to your point about the pressure, the inch of ice or so puts on power lines and trees, there it played out in front of the TV camera.
Yeah, and this backs up all the way into Arkansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Texas. Looking at the whole evolution of this storm, the southern plains and the southeast got dealt with a 1-2 punch, which was also very well forecast. And unfortunately, the second punch was the one that did us in. We just had a prolonged amount of freezing rain across the south that allowed for the ice to really build up. But even states like Texas, we got a prolific amount of sleet in some of these areas. Some sleet totals are 4 to 5 inches of sleet, which is a huge amount. The snow belt just to the north of that, so the I-40 corridor, more focused on snow. We saw it for the Panhandle. I mean, Mike, you're familiar with Texas. You've spent a lot of years in the state of Texas.
Sure.
This one isn't too much of a shocker. I mean, the Panhandle gets snow, but still some hefty numbers.
The good news sounds like the power grid in Texas, which has been vulnerable in the past, it sounds like it's held up at least so far. Let's hope that continues.
ERCOT did not let us down this time, so that's a sigh of relief. I checked in with my family around the Austin area. They still have power, and it is the crucial step there. If you can keep power in place, you're going to be doing a lot better. Looking at the snow totals across Oklahoma, we got 10 to 12 inches top snow total, pretty close to the Tulsa area. They picked up 14 inches of snow. So a really verified strong forecast coming into fruition here. Looking at the conditions across Arkansas, also picking up about a foot of snow across Arkansas. We saw that for Kansas, about 8 to 9 inches of snow for Kansas, where Manhattan picked up 9 inches of snow-ish, 8.8, close enough, we'll give it to you. East Texas, this is where we transferred to the freezing rain and the ice became a problem. East Texas is really the beginning of that footprint.
And in Texas, you have those elevated roadways, and so they freeze first. And with ice on them, that just makes for a really dangerous, treacherous situation.
That's going to be something for this morning's commute to look out for. You think about a metropolitan area like Houston. Those flyovers, they just close them down. So you do have to find an alternate route. You got to learn how to get to your place of business with ground streets instead of using those flyovers. Speaking of more ice, Louisiana, some big time totals here coming in between 3/4 and an inch of ice accretion. The power numbers, they are a struggle in East Texas. Shelby County is the top county without power. So that's really where we're seeing the issues. Houston, Dallas, Austin, all doing just fine. Looking at Amarillo, where we did see some good snow totals. A record-breaking day for Amarillo, record snow being set, and definitely some cool temperatures.
You're watching extended special coverage across Fox Weather, Fox Business, and Fox News as we combine our resources and expertise to keep you and your family safe.
We'll have more coverage ahead here on Fox Weather. Make sure you download our app completely free so you can stay up to date with all of these weather alerts and watch our continuous coverage. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Icing on an airplane is one of the biggest dangers in air travel. It messes with the aerodynamics of a plane, making flying difficult and crashing easy. Luckily, airlines have a solution: de-icing. The process is common throughout the winter, but how exactly does it work? Let's talk a little chemistry. First, they use a heated fluid. It contains pressurized water with a chemical mixture that melts off the dangerous ice. Now, once the ice is removed, crews apply an anti-icing solution.
So you'll have anti-ice on the engine, the wings, and of course the windshield.
The anti-icing fluid prevents ice from forming by lowering the freezing point on the plane. Some solutions lower it to under -50 degrees. Stay ahead of the storm with Fox Weather. Get travel alerts 24/7 right at your fingertips with the Fox Weather app, or watch us anywhere, anytime on your favorite device. Fox Weather, weathering it.
Are you still cleaning your floors with a broom and dustpan?
Or down on your hands and knees with paper towels?
Or dragging out your big heavy vacuum?
Hello everyone, I'm April Lufrio with another deal from Incredible Inventions called the Zippy Sweeper. Is it a broom? Is it a vacuum? It's none of the above. It's an electric broom that sweeps up messes and spills quickly and easily. Whether you're cleaning up accidental spills in the kitchen, pet hair, dust, or crumbs from hard-to-reach places, Zippy has you covered. With its 360-degree swivel head and ultra-lightweight design, you'll get your cleaning done in half the time with zero hassle. It seamlessly transitions from hard surfaces like tile, vinyl, and hardwood to low-pile carpets. Say goodbye to tangled cords. The Zippy Sweeper is powered by a long-lasting rechargeable battery, giving you up to 60 minutes of uninterrupted cleaning power. This sweeper is equipped with a self-emptying dustbin, so you can dump the dirt with just one click, no messy bags and no fuss. Perfect for homes with kids or pets, the Zippy Sweeper is as quiet as a whisper, so you can clean anytime without disturbing the peace. The Zippy Sweeper is available on Amazon for $109, but if you scan this QR code now, you can get it for the special on-sale price of just $59. That's $50 off instantly. Zippy would normally sell to major retailers like Walmart, Home Depot, and others, but today we're cutting out the major retailers so you can enjoy these huge savings at home. Go online or scan and save big with this QR code. And oh, Zippy is also offering a 30-day money-back guarantee. So if you don't like it, send it back, and we'll even cover the cost of return shipping. Nobody else offers this kind of guarantee, so get your Zippy Sweeper today.
When your pet has unexpected ailments, Fetch covers that. Fetch provides the most complete pet insurance and pays you back up to 90% of pet bills. Vet visit for painful paws? Fetch covers that. Allergies? Fetch covers that. Limping, broken bones, vomiting, cancer, x-rays, Fetch covers all of that and so much more. Submitting claims is fast and easy, and you get paid back when you use your vet or any vet in the US or Canada. Fetch, the most complete pet insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. Many of my clients ask me, Tanya, how can I afford to buy my next home, but also make sure my current home sells? That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help our clients buy and sell at the same time. It's the most game-changing product in real estate today. Together with HomeLight, we've helped clients win the home of their dreams.
Hello and welcome to a new hour here on Fox Weather. Our winter storm coverage continues this morning. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Marissa Torres.
And a good morning to you. I'm Craig Herrera. Thank you for joining us. Today is Monday, January 26th.
Our sprawling winter storm with at least one act left this morning. It's exiting New England, and what a storm it was, producing historic snow, a crippling ice storm, and taking a tragic turn. We're also learning this morning that at least 9 people from 5 states were killed due to this storm. That ice storm paralyzing parts of Mississippi and Tennessee. And as of this morning, we still have, you see the number here, More than 800,000 customers without power throughout about a dozen states. You see the states that are dealing with the highest number of power outages included Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, and Tennessee. For the big cities along the 95 corridor, Baltimore, New York City, and Boston, this was the biggest snow in at least 5 years. And even as the system departs, an Arctic blast leading to record-breaking brutal cold is going to kick off this work week. Our teams, since before the storm developed, they've been on the ground, meteorologists, correspondents, storm trackers in the path of this historic storm. Throughout the show, we'll be seeing meteorologist Bain Froney. She's in Dallas. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in D.C. Meteorologist Melanie Black is in Boston. And Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray is in New York City. And it has been a wild 24 hours in the Big Apple, where we have seen accumulations exceed 11 inches with a little bit of snow on top of that. Let's start off with Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray, who's on the streets of New York right now. From a perspective of what we've seen even this morning, Robert, there's some snow that's been falling.
Yes, there has, guys. I apologize. I just had a guy run right at me, and I almost had to take care of business. Sorry. But what you're going to see here is plows that are taking care of business on the roadways, trying to move all this snow here this morning. And that is what's been going on throughout the entire night as they are trying to remove all of this snow, nearly a foot, and it may end up being a foot because of the snow that's coming down right now here in Midtown Manhattan and Times Square. And what we've seen is a cavalry of this heavy equipment move through the area throughout the night. They've been working feverishly, about 2,100 pieces of equipment, and then you've got nearly 1,000 of these salt spreading vehicles as well. And they have to do that. They have to try to remove all this snow so that commerce can get back and people can start maneuvering through the streets here and get to their jobs, and tourists can come out of their hotels and get to the airports. And that's going to be a huge problem with thousands of delays and cancellations, not just here in New York. You know, LaGuardia was shut down for some time yesterday, but also across the country, and that trickle effect of all the scenario that happens when you've got a crippling storm like this, especially, you know, down south with all of the ice, unfortunately, and the power outages that still exist. So New York City waking up to a lot of snow and some more snow that is still falling. And, you know, that's the thing. This is going to take time for all these streets to get plowed, and they're doing their best. Over 2,000 employees by the city working 12-hour shifts. But, you know, when you've got this much snow, the most in 5 years the city has seen, well, that is a monumental task. And Boston is going to be going, obviously, through the same situation. No school today in the New York City metro area. Airports going to struggle. There's going to be more delays. There's going to be more cancellations. And yet the city is beginning to awake here this morning with vehicles moving through the slushy mess. And we have been reporting since yesterday morning out here, and we've seen the evolution of how this is all moved through. We had the heavy snow, then we had the sleet, now the cold temperatures. It's very cold out here this morning with the light snow in and out. But I could show you this right now, and this is why I think maybe we're going to hit a foot of snow by the time this is done in New York City. This right here, this sidewalk, just an hour or so ago, it was totally clear with rock salt dropped by city employees. And now you see, got at least a quarter inch, maybe even a half an inch, and the snow is still falling and will. So that is the situation here from Midtown Manhattan. You know, these temperatures, they're just not going to get much higher here in the coming hours. So city has a lot of work to do, and people, well, they're going to wake up to a rough start to their Monday morning, but nothing like the people that have lost their power because of the ice storm down in the south. Have to think that that situation could progressively get more, well, serious in the coming days if they do not get that power back on.
Yeah, as you know, Robert, I mean, when you deal with an ice storm, which some of these ice totals, incredible, 1 inch on branches, that is a terrible situation, worst case, because it will take days for that power to come back on. I'm glad you're safe. Always hard to trust a man who's running in a tank top this early in the morning. But more importantly, from your perspective on Times Square, surprised by the foot traffic? I mean, we're 5 minutes after 6 a.m., so I think the city's still mostly sleepy.
Very much so. Yeah, very much so. I mean, this is the most we've seen in a couple hours since we've been reporting, throughout yesterday and into the night. And indeed, a man with basically no shirt on coming at you, at 6 a.m. That doesn't bode well.
Yeah, I'd say so. After a long night of reporting that you've had, so we appreciate you joining us in the 6 o'clock hour. Robert Ray for us in Times Square. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, and out of New York City, not the only spot in the Northeast, still seeing some of the flakes fly this morning. If you head further up the I-95 corridor, we've still got the potential to see a little bit more accumulating snow into New England, Stephen.
Yeah, winter storm warnings, they remain in effect for some in New England until tonight. We got cities like Boston having a top 10 snow day on Sunday, more than 16 inches falling, and I don't think we're done with it yet.
Yeah, I don't know, good, bad, or otherwise. Let's go ahead and take it right into Boston with Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. So, Melanie, I think this is great because you started with Fox Weather a couple of weeks ago, but you had been in Boston prior to that, forecasting for Boston and the surrounding communities, where we got over a foot and a half in spots, and perhaps a little bit more that could fall today.
Exactly, Marissa. 9th snowiest day on record for Boston, and we are not done just yet. But the heaviest snow totals really came down yesterday. So the snowfall rates that we're experiencing today are not going to be nearly as much. We just don't have the forcing that's there. But as you can look at me right now, we've got some light snow that's coming down. This is just a sharp contrast to what it was like when we arrived here yesterday. Visibility is around the area down to about half a mile to a quarter mile of visibility in some spots, and the conditions were really tough to be driving around. The thing about Boston, though, the snowplows, they were hard at work yesterday, and they continue to be hard at work with crews working to clear some of this snow. Last night I was walking around, and all you could really hear were the snowplows, and there were cars that were buried in the snow. But going forward, we are going to have still more to accumulate, just not as much. What's actually happening here is we have ocean effect snow showers that are going on, and I think this is a pretty interesting weather phenomenon that happens across southern New England. So what we have here is the cold air that's working over the relatively mild ocean waters, and there's this temperature gradient that sets up. The more of the gradient that you get, the more snow that you can have the potential of accumulating. So closer to the coast today, we will continue having those ocean effect snow showers. And right now, it's just pretty light, but as the band shifts with the wind direction shifting, there could be more of the snow falling for areas of the South Shore, so just south of where we are today. We're thinking in total maybe about 3 to 5 additional inches, maybe some localized higher amounts, and then outside of the 495 corridor, an additional 1 to 3 inches of snow. So there could be another burst of snow that comes through. Yesterday, some towns picked up close to 20 inches of snow, and these are just reports coming in earlier, right around midnight. We do have another update coming in at 7 o'clock to see how conditions fared, but midnight was when the last snow totals were coming in, and there were still a couple hours last night where we had the higher snowfall rate. So we'll see how those totals do continue to stack up. Meantime, Governor Maura Healey has called for today to be a remote work day for non-essential government employees. So there may still be some people that are staying home. And where we are right now, this is at Christopher Columbus Park behind me. You can see some of the snow that's been pushed off to the side. Once we get past sunrise, we'll likely see some people that are out here. It's a popular spot, Stephen and Marissa, for people to come out and play with their dogs.
And the lights still up. Maybe they're on year round. I don't know. There's some cities that have lights. They're not holiday lights.
Right.
They're just like year round lights.
Yeah.
So they make for a really nice backdrop. Is that true, Melanie? Do you know what the light decor's?
Yeah. So we're in a very festive season here in Boston. There's actually this walkway that was behind me where they also lit up lights, and they have it decorated for Valentine's Day. So I guess we're just in the festive mood here, and that snow kind of attributes to that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But it definitely, it feels pretty cold out here too. My fingers and my toes are pretty cold.
I know, and you're with us throughout the morning, so we're going to have to find those quick ways to stay warm. But good to see that stuff. Nice to see the snow finally returning to Boston. Meteorologist Melanie Black.
Definitely.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, if Boston doesn't have big snow piles, I feel like something's up
wrong
with winter. And we're going to talk about those temperatures too, because Melanie's right. It is very cold, and we have a couple of pushes of Arctic air that we're going to be dealing with as we navigate the rest of the week. But let's look at the here and the now. A couple of things to take away as we look at radar. First, I don't know. Let's start with the precip. As Melanie mentioned, you're getting a little bit of that enhancement off of the Atlantic as you have the winds coming out of the east-northeast. So that's why we still have some of that snow, light snow that'll remain for Boston and surrounding areas right near the Cape of, near the Cape, but also coastal New England. Also seeing some of that snow still fly into upstate New York, just into Albany, a little bit further north of that, into Burlington. But for the most part, we have that snow that is winding down. And we'll get into some of the lake effect, too, in a moment. Temperatures, Boston at 15 degrees. You have New York City at 19. We have Elmira, New York at 10. Even Detroit at 12 degrees there with some of that snow coming off of the lakes. It is very cold. And remembering that a lot of these areas have a snowpack. And a snowpack will make it feel a little bit more, think of a freezer. And even if you get the sun that comes out, all of that solar radiation, any daytime heating that we'd expect, that gets reflected back. It doesn't absorb. So it's really hard to warm up when you have a solid icy snowpack on the ground.
Yeah.
Further to the mid-Atlantic, we had tornado watches yesterday.
Yeah.
Right along the Gulf Coast, southern, was it Alabama, Georgia, the Florida Panhandle. We were watching for severe weather, but we're even seeing that rain taper off out of Virginia, but also North Carolina and South Carolina.
Yeah, maybe even a couple of possible tornadoes too in the deep south. It was a feisty afternoon. I mean, anytime you deal with that, a system like we had, an area of low pressure that was developing as it was moving through the plains, obviously the setup that we had in the Northeast and New England a bit unique, almost equally as unique, the fact that there are still some snow showers. Robert Ray showing us, didn't see much with Melanie's shot, but I guess that ocean effect snow shifted a little farther south of where Melanie's at. So, but we got the lakes.
This one narrow band has been really fun to watch. Chicago did have a little bit of snow yesterday and some wind. That band shifting further off, so you have some winter weather warnings for Southwest Michigan. My best friend lives in Southwest Michigan. Last week, 4 out of the 5 days were snow days. I have yet to check what Monday has brought.
Well, 1 for 1, if we're judging by where that band's at.
I know. So it could be a rough morning commute. This is a look as that system clears out. It's a little bit of that gradient, high pressure to the west and that departing low, but it'll be very cold, and we have some more cold that'll be coming in. I'll break that down in about 30 minutes or so for you.
We're still tracking what we've seen with this winter storm. We had yesterday the Fox Weather Beast. It was on ice, and that is our storm tracking vehicle. And these were some of the sites that we saw in real time. Nashville, Tennessee, taking a beating from this winter storm. You can see tree limbs bending, even breaking under the weight. It's truly a city that was hit very hard. I think one of the largest cities in the path of this ice storm that was hit as significantly as it was. We're waking up in Davidson County still with tens of thousands of customers without power across the state of Tennessee, nearly 250,000. We're taking a closer look at the impacts of this ice storm. Keep it here on Fox Weather. We'll be back.
I wish I could get a new shower. Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day.
Wow. Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft close doors.
I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub.
We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Why is jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time offer, we're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
Beautiful light. Done right. From inspiration to installation. Seamlessly. Together, we bring your vision to life. Because the right shade changes everything. Meet with our experts to start your customized journey.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
Buying and selling a home can be really hard these days. That's why who you work with matters. I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. They were both very busy and didn't have time to sell the traditional way. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled. See how you can buy before you sell at homelight.com today.
Back here this morning on Fox Weather Alert, it's deep chills in the deep south this morning. Extreme cold warnings that are in effect till tomorrow morning from Texas to Louisiana and into southern Georgia. But we start in Georgia this morning. Georgia, very cold, very, very frigid. And you take it into Dallas then. Dallas is where we do want to begin because that's where the thermometer says 15 degrees. But when that wind blows, it feels more like the low single digits. So let's go ahead and take it to the ground. We have Fox Weather correspondent Bain Froney. Bain has been hanging out in Dallas since, I don't even know, Bain, last week. You arrived before the winter storm began to really take effect and bring the ice. Now in the wake of it, it still looks icy, and it is very cold this morning.
I can confirm it is freezing here, okay? It feels like we are 6 degrees right now in downtown Dallas, but you're so right, Marissa. Our team has been here since the beginning, since before this storm even came about. So this is kind of the catalyst before it started to move up towards the east and now impacting over the northeast with all of that snow. Now, for us here in Texas, we got mostly sleet, especially in the Dallas area. All the stuff that you can see behind me is mostly sleet on these roadways, so they are still very slippery, very ice covered, even as we haven't had precipitation really since about 24 hours ago. It's also mixed in with a little bit of that snow, but of course, you guys, TxDOT is working tirelessly trying to get those roadways cleaned up for folks so that they can get back to normal life. But it is going to be a couple more days. I mean, we still have these very, very cold temperatures. I mean, you can see my breath, kind of, but it is very, very cold. I can confirm. I mean, we're going to be dealing with these cold temperatures all throughout the day today and even into tomorrow. We do have those extreme cold warnings in place, and this is very dangerous for folks to, number one, be out here for long periods of time, but number two, we still have a lot of people throughout the Lone Star State that are without power right now. About 60,000 people are without power as we speak throughout the state of Texas, and I will say this is a great improvement from yesterday. 130,000 customers were without power about 24 hours ago, so over half of those people, that power has been restored. So that is the good news, but we still have a ways to go throughout the rest of the day today. So hopefully getting that power back on for a lot of folks. A lot of those power outages were over on the eastern part of the state where they ended up seeing a lot more of that freezing rain than we did here in Dallas. Mostly in Dallas, we got mostly that sleet, and even farther south like Austin as well as into Houston, they were dealing with sleet and freezing rain. That just goes to show how deep this cold has traveled and how far south it was able to go. Now, as we move throughout the rest of the week, there is some light at the end of the tunnel. There is going to be a little bit of a warm up Wednesday and into Thursday. Those temperatures finally get above freezing, so hopefully helping out when it comes to some of the melting of the sleet, the ice, the snow that's been accumulating throughout the Lone Star State, probably farther south like Austin and into Houston. we'll see that thawing happening a lot quicker. Those temperatures are going to warm up a little bit more faster as we start off the work week. But Wednesday and into Thursday here in the Dallas area, that's when those temperatures start to bump up just a little bit. But of course, we have a cool down on the way for the following weekend. So hopefully we can thaw out a little bit more before we get those cool temperatures once again. I do want to point out, too, I mean, we're also going to be watching out for those school closures. I mean, right now we have schools closed throughout the Dallas and Fort Worth area today as well as into tomorrow. So already trying to keep people off the roads, keep kids at home because these temperatures are just so frigid. But of course, all of this energy, you guys, as you know, has continued to move across the country up towards the northeast, now impacting areas throughout the I-95 corridor. We saw all of that snow in New York as well as over into Boston, tons and tons of it. While here in Texas, just a little bit of snow can cause some major issues on the roadways. And we've already seen that, reports of accidents, people slipping and sliding, and, you know, even sadly, coming out of Frisco, Texas, which is about 30 minutes to the north of where we're at right now in downtown Dallas. One teen has lost their life in a sledding accident. One teen is in critical condition. So really scary condition for our situation for a lot of folks here in the Texas area. You know, the main message is stay off the roadways if you can. Try and stay home. We still have a ways to go with all of this frigid cold just kind of sticking around the Lone Star State. I'll send it back to you guys in New York.
Yeah, Bane, it's tricky, right? Because when it comes to the temperatures, it is the main concern because it is life-threatening cold. And we do see those afternoon temperatures climb as we get to the middle part of the week, but staying below zero or below freezing for the overnight. So still paying attention to the refreeze. But if we can get Dallas out of this Arctic air, it'd be really nice to be able to get some improvements and get some of that melt. Otherwise, it's still a concern for broken pipes, water damage. All right. Bane, appreciate that update out of Dallas this morning. Checking with you later.
As we heard from Bane, with Texas, with more than 100,000 customers losing power, at its peak, this ice storm had put more than 1 million people in the dark. The states with most power outages, Texas, as Bane mentioned, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. And is often the case, the worse an ice storm is, the longer people have no electricity. Meteorologist Craig Herrera is here with us, listening to Bane. I think, Craig, Dallas is back in the deep freeze. And all I'm thinking, cold temperatures keep the ice on the trees, ice on the power lines, makes those tree limbs more vulnerable to snapping. I mean, I'm kind of speculating here, but it could make that power restoration process prolonged a bit.
I think you're right. And you think about the crews trying to make it to these locations in these icy conditions and the cooler temperatures. And then, Stephen, my friend, you get a little bit of wind. It doesn't have to be a strong gust. And that is just enough to help some of those weighted branches, weighted power lines, that could add to the problems there. Look at Tupelo. Winds coming in out of that north direction, that cold wind at 13 miles per hour. You look at the temperatures this morning, we're looking at the wind speeds and the gusts, and then we've also piled on here the number of ice reports that have come in all across the south. So this is a problem. We're waiting for the heat to come back on. We're waiting for the power to come back on, and it is downright cold. So millions of our Americans are just waiting for this to happen. It will take some time. In Tupelo, it feels like 2 degrees. Now, this cold air extends all the way down to South Texas, clear down to Brownsville, right down to the U.S.-Mexico border where they've got extreme cold warnings in place. Jackson feels like 10, look at Monroe, 11. Little Rock feels more like -1. It's a dry air mass. It's not going anywhere. When we look at the outages on the big map, we still have 823,000 customers without power extending from Tennessee, Mississippi, Louisiana, Texas, and Kentucky, where we got the numbers pretty high. Now, they're working to try to bring those numbers down, but crews, it's tough to do it. 24/7, trying to get to these locations, icy roads, that's a problem. Ice is the equalizer, right? Doesn't matter what kind of truck you're driving, what kind of car, what kind of tires you have, it will slow you down. In the state of Mississippi, where we had a number of ice reports, and this was a big concern for our team here. We were talking about the ice concerns over northwestern Mississippi, and boy, did it pan out with a lot of places reporting 1 inch of ice. That led to problems. We also had the power outage right now, mostly right over Middle Tennessee, Nashville, all the way to the Kentucky state line. Kentucky dealing with it as well. You head over to Georgia, where we had some ice for the northern half of the state. You throw in elevation across a lot of these states. It's not like these states are flat, right? You have a lot of hills, a lot of terrain, and a lot of that played into not only the forecast, but also trying to get to these locations. Now, Mississippi dealing with 157,000 customers without power. Think about that. It's not one person, it's a customer. If you have a household of 4 people, everyone there is without power. So it's the customers, but each customer could be 4, 5, 6 people or so. Oxford, Mississippi dealing with the chill right through the rest of the week. Temperatures well below average. Overnight lows are a major concern here. When we look at what happened overall, the estimated snow, the snow line, where we had the snowfall totals to the north was pretty impressive. Where we had the ice totals down to the south, also very impressive. Let's not forget the severe weather we had across the south that we were warning you about. We had tornado warnings and ice storm warnings in the state of Georgia at the same time. That's how impressive the storm was. Top snow and sleet reports 7 inches out of Harmony, Arkansas. Arkansas was interesting. We were watching closely Saturday. The northern half of the state from, say, I-40 and a few areas south to the north was mostly snow, and then south of there was all ice. Versus and Stephen, we're still waiting for this, and I think the big concern moving forward now is trying to get the power and the heat back on, and the cold temperatures, they're going to stick around this good most of this week, in fact.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
And we actually talked to the mayor of Oxford, Mississippi yesterday. That's in Lafayette County in Mississippi. And Marissa specifically asked, you remember, how long could you be without power? And she said, I don't want to say a timeline yet, which when you have an ice storm like this, setting some sort of expectation, what could just be a few hours, it turns into a few days, and it really becomes a problem. So we got to get some perspective of how long people will be without power here. Absolutely. A crippling ice storm, no doubt. Yeah. Craig, thank you.
You got it.
For sure, the uglier side, right, of this winter storm. But there was also this part of the story. When life hands you lemons, you make lemonade. When Mother Nature brings you snow, you have a snowball fight. This was in North Brooklyn, the northern part of Brooklyn, out of New York City. McCarran Park, if you're familiar with it. Not the best snow for snowball making. It was a very light, powdery snow. It wasn't until you got the sleet in there, but ouch, that would hurt. Either way, it looks like a whole lot of fun. We'll be right back after this.
It has to be beautiful. How do they look when the light comes through them? Bringing that light to life. Figuring out how to control light more beautifully and in an innovative way.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
I need to sell my house. Now, there are a lot of places that claim to know how much it's worth, but they don't really know my house or my neighborhood, and they definitely don't show me all my options. That's where HomeLight comes in. I just answer a few questions, and HomeLight gives me a side-by-side comparison of my options, personalized for my needs. And they'll show me what verified buyers will pay for my house right now. It's easy, and it's free. No matter how you choose to sell your home, selling starts at HomeLight. Get started today at HomeLight.com.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Welcome back into Fox Weather this morning. Marissa Torres, Stephen Morgan, Craig Herrera. You got all three of us this morning. A lot to talk about.
Yeah, we do. I mean, this storm, as it's sort of getting out of here, exiting New England, we still have the aftermath. It's a sprawling winter storm. It's the last act that we have in New England this morning. And what a storm it was, right? Producing historic snow, a crippling ice storm, taking a tragic turn. We're learning this morning that at least 9 people from 5 states were killed due to this storm.
Yeah, the ice storm paralyzing parts of Mississippi and Tennessee. As of this morning, more than 800,000 customers are without power, and that includes about a dozen states. For the bigger cities along the I-95 corridor, Baltimore, New York City, and Boston, this was the biggest snow in at least 5 years. Even as the system departs, an Arctic blast is leading to record-breaking, brutal cold to kick off the work week.
It's going to be a big-time cold. Our teams, since even before the storm developed, they've been on the ground. Meteorologists, correspondents, storm trackers in the path of this historic storm. You see them there this morning. Meteorologist Bane Froney in Dallas, Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in D.C., and meteorologist Melanie Black in Boston. We also have Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray. He was in New York City with us earlier this morning.
All right, and let's go ahead and dive into the Northeast. You know, New York City, we checked in with Robert. Still some lingering flakes, but we're really not looking at accumulating snow moving forward. Not the only spot, though, in the Northeast, in New England, that is still seeing some of that fly. If you go further up the I-95 corridor, you have to go into New England to find some of that still accumulating snow.
We got winter storm warnings that are in effect until 8 o'clock tonight there. So, and that includes Boston, where we picked up a decent snow. We're calling it a top 10 snow day because, I think it was the 9th snowiest, more than 16 inches falling. And I don't think that we're done with the snow yet. I hear that the snow falling this morning is kind of salty. It's a joke.
I got you.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take it right to Boston. We have Fox weather meteorologist Melanie Black, who isn't salty this morning. Back in your old stomping grounds, Melanie.
Oh, no, not at all.
Right? I mean,
no. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we have ocean effect snow showers that are going on, so maybe it tastes a little bit salty out here. This is what we have going forward, and this is because we have a northeast wind that's working over the cold air is working over the relatively mild ocean water. So it's this lifting mechanism with the cold air that allows us to continue producing snow. But wow, did that snowstorm yesterday deliver? Yes, 9th snowiest day on record, and actually the amount that was taken was closer to midnight when we picked up about 17 inches or so, and there was still about an hour or two through the overnight that wasn't measured, and that hour or two was when we had some of the heavier precipitation rates. Yesterday, wow, we had a lot of forcing going on, so it was just allowing for the snowfall to fall at a rate of about 1 to 3 inches per hour across southern New England. Visibility is then largely reduced, but conditions have greatly improved today. So today it's more about a light to moderate snow going forward. We could have another final burst of snow that works across southern New England going through the second half of today, but really that snow is going to wind down going to about the early morning hours of tomorrow, and then it's out of here, and it's all about the cold. So today we're calling for about 1 to 3 inches in the interior portion of southern New England, and maybe about 3 to 5 closer to the coast, and that is thanks to the ocean effect band. As the wind shifts a little bit, it could transition more to the south shore, so maybe some localized higher amounts that are picked up in some of those towns. But as for today, and as you can look behind me, we've got snow that is just piled up thanks to the copious amounts that fell yesterday. The thing about Boston, I lived here for 3 years before I moved to New York City, and anytime we have a snowstorm, the snow plows are really efficient at making sure the roads are clear, so they continue to do work. Last night I went to bed, I heard the snow plows. I woke up again this morning, I heard more of those snow plows, and you can drive around the city or walk around the city, and you see a lot of crews that are out working to clear the sidewalks as well. Governor Maura Healey has called for today to be a remote work day for non-essential government employees. And in fact, it's the snowstorm is affecting even our New England Patriots. You might have heard they are headed to the Super Bowl. So they were playing last night in Denver. They actually had to stay a little bit longer. So they stayed the night in Denver because of the snowstorm. And Marissa and Stephen, they're likely coming back here today.
And they're going to have even more snow. Because, Denver was snowy, but not Boston snowy. We were saying, Melanie, how, I know it's a hypothetical, but what would that game have been like yesterday if it were in Foxborough?
A disaster, right? And even
no
just
sleep.
getting there, it can be gridlock on the roads just getting there, but I don't even want to imagine what would have happened. But yeah, it probably would have been some of the toughest conditions those players have ever played in.
Yeah, I think I can't remember. We were speaking to somebody, a former player in the NFL, saying his snow was his favorite to play in.
Esiason,
yes,
right?
Yes, Boomer Esiason, you're right.
Boomer.
So, which I was surprised. He's like, worry about the fans because they're the ones that are getting to and from the game, and
yes,
it can be problematic. But it was also really cold. I don't want to forget about the fact that it was very cold yesterday. I don't know. Melanie?
Yeah, thankfully it wasn't here.
Yeah. We'll see how much more we pick up today in Boston. I think they said the office out of Boston, they were going to measure again at 7 a.m. Eastern. So we'll see if they have any updates to the totals. All right. Melanie, thank you for that. We'll talk with you later.
Start the drum roll. We do want to head elsewhere because it wasn't just Boston that was smacked with some snow. There are several cities in New England and the Northeast that have to dig out this morning. And if you weren't digging out during the snow, well, you have your work cut out for you today. Might be a pretty penny, too, if you waited. Did your neighborhood kids get their $6?
Yeah.
That's nice, for shoveling
driveways.
New Jersey Transit, speaking of Jersey, they're going to suspend operations. I think some are set to resume today, just minor delays expected. Let's get on the ground into Hoboken. Fox News correspondent CB Cotton is there. I remember, CB, your shot yesterday. That snow and visibility was remarkably low. It's a different story, but boy, did this storm produce.
Yeah, Stephen, that's right. I mean, yesterday when I spoke to you guys, the snow was whipping in all directions. It was hard for me to open my eyes. Today, it's a much more calm, and I can hear and speak to you guys a lot clearer, but it is still really chilly and definitely makes your face feel frozen. So now that the snowfall is done, the attention turns and the concern turns to the messy morning commute. And here's why. I'm going to step out of the way and give you guys a better view. The roads are still covered with snow and ice because we know those overnight temperatures were well below freezing across the entire state, meaning any wet road was refrozen. The National Weather Service recorded about 8 to 9 inches of snow here in Hoboken, New Jersey, but further northwest of where we are in Sussex County, 17 inches of snowfall accumulated. Hundreds of school districts are closed across the state today, and Governor Mikey Sherrill, she actually took to social media to encourage people to work from home if they can, because listen, these roadways are just not back to normal. If you do have to travel, people are encouraged to leave extra space between vehicles, especially between your vehicle and a snowplow that could be in front of you. We also know that winter storm warnings are still in effect for most New Jersey counties through 1 p.m. Eastern today. The good news is that right now, you guys, I'm not seeing too many people on the roadways. It was interesting yesterday when the snow was coming down really, really heavy. A lot more drivers were out despite the warnings to stay at home. Maybe it was those really bad and rough road conditions that they experienced yesterday that told them, hey, today we should at least, get off the roads and stay indoors. We're monitoring the conditions out here just from where my vantage point, looking at what I can see. The roads look very, very dicey. I'm looking at a lot of ice, a lot of slush, and some of these side roads look like they haven't seen a snowplow in several hours. So the conditions are still, pretty dangerous, pretty treacherous out here. And if you can stay inside today, that is definitely what I would recommend. I want to send it back over to you two in the studio. I think there's 3 of you guys today.
Yeah, you've got Craig, Marissa, and myself, CB. It is one of those things where you look at the streets, just such a calm in Jersey after the snow. But I still like the people who lifted their windshield wipers up away from their windshield because they're like, I'm not making those wipers get stuck in the snow. So good video there as we wait on the sun to rise. Appreciate it. Fox News correspondent CB Cotton for us.
All right, yeah, we need 3 of us in the studio. A lot to get through. This has been a long duration event, right? We're still looking at some of that precipitation, as Melanie mentioned, some of that enhancement off of the Atlantic, some salty snowflakes, perhaps, as Stephen alluded to. But it's really not broad coverage with where that snow is falling. And even if it is falling, it is generally light. You also have some of that rain still falling over portions of North Carolina, South Carolina, pushing offshore, and even a little bit of lake effect. But not much more. A little bit of that snow, the light snow that was falling over Manhattan earlier this morning, now moving over Long Island, over the LIE. Melanie's over in Boston. You can see some of that light snow coming in off of the Atlantic. And then even further north into New England, out of Albany, out of Burlington, Vermont. And really interesting, too, you have a little bit of a gradient here, and you have some of that enhancement and a nice little band that's set up off of Lake Michigan and a little bit of that snow coming off of Superior. But winter weather advisories for south and west Michigan and a little bit of snow coming into Pittsburgh. Some of that, again, enhanced by the lakes. When you look at where we go from here, a departing system, a departing front, I think the most obvious thing, aside from the precipitation, Stephen, would be the temperatures. It is very cold as we get into this afternoon. Buffalo barely making it out of the single digits by 4 p.m.
Yeah, you could tell Melanie's cold. CB Cotton is cold this morning.
Yeah.
It was a cold commute in, even though temperatures are about 15 to 20 degrees warmer than they were this time yesterday, which is a remarkable thing.
Yeah.
But anytime you've got that fresh snow on the ground, you know, you're near that snowpack and it's cold walking into work or just being out on the roads. Yeah. Get ready because we're going to be below freezing for several days straight.
I figured, you know, it's these are some of the coldest wind chills in the U.S. So the Northeast, the Midwest, the upper Midwest, you have temperatures that are below 0, but wind chills that are -40 in spots. When you look at where the cold is and where it's going to continue to be, through this morning, these are some of the cold weather alerts that we have. Some of them are extreme cold warnings, areas highlighted in pink, St. Louis included in that, Pittsburgh. Generally, with these cold weather alerts, you see an easing of them, an expiration of them as you get into the daytime hours, generally expiring around 8, 9 a.m. When you look at the wind chills, though, across the Midwest, Great Lakes, and into the Northeast, if the winds have calmed and tamed, not as much of a wind chill. But the air temperatures alone, in Chicago's at 1 degree right now.
It's wild. I mean, you have a little bit of snow on the ground, too, and when the winds are calm, you get that radiational cooling. I mean, that happens, and so anything that would be cold, but if it's a snowpack, you got a really, really high ceiling, or I guess in this case, it's a low ceiling, of how low those temperatures can go.
Yeah. And I mean, looking at the temperatures today, tomorrow, and noting that tomorrow morning some of this cold could be record-breaking, if not close to records. Philly, Baltimore, D.C., Harrisburg, Youngstown, again, all spots that also have snow on the ground.
And people have been taking advantage of that snow on the ground. I mean, they've been sending us pictures and videos, and we appreciate it. In fact, we've had a lot of videos and pictures to comb through. As we head to break, we want to quickly go through a montage of them. This is from Sherry out of Richmond, Virginia, clearly on the patio or the porch or the deck, whatever y'all call it. The snow is there, the fresh powder.
I like the lights. Around the porch. It gives a little bit of a festive / summer barbecue kind of vibe. We've got another one from Stephen, PH Stephen, just like you, out of Sherman, Texas, just north of Dallas. A nice bout of some snow and ice, especially coming out of Dallas. We had a lot of sleet within that zone there.
Looks like that roof sharing a little bit for the SUV. Plus, this is from Stephanie in Mayapack, New York. It's about an hour north of New York City in the lower Hudson Valley, and clearly, talk about where we had the most snow. Stephanie measuring 21 inches in her yard.
This was a big one for the Hudson Valley of New York. Some of the bigger totals coming out of there. And how about this one? RJ sending this in from York, Maine. RJ cleared a path at 4:30 this morning, so his dog could go to the bathroom. Way to go, RJ. Making sure it's either that or in the house, he's probably thinking.
I've never seen a picture more relatable. I did that thing yesterday.
Made a path.
His looks better than mine.
It's like parting the sea. It was Moses that cleared the part of the sea.
Part of the Red Sea with his rod. It's like get in, get out, come back in.
Yeah. That's all of us are doing.
Yeah.
You know, we do love these photos that you share with us. It helps us also tell the weather story, what's happening on the ground. So thank you for sending them in. If you see it, share it with Fox Weather. You can scan the QR code on the screen to show us what weather is happening in your backyard. Photo, video, just make sure to put the city and state. You can also visit us online at foxweather.com/connect Fox Weather. We will be right back.
In every room, light tells a different story. Morning sun shifts to afternoon glow. Privacy layered with beauty. Warmth welcomes you home. Hunter Douglas. The right shade changes everything.
Many of my clients ask me, how can I afford to buy my next home, but also make sure my current home sells? That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help clients buy and sell at the same time with all of the certainty and none of the stress. It's the most game-changing solution in real estate today. Together with HomeLight, we've helped clients win the home of their dreams every time.
We had Cooper for approximately 3 days, and we ended up taking him to the emergency vet as he racked up a bill of about $3,700. We quickly learned how expensive these bills can be.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. Our friends are like, we put that money away every month, and that's great until you have like a $12,000 vet bill.
Dogs do get sick, and when that time comes, we have the peace of mind that Fetch is there to support us.
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
The countdown to kickoff is on. Get ready to catch the big game for free with Tablo. Tablo lets you watch sports and so much more all year long with 125 plus free channels. And with Tablo, you can watch, pause, and record on any device anywhere in your home. Always zero monthly fees, subscriptions, or contracts. Right now, save $20 off any Tablo product. Get game day ready before the savings are gone. Shop TabloTV.com or these popular retailers today.
First it was the snow, and now it is just downright cold. You see what we're seeing this morning on our nation's capital. Going to be a busy week ahead for lawmakers. 19 degrees is that temperature, and the cleanup, it's already beginning. Speaking of the cold, it's alerted for tonight as we could have wind chills drop below zero. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne is trying to stay warm, and I love the concept, Katie, hopping in a snowplow to see what's going on.
You're on to me, Stephen. You're on to me. Okay, we are finding a way to stay a little bit warmer today, but we are getting a really interesting, unique perspective of what the streets really look like in D.C. We've got Princess Cat with us, taking us along for the ride. You are a plow truck driver. You've been doing this for a number of years, yes. And you've been working since midnight.
Yes.
And it's still dicey out here, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah. The road conditions are still impassable in a lot of places. The main roadways are now slippery. They're passable, but they're slippery.
These are some of the only roads that we've actually been able to see pavement. But once you get into more of the downtown areas, you still see that like snow-covered spots. You were telling me, and we've seen a number of cars this morning actually stuck in some snow, especially in ramp areas or anything that requires turning, it looks like.
Yes.
You said yourself, even some of the plow truck drivers have found themselves getting stuck, and you did too today?
Yes.
What was that like?
So it takes the truck and kind of like throws it a little bit. So I just have to take my hand because I don't drive so fast. I don't drive fast. So I just had to take my hand off the wheel and let it coast on its own to get it back in order.
You think that's like the nature of the snow and the consistency now that it's changed over into this icy mix? Is it harder to deal with? And
I think once it came down and it accumulated, it was a lot harder too, because when it's up so high off the ground, you know, the snow had to be like inches, because my boots were covered with snow. So when it's that high and you trying to plow through that, it's gonna snatch you. It's gonna snatch you a little bit. So and I go up hills in reverse.
Interesting.
Yeah, and it was a moment where I couldn't. It was a few hills I couldn't even go in reverse up the hill. I couldn't go forward or in reverse. But we're out here working around the clock. The crews, we all link together to help each other. What one can't do, one can, you know.
And we appreciate you helping us by keeping these roads clear. Thank you so much for taking us along your journey this morning and giving us this perspective, this view of what it looks like for up on a little bit higher on the roads, which are, you know, still very dangerous out here. It makes sense why there are so many closures, whether it's schools, government offices, things like that around the region today, guys.
And no doubt about it, Mother Nature not doing any favors trying to work with these road crews, because clearly with temperatures well into the teens, that snow has some staying power. It's going to be sticking around for a while. Great interview. Love it. Love the ride along. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne for us in D.C. Stay warm.
Wow, and we all love the tiara.
Love
Let's not forget. Love the tiara. Okay, so Sunday marked the first day when D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston all recorded more than 6 inches of snow in a single day. Last time all 5 cities had at least 6 inches was back in 2016. So I'm not going to say it's been a snow drought, but it's been a second since we've had a good snow turnout in one day. We have meteorologist Craig Herrera joining us in studio with what stood out to the storm. For Stephen Morgan, he said it was the cold.
Oh.
For me, I would say it was the cold has to do with it, but
Sure.
it was how powdery the snow was for New York City.
Powdery, and then we started to get that little tiny bit of sleet at a point.
It
and
hurt.
it was just crunchy. It hurt. You're right.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I did the same thing. Y'all showed a picture of clearing the path with the dog. I live in a building, and the HOA, we didn't have the salt that was laid out beforehand. It was just a mistake, I guess. So we went out there to do it, and I cleared out a path for the doggy. Let's get you going with some impressive numbers, because this was that powder, and then you got a whole bunch of it. You got a little crunch on top of it. Trying to walk over this morning is tough, and I know they've been working hard to clear the sidewalks and the roads, but when we look at some of these snowfall totals, Boston 16.7, it's the most snow in one day since 2022, January 29th, 9th snowiest day on record. We've got for New York 11.4, also the most snow in one day since February 1st, 2001, and that was just shy of what we got in 2001. I'm going to give you a couple of numbers, and then I'm going to go deeper into the states. As far as Pittsburgh, this was impressive as well. 11.2, the snowiest day since 2010, and that's tied for the 13th snowiest day in Pittsburgh. We head over to over to Baltimore. 11.4 inches, also most snow in one day. First double-digit snow day in a decade. So all across the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast. The forecast really verified, right? The bullseye for where we're going to see some impressive totals. We'll get you going with Massachusetts. And by the way, they've said, hey, state workers, stay home. You know, the state workers are staying home. Kids are staying home. Middleton, 20 inches of snow. 20 inches. It's impressive. You've got a lot of spots from 19 to 20 inches. That's just for yesterday. And as you know, we've got a little bit of snow across New England this morning. Boston, the forecast, we could see a few more inches for you. Over to Hartford and through Connecticut, rather, 17 to 18 inches of fresh snow for you there. By the way, when we look at some other top snow reports out of New York, 17 to 18 inches of snow. Hopewell Junction, 18 inches of snow for you. All the way to New York City, 11.4. And we also had at JFK, 10.3. LaGuardia, 9.7. Now, New Jersey also dealing with some impressive numbers, especially on the northern portion of the state. But really, look at Stockholm, 17 inches of fresh snow. Newark, New Jersey, 11.7. A lot of you fly in there whenever you come to the tri-state area. Over to Pennsylvania, outside of the number we gave you from Pittsburgh, Catastrophic, we had several spots in the double digits, and we're not talking 10 to 15, we're talking 20 inches plus, slowing us down this morning. When we take a look at the planner, we talked about the cold air in place. It's not going anywhere, so that means the snow's not going anywhere. Temperatures are going to be downright cold, not only for afternoon highs. Steve and Marissa, the overnight low, same story. Man, this Arctic air is just here, so it's going to take some time for us to get rid of these mounds of snow that are off on the sides here.
Yeah, and there's some really big mounds of snow.
Taller than you and I.
In Midtown, yeah. Stephen McLeod, one of our producers, we went out yesterday, and I had him stand next to one. I'll have to get a photo just for perspective. I go, if I stand next to it, everything looks taller than me because I'm barely 5'1".
What's he, like 6 feet high?
Sure,
About.
sure. It gave it more, it made it look more pronounced.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, the cold, I think that's the bigger thing to take away, especially the concern for anybody who lost power.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of warming shelters are going to stay open to be able to help whoever needs it.
Yeah,
All right,
take
Greg.
care out there and take care of the pets too.
Yeah, good reminder. Thank you.
Rumor has it McLeod can slam dunk.
You like it?
Yeah, this is scary. People had to get out of the Dodge, this reporter. Did you see it? This was from Fox 17 in Nashville. Really dangerous conditions. A crippling ice storm affecting several states from Texas all the way into Tennessee. And when we look at what this resulted in, power outage. And we have hundreds of thousands this morning without power. Fox Weather's extended winter storm coverage is back after this.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started to look around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back, we're not going back, we're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our US-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. And when you call right now, you'll get your second month free. Just use the code SECONDFREE. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
I wish I could get a new shower. Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day. Wow.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft close doors.
I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub.
We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Why is jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time offer, we're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
Hello, welcome to a new hour here on Fox Weather. Our winter storm coverage, it continues this morning. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Marissa Torres.
And I'm Craig Herrera. Thanks for being with us this morning. It is Monday, January 16th.
And we have a lot to talk about, what's just happened, and also, guys, this weekend, what we could be seeing. Our sprawling winter storm, though, with one last act this morning as it exits New England. And what a storm it was. Look at some of these stats, producing historic snow, 23 inches in New Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. A combination of snow and sleet in Harmony, Arkansas, 7 inches. And that ice. It wasn't just Lexington, Mississippi that saw an inch of ice, but Lexington among the several cities in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee that had a crippling ice storm. We're also learning this morning that at least 9 people from 5 different states were killed due to this storm, Marissa.
Yeah, I mean, incredible coverage with this winter storm, but a very ugly side of it when you include that ice. It was a paralyzing storm for Mississippi and Tennessee because of the ice that it created on a lot of the tree limbs and power lines. As of this morning, more than 800,000 customers are without power across a dozen states. Now, for the bigger cities along the I-95 corridor, Baltimore, New York City, Boston, this was the biggest snow in at least 5 years. Even as the system departs, an Arctic blast is leading to record-breaking brutal cold to kick off the work week.
And our teams, since even before the storm developed, they've been on the ground. Meteorologists, correspondents, storm trackers in the path of this historic storm. We have meteorologist Bane Froney in Dallas, Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in D.C., and of course, meteorologist Melanie Black is in Boston.
And let's go ahead and kick it off in Boston. Ninth snowiest day, a little bit of a deficit that was closed as a result of the snow. And we could still see surrounding Boston a little bit more today.
I mean, the heavy snow, we had snow rates that were exceeding an inch an hour there. Winter storm warning still in effect, but it's wild to see these sights because people were wondering if it still snowed in Boston.
Oh, it did. Oh, it does. Let's go ahead and take it right into Boston. We have Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black that's been camped out there through the morning. And Melanie, I mean, you spent some time in the city. You forecasted for this city. So to finally see the snow return into Boston, I'm sure it's got to feel a little nice to some regard.
It's been nearly 4 years since we've seen more than a foot of snow from one snowstorm in Boston. So this was a bit of an exciting time for folks here. And coming up just within this hour, we will get updated snow totals. So we've picked up about 17 inches so far in Boston, and that was coming in at midnight. It is the 9th snowiest day on record in the city. And really last night, for a couple hours, once we got that snowfall total, we continued to pick up on some of those heavier precipitation amounts. So that 1 to 2 inch per hour rate was still continuing. Much different story out here this morning. We just don't have the forcing that we had there yesterday thanks to that area of low pressure, but we still have some light showers that are working here. This is a completely different effect. This is what we call ocean effect snow showers. So what you have is you have the cold air that's working over the relatively mild ocean waters, and it sets up this temperature gradient, really that cold air working as a lifting mechanism to continue to promote the snow showers. And the bigger temperature gradient that you do have, the more snow that you can continue to accumulate. Going forward, we're forecasting maybe about 3 to 5 inches of snow closer to the coast, thanks to where those bands do set up. Outside of the 495 corridor, we're forecasting about 1 to 3 inches of snow to come. There's still going to be this second batch of snow that works on in through the afternoon. So still a few more hours of the light stuff to fall. Really, I think once we get into early tomorrow morning, that's when things are really going to wind down. And then we'll just be talking about the cold that is going to be sticking around through the rest of the week. I lived in Boston for 3 years. Anytime we would get a snowstorm, the snow plows and the snow crews are just really efficient at working to make sure the roads are clear. So when we came in yesterday, the visibilities were down and the roads were pretty dicey, but the crews were working hard last night. I went to bed last night to the sound of snowplows, and I woke up to it again. So at times, even behind me here, we've seen a lot of crews that have been working to clear this area. This is a park behind me, Christopher Columbus Park, and you can see a lot of the snow piles that do continue to accumulate. And now, as we get past sunrise here shortly and getting a little bit more daylight, I'm sure we'll see more people that'll be walking around. Stephen and Morgan, this is a popular spot to take dogs, so I'm sure we'll be talking to folks just how they feel about the snow.
Ooh, nice. And you can also try to talk to dogs too, because sometimes dogs are better than humans. You know how that works, right? But I would avoid Pomeranians.
They're good boys, aren't
they can be real yappy. Yes, most are. All are. It's not bad dogs. Bad owners.
It's bad owners. Right. That's how I feel about children, too.
Makes sense. Melanie, thank you. The sun's up. It's looking nice, looking like a winter wonderland there in Boston.
Yeah. This is why.
It really is.
This is why we need to keep the lights up through winter.
Yeah.
All right, I'm petitioning for that.
Gets us through the darkest of times.
It really does. Okay, let's take it out of Boston. Want to head down the I-95 corridor. Let's take it to the Big Apple. Also cashing in on some of the big-time snow. In fact, the most the city has seen in a single storm in nearly 5 years. More than, or I should say, 11.4 inches of snow that was recorded in Central Park, which also broke the old daily record of 10 inches that was set back in 1905. So New York City, you did good. The plows have been hard at work clearing the roads, clearing the sidewalks, so New Yorkers can get back at it this morning. Let's go ahead and take it to the ground. We have Fox News correspondent Nate Foy that's standing by for us in New York City. I gotta say, New York knows how to handle a snowstorm, and even yesterday they were out there trying to clear the sidewalks for folks, but it was slippery. It was messy.
Oh, it's definitely slippery and messy. And you mentioned the plows have been out. They've plowed every single street in New York City, and now they're just continuously getting to those same streets again as the snow continues to accumulate. I want to show you some fresh snow here and kind of give you an idea of how much we got here in East Village. This is downtown Manhattan. It's past the ankle, not quite to the mid-shin, but you can see that the streets, this is 2nd Avenue here. The avenues often take priority to the side streets. And 2nd Avenue is in okay shape. If you know how to drive in the snow, you can do so in New York City. Now, right here is the bike lane. I'll ask my photographer to show this. It's not suitable for biking at this moment. City Bike agrees. They have canceled the service until noon today. And then if we can just pan over here to the right of the bike lane, you can see that the sidewalk is in some places in better shape, but overall, you're going to want snow boots if you're walking in New York City. And then if we can just pan down 5th Street here, East 5th. If you parked your car, this is what a lot of people in New York are dealing with. Not quite buried, but drivers are going to need to use the shovel to get their cars out of those spaces. The other big issue here is the temperatures, because it's going to continue to stay cold for a few days into next week even, which means all this snow is going to turn into ice. And Mayor Zoran Mamdani shared yesterday that 6 New Yorkers died, possibly related to the cold. That's not quite confirmed. The medical examiner will look into that. But take a look at this video as Mamdani went out in Brooklyn and helped shovel out a driver of a van so that they could continue on their route. Mamdani will hold a news conference at 10 a.m. today where we're expecting to get more information on the storm. As for students, schools are closed to in-person learning today. It is a remote learning day, so it's not a traditional snow day here in New York City, but New Yorkers are taking advantage of this rare opportunity. Take a look. Central Park turned into a winter wonderland yesterday. You mentioned over 11 inches of snow there. People enjoyed sledding, tubing, and cross-country skiing, and Fox spoke to one man who was excited to get some exercise. Listen here.
I was gonna run actually, but then I was trying to get like snow tracks for my shoes and I couldn't find any. And I figured skiing was the next best option. I brought these out to New York and I don't have a car here, so I wanted to get good use out of them.
So yeah, amateurs getting exercise, having fun in Central Park yesterday. Also, 3-time gold medalist Shaun White surprised a lot of people by doing some tricks on his snowboard. He even did a jump over comedian Shane Gillis. There's a lot of pictures on social media and videos going around about that. But the travel headache continues for people visiting. LaGuardia Airport was closed yesterday. It's back open this morning, but every flight so far this morning is delayed or canceled. I think the first flight that should get out right now is scheduled for 11 a.m. A lot more quiet than what we would normally see on a Monday morning. There are some people walking to work, but a lot of people in New York are working remotely today. We'll see exactly how many businesses are closed as a result of the storm, but a quiet Monday after quite a storm, the biggest storm in New York in 5 years. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, it's been a second since we've had to deal with something like this. I think, so I don't know if you have any snow traditions in New York City. Mine is to go to Times Square to watch the fresh snow. And I was able to see somebody cross-country skiing. I don't know, do you have any traditions, or what was the weirdest thing you saw?
Oh, I mean, personally, my tradition yesterday was just watching the AFC and NFC championship game. So I enjoyed hanging inside with the snow happening outside. But if you look at those videos, there's plenty of them on social media, people in Central Park with the cross-country skiing. And then, only in New York can you just go out for a walk in the snow and then you end up seeing Shaun White and Shane Gillis hanging out and doing tricks together. So that's quite a memorable way to spend the storm.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think we always make the most of it and being able to enjoy the snow. Now we just wait for the cold to leave, which may take a second. Appreciate hanging out with us this morning, Nate. Fox News correspondent Nate Foy in New York City.
Thanks, Brad.
All right, so let's continue to check in on things. Oh, that's the record low that's coming up, by the way. As I get my graphics ready, that's to come on Tuesday morning, which, by the way, there are some cold weather alerts that go all the way through Tuesday that even stretch all the way down into Texas, across the Gulf Coast, which was just dealing with severe weather yesterday. In terms of the Northeast, this is what we're looking at. The light snow that we did have even in the boroughs of New York City, that is now drifting off to the Twin Forks of Long Island. Still seeing some of that light snow in and around Boston, off to the north into Burlington, and even down into West Virginia, still seeing some of that light snow. Otherwise, it's about the temperatures, and we're going to improve as we go here on out in terms of precip, but any snow, any ice that fell, it's going to stick around, and that snowpack only makes it harder. So even if the sun comes out, which it will, we have high pressure starting to move in from the west, it's not going to do much in terms of warming us up at all.
No, it's not. That snowpack really changes the ball game here.
Yeah.
I mean, and you might even get a little bit of that snowpack to evaporate, going from a solid to a vapor. That happens when you're dealing with sun because of the radiation from the sun, but it's just so minimal. I know a lot of people's patios and decks could use that, because otherwise you're going to do some back work today if you weren't out there doing it. It's always unique to see, even in New York City, during that storm, you had people out there shoveling because knowing, hey, we could get 10, 12 inches of this, don't want to wait till it's all done. I'm impressed by how expansive these cold weather alerts are. They extend all the way down to Texas. I mean, they go coast to coast this morning.
I mean, and places like Dallas, and we'll be checking in there later because Bain is there, but they have it through Tuesday morning. So you have some really cold mornings to go. The upper Midwest has been cold, but we have little bouts of Arctic air that are going to continue to pump on down through the northern tier especially, and we're going to be feeling it through the week and some really cold temperatures even as we get in towards Thursday for some of you. So this is right now Detroit at 12. Chicago has lost a degree and is now down to 0. St. Louis, -4 is the air temperature. DC at 20, so good thing Katie's in the snowplow this morning. And Boston at 15, Burlington at 5. And as we look into the afternoon, everybody stays below freezing.
Yeah, I know that there are record streaks of staying below freezing, and we in New York City could come close to a top 10 streak of staying consecutively below freezing. That includes highs and lows, but it's just this reinforcing shot. We are in a pattern that right now, even favoring past Groundhog Day, which is on the 2nd of February, we're looking at chances still likely below average, and that's just the temperature. Not to talk about the storm track. There's already some chatter of what we might see this weekend for parts of the Northeast.
I was going to say, because it's the end of January, right? And only because I haven't been able to get through a lot of this. When was the last time you saw that shade of
really
purple? The very confidence for below average temperatures for the mid-Atlantic portions of the Southeast, and below average for anybody highlighted in blue. Is likely.
Yeah, that's like a 70 or 80% contour, meaning they're 80% confident that we're going to have temperatures below average. That's quite a signal, especially given the environment that we're in right now. Speaking of what this cold air produced yesterday, not just snow, but a crippling ice storm. And our Fox Weather Beast that was being driven by John as we spoke to Nick. Nick and John were in the car yesterday, or in the vehicle, tracking this significant ice. You see the tree limbs bending over. The weight of that ice alone, it wasn't really a strong wind event by any means, but the ice did enough. Crippling for the city of Nashville. And this morning, we still have nearly 250,000 customers in Tennessee alone without power. Really sad news here, because as a result of this crippling ice storm, we could go days without power for many Americans. We're taking a closer look at those impacts. Craig Herrera is following the latest on this ice storm aftermath when we return.
Beautiful light. Done right. From inspiration to installation. Seamlessly. Together, we bring your vision to life. Because the right shade changes everything. Meet with our experts to start your customized journey.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. Inventory is tight and interest rates are high. Making a move can be scary. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar even in a challenging market. HomeLight gives our clients the edge they need, and together, we all win.
We had Cooper for approximately 3 days, and we ended up taking him to the emergency vet as he racked up a bill of about $3,700. We quickly learned how expensive these bills can be.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. Our friends are like, we put that money away every month, and that's great until you have like a $12,000 vet bill.
Dogs do get sick, and when that time comes, we have the peace of mind that Fetch is there to support us.
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year. Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh. From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
The countdown to kickoff is on. Get ready to catch the big game for free with Tablo. Tablo lets you watch sports and so much more all year long with 125 plus free channels. And with Tablo, you can watch, pause, and record on any device anywhere in your home. Always zero monthly fees, subscriptions, or contracts. Right now, save $20 off any Tablo product. Get game day ready before the savings are gone. Shop TabloTV.com or these popular retailers today.
We've got a deep freeze in the deep south this morning. Extreme cold warnings that are in effect through tomorrow morning from Texas to Louisiana and into southern Georgia. Taking it into Dallas, though, to kick it off. That's what the thermometer says, 15 degrees. But it feels more like 6. Brutal cold, even in the Lone Star State. Fox weather correspondent Bane Froney is on the ground in Dallas with the remnants of that winter storm, which began on Friday, right? I believe it was Friday. I've lost my timeline here, Bane. But you still have a really snow-packed ground, but mainly ice, and really not looking at any melting for another couple of days at least.
No, definitely. And like you said, feels like temperatures are in the single digits. Yeah, it is. It feels like 6 degrees currently here in Dallas. And like you mentioned there, Marissa, too, I mean, this storm system has been a monster of a storm impacting areas for days and days. So I'm losing track of time a little bit, too. But yes, we did start to see those conditions deteriorating on Friday. And now we're stuck with the cold weather. Now, I do want to do a little experiment before my water here starts to freeze over. But I want to show you. I'm going to dump this water right here on this surface. And at the end of this live shot, we're going to check and see if it's frozen already. And a little bit of a sneak preview, it probably will be. Because already, look at my ice here in this cup. That's already been frozen and after about maybe 10, 15 minutes or so. And that was a pretty thick amount of water that we had in that cup there. But that just goes to show how cold our temperatures are right now We are under those extreme cold warnings today and also into tomorrow. And this is not helping the roadways at all. I mean, even taking a look behind me, you can see all of these roads. They are slick. We have sleet. We have snow on top of them, freezing rain also underneath all of this. So it's been a very dangerous past couple of hours for folks trying to get on those roadways. TxDOT has been working tirelessly trying to clear the roads all throughout Texas. In the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we did mostly see sleet and freezing rain, a little bit of snow on top of that, but areas farther south like Austin as well as into Houston getting reports of freezing rain and sleet in those spots as well. That just goes to show how how far south this cold air has been able to seep down. But of course, with these cold conditions, I mean, you don't want to be out here for very long. It can be very, very dangerous. But a lot of people throughout the state of Texas, they are still without power. Nearly 60,000 folks still without power as we start off this morning. Now, that is a lot of people that still need that power restored, but it is a great improvement from yesterday. Yesterday, we had over 130,000 people in the state of Texas alone that were without power. So those local utility companies have been working very hard to try to get the power turned back on for folks in these very dangerous cold conditions. And the cold that sticks around, I mean, moving into tomorrow and even throughout the rest of the week. Now, the good news is the temperatures, they do get above freezing starting on our Wednesday, but we could potentially see that refreezing overnight. So it's going to be tough for anything to really melt, and then it could potentially even refreeze into Wednesday. So Thursday, Friday may be the best bet for those temperatures to get a little bit warmer, helping melt any of the remaining snow, sleet, and ice that remains throughout the Lone Star State. But of course, temperatures are once again going to take a dive into next weekend. So folks need to be on high alert for that as well. Now, because the temperatures are so frigid, they did end up canceling school for today as well as into tomorrow. And that also has to do with the road conditions. They want to make sure the roads are prepped and are safe for everyone to get back out there. So, again, another day where a lot of businesses are going to be closed. A lot of restaurants were closed. My team and I yesterday were just trying to help kind of find something to eat, anything. And a lot of these businesses here in downtown Dallas were closed, trying to protect their customers, but also their employees. They don't want people driving around and being out in the cold conditions. But I mean, this system has been a monster of a storm, dropping ice and snow in so many different areas throughout the country. And I mean, it just kind of started out here in Texas at the end of the week and the start of the weekend. So we're kind of in the tail end of it. I know folks are now waking up in the Northeast with just buckets and buckets of snow, but here in Texas, it doesn't take a lot of snow, it doesn't take a lot of sleet or freezing rain to really cause those serious issues, especially on overpasses and bridges. That's where we have the most slippery and dangerous conditions. We have gotten reports of a couple of, spin outs as well as some car accidents. Hopefully, as we move throughout the next few hours here, the next few days, those road conditions continue to improve. I'll send it back to you guys in New York.
Yeah, Bain, those elevated roadways, those elevated interstates can become so icy, more so than the road below, right? I want to ask you too, in terms of, checking it on the ice,
I forgot about my ice.
Or the water.
Take a look. There it is. It's all ice. All ice, you guys. Yep, did not take long. My cup is slipping and sliding on it. Yeah, that just goes to show. I mean, I was talking for about 2 or 3 minutes, but yeah, it froze over very, very quickly.
Yeah, I know. I mean, seeing how quickly it frees, seeing the ice, a lot of still concern about the potential for busted pipes and what could come of that because of the cold. Hey, real quickly, driving around Dallas, are things yesterday, businesses, I know Sunday a lot of local businesses are generally closed, but do you think things, are they still closed? I know it's still early, so it's tough to get a handle on it, but what's the situation there?
I was talking to some folks earlier yesterday and also into this morning. There's been a couple of people coming in and out of the lobby of our hotel. And, the consensus is I think a lot of businesses will still be closed, but the road conditions have greatly improved. We've been seeing a lot more cars coming about. So I think that maybe some businesses will try to open, but maybe those that they're not really necessary to be open, they're probably going to keep those ones closed for a little bit longer.
Yeah, why have the employees come in?
I'll keep you updated.
Yeah, I know. I know you will, girl. All right, hey, Bain, appreciate that. Even a little bit of science experiment to get us through the morning. Bain Froney in Dallas this morning. Thanks, Bain.
And with this ice storm that we've seen, at its peak, we had more than 1 million customers lose power. And states with most people in the dark, as Bain had mentioned, Texas, but also Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. In Tennessee, you see what happened there. The ice accretion was heavy enough to split a tree. And it's often the case that the worse an ice storm is, the longer people have no electricity. And the nation's largest public power provider, it's the Tennessee Valley Authority. We spoke to them, the TVA, before this ice storm a couple of days ago. Well, among the states that they serve is Mississippi. And what we're hearing from Tippah County, the Electric Power Association in northern Mississippi, is this. They're saying that TVA's transmission system and Tippah Electric Distribution System have suffered, quote, catastrophic damage. In the post that they had on Facebook, they say TVA is working to get a really important transmission line, the 161 kV line, repaired. At this time, there's no estimation of when that will take place. Meteorologist Craig Herrera is here listening to Bain. Dallas is cold. We have issues in northern Mississippi. I guess I don't know electric that well, but I know that that line, it carries about 161,000 volts, and it's a huge artery when it comes to supplying power. And when the power provider suffered catastrophic damage, that has to be fixed before you can even start distributing it to these homes, Greg.
I think about all the challenges they face once they get that up and going, right, my friend? You still have a lot of icy roads, a lot of elevation with some of these states. They're not all flat, as you know, and a lot of them have rolling hills. The trees popping and the sounds from all of the ice is a concern. Winds right now in Tupelo gusting to 23 miles per hour. If you've got ice on a tree, you can pretty much bank on some of those branches coming down, trees coming down. We've got 24 out of Jackson. Atlanta seeing gusts to 47 miles per hour right now. It's that cold, dry Arctic air that continues to flush all the way down to the south. And having said that, temperatures, boy, they feel like they are freezing in many locations here. Huntsville's like 17 degrees right now, feels more like 6 with the wind chill. Jacksonville feeling more like the teens. Jackson, Mississippi itself feeling more like 6. Here's Mississippi. Portions of Louisiana, East Texas, all the way through Tennessee and into Kentucky is where we're dealing with these outages. Tennessee still has 249,000 customers waiting to turn the heat back on and the power back on. And a reminder, a customer is a household. It's an apartment building. It's a lot of people. Through Tennessee, a lot of it is right smack through Middle Tennessee, over through portions of, say, Mississippi. We've got 157,000 customers without power. Oxford, when they were in a shelter in place, the mayor yesterday saying, folks, stay home, please. Temperatures with the wind chill feeling as low as 8 below, even though the thermometer in the morning says 10 degrees. You factor in that wind we just showed you, it is downright cold. Here's a look at the summary as this storm spanned 2,300 plus miles. You'll notice there's a lot of pink in there, and a lot of that was either freezing rain or the sleet. And I think the sleet was a big part of the story that helped so many states not accumulate so much in the way of ice. Don't get me wrong, ice was a major problem, but it could have been a lot worse. Sleet, if you remember, it forms and it bounces on the ground. It doesn't attach itself to power lines, to trees. Freezing rain freezes on contact, and it freezes on whatever surface it hits. So sleet is better for us, but it was still a major concern. Those are the sleet and the ice reports. We go wider. We look at just the sleet reports, and they were all over the place. I think that's why we saw some of the numbers maybe a little bit lower. They could have been a lot worse, honestly. And it is bad, trust me. For the past 24 hours, we had Harmony, Arkansas reporting 7 inches of sleet. Sleet, 7 inches, like snow, Stephen. So when you think about this, and a lot of these locations, yes, we had both, but I think this was a big player in what we saw across the South. And let's not forget the severe weather we saw over portions of Florida, South Georgia, South Alabama, as that strong jet came through and amplified the dynamics. And we had severe storms yesterday. We had Georgia freeze warnings, ice warnings, and we also had tornado warnings.
Yeah, isn't it wild how this time of year you get that clash, and you'll see 2 very extreme alerts from the National Weather Service that are typically associated with very different seasons. But you get a dynamic system like this, it's bound to happen. Sure. What a cleanup with this ice storm, right? Yeah. It's going to be a mess for several days for a lot of people. Thanks, Greg.
You got it.
You know, the thing with the winter storm is there's always 2 sides of the story, the more challenging, difficult, dangerous side, and this. The lighter side, the fun that we can all have. And this coming out of New York, out of Brooklyn, a snowball fight in McCarran Park on the northern side of the borough. Not bad. The snow was quite fluffy at first. So it looks like actually when they throw it, you can see the snowballs breaking apart. But I do see some shape that gets maintained as it gets ejected across the way. Good times out of New York City. Central Park, by the way, recording over 11 inches of snow. Snowiest snowstorm that we've had in 5 years. Not bad, New York. Fox Weather will be right back.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year. Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic. There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
When I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our US-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. And when you call right now, you'll get your second month free. Just use the code SECONDFREE. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
All right, a new half hour here on, are we Weather Command? Winter Storm HQ. What
Yeah. Our continuing coverage, we've been going 24 hours since
Friday.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
since Friday. And when you think about it, 24/7 since Friday, because this winter storm we've been watching began in the southwest in New Mexico, where parts of the state picked up over a foot of snow, continuing to bring that ice and snow threat all the way into the Northeast, still concluding as of this morning.
You know, Craig, we got the snow, right?
No kidding. Very few states were left out of this system, right?
18 states had at least 12 inches.
Isn't that wild?
When you compare the blizzard of 1996, 13 states had at least 12 inches. So this thing was even more sprawling than that. But the blizzard of 96, produced 40 inches in West Virginia. So a different storm. But let's talk about this sprawling winter storm because it's got another act this morning. It's exiting New England, and really we're beginning to see the tail end of it. The historic snow, it's over. The crippling ice storm is over. But the aftermath, as Craig's been highlighting, is just beginning. The recovery is going to take days. And there's also been a tragic turn to this winter storm. We're learning this morning at least 9 people from 5 different states were killed as a result. That includes Tennessee, Louisiana, Texas, Arkansas, and Kansas, Marissa.
Yeah, a brutal storm in so many ways. The ice part of it, the ice storm, it did in fact paralyze portions of Mississippi and Tennessee. A lot of these areas still frozen in that ice as of this morning. And even as of this morning, we still have more than 800,000 customers without power throughout a dozen states. And remember, temperatures are well below freezing. So a very cold night last night for so many. For the big cities along the I-95 corridor, we've got Baltimore, we've got New York City and Boston. This was the biggest snow in at least 5 years. Even as this system departs, we've got an Arctic blast that's expected to bring not just brutal cold, but perhaps record cold to kick off the work week.
Winter is here. Our teams know it. Don't have to tell them. They've been on the ground since before the storm. Meteorologists, correspondents, storm trackers. You see Bain Froney, she's in Dallas, Katie Byrne in Washington, D.C., and we have Melanie Black in Boston.
And that's where I want to kick it off. With Boston into New England we go. Not much more snow is expected for today, but don't be surprised if you walk outside and do see some light snow still falling on top of you this morning.
Very minor accumulations after a major event. We still have winter storm warnings that are in effect, though. They're going to last through the day today till we get to sunset. But yeah, Boston yesterday, look at that. It was all snow. I don't know if there was any sleet.
Yeah.
I think it was all snow the whole time.
It was all snow. Even New York City started to pick up on that sleet as we got further into the afternoon. Let's go ahead and take it to the ground and ask Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. Melanie, you arrived into Boston yesterday. Yeah, how did that profile turn out? I know today it's really more so about the cold, but we were able to maintain that snow, I think, right?
Yeah, it was dumping snow here yesterday. I think any sleet that did accumulate was closer to the South Coast, Cape, and the islands, so farther south than we are now. And you mentioned minor accumulations going forward. That's what we're seeing right now. It's just a light snow, and this is actually separate from that system that continues to peel away. What we have are ocean effect snow showers that will continue through the rest of the day, and really everything just winds up and winds out of here by early tomorrow morning. But check out how much snow we have got just behind me. This is a dog's paradise. We're at Christopher Columbus Park in Long Wharf, and all the dogs have come out this morning, and they're all playing, running around in the snow. You can see some of the people walking around, too, to give you an idea of just how deep it is. This spot has been active with snowplows throughout the duration of the storm, as well as crews that have been working to clear the sidewalk. So they've pushed a lot of these snow piles off to the side. And what I've witnessed living in Boston 3 years prior to this, the snow crews are always really efficient at making sure that the road is clear. The good thing, too, is that, yes, the cold is here, and that was also playing a good role in a positive aspect of this storm. The consistency of the snow here, it's a lot drier. And when you get a heavy, wet snow, that can tend to accumulate on the power lines, really weigh it down and lead to power outages. So compared to other storms that we've gotten in recent years, we haven't had the amount of power outages and not widespread that we could have had if that consistency was different. Stephen and Marissa.
I know. Well, Melanie, we have another weekend. We're going to talk about it later.
It's coming. It looks like there's another storm that could be coming this following weekend.
Yeah,
Groundhog Day.
I was looking at least at the discussion out of Boston this morning. It made me realize, because you lose track of time covering these winter storms, but if we do in fact see another coastal system develop this weekend, we would be 3 for 3 consecutive weekends with a coastal system that delivers snow. Not bad. Should it happen.
A very different winter compared to the past previous winters.
And you've been here for 3 weeks. It's like as soon as you left Boston, these coastal lows decided to form. Boston thanks you, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm right back here. Yeah.
Maybe back there next week. We'll see. I don't want to.
What a coincidence. That's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, Melanie Black, try to enjoy some of that snow. I mean, the dogs are loving it, so we appreciate the update. It wasn't just Massachusetts that reported 12 inches from this storm, at least 12 inches of snow. 18 states sharing that common denominator this morning. That also includes the state of Illinois. This was in Chicagoland, so northern Illinois. Make roads treacherous. The snow always does. Colorado, New Mexico, all the way to Maine had those 12-inch reports. It can be crippling, too, when you look at the ice that is generated from systems like this. That makes roads clearly just an ice rink.
Yeah, treacherous, right? A lot of jackknife trailers that we also saw in the path of the storm. Want to bring in AAA Senior Manager of Public Affairs. We have Robert Sinclair with us this morning. Robert, good to have you. Wow.
Morning.
This storm was something else, especially when you consider, Stephen mentioned 18 states. This was expansive, and the roads suffered directly from, the snow and the ice.
Yeah, and I'm happy to say that our members heeded the warnings across the nation to stay off the roads. We had a really minimal number of calls from AAA members to come help them, and that's a good thing. The roads are particularly dangerous this time of year.
I had family who was driving in the St. Louis area. There's an overpass. It's one of the interstates, the Loop 270, and commented how there were no cars, no drivers on the roads. I mean, they were, my parents, but they fortunately didn't have any issues. Yeah. From a numbers perspective, are you surprised by how few calls AAA got? What was the breakdown in these calls?
Thanks to long-range weather forecasting, which we can thank you for, this has been a storm that we were talking about probably for a week or more. So we were well prepared for this situation long before it happened. But, the aftermath of the storm, and I want to interject a very important life-saving tip, because a lot of us are going to be going out to their vehicles. And with so much snow and with so much blowing snow, it's really important that you clear the tailpipe of the vehicle before you start it up. We know that folks like to go out to their vehicle. They have to get all the snow and ice off it, which is the law in many states. And they will get in the vehicle, start it up to warm it up before they start clearing the snow and ice. And the blowing snow, particularly on lower vehicles, small economy cars, that blowing snow and ice can block the tailpipe. And we always hear about a tragedy after a major storm like this, where somebody got in their vehicle, warm it up, the blocked tailpipe sent the fumes inside the cabin, and we're left, unfortunately, with a tragedy. So clear the tailpipe completely of ice and snow. Most important on the low-slung vehicles, probably even on big SUVs and pickup trucks. And then many states have the law where you have to clear the vehicle, the roof, the trunk, the hood, all the windows of snow and ice, because it can blow off on another vehicle, block that vehicle's vision, and cause a problem. So I just wanted to get that in there.
Yeah, no, I think it's a really important note to make. One, it's cold, so it's really difficult to get outside and perform that maintenance that can be life-saving should you need it. But also, some areas that just don't deal with the snow and ice that often, and it's a quick refresher course, right, when you actually have it. And real quick, Robert, too, because I guess moving forward, I know we have the potential for another coastal system, but also you just have this widespread cold. And I don't know if there are any tips you could share. Obviously, being stranded, should your car break down in the cold, there's just so many factors to consider in terms of being safe.
It's good to have an emergency kit if you're going out on the road and you might be in a hinterland type of area. The most important thing to have in that emergency kit is a charged cell phone, but it's very important to have gloves, blanket, extra clothes, some non-perishable foodstuff, some basic tools, flashlight, so that if you do get stranded, a shovel, so that you can dig yourself out. And you have to remember that the roads are still going to be very challenging in some places, and posted speed limits are for ideal conditions, so keep your speed very, very low. It's going to take you a long time to get to wherever you're going, so budget extra time. Just take it easy, and particularly down south. I see you have a reporter in Dallas where it's icy. Folks down there aren't used to driving in these kind of conditions, so the warning really goes out to folks down south. Really keep your speed down. If you can stay home, do so. That's the best advice.
Yeah, all great reminders. And we still have a lot of winter to go. So appreciate that check-in. AAA Senior Manager of Public Affairs, Robert Sinclair. Stay warm, Robert.
Yes, you too. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it, Robert. Yeah, what a way to return to this snowy pattern, right, when we talk about it. All right, so all of us have some viewer photos and videos to share. A lot. We've actually been getting quite a few, Craig. It's been fascinating to see when we put the QR code up, you can scan that and upload them.
Man, you've been doing it all weekend and going into the start of the week. Thanks so much. Lots of great images coming in. This one we're going to show you is from Denise in Freeland. Elevation here about, say, 1,900 feet. But man, look at the snow where you can see it cleared. Where the roads are clear, and you look at that bank there, well, I don't know, a couple feet, 3, 2. Wow. That's a lot that they pushed over there.
Imagine driving over that.
Oof.
Or if you get your car plowed in there.
Yeah.
Ice storms are nasty, and they're dangerous. And that being said, they sure are the prettiest. You get that ice that accretes around the branches, and this is, again, the weight that weighs down those tree limbs and branches and power lines. And again, it's the worst part of a winter storm. But they are just so beautiful. So thank you for that, Vicki, out of Kentucky with the ice.
Just wait till the sun comes out. that ice just glistens. That's those trees. But yeah, so crippling and terrible what we saw in the south. Finally, one more. Crystal in Pendleton, South Carolina. We had the snow. That's where Bob Van Dillen was. Well, close. He was in Greenville. Appreciate you guys sharing all those images. If you see it, please share it with us. You can scan the QR code on your screen, and it'll give us the photos and videos and let us know the city and state. Really appreciate the help there. You can also go to foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back.
Maybe if I dim the lights, that will look better? Nope. Still looks like a bathroom from the 70s. I wish I could get a new shower.
Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day.
Wow. Can I pick my dream bathroom design?
Absolutely. We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, elegant accessories, and premium features like soft close doors, all with genuine jacuzzi quality.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub.
Oh, don't worry, we have easy entry showers, plus durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Can I pick my own fixtures?
Yes, you can choose from a range of stylish fixtures and designer accessories to complete your look.
I wish I didn't have to scrub grout.
You don't. Jacuzzi's unique material resists mold, mildew, and grime. No grout to scrub. It just rinses clean.
So why is Jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years. We install thousands of showers every month with incredible reviews from our customers.
I could not be happier. Love it.
So you know we deliver exceptional results.
It's done in one day.
Oh my God.
It's beautiful work. Flawless.
It exceeded all my expectations.
The demo team came in, took care of demo and installation. It was the same team, and it was one day turnaround, and it's beautiful.
Jacuzzi Bath Remodel made my wishes come true.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time offer, we're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-761-2435.
Eye bags, dark spots, wrinkles.
There's one product that can fight them all.
Only one.
Particle Face Cream.
Particle Face Cream.
Engineered for men, made for our skin,
and backed by science, and it actually works.
My eye bags before, this was me, and this is me today.
Dark spots used to be brutal. Now, they're barely there.
My wrinkles were deep. Look at the difference.
I honestly didn't think a cream could do this, and it literally takes 2 minutes a day.
1 minute in the morning.
And 1 minute at night.
Super easy.
Super effective.
And compared to everything else I considered, it's actually inexpensive.
It's everything I need in one bottle.
If you've had enough of those
eye bags,
dark spots,
wrinkles, there's only one product you need.
Visit ParticleMen.com and use the promo code on your screen to get 25% off, free shipping, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. ParticleMen.com.
Well, first it was the snow, and now it is the cold as the sun is up over our nation's capital. A pretty busy week ahead for our nation's lawmakers. 21 degrees is the current temperature, and the cold is threatening. Could be risking people's lives, too. We've got a cold weather advisory in effect this evening, and we find Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in the cold, trying to stay warm inside, outside. It's good not to be outside for too long, Katie. I mean, temperatures in the 20s, yeah, you can tolerate it maybe a little bit more than the past couple of days. But with that snow, it just adds a layer of cold, doesn't it?
It really feels like we're inside of an igloo of sorts, you could say. But just a really challenging day again on the roads here. Even though we don't have active elements, you just can't get around. It looks like we've got a car stuck in the snow here right down the street from where we were. And then looks like there's another car, if you keep looking, that may have been stuck as well. You're going to notice a lot of people walking in the street because they feel it's easier to walk around that way than on the sidewalks. Here's a plow making its way through, trying to clear a garage. But just a bit of a treacherous situation out here. The consistency of this sand sleet mixture, it's almost like a sand. And I think that's because of just how frigid cold it is. We really haven't seen any melting, of course, because of how frigid it is. We could challenge a record low today here in DC. But then all of this that hasn't been touched has almost completely iced over. You can actually stand on top of the snow. And I'm not sinking in. There's no footprint. This is just the layer of sleet on top of snow that we got. Parts of DC picking up 9 inches, a combination of about 5 inches of snow and then everything else sleet. So a pretty rare prolonged sleet event for the city here. And we've been talking to people about this, including the plow truck drivers who have a busy week ahead of them when you look at what they're up against. Here's one. We spoke with the city's Department of Public Works this morning. We actually rode along with Princess Cat. She's one of their, of course, best drivers, but she drives one of the biggest trucks they have. She herself got stuck in these conditions at one point today, and we were talking to her about just what she's up against and how challenging it is to work with this type of snow.
Takes the truck and kind of like throws it a little bit. So I just have to take my hand because I don't drive so fast. I don't drive fast. So I just had to take my hand off the wheel and let it coast on its own.
Of course, we've got a ton of closures across the region today when it comes to schools. Federal offices are closed. Local D.C. government offices are operating in a modified way where non-essential employees can work remote, but then essential employees do have to come in. But when you look at how it is getting around here, it looks like there's another car now, a blue car down the road. That man just pulled out a shovel to help himself dig out. I mean, this is truly a wild scene. In the last hour, I think what's happening, more people are getting on the roads to try to get around because they're seeing that the snow isn't actively coming down and they're thinking, okay, maybe I can get where I need to go. And it's just not the case. We were driving along with Princess Cat about a half an hour ago, and we saw even a police car stuck in these conditions. So even emergency vehicles are having a hard time getting around in this, guys.
And that really no surprise when you consider the temperatures that we have this morning and how things just aren't going to do much as far as warm with another very cold night in store. So yeah, it's wild. I love the whole Princess Cat tiara, name, vibe, all of it. It was great. Hopefully you'll be able to find more of that throughout the day. Thank you for the update. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne for us in D.C.
I think I'm going to get a tiara for when I'm at the desk with you.
Okay.
Just want to let you know. Just want to let you know.
Good idea.
Okay, Sunday was yesterday, and it marked the first day when D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, and New York City and Boston all recorded more than 6 inches of snow in a single day. The last time all 5 cities had at least 6 inches, that was back in 2016. So if it feels like it's been a while since we've had a big snow event, it's because it has been. We've got meteorologist Craig Herrera in studio. Craig, we talk about what stood out. And I think for some it was the cold because temperatures were in the low teens, middle teens, with a wind at times. That was tough. But the other part of it was, for me, it was such a powdery snow, at least before the sleet mixed into New York.
It's so true. And it was almost like, crystal is what it looks like, right? Champagne. And you're looking at it and it's blowing around too. And anytime you got some wind, it would blow around. It is impressive when you look at the magnitude of the storm and how many states it affected and how many people were affected and how the stretch was all the way from New Mexico to New England. We had impressive snowfall totals. Providence, Rhode Island, by the way, 12.9 inches of snow for them. Newark, 11.5. When we head back to Boston, it's 16.7 for the 24-hour total, making it the most snow in one day since 2022. Adding on what's come in after this reading came up, we're now up to a storm total of 18.6, and we still have some more snow to come for Boston today. So could we get to that 20-inch mark? Potentially. If not, we'll be very, very close. New York City, 11.4, making it the most snow we've received in a day since 2021. Outside of that Central Park, JFK received 10.3, LaGuardia 9.7. That's causing issues at airports all over the place. Over to Pittsburgh we go, 11.2 in Pittsburgh, also the snowiest day, and Baltimore. Let's not forget Baltimore, 11.3, snowiest day since 2016. D.C., by the way, receiving 6.8. When we talk about about Boston and we take a look at all of the storm totals here in and around Massachusetts, rather than just Boston, outside of Boston, 19, 20 inches, and those are just those 24-hour totals. And again, those numbers are going to go up, especially for eastern half of Massachusetts. And when we talk about what's been going on over portions of Connecticut, same story. Most of these spots, more than 1.5 feet of fresh snow, and then that's going to take some time because we talked about how cold it is out there right now. But this entire week, we're going to be below freezing. Overnight lows even colder than that. Portions of the Hudson Valley through New York State reporting nearly 2 feet in some cases, and over through New Jersey, New York, all of these places, you're also dealing with some elevation. That also helped to crank out some of these numbers. When you look at Branchville, 17 inches there for northern New Jersey, and in through especially western PA, lots of spots closer to 2 feet. We talked about the Pittsburgh number for you. Now, here's a look at the estimated snow for the past 48 hours. The forecast was pretty much right on bullseye. We were talking about the Northeast in through portions of southern New England and the Mid-Atlantic, same story. I want to talk about this one specifically because this is the area where, to your point, Marissa, you mentioned this earlier, reading in the National Weather Service Boston office, they say that one of the last sentences is, can we make it 3 Sunday coastal storms in a row? We'll see. End quote. Because we look a long range or to the end of the week, Sunday, good indications. The AI picking up on it. Euro looks pretty impressive. GFS waiting to get on board. We have to see what the trends do with that one. But if we do, 3 in a row. Having said that, this snow's not going anywhere. The cold is still in place, so we'll have this the entire week before that potential storm gets here next week. Look at the temperatures from D.C. to Pittsburgh, New York, Boston, all the way to Portland, Maine. Temperatures will be into the 20s. For afternoon highs, the overnight lows into the single digits. You factor in the wind chill, most of us are going to be feeling below 0 in some cases. It's not going to take long for frostbite to set in. I know we're trying to clear the roads and clear the sidewalks. Marissa, please be careful out there. This cold air is no joke, especially when we look ahead to the week, maybe even longer than next week.
Yeah, Boston, for example, because it's one of the offices that is monitoring the potential for a coastal system.
Yeah.
You think about the snow that we've had, the little bit more we could get.
Yeah.
So keeping up with the snowpack, because we don't get above freezing, Craig, for the remainder of the week. We're actually well below freezing, even as we get into the weekend. So it's that icy, compact snow threat, and even trying to clean it is going to be really rough. As you get, if your car has been plowed in, it's going to get harder to get it out the further into the week you go.
Encased, just encased.
It just gets encased.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've actually seen. I've had to have my car towed out of snow and ice. AAA had to come rescue me back in Illinois.
Oh my gosh!
Because it just was encased in it. So, all right, Craig, appreciate that. We'll see what happens this weekend.
It likes it.
Scary, right? People had to get the heck out of Dodge there, including the reporter. This was rolling from Fox 17 in Nashville after the city was hit particularly hard by this ice storm, and those dangerous conditions remain this morning. Fox Weather's extended coverage of this winter storm and the aftermath returns after the break.
My cell phone bill kept going up. I started looking around, what are our other options? With Consumer Cellular, I'm saving over $50 a month. Same coverage, same data, same talk, same cell phone, simple.
So why am I paying way more for a big wireless plan? What am I getting for my money?
Consumer Cellular gives you the same fast, reliable nationwide network for up to half the cost of big wireless.
Same tower, same coverage.
I feel like people should know that.
They cut my bill just about in half.
I'm saving almost $100 a month.
That's over $1,000 a year.
Not only did I save money, but our coverage was vastly improved. It was fantastic.
There's got to be a catch, and I'm going to find it by going straight to the CEO himself, Ed Evans. What's up, Ed?
Because we serve primarily the 50-plus market today, we know our customers are going to use a lot less data. We can then set our pricing substantially lower than what the big three are able to do on the exact same networks.
Oh, I love that.
My job is to help you save money on wireless, even if you're on an unlimited plan.
My bill with the big carriers was over $300, and with Consumer Cellular, it's about $100.
Our customers ranked us #1 in network coverage satisfaction. And there's no long-term contracts.
when I look at what I had with Verizon, I'm not sure what I was paying extra for.
And yes, you could keep your number, no problem. Want to bring your phone? That's great too. We'll have you wrapped up in about 20 minutes. Really.
We hadn't gone back. We're not going back. We're with Consumer Cellular.
Call now and see how one of our U.S.-based Switch Pros can cut your bill by up to half. That's right, up to half. And when you call right now, you'll get your second month free. Just use the code SECONDFREE. And AARP members save even more. Call 1-800-381-4449. That's 1-800-381-4449.
I wish I could get a new shower.
Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day.
Wow.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft close doors.
I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub.
We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Why is jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time offer, we're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
And welcome to a brand new hour here on Fox Weather. You're watching our extended coverage of this winter storm. I'm Stephen Morgan.
We're nearing the end, folks. I'm Marissa Torres.
And good morning to you. I'm Craig Herrera on this Monday morning, already getting through the second part of the storm, which is all of that cold air, and still seeing some snow for portions of New England.
Final few days of January, right? And we have a sprawling winter storm to look back on, but also look ahead to what might be down the pike here by the weekend. It's a last act of sorts with this exiting winter storm in New England. What a producer it was, though. Historic snow. Look at the total out of New Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. That's one of the highest totals that we saw. We also saw significant snow and ice combination totals. Harmony, Arkansas, 7.5 inches nearly. We're also learning that this storm took a tragic turn. At least 9 people from 5 different states were killed due to this winter system.
Details still emerging on a lot of the states that were impacted as crews get out there to make repairs and also check in with everybody. But as we talk about Mississippi and Tennessee, this was a paralyzing ice storm. As of this morning, we still have 800,000 customers that are without power, and that includes about a dozen states, all of them on the screen for you there. For the big cities along the I-95 corridor, we've got Baltimore, Boston, New York City. This was the biggest snow in at least 5 years. Even as this system departs, an Arctic blast, as Craig mentioned, that's what's going to kick off the work week, leading to not just brutal cold, but perhaps record cold, depending on where you are.
And our crews are out in it, too. They were out before the system developed and currently are. We have meteorologist Bain Froney in Dallas, Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in Washington, D.C., and we also have Melanie Black, meteorologist Melanie Black, making it to Boston, close to where some of the highest snow was measured.
Yeah, we do want to kick it off in Beantown into New England. A little bit of light snow in portions of New England, but it is one of the few cities that could see some minor accumulation as we get further into the day.
As if they didn't see enough already. Crazy seeing some of the video, too, because with the sun setting yesterday, you had a little bit of a wind as well. There's a coastal low to it. It was deepening. It wasn't overly strong, but it was enough to generate somewhat of a wind. That Arctic high, too, those two systems clashing, generating some wind-driven snow. But, yeah, not bad for a city which now has a new date for the top 10 snowiest days on record.
Not bad at all. Boston is a fun one to talk about. We've got Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black that's hanging out in Boston this morning. So Melanie, and I think you probably saw the update, the National Weather Service out of Boston at 7 a.m. provided an update to those numbers. In fact, adding to the prior total, almost 2 inches of snow that they tacked on, which gives us, 18.5 inches or so for Boston?
18.6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 2-day total so far, 18.6 inches of snow here in Boston. Yesterday, with the totals we had, it was the 9th snowiest day on record. It is a much different scene this morning. Yesterday, when we were doing our live shots, the snow was literally blowing sideways thanks to the strong gusts that picked up, and the visibility was greatly reduced. So it is a tale of two different weather days here, as the snow is just pretty light right now. The area of low pressure that was just mentioned, that continues to peel out of here. So the biggest impacts from the storm are behind us. Today we just have some light accumulations, and this is going to be from ocean effect snow showers. And essentially what that is, it's very similar to lake effect snow showers. So you have the cold air out of the northeast that's pushing over the relatively mild ocean waters, and the cold air, it acts as this lifting mechanism. So that helps to produce some additional snow showers, which is what we are currently seeing. So just light to moderate, and that'll be the case as we go through the rest of today. There could be another final burst of snow later on this afternoon, but as the system continues to really peel out of here, we will be winding down in terms of our snow, and then we'll clear things out by tomorrow morning. At that point, then, it is all about the cold. This morning, it is cold out here. A little bit of a gust, but that's just par for the course. Living in southern New England, it does tend to be typically windy, and going forward, heading into next weekend, looks like there could possibly be another storm in the pipeline. But as you look behind me, we're in Long Wharf, which is part of Boston. Off to my left is going to be Boston Harbor, and we're near Christopher Columbus Park, and this is a popular spot. This is a dog's paradise, as there's just been a lot of dogs that have been playing in the snow. Stephen and Marissa, I lived here for 3 years, and the good thing about Boston is they have dealt with their fair share of big snowstorms here. So they are always pretty well equipped and pretty prepared to clear the roads. A lot of these piles pushed up over me because this has been a prime spot for plows to come through, and also people coming through to clear the sidewalks. So in terms of the sidewalks and roads, they seem to be in okay condition, definitely better condition than what we were experiencing yesterday.
That's good, but it's also one of those things where we wait. You'd mentioned it to the weekend coming up, and I'm thinking, judging by temperatures for the rest of the week, that snow, Melanie, I don't think it's going to go very far. I mean, it'd have to actually be moved and maybe dumped into the water. You know, some cities do that.
Yeah, in previous snowstorms, and I am not exactly sure what the plan is for this one, when they get copious amount of snow, they have to figure out places around the city and some of the suburban areas to figure out to dump the snow in parking lots.
So we'll see what happens. It'll be an interesting forecast. No doubt we're in a stormier pattern. Winter's returning with a vengeance. Melanie Black in Boston. Thank you, Melanie.
One thing for sure, it is going to stay frigid in Boston, across New England. Let's go ahead and take it down the I-95 corridor, the Big Apple cashing in, and some of the big-time snow as well. The most the city has seen in nearly 5 years. Now, not as much as Boston. We did have some of that sleet mixing in, but 11.4 inches was recorded in Central Park from this storm, which also, by the way, broke the old daily record of 10 inches set back in 1905. So a lot of snow in one day. The plows have been working hard, clearing the roads, clearing the sidewalks, as a lot of us try to kick off the work week. I want to take it to the ground. We have Fox News correspondent Nate Foy, who's hanging out with us this morning. So, Nate, I did a little bit of Instagram research, and I finally found the video of Shaun White at Central Park. And as you mentioned, we had also Shane McGillis that was there. But the Shaun White video was wild because Central Park, for folks that aren't familiar, has those big rocks, those boulders. He was using those as a launching pad. And I think I saw one person write, oh, this is my version of the X Games.
Yeah, I mean, the X Games literally came to New York City, and Central Park was sort of a playground for a 3-time Olympic gold medalist. Shane Gillis is having his comedy tour, and he just happened to be in New York. So those two guys just, you know, got together and gave people quite a surprise yesterday, as a lot of New Yorkers were enjoying snow they haven't seen in 5 years. Now, the work week is starting. A lot of people are working remotely today, so it's less busy in downtown Manhattan. We're in East Village, but there are people walking around. The sidewalks are often not in as good shape as the bike lanes, so a lot of people are using these bike lanes here to walk. But right here is 2nd Avenue, and the Department of Sanitation has done a really good good job clearing it. The avenues take priority to the side streets, and you can see if you know how to drive, with slick roads, you can definitely get out there on the road this morning. But again, the side streets a little bit worse. You can see people who left their cars here parked throughout the storm are going to need to take some shovels and get their cars out of that as the Department of Sanitation continues to work to clear these streets. The business owners and the apartment owners are responsible for shoveling the sidewalks outside of their buildings. So that's why some areas are better than others. And they got to get to work because it's going to continue to be cold, which means all this snow and slush on the ground is going to turn into ice, which is going to make even more dangerous conditions. Speaking of dangerous conditions, the homeless population in New York City is certainly in a dangerous spot right now with how cold this is and the storm yesterday continuing today. 6 New Yorkers were found dead before the snow started falling yesterday. And Mayor Mamdani actually said that right now they don't believe that the people who were found dead are homeless. They are at the medical examiner's office, and they're trying to figure out exactly how they passed away. So a tragic update there. But Mayor Mamdani held a news conference yesterday. He's hosting another one at 10 a.m. this morning. Take a look at this video yesterday. He went to Brooklyn, and you can see that he grabbed a shovel and he cleared out the path for the driver of a van to help him get on his way. New York City schools are closed to in-person learning today, so it's a remote learning day, not a traditional snow day. And we talk about Shaun White, but take a look at this guy. New Yorkers taking advantage of these rare conditions. One man used a rope to tow himself on a snowboard. You can see he connected it to a vehicle just going down the street. People also enjoyed sledding, tubing, and cross-country skiing in Central Park. Amateurs, not just Shaun White. Listen to this guy.
I was gonna run actually, but then I was trying to get like snow tracks for my shoes and I couldn't find any. And I figured skiing was the next best option. I brought these out to New York and I don't have a car here, so I wanted to get good use out of them.
People hoping for better fortune traveling today. LaGuardia was closed yesterday. It's back open, but just a lot of flight cancellations and delays. Trains have been delayed and canceled, so a lot of people who were visiting over the weekend are hoping to get out of the city today as the Department of Sanitation continues plowing all these streets. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, getting around, it's tough because the plows do a great job clearing the streets, but as they push everything off to the side, those walkways trying to cross the street, you're going over piles of snow and it's slippery. It's all of what we handle here in New York City, but just makes it tough to get around. So appreciate that update. Out of New York City, Nate Foy, Fox News correspondent. Thank you. And one of the things Nate talked about was the cold as well. And it is very cold. New York City only at 19 degrees. The Northeast is going to stay below freezing for the rest of the week. Afternoon temperatures are going to be a struggle. But you look at some of the temperatures even this morning. Albany at 14, Burlington, Vermont at 5 degrees, even into the Great Lakes, Detroit at 12 degrees with more snow. It's been very snowy across the state of Michigan. This storm that came through didn't really bring much of that snow at all, but you have now wind off of Michigan, off of Lake Michigan, off of Superior, and just one pesky band that's delivering a little bit of snow to southwest Michigan as well. So this is a look at radar, excluding the temperatures, kind of giving you an idea of where that moisture is, where that precip is. It's no longer really an ice threat, though perhaps it is icy out there, but we're seeing even some of those thunderstorms as everything gets pushed offshore. And again, remaining snow, but a lot of that system has moved off to the east.
Cold air mass there. You get a couple of convergence zones, and you'll have weaker snow rates.
Mm-hmm.
We're not talking 1 to 2 inches like we saw, but yeah, a little bit of snow. Had some in New York City. Had some ocean effect snow south of Boston, and yeah, you even have the winds fetching off the lakes, and so you're getting a couple of lake effect snow bands. But I wouldn't call today really anything organized. It is all about the cold. You know, that's what we're really feeling today.
Yeah, very limited for some of those winter storm warnings that we even have in Michigan. So the timing, how it looks, again, we're not expecting much more accumulating snow. And what you do see will generally be light for New England. These temperatures are brutal. You have high pressure moving in over here, and we have this exiting low that's moving off to the east. So a little bit of a gradient. Shouldn't be a big windy day, but heck, a little bit of a breeze when it's 18 degrees. That's going to knock it down. Even noticing Buffalo struggling to get out of the single digits.
Snow's going to be around for a while in the Northeast and New England, that's for sure, and really across the country, as if you live east of the Rockies.
Yeah.
With the exception of Florida, you're going to be cold. Fox Weather Beast, it was out tracking the ice. This was Nashville yesterday. We were talking to the driver and the passenger, John and Nick, as they were in the Beast, showing us what they saw. Ice weighing down the tree branches, those limbs succumbing, some of them, to the force of gravity, and just how heavy that rain as it was freezing on contact was. Middle Tennessee, notably wrecked by this. Electric crews are working to restore power, but they have a lot of roadblocks in their way. We have nearly 360,000 in Middle Tennessee electric customers without power. The company's president and CEO posted a video updating social media last night.
The ice storm of 2026 will certainly go down as one of the most significant outage events that we have faced in our 90-year history. And a number of our members still remain without power. And we are working as hard as we can to restore power to all of our members.
Significant when you hear the CEO of Middle Tennessee Electric say that, and the state this morning among the top states without power, the top, in fact. Actually, last hour, it was 249,000. We have now eclipsed 250,000. I think people are still losing power with this cold air in place. That's a concerning trend. We're watching this, though, not just in Tennessee, but across parts of the southern plains and the southeast. We'll take a closer look at this ice storm and the amount of recovery that's now needed. We'll be right back.
The West is our canvas, the flag our guide. Golf belongs here. This game reminds us of who we are. Steadfast, grateful, free. Here's to the country we love and the game that brings us together. We are straight down. We are American.
Let me show you how to take your outdated, unsafe bathroom from this to this in as little as one day. Hey there, I'm Art Edmonds, jacuzzi bath remodel expert here to answer your burning questions on how you can get the bathroom of your dreams. First up, why should I upgrade my bath or shower? That's a good one. You can't stand the outdated look, the color, the cracked tiles, and the mold. Or maybe you're upgrading for safety. Stepping over a tub can be dangerous. Jacuzzi Bath Remodel makes it simple to get a beautiful new bath or shower that's also safer thanks to easy entry design, perfectly placed grab bars, a custom seat, and adjustable shower head.
It's awesome.
Yay!
It massively exceeded the expectations.
Is Jacuzzi Bath Remodel affordable? Yes. We have styles and options to fit every budget. And right now is one of our best offers ever.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
How long does getting a new bath or shower take? With other companies, it can take weeks or months. But with Jacuzzi Bath Remodel, installation takes place in as little as one day.
It's done in one day. Oh my God. It's beautiful work. Flawless.
How do I pick the style I want? A designer helps you select from a variety of beautiful shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, elegant accessories, and premium features like Jacuzzi's soft closed doors. Why is Jacuzzi the best company to choose? That's an easy one, with thousands of happy customers.
I could not be happier. Love it.
You can trust Jacuzzi to get the bathroom of your dreams.
It exceeded all my expectations.
When is the best time for a deal? Right now.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Call 800-417-4504. That's 800-417-4504. Call now.
It has to be beautiful. How do they look when the light comes through them? Bringing that light to life. Figuring out how to control light more beautifully and in an innovative way.
We've got a deep freeze in the deep south this morning as we kick off the work week. Extreme cold warnings in effect until tomorrow morning. That includes portions of Texas, Louisiana, and all the way into southern Georgia. We kick it off in Dallas, Texas, though. The thermometer, 15 degrees, but it feels like 6. It is brutally cold. Got a little bit of a wind out of the north, and all of that ice on the ground, it's not going anywhere. Not yet, at least. Fox weather correspondent Bain Froney, she's not going anywhere yet either. Bain, still in Dallas this morning. You know, we are in the wake of this system. The precip ended back on, what was that? I want to say Saturday, but I know I'm also losing track of things. But since then, it's just been about the cold, Bain.
Exactly, Marissa. I mean, yes, you're right. On Saturday, it was pretty much done. I mean, overnight on Sunday, early morning, we got a little bit more of that sleet. But, I mean, it's been over 24 hours since we've seen any of that precipitation coming down, and roads are still slick. I mean, taking a look behind me, you can see the beautiful sunrises coming up here in downtown Dallas. And there are some brave folks that are trying to get on the roads. But for the most part, I mean, it's quiet and it's a Monday morning here. So, I mean, usually the streets of downtown Dallas are pretty busy, but folks are trying to stay off of them. And that is a good idea. I mean, they are treacherous. They are dangerous. Gotten so many reports of accidents and spinouts throughout the entire state of Texas alone. Now, let's talk power outages because you mentioned it, Marissa. It is cold out here. Temperatures were in the teens and the feel like temperatures are in the single digits. So we do have that extreme cold warnings in place throughout the entire day today and also into tomorrow. So that's going to continue for a little bit longer. And folks are still without power. We have 60,000 people throughout the state of Texas who are still without power this morning. Now, that is a great improvement from yesterday. We were seeing over 130,000 households without power yesterday at this time. So things are much, much better, but we still have a ways to go. And with these frigid temperatures, they are trying to move as quickly as possible, trying to restore that power to folks. Now, a lot of the power outages are in the eastern portion of the state of Texas. This is because they got a little bit more of that ice impact. And we were seeing accumulations throughout the Lone Star State up to about a half an inch in some spots. Now, here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we were mostly dealing with sleet, a little bit of that freezing rain to start off. But everything that you really see on the ground right over here is mostly sleet and also a little bit of a mixture of some of the snow that we ended up seeing just yesterday. It wasn't a ton of snow. It was kind of on the lighter side, a lot of those lighter flurries. But look here. I mean, my foot can't even really get through this stuff. It's really icy. It's not like a snow impact, and it's so cold. None of it is even slushing over either. So even just kind of walking around here on the sidewalks, they've been salting the sidewalks and the roadways. It's slippery. I mean, you can kind of see my foot slipping already here. So just imagine what those roads are doing. On top of this, too, you guys, I mean, the bridges and the overpasses, those are the spots that always get the ice first because we have cold air that's coming in below it as well as above it. So that's why those usually you see bridges getting icier first. So bridges and overpasses, we still have a couple of those closed throughout the area. So folks are, advised to stay home. A lot of businesses are not opening up today. Schools are closed once again today because of this winter impact, as well as those cold temperatures. And a lot of schools are also going to be closed tomorrow here in Dallas and the Fort Worth area. So trying to keep the kids as warm as possible before we finally get that thaw coming in for the end of the week. I'll send it back to you guys in New York.
Everybody's getting cabin fever, right? Parents are trying to figure out what the heck do I do with them today. But I will say, Bain, the sun is rising behind you, off into the horizon. The sky, from my perspective, looks like this cotton candy color. So pretty. And I know it's going to be another day in the deep freeze, but the sun rises yet again.
It's our positive. It's okay. We'll stay warm with the sunrise.
You have to get one of those reflecting panels just to help absorb a little bit more. All right, Bain, appreciate you. Bain Froney reporting out of Dallas this morning.
Got to find those silver linings. Might be tough for some people, especially with what we saw. This ice storm was crippling for a lot of people. In fact, at its peak, 1 million customers lost power. The states with most people, including Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. In Tennessee, actually, ice accretion was enough to split this tree. And as often the case, the worse an ice storm is, the longer people have no electricity. In fact, we are hearing from the nation's largest public power provider via the Tippah County Electric Power Association. So we spoke to the TVA before the storm, and among the counties that they serve is Tippah County in northern Mississippi. And Tippah Electric posted around 5 o'clock last night, and they said this, you can read it for yourself, but essentially catastrophic damage occurred along one of the main transmission lines that's supplied by the TVA. It's a 161 kV transmission line. It's one of the ways that electricity can travel really long distances to these various power companies. TIPA Electric went on to say that there's no estimation on when restoration will take place, but work is being done. Meteorologist Craig Herrera here. We look at, there's so many of these intricacies, Craig, when you deal with electric and how it's going to be supplied. That doesn't even consider people who were at home, a transformer blew, or a tree limb fell on one of those power lines. These transmission lines, the 161 kV lines, for that to suffer is a really big deal. Really big deal.
It's like a major artery, if you will, right, that helps out all the other smaller ones, I guess, in a sense. And my friend, there's still some wind here where we still have some ice, and I think that we're going to see these power outages fluctuate. They're working hard to get everything up and going, get the heat back on for you. But when you think about it, all that ice that's widespread, there are eventually going to be more branches or more trees that will inevitably fall with some of the wind. Right now, some of the wind, Huntsville gusting to 22 miles per hour. Notice the wind and all of it coming in from the north, and the little icons you see on the map are where we had some ice reports. So if they work to get the power back on and yet another tree branch comes down over a different part of the city or your county, that's going to lead to the potential for more outages. So another part of town may go out. Be prepared for that. Just know that, especially with the winds. And look at the wind chills. It is downright freezing below that. Wind chill per Tupelo feels more like 2 degrees. That cold air goes all the way down to South Texas, really. The top ice reports, and this is the reason why. Remember ice, it's the freezing rain, and it hits a surface, it breezes on contact, and it stays there. It's not like it bounces off. So that continues to be the story, and you have an inch of ice over many spots, especially across Mississippi, portions of northern Louisiana. An inch of ice will do some damage. Now, we also had some sleet in the forecast that perhaps saved a lot more of us from going out without power. Out through portions of Oklahoma, we had 1 inch. Mississippi, Louisiana, that's ice. That's led to the outages right now, and I guarantee you these numbers were going to fluctuate just a bit. 824,000 Americans still without power, and those are customers, I should say that. So a customer is an entire household in some cases. Look at this. This is the freezing rain reports, and they just littered not only for Texas all the way up into New England, but we had ice reports out of New Mexico. That's where the storm really started to gain some of the energy. You take a look at the ice reports, all of the outages, we were concerned, especially across northern Louisiana, Mississippi, because that's where it looked like things were really going to add up. We certainly saw that. Oxford had a shelter in place yesterday. They're telling people, please stay home. When you look at the numbers across Mississippi, down and through places like Jackson at the airport, about 1/10, that's enough to do some damage as well. The sleet was a big player here. It saved a lot of us, I think. And sleet, remember, it forms differently. It melts, it just a crunchy little pop that you hear on the ground. It doesn't really add or accumulate on the surface of a power line, Stephen, right? So look at these numbers. That's huge. When you're talking about sleet, 6 inches for Little Rock, that's for the southern portion. The northern portion of the state got lots of snow as well. And I think that when we watch this closely, with this cold air still in place, Stephen, I do think that these power outages are just going to continue to fluctuate because you get one part of town on, another part may go off.
It's true, because no ice has melted yet. I mean, the whole state of Tennessee was below freezing, northern Mississippi below freezing this morning and after the moisture all moved out. So a long road ahead, and hate to see it when we look even into early next month, and that cold's going to be sticking around. All right, we'll be following it. Thank you, Craig.
You got it.
You take it into the northeast, and a lot of New Yorkers really glad that the ice wasn't as much of a threat. We did have some sleet mixing in with that snow that's flying there in Brooklyn, but they at least were able to make some decent snowballs. The snow at first was really light and fluffy. Snowball fight broke out in Brooklyn. A little bit of that shape of the snowball gets compromised as it gets thrown, but still, you get the idea. Having a little bit of fun out of McCarran Park just yesterday. Continue to send in your videos, by the way, friends. These have been fun to watch throughout the morning. We'll be right back on Fox Weather.
Do you feel overwhelmed by the constantly changing real estate market? You're definitely not alone. So many of our clients feel the same. That's why who you work with matters. I work with HomeLight to get the best deals for my clients. Whether you're looking to sell for the right price or hunting for that dream home, let's make your real estate experience smooth and rewarding. Start your journey at homelight.com today.
The West is our canvas, the flag our guide. Golf belongs here. This game reminds us of who we are. Steadfast, grateful, free. Here's to the country we love and the game that brings us together. We are straight down. We are American.
In every room, light tells a different story. Morning sun shifts to afternoon glow. Privacy layered with beauty. Warmth welcomes you home. Hunter Douglas. The right shade changes everything.
When your pet has unexpected ailments, Fetch covers that. Fetch provides the most complete pet insurance and pays you back up to 90% of pet bills. Vet visit for painful paws? Fetch covers that. Allergies? Fetch covers that. Limping, broken bones, vomiting, cancer, x-rays? Fetch covers all of that and so much more. Submitting claims is fast and easy. And you get paid back when you use your vet or any vet in the US or Canada. Fetch, the most complete pet insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Welcome back into a new half hour here on Fox Weather.
We're all here. We're gathered. We're looking at what this storm has produced. A lot of video, too, that's circulating, and not all of it is real. A lot of it is AI. So we just got to know what looks fake and what might be real.
I was pulling at my hair quite literally, Craig.
She was.
As you know, because it's very confusing to sort through AI and what's real. And honestly, I'm really bad at distinguishing
It's hard.
AI
Just
and
look for the
reality.
sixth finger on your hand or something.
I wish it was still that bad, Craig.
It's not. I know. It's pretty good
The
right
machines
now.
have learned we have 5
They
fingers.
have.
I mean,
They're really
normally.
good.
Yeah.
Crazy. Hey, this sprawling winter storm, it's going to remain our focus. We have, it's still trying to linger in New England this morning. Not all that impressed with what we're seeing, but boy, did it produce a historic snow for several states, crippling ice also for several states. And as a result of just how impactful this system was, we are learning of several fatalities out of different states, 5 different states. At least 9 people were killed due to this storm.
Yeah, the ice storm paralyzing portions of Mississippi and Tennessee. And even as of this morning, that ice, it is still stuck on trees and power lines. More than 800,000 customers are without power across a dozen states. For the big cities along the I-95 corridor, Baltimore up to New York City and into Boston, this was the biggest snow in at least 5 years. Even as the system departs, an Arctic blast that's going to bring in not just brutal cold, but potentially record cold to kick off the work week.
And our teams, since before the storm, they've been on the ground. And we've heard from them, meteorologist Bane Froney in Dallas this morning, Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in Washington, D.C., and also meteorologist Melanie Black. She's been in Boston as this storm is finally, I think, wrapping up.
Yeah, Boston is where we want to kick it off. And I know we did get an update on those snow totals, but we've had a little bit more snow fall in the wake of that heavy snow. Most of it we got yesterday.
The more than foot. Massachusetts among those 18 states, winter storm warnings, they are in effect. And as we start to see the system exit, now it's just figuring out what to do with all the snow, because boy, did it come down in a fury yesterday.
Let's go ahead and take it over into Boston on the ground at a park. We have Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. And I don't know what people are going to lean more into this morning? The foot and a half that we got in Boston, or, Melanie, how cold it is and how cold it will be for the remainder of the week?
Yeah, I think today is definitely all about the cold. We can feel it here with the wind chill that has been making it feel like it's below zero so far this morning. But quite a different story in terms of the conditions compared to yesterday. For our live shots last night, it was just snowing sideways and the visibility was greatly reduced. Just to give you an idea of what the visibility was like across southern New England, we were monitoring the potential for blizzard-like conditions at a couple of spots across the Cape and the islands. That included Nantucket and Chatham. They didn't officially meet that criteria, but that just goes to show you what we were dealing with. We had gusty wind and the visibility dropping below a quarter of a mile in some spots. So because we had higher snowfall rates yesterday, that really added to the totals. So far for the 2-day total, 18.6 inches of snow for Boston. It had been nearly 4 years since we had a snowstorm that was over a foot of snow. You have to go back to January 29th of 2022, and that's when we picked up about 2 feet of snow from one storm. But this one, for our stats fans, was actually the 8th 2-day snowfall record in January. So the 8th highest. There were some records that were broken here in terms of the snowfall. So now, yes, because of the cold, we turn our attention to, well, how long is the snow going to last? And it's really not going anywhere because we keep that cold air with us. Today, though, we are just talking about more of a light to moderate snow as that system continues to peel out of here. What we have going on are ocean effect snow showers. So you have the cold northeast wind that is blowing over the relatively mild ocean waters, and that cold air really acting as a lifting mechanism to help to produce some of these leftover snow showers. But in terms of accumulations, pretty much what we picked up yesterday is kind of where we're going to stand. But wow, impressive to say the least, and that's what we were expecting, where some of the highest totals across Massachusetts were closing in on nearly 2 feet of snow. And as I'm standing here right now, there are still a lot of snowplows that are out and about. I've lived in Boston for 3 years before moving to New York City, and they are really efficient at making sure the roads are clear and the sidewalks are clear as well. In fact, even the governor, Maura Healey, was encouraging people to stay off the roads this past weekend and has made today a remote work day, Stephen and Marissa. So for any non-essential government employees, they were urged to stay at home today. But the people that are out and the creatures that are out are the dogs. This is a dog's paradise behind me at this park. They are just loving all this snow.
Oh, that's great. I love when you see dogs, especially their first time.
Mm-hmm.
There's just something special about those moments.
It's just so happy. Yeah, it just makes you smile.
Have you seen the sun? Is it just still clouds?
Oh, it is just pure clouds here.
Yeah.
I mean, the visibility has improved. So, I mean, the bar was set pretty low for us because of conditions yesterday, but we still haven't seen the sun. No.
Can hope that maybe a little bit of that's it's called sublimation, right? It goes from solid to a vapor. You get that even when the temperature is below freezing.
We're going to need a lot of sublimation to get down 18 and a half inches of snow.
Yeah, it's not the most efficient process in the atmosphere, but we'll see. All right, Melanie Black for us in Boston. Thank you. We want to head south of where Melanie is. We had a lot of cities along the 95 corridor, and let's just say it more collectively, into New England and the Northeast, who will have to dig out this morning. The New Jersey Transit suspending operations on Sundays. Those have resumed, but there are still some minor delays expected if you rely on New Jersey Transit. Hoboken, New Jersey is where we want to head next, and that's where we bring in Fox News correspondent CB Cotton. The sun is up, and we're seeing how those roads are, and I'd say it look a little dicey, CB.
Stephen, that's absolutely right, because now that the snowfall is done, the concern has shifted to the morning commute, and for good reason. I want to just step out of the way. Actually, I'm going to walk with you guys and show you some of the ice and the slush and the snow that is still on these roads. I mean, look, it's pretty nasty out here. Right now, everyone is being encouraged to stay at home and work from home if you can. Why are the roads still nasty? Well, as you guys know, as meteorologists, overnight the temperatures were well below freezing across the entire state, meaning the wet roads, they got refrozen. The National Weather Service recorded about 8 or 9 inches of snow here in Hoboken, New Jersey, but further northwest of where we are in Sussex County, 17 inches of snowfall accumulated. Hundreds of school districts across the state are closed today. And Governor Mikey Sherrill, she was on social media encouraging people to work from home if they can, because listen, the roads are just not back to normal. If you do have to travel, people are encouraged to slow down, leave extra space between vehicles, and especially those snow plows. And Governor Sherrill said this morning that even if you think a roadway looks clear, you should still drive very slow.
It's very cold outside. We don't anticipate a lot of above freezing temperatures. So even if you're on the highways, even if you're on the Turnpike or the Garden State and you see blacktop, you should still be very cautious. Observe the lower speed restrictions because we're still worried about some icing on the streets.
So out here on the streets of Hoboken, you can see this couple right now shoveling out their car. They are not going to be the only ones doing that today because there is just a lot of snow that is just packed on the sides of these streets. And as you guys know, this snow is going to linger for several more days as temperatures remain below freezing. I also should point out that, yes, New Jersey Transit, many facets of it are back up and running today, but getting things going at the normal pace, not quite there yet. They're kind of staggering all the transit services here just to make sure they can get things back up and running as smooth as possible. I want to send it back over to you two.
Yeah, because there's very little smooth about a morning like what we see. And as is evidence behind you, snow has nowhere to go, so they shovel it and they just shovel it back into the street. But hey, maybe they'll get the car out and then the plows can do what the plows do best. CB Cotton for us in Hoboken. Thank you. That's crazy. I'm going to throw it in the street.
Yep. I mean, if we can't figure out what to do with the snow we have, we should probably start thinking, right? Because just a day after the biggest snow in a decade for several cities in the Northeast, we've got another potential for a coastal system that could bring even more snow into portions of the Northeast for the I-95. But there's still some uncertainty with what we have. Let's go ahead and bring Craig back into the conversation. Fox Weather meteorologist Craig Herrera, you're in W with us this morning, all through the morning, Craig, and we're happy to finally bring this forecast to the table because offices from Wakefield, Virginia, up into Boston already eyeing this weekend for the potential for another system in the coast.
No kidding. I was looking at Upton and Albany as well, and I think they're still waiting to see what happens because there are some questions, right, my friend? To your point, Boston's saying we could have 3 in a row systems, and as far as weekends are concerned, let's show you what we have right now. So let's begin with this historic storm we just went through. Remember, it's copious amounts of moisture. It was a closed low off the coast of Baja California, Mexico, moved over the desert southwest, collided with that north jet. The mass came together and everything, it was a cross-country storm. This type of setup that we're looking for is completely different. It does not favor a cross-country storm like we saw with the last one. Cold air up into the north is in place, and remember, you need the marriage of the cold air and then a system to come in. You're going to see these lobes or waves of energy right where you see plenty of cold air there in the end of the week into the weekend, where we've got these little pieces of energy that rotate up into the north, eventually swing down to the south, and then watch what happens once we go into Saturday and into Sunday. We've got this area that we watch big dip in the jet and perhaps see a coastal low develop as well. The question remains, where does this go? Now, the trends right now, we are seeing more in the way of the GFS, the AI. Of course, the Euro's been watching this closely, and a lot of them put it just close to the coast there. You can see the blue by the European model, the GFS a little bit farther south. In fact, the GFS has a little more snow for places off of North Carolina and South Carolina, whereas the Euro takes it back up into the Northeast. So it's still a bit of a question as to where this ends up. We still have to watch closely. The cold air, as you mentioned, is going to be there, Marissa. So once we've got the cold air in place, which isn't going anywhere, so a lot of the snow isn't going anywhere, now we need the storm to pick up and come through. Look at the board right now. This is a look at the ensemble, and what we're looking at is where each model places the area of low pressure for the GFS and the Euro, and they're kind of all over the place right now. We'd like to see those narrowed in a little bit closer, right, you two? And then we get a better idea. But for now, it's a conversation we want to have because I mean, 3 weekends in a row? Are you kidding me? That's going to be tough.
I know, but you know what this tells me? Because ensembles, we use it for confidence. And even with a little tweak, a little variable, there are still numerous L's developing. So
yeah, good point.
You know, we can approach this thing thinking maybe we do get a coastal low, but exactly the placement is, I think, a big question.
Yeah, it's the biggest.
Yeah, it's the most important one, because if this thing happens by Bermuda, only...
then we're good.
Yeah, okay.
No, I mean, because here's the thing, because if it is far enough offshore, a lot of us aren't even going to realize that there's a system to even worry about. So we'll monitor it, because, the closer it is to the coast, too close, and it could be more of maybe an ice threat or a concern for getting some of that influence off of the Atlantic, maybe more of a sleet threat, or it could be more of a snow event if it's positioned just in the right spot for the I-95.
So Craig said 13 inches for New York City.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
We're taking numbers right now.
That was a bold statement, Craig.
I'm pretty sure Marissa said 20 for Boston.
Marissa's saying Situate's going to get 35. Okay, we'll see.
Full-blown nor'easter.
It's a storm to watch.
I know. Let's see what happens with this.
Yeah. Hey, until then, if you have the opportunity to send some photos, we've been getting them throughout the morning. It's been a fascinating storm to watch, and really, when you look at the snow-starved 95 corridor, I think some people really enjoyed it.
Yeah, a lot of people are responding right through the weekend this morning as well. We want to show you a couple of them. This one coming in from Meltsky in Bloomington, Illinois. Sun coming up. That's a great shot right there.
Yeah.
Man, it is cold.
Land of Lincoln.
Yeah,
the land of Lincoln into good old Illinois. We've got another one, this one out of Virginia. It just looks cold. Loretta, thanks for sending that in. It looks cold.
Man.
A lot of limbs on that. I don't know what kind of plant that is, but I'm sure in the spring it looks gorgeous.
Dormant.
It's dormant right now. This is out of Massachusetts.
Ooh, before and after.
Yeah, this was Bridgewater, Massachusetts. Oh yeah, you're right, Craig. Got that cinder block, and that was a yardstick, a meter stick. So we've got plenty of snow in Massachusetts, one of the states that picked up at least 12 inches. In fact, closer to 20 inches.
What a great image.
In some of the spots.
Stephen Mills.
And it kept it kept snowing. The time lapses are always great if your battery can survive it. There it is. Look at that.
Wow.
All right.
I appreciate the measuring.
Before and after.
The cinder block to keep it in place.
Yep.
Yeah, I've now got my kids trained.
On how to do
Get
that.
out there, you measure. It's actually quite fun.
It's cool. Well, we thank you for all the images. Please keep sending them in to us. Here on Fox Weather, we will show them. You can upload and scan or upload your pictures and videos if you scan that QR code. Or you can also visit foxweather.com/connect, and that will take you to the appropriate place to do it on your computer.
It works, by the way.
Marissa has
I did
one.
it. I submitted 2.
She does not get to the front of the line.
Yeah.
Her photos are in the queue.
Yeah, no cutting the line here.
We'll be right back.
One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. Many of my clients ask me, Tanya, how can I afford to buy my next home, but also make sure my current home sells? That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help our clients buy and sell at the same time. It's the most game-changing product in real estate today. Together with HomeLight, we've helped clients win the home of their dreams.
The West is our canvas, the flag our guide. Golf belongs here. This game reminds us of who we are. Steadfast, grateful, free. Here's to the country we love and the game that brings us together. We are straight down. We are American.
Beautiful light, done right. From inspiration to installation. Seamlessly. Together, we bring your vision to life. Because the right shade changes everything. Meet with our experts to start your customized journey.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
When your pet has unexpected ailments, Fetch covers that. Fetch provides the most complete pet insurance and pays you back up to 90% of pet bills. Vet visit for painful paws? Fetch covers that. Allergies? Fetch covers that. Limping, broken bones, vomiting, cancer, x-rays, Fetch covers all of that and so much more. Submitting claims is fast and easy, and you get paid back when you use your vet or any vet in the US or Canada. Fetch, the most complete pet insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Well, among the states that were hit hardest by Sunday's ice storm, Tennessee, crippling ice began when we get a half an inch, right? Crippling ice storms. But this one generated double that. Several cities in Tennessee measuring 1 inch of ice. And as you can imagine, hundreds of thousands this morning are in the dark.
Yeah, a lot of trees down, a lot of power lines. But outside of the infrastructure, what about the roads? We have Tennessee Department of Transportation's Communication Officer, Aaron Ziegler, joining us this morning. Aaron, I do appreciate the updates you were providing on X yesterday. We were watching them with TDOT, and I liked how you put 4 regions, 1 mission, and that mission was to do your best to keep these roads clear. But what were the challenges? Because ice can be brutal and one of the most difficult things to combat.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I've said before, that snow, it's easy for us to plow, but when we get that ice in there, and especially these bitter cold temperatures, it becomes a whole different ballgame. Last night, we ran into a lot of issues of our crews having trouble responding. They are slipping off the roadways. They're rolling into ditches. It's becoming a problem for safety for them as well. We actually had to pause our operations when it comes to tree clearing overnight. It was just so dangerous with the dark out there, having our crews trying to go in and chainsaw with the threat of other trees falling around them. Now we are back up this morning. As you mentioned, we have teamwork across the state. We have 4 regions here in Tennessee within the DOT, and our Region 2 friends are sending equipment and personnel because our crews are tired.
I can imagine. And I'm wondering, I'm sure these crews, Aaron, they probably have their own issues at home. A lot of times we try to divide up these systems, and I know I-40 is a big dividing line, right, between the southern Tennessee and northern Tennessee. But this was so widespread, it affected Nashville. Crews probably have power out at home themselves.
Absolutely. And, families with young children or aging parents at home that they're concerned about as well. I was able to get out to our regional complex yesterday in West Nashville and just see everyone lifting each other up. We're Tennessee, we're the volunteer state. We're doing everything we can to help, even when we've got people at home that we care about too. I do want to just point out, we have people from every division helping. We have our people in our materials and test crew, our environmental crews that are helping with loading trucks and making meals. We had our district manager of construction of one of our districts out and about last night on I-40 on the interstate, checking on stopped vehicles, making sure people had water and had what they needed. So another big team effort here in Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, and you brought up a great point, both of you. The people working are often the people impacted and have to get back to their families. Real quickly this morning, too, how are the roads? Because the challenge also is that we have temperatures below freezing even this morning and even into this afternoon.
Right now, the roads, they're still dicey. I-24 in our Cheatham County area, that's mid-east, seeing a lot of stopped vehicles there. Also on I-65, in our southern counties, we have been in touch with Alabama DOT to put up signage near the state line of just telling people conditions are treacherous. We are doing our best clearing from the interstates. Again, interstates are our priority routes, along with any kind of state route that leads to a medical facility. So hitting those hard, trying to go over with brine, and then a truck following that, breaking up the ice, and then a truck after that, clearing ice out of the way. So it is, it's a tough fight, but we are doing all we can.
And we know that that fight's going to continue. I mean, it's true. The nickname of the state, the volunteer state. I mean, a time now more than ever is when people got to bind together and figure this stuff out, because that cold air is not going to be leaving anytime soon. It is going to take a lot of effort to get the roads cleared, and then we'll do the tree removal, get back to all that. Fascinating, really set of circumstances. Thinking about you guys. Thank you for joining us this morning. Communications Officer with Tennessee's Department of Transportation, Aaron Ziegler. Take care and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, so out of this ice storm, we had snow further off to the north and into the east. And Sunday, in fact, it marked the first day when D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York City, and Boston, all y'all, recorded more than 6 inches of snow in a single day. Last time all 5 cities had at least 6 inches, that was back in 2016. So if it feels like it was a long time ago, because it was, right? Fox Weather meteorologist Craig Herrera with us in Studio W with more on that, Craig. I mean, a lot of people are probably thinking, oh, haven't used that snow blower in a while. Should probably dust that off.
Where was that?
But no, this was some deep snow, and in some cases, some powdery snow.
And it's amazing when we talk 6 inches or more, and a lot of places tripled that. Right? Those numbers, 18 inches storm total so far for Boston. We had a number of places at 20 inches. So 6 inches was the benchmark for us. Okay, we haven't had that in quite some time. And boy, did we make up for that when you look at the storm overall and the amount of states that it covered. Now, this is the one-day total for Boston. We have since added on because they're still getting more snow this morning. Again, more than 18 inches so far for the storm total. But yesterday, 16.7, making it the snowiest day in quite some time. New York City with 11.4, dealing with the snowiest day since 2021. That's also very impressive when you look at Pittsburgh, 11.2 inches. Snowiest day since 2010. So many of us setting records all over the place with, as far as we haven't seen this type of snow in quite some time. Baltimore, D.C. getting on the action. Baltimore, a big winner here, nearly 12 inches at 11.3. Snowiest day since 2016, so 10 years there. Around the states, Massachusetts, you can see these numbers. Many of us 22 inches of snow, and Massachusetts continues to add as the backside of the system moves through here. Connecticut dealing with 18 inches plus. You take a look at places like upstate New York, through New Jersey, you do have some elevation here, Marissa, and that added to some impressive totals. When you talk about that elevation, you throw that into the mix and look at Western PA. 22 inches. And with the cold air in place, as we have been talking about, it's going to take some time to get rid of this.
I mean, I was really happy about our 11.4 in Central Park, and then you see 20 inches in Western PA, and you're like, oh, man. I mean, even the Hudson Valley of New York did really well. It was all about where that band with the more intense snowfall rates was going to find itself. But regardless, you know, I think a lot of folks had fun with it, mainly children and dogs.
For sure.
But okay, Craig, thanks.
You got it.
It'll like it.
Talk about a scary scene. People had to get the heck out of Dodge there. This was a reporter from Fox 17 in Nashville. Well, they and the crew, dangerous conditions as this tree snapped. Wild to see, and that looks like a pretty old tree, but this ice just proving to be far too much. And now crews have the work cut out for them. Not only do they have to remove trees, but they're also needing to restore power. Our extended winter storm coverage returns after the break.
I just don't understand. Why do I have to call if I'm already enrolled in Medicare? Mary, I know this feels overwhelming right now, but trust me, that call to the Medicare Benefits Helpline makes a big difference. Who are you, and how do you know that?
I'm you, but in the future.
We made the call and found a Medicare Advantage plan in our zip code with additional benefits. Well, if you're me, you should know I already have a Medicare plan. We have Original Medicare, which only covers hospital stays and doctor visits. Our new Medicare Advantage plan includes all of that, plus additional benefits like routine dental, vision, hearing, prescription drug coverage, and more. That sounds expensive. You of all people know I'm on a budget. But I could really use a plan with those additional benefits, though. Yes, we definitely could. And do you really think I'd steer us towards something expensive? There are plans with low or $0 monthly premiums that may include all of these additional benefits. Sheesh. Okay, I'm calling right now.
If you recently turned 65, are new to Medicare, moving, or losing coverage for any reason, call now. There may be plans with additional benefits available that are not covered under Original Medicare. There is no automatic enrollment in a Medicare Advantage plan, so make sure to call right now. A licensed insurance agent will look up your plan options and let you know what Medicare Advantage plans you're eligible for based on your zip code, but you won't know unless you call. Call today and see what Medicare Advantage plans are available to you from Humana, United Healthcare, Anthem, Blue Cross and Blue Shield, Aetna, HealthSpring, and Kaiser Permanente. Plans and eligibility can change every year, so call now for your free, no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
Call 800-315-9872, 800-315-9872, 800-315-9872.
I wish I could get a new shower. Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day.
Wow. Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft close doors.
I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub.
We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Why is jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time offer, we're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
Hello and welcome to a brand new hour here on Fox Weather. Our winter storm coverage, it continues this morning as we have found ourselves in a winter wonderland. I'm Stephen Morgan.
Yeah, the snow hasn't turned off here in Studio W for several days. I'm Marissa Torres.
Yeah, and the cold doesn't let go either.
Oh,
Hey
gosh.
there, I'm Craig Herrera. Thanks for joining us on this Monday, January 26th.
Truly, Craig, this cold has some staying power for the rest of the week. There's a lot of cities that won't even be above freezing with this fresh snowpack, but this sprawling winter storm has one little act left. It's exiting New England. What a storm it was. It produced historic snow, a crippling ice storm, and also took a tragic turn. We are learning this morning at least 9 people from 5 states were killed due to this system.
Yeah, and when you talk about the paralyzing ice storm, we talk about Mississippi and Tennessee and a good portion of both states dealing with that ice even this morning. As of this morning, you also have about 800,000, more than that, in fact, dealing without power this morning, and that does span across 12 states, so a dozen states. And remembering, it is still very cold in many of these areas. So the struggle, it is very apparent where you have lost power. For cities along the I-95 corridor, we've got Baltimore to New York City and up into Boston. This was the biggest snow in at least 5 years. Even as the system departs, this Arctic blast leading to record, if not brutal cold, to kick off the work week.
And out in the cold are teams also where that power has been knocked out. I know our Brandy Campbell has been in northern Mississippi, but you see him there, meteorologist correspondents. You see Bane Froney in the bottom right, meteorologist Bane Froney in Dallas. We have Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in D.C. Fox News correspondent C.B. Cotton is in Hoboken, New Jersey, as well as Fox News correspondent Nate Foy in New York City. Plus, we've got meteorologist Melanie Black. Melanie in Boston.
A whole team here for you on Fox Weather.
Yeah.
We'll kick it off in New England. I mean, Boston, it is one of the few remaining cities for New England that could expect a little bit more snow. Not a lot, just a little bit more to add to the 1.5 feet some of you already received.
It's crazy what we're looking at. Some of the totals getting close to 2 feet. In New England, that's where we saw the most snow, and cities like Boston now in the record books having one of their top 10 snowiest days on record yesterday. And yeah, maybe a little bit more snow to come. It's less about that, just more about what do you do with all this stuff now?
I know, where do we put it all?
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and take it right into Boston, into Beantown. We've got Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. Melanie, hanging out in Boston this morning. You were there yesterday covering the snow. I guess, my question for you, and we were talking about this in studio, what's the most notable thing from this, we could say, the overarching storm, but perhaps what's the most notable thing in Boston when it comes to this snowstorm for you?
I think that we had just been through a few years where we haven't had a snowstorm like this, so we were almost due for it. And really, it's a stark change from what we were seeing yesterday. Visibility greatly reduced. The snow was really coming down at a good pace. We were live last night, and the snow was just hitting my face. It was literally blowing sideways. So now you're looking at it, and we have really light snow. Behind me, too, you can also hear the crews that have been hard at work. I lived here for 3 years. Anytime there is snow, snow crews are really efficient at making sure the roads and the sidewalks are clear. So not only do you have those bobcats out, you have snow plows that have been out and about. I went to bed hearing the snow plows, and then I woke up to it again. But as we look at what's happening on radar right now, the system continues to peel out of here. And what we're experiencing in terms of the light snow, this is what we call ocean effect snow showers. So it's just almost like lake effect snow. And what we have is a northeast cold wind. It's moving over the relatively mild ocean waters. And so the cold air acts like a lifting mechanism to help to initiate some of these snow showers. And really, the bigger temperature gradient you have between the two, the greater you can get for snow accumulation. Right now, it is pretty light. Yesterday, it was coming down pretty heavy with snow rates anywhere from 1 to 3 inches. I mean, you have to have that to accumulate the snow that we did at 18.6 inches so far for the storm total as of 7 a.m. Now, based on what I'm seeing now and going forward through the rest of the day, we don't expect to accumulate a whole lot today, just any minor accumulations, especially closer to the coast. Really, anything will start to be moving out of here fully by tonight into early tomorrow morning, and then we'll be talking about the cold. So in between today and probably since yesterday, people have been going out in periods and making sure that they're shoveling or clearing the roads because the cold air is sticking around. So this snow is just really not going anywhere. And Stephen and Marissa, I know there's a lot of chatter back in Fox Weather about what's to come based on some of the models we're looking at this morning. And there could potentially be another snowstorm in the pipeline for this area.
I know, and so I need to know what the best hack of removing that snow is. I'd say probably that bobcat behind you, Melanie, but do you have an easy one? I'm trying to think what I would do. You just put like a trash bag over something.
I would say hire someone else.
Oh, that's
It was like a lot of work to do it yourself.
Yeah. I like that idea. Melanie
for
wins.
sure. Yeah. Where can I find that?
Yeah, only $20,000 out of pocket. Yeah, it's just very easy, very easy to afford. Just one of those skid steers. Melanie Black for us in Boston. Appreciate it. It's cool. I like how it has that the broom on the front.
Agreed.
My dad has a bobcat, and he should get one of those and help.
That's what they use all over New York City, too.
It's efficient.
Yeah.
Let's go elsewhere, actually into the Northeast, where in New Jersey, we had similarly some eye-popping snow totals here. I mean, we're talking close to a 1.5 feet, and it did affect operations, notably with New Jersey Transit. The operations were suspended Sunday, but we have seen that come slowly back online. So says Fox News correspondent CB Cotton. CB joining us again. I mean, looking at the totals in Massachusetts, we were thinking, CB, that maybe New England would have, the highest numbers, but New Jersey really showed up for this storm. Or I guess I should say Mother Nature showed up for New Jersey.
Stephen, that's how I would describe it too. And I was out in the middle of it yesterday, as you remember. And what a difference close to 24 hours can make. I mean, in the thick of this storm, the snowfall was whipping everywhere. We were taking it in all directions. And now we see the results of that steady, prolonged snowfall, all the accumulation. But it's still, what's left behind are these piles of snow, these messy roadways, and the bitter cold. So now that the snowfall has stopped, a new danger has taken center stage, if you will. still, and that's treacherous commutes. And we're going to check out why. Come with me. We're going to walk here across the street if we can. I don't see any cars coming. Take a look at all of this slush that is left here behind on New Jersey roadways. Lots of snow and ice. Many are still blanketed with lots of snow out here because we know overnight the temperatures plunged well below freezing across the entire state. That bitter cold caused the wet pavement to refreeze overnight, turning roads into hidden sheets of ice. Really, we've been watching this morning as some people have driven along certain patches and they start to slide a little bit because really you can't always see the ice that's hidden underneath some of these snow piles. So the National Weather Service reports 8 to 9 inches of snow here in Hoboken. But if we head further northwest into Sussex County, snowfall totals climbed to a staggering 17 inches. I'm going to bring my photographer here to the side into safety off the roadway. You know, the impact is widespread. Hundreds of school districts across the state are closed today. And New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill, she took to social media urging residents to work from home if possible, warning that many roads in the Garden State are far from back to normal. For those who must travel, officials stress extreme caution, slow down, increase following distance, and give plows plenty of space. The governor also emphasizing that even if roads look clear, they may still be dangerously icy.
Even though you see that blacktop, there still could be ice. It's very, very cold outside. We're working hard to keep those roads as safe as possible, but please do observe those restrictions and know that those ramps could be iced over.
And so the speed restrictions in effect until for the foreseeable future, 35 miles per hour, like you heard New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill just mention. Just because you can see a clear stretch of roadway on the interstate, it does not mean that it's free of ice. You also talked, Stephen, about how New Jersey Transit is slowly coming back online. Yes, that is the case. And as I'm sure you guys have been talking about over on Fox Weather, all of this new snow, it is expected to stick around for a while because we're going to have temperatures remaining well below freezing. And I keep looking up to the sky, hoping that at some point the sun will peep through, but we really haven't seen the sun yet today. It's still quite cloudy, and it is, bitterly, bitterly cold out here. I don't have gloves on right now. I'm actually carrying them with me, but you stand outside for, less than 5 minutes and you feel your fingertips start to turn numb. It is super cold out here. So my biggest advice would be stay indoors if you can.
That's right.
Stephen,
stay
back
inside.
over to you.
There is not a wrong answer to this, CB, but I am curious just your observation. Yesterday when it was snowing and the temperature, what? Do you remember? It was 12, 13 degrees. Was it colder then, or is it colder this morning, where we have, I think, a temperature right now in Hoboken of about 21 degrees. What feels colder?
For me, it definitely felt colder yesterday, and I would say it was because all the precipitation coming down, as soon as it would land on your skin, you could really just feel how cold it was outside, and we were taking the brunt of the winter storm. We had those big fluffy snowflakes that were falling from about 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then around 2 p.m. is when it turned to sleet. And as you guys know, as being meteorologists, sleet is quite uncomfortable. Yeah. So by that hour, I was feeling my face get pelted with that ice, and it was not comfortable. Yesterday definitely felt colder, but you guys know I'm from the South, and so I'm still struggling out here too.
Still trying to figure it out. Well, hey, doing an excellent job doing it. We've had kind of a mixed bag of opinions at the Fox Forecast Center, because even though it was much colder yesterday by a temperature, some people were saying it actually felt warmer than what it feels like this morning. So I don't know. It's interesting, even though the temperature says it's much warmer, but cool stuff. CB Cotton, thank you. Appreciate it. It felt colder this morning.
It felt colder, and that sleet felt like ice. Or not ice. Yeah. It was ice. It felt like glass, shards of glass. Let's jump across the Hudson River, take it into New York City, into Manhattan. The Big Apple also cashing in on some of the big-time snow, the most the city has seen in nearly 5 years. 11.4 inches recorded in Central Park. The plows hard at work clearing and salting the roads as New Yorkers try to get back at it. on this Monday. Let's go ahead and take it to the ground. We have Fox News correspondent Nate Foy standing by for us. So CB was talking about the cold, her cold hands, and even the sleet. Nate, how you doing this morning?
Just fine. We got the snow plows driving by as the Department of Sanitation continues to clear all the streets as they've been doing. They've already hit every street in the city, but they have to continuously do it because of all the snowfall that we got. You mentioned between 8 and 12 inches, depending on where you are in New York City. Where we are is downtown Manhattan in East Village. This is the place where typically on a Monday morning you'd see a lot of activity, people going to work. There are people walking on the sidewalks and even in these bike lanes that are in some cases cleared better than the sidewalks, but it's a lot less traffic than you would normally see because there's a lot of remote working today. Schools are also learning remotely, but let's give you a look at the streets. So this is 2nd Avenue right here. The avenues oftentimes get priority from the snowplows because they're more important and they're used more often. You can see if you know how to drive in the snow, you should be able to here in New York City this morning. The side streets are in a little bit worse shape. You see this one right here where people park their cars on the side of the road during the storm, many of them going to need to shovel their cars out. The cold weather is another factor here to discuss as all of this slush and snow on the ground is going to turn into ice, which will make these conditions even more dangerous. And for New York City's homeless population, it's already dangerous right now. Mayor Zoran Mamdani shared yesterday that 6 people were found dead before the snow started falling in New York City. Those deaths not confirmed to be related to the storm. They're at the medical examiner. Those 6 bodies are right now trying to determine exactly what happened there. But it's dangerous. 10 warming centers have been opened throughout the city for people who need that. Mayor Mamdani also was in Brooklyn. Take a look at this video yesterday as he grabbed a shovel and helped out a driver of a van. We're expecting a news conference from the mayor at 10 a.m. As we continue to learn more about the city's response. As for students, I mentioned most schools are closed to in-person learning. It's a remote learning day, not a traditional snow day. But meanwhile, New Yorkers are taking advantage of this rare opportunity to have some fun in the snow. Take a look. One man used a rope to tow himself on a snowboard. This is not advised to our viewers, but people enjoyed sledding, tubing, and cross-country skiing in Central Park as well. Listen here.
I was gonna run actually, but then I was trying to get like snow tracks for my shoes and I couldn't find any. And I figured skiing was the next best option. I brought these out to New York and I don't have a car here, so I wanted to get good use out of them.
Yeah, he enjoyed that. Lots of people were out having fun yesterday, including 3-time Olympic gold medalist Shaun White surprised a lot of people at Central Park. He was doing snowboard tricks. He did a jump over comedian Shane Gillis. So a lot of people were having fun. Obviously, it's a serious thing. We mentioned that 6 people were found dead yesterday before the snow started falling. But once it did start falling, those who were ready for it and dressed properly went out and honestly enjoyed it because this is the type of event that you don't get very often in New York City, the most snowfall that we've seen in 5 years. We'll send it back to you guys.
Yeah, almost a foot in Central Park where Shaun White was able to do those jumps. How trusting you must be to allow, I know he's talented, but come on, somebody jumping over you with a snowboard. But no, Central Park was obviously the spot to be. Appreciate that check-in because Nate, behind you, it does not look like a Monday in Manhattan. It's just so sparse with people walking around. Fox News correspondent Nate Foy, thank you.
Well, staying at home in large part. Well, the snow, if it's not too heavy, is manageable, but freezing rain, it can be a monster. And on Sunday, the Fox Weather Beast was on the roads. We were getting a first look of what became a crippling ice storm in Middle Tennessee. Look at those trees. I mean, bending, even snapping under the weight of this ice. Truly, this road, a lot of tree limbs to pick up. Middle Tennessee Electric, they have crews working to restore power. Now, across the state, we know of at least 250,000 customers without power this morning. We had the company's president and CEO post a video on X last night and give us a perspective of what he's seen with this storm.
The ice storm of 2026 will certainly go down as one of the most significant outage events that we have faced in our 90-year history. And a number of our members still remain without power. And we are working as hard as we can to restore power to all of our members.
And as the scope of this ice storm comes into better focus this morning, hundreds of thousands of Americans are still without power. This is a number of customers, and you can imagine when you have one customer, sometimes there's 4 people living in a house, or maybe it's a multi-family complex. We are going to take a closer look at the impacts of this ice storm in the south. Keep it here. We'll be back.
An important message for Americans ages 50 to 85.
Have you seen that life insurance thing I got in the mail?
From Colonial Penn?
Yeah, that's it.
It's over there.
The recycle bin. I sent for this.
You're buying life insurance now? Have you been to the grocery store lately? The last thing we need is another bill.
That's exactly why we need life insurance. If something happens to either of us, those bills won't go away. Life insurance can help pay them. Funeral costs, too. Take a look at this. It costs pennies a day.
That's right. Rates for Colonial Penn Life Insurance start at $9.95 a month. That's 35 cents a day. And this is one bill you know will never go up. A lifetime rate lock guarantees it. Your rate is guaranteed, and so is your acceptance. That makes applying quick and easy. There are no medical questions, no physical exam. Since you can't be turned down, we don't ask about your health. And this is lifetime coverage. It never expires. Just pay your bill, and it's yours to keep for as long as you'd like.
This is the application. There's nothing to it. No health questions. What's this?
Free beneficiary planner. When we fill it out, all our important information and final wishes will be in one place.
The kids will appreciate that.
Call for more information and your free gift today. Read how easy it is to get life insurance from Colonial Penn, even if you have pre-existing conditions or a fixed income. It's easy and risk-free. Every policy we issue comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Call now to learn more. You have nothing to lose.
Call 1-800-248-2839 for free information and a free beneficiary planner. That's 1-800-248-2839. There's no obligation. 1-800-248-2839. Call now.
You've already heard about all the benefits you can get by adding some extra steps to your day with Ellipse. Strengthen and tone your muscles, passively burn calories, increase your range of motion, flexibility, balance, and mobility, stimulate healthy circulation, and loosen stiff leg joints, reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and alleviate leg cramps, plus calm restless legs. Let's take a look at Ellipse in action. Say hello to Rhonda.
Hi.
How's it going?
It is going great. Honestly, this is the easiest exercise I have ever done. It is so smooth and relaxing, and I feel like my legs feel great. I can feel the blood circulating in my legs. I absolutely love it. And this is exactly what I need for my long 8-hour work days.
You have no idea how many times I've heard that same opinion. That's because it's the truth. Call now and get your very own Ellipse. It's time to add some extra steps to your day and stay active even while enjoying your favorite seated activity.
Back here on Fox Weather, still in alert mode. We've got a deep freeze in the deep south this morning. Extreme cold warnings that are in effect, and they're going to go through tomorrow morning. That includes portions of Texas, much of Texas, into Louisiana, and all the way into southern Georgia. We'll kick it off in Texas. In the Lone Star State, we've got Dallas here on the screen. It just looks icy. We've also got Fox Weather meteorologist Bane Froney, who's on the ground in Dallas. We took one of the cameras looking at the interstate, the highways, Bane. I didn't see a car, but I did see a white cover, which I'm assuming is well, the ice.
Yeah, ice-covered freeways, interstates, overpasses, bridges, even the roads here in downtown Dallas, they are not looking so good. I mean, we have been watching for quite a few snowplows that have moved through the past few days. TxDOT is working tirelessly trying to clear these roads, but I mean, this is the South, and while Dallas does see snow every once in a while, it doesn't take much to really just impact this infrastructure. So it is going to be a few more days kind of stuck with really treacherous road conditions. It is recommended by officials, stay home. You don't want to be out in this at all. Don't even try and be on the roads if you don't have to. That's also why they do have schools closed today in Dallas as well as into Fort Worth, those local schools. That's also going to continue into Tuesday. And we have to remember, too, it's cold out here. It is freezing, way below freezing. Temperatures, we're in the teens right now. I mean, the feel like temperatures are in the single digits. We do have those extreme cold warnings in place today. That's also going to be into tomorrow for portions of Texas. And I mean, all of the sleet and the freezing rain that we got here has been very, very impactful when it comes to the roads, also the airports. As of right now, about 400 flights have been canceled out of the Dallas-Fort Worth airport going in and out. So already this morning, we're seeing those delays, those cancellations, not looking too good for some travelers. So make sure you're checking those apps if you were planning on heading to Dallas or getting out of Dallas at some point today. Now, as we move throughout the next few days, there is some good news when it comes to the cold. We do get a little bit warmer into Wednesday, potentially getting out of that freezing range, but then we refreeze overnight Wednesday and into Thursday. So if we get any of that thawing, any of that melting, there is that possibility of refreezing the following day. So keep that in mind. Thursday into Friday look to be a little bit warmer. So hopefully able to melt a lot of this sleet, a lot of the snow that has fallen, as well as, of course, some of that ice impacts. I know we got a lot more ice and a lot more sleet a little bit farther south into areas like Austin, as well as into Houston. Now, luckily, those parts of the state a little bit farther south may get out of this deep freeze a little bit sooner. So hopefully getting a little bit more of that thawing going on to start off the work week. But of course, we do have a couple more days to go. Even though that winter storm barreled through the rest of the country and up towards the Northeast where you guys are at, we're still feeling those impacts here in Texas. We're going to feel them for quite some time still as these temperatures remain nice and chilly. I'll send it back to you guys in New York.
Yeah, it's just really tough to be outside. One, you're concerned about slipping, and I guess perhaps some of the white covered roads I saw could be salt as well, but it's icy, it's cold. We don't expect to be above freezing, as you mentioned, until the middle part of the week, and even then temperatures dive overnight. Right. So challenging time, especially across North Texas. Bane Froney reporting for us out of Dallas. Bane, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Crippling for a lot of people. In fact, at its peak, 1 million customers lost power. The states with most people, including Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, and Tennessee. In Tennessee, actually, ice accretion was enough to split this tree. And as often the case, the worse an ice storm is, the longer people have no electricity. In fact, we are hearing from the nation's largest public power provider via the Tippah County Electric Power Association. So we spoke to the TVA before the storm, and among the counties that they serve is Tippah County in northern Mississippi. And Tippah Electric posted around 5 o'clock last night, and they said this, you can read it for yourself, but essentially catastrophic damage occurred along one of the main transmission lines that's supplied by the TVA. It's a 161 kV transmission line. It's one of the ways that electricity can travel really long distances to these various power companies. Tippah Electric went on to say that there's no estimation on when restoration will take place, but work is being done. Meteorologist Craig Herrera here. We look at, there's so many of these intricacies, Craig, when you deal with electric and how it's going to be supplied. That doesn't even consider people who were at home, a transformer blew, or a tree limb fell on one of those power lines. These transmission lines, the 161 kV lines, for that to suffer is a really big deal. Really big deal.
It's like a major artery, if you will, right, that helps out all the other smaller ones, I guess, in a sense. And my friend, there's still some wind here where we still have some ice, and I think that we're going to see these power outages fluctuate. They're working hard to get everything up and going, get the heat back on for you. But when you think about it, all that ice that's widespread, there are eventually going to be more branches or more trees that will inevitably fall with some of the wind. Right now, some of the wind, Huntsville gusting to 22 miles per hour. Notice the wind and all of it coming in from the north, and the little icons you see on the map are where we had some ice reports. So if they work to get the power back on and yet another tree branch comes down over a different part of the city or your county, that's going to lead to the potential for more outages. So another part of town may go out. Be prepared for that. Just know that, especially with the winds. And look at the wind chills. It is downright freezing below that. Wind chill for Tupelo feels more like 2 degrees. That cold air goes all the way down to South Texas, really. The top ice reports, and this is the reason why. Remember ice, it's the freezing rain, and it hits a surface, it breezes on contact, and it stays there. It's not like it bounces off. So that continues to be the story, and you have an inch of ice over many spots, especially across Mississippi, portions of northern Louisiana. An inch of ice will do some damage. Now, we also had some sleet in the forecast that perhaps saved a lot more of us from going out without power. Out through portions of Oklahoma, we had 1 inch, Mississippi, Louisiana, that's ice. That's led to the outages right now, and I guarantee you these numbers were going to fluctuate just a bit. 824,000 Americans still without power, and those are customers, I should say that. So a customer is an entire household in some cases. Look at this. This is the freezing rain reports, and they just littered not only for Texas all the way up and through New England, but we had ice reports out of New Mexico. That's where the storm really started to gain some of the energy. You take a look at the ice reports, all of the outages, we were concerned, especially across northern Louisiana, Mississippi, because that's where it looked like things were really going to add up. We certainly saw that. Oxford had a shelter in place yesterday. They're telling people, please stay home. When you look at the numbers across Mississippi, down and through places like Jackson at the airport, about a tenth, that's enough to do some damage as well. The sleet was a big player here. It saved a lot of us, I think. And sleet, remember, it forms differently. It melts. It just a crunchy little pop that you hear on the ground. It doesn't really add or accumulate on the surface of a power line, Stephen, right? So look at these numbers. That's huge. When you're talking about sleet, 6 inches for Little Rock, that's for the southern portion. The northern portion of the state got lots of snow as well. And I think that when we watch this closely, with this cold air still in place, Stephen, I do think these power outages are just going to continue to fluctuate because you get one part of town on, another part may go off.
It's true, because no ice has melted yet. I mean, the whole state of Tennessee was below freezing, northern Mississippi below freezing this morning and after the moisture all moved out. So a long road ahead, and hate to see it when we look even into early next month, and that cold's going to be sticking around. All right, we'll be following it. Thank you, Craig.
You got it.
You take it into the northeast, and a lot of New Yorkers really glad that the ice wasn't as much of a threat. We did have some sleet mixing in with that snow that's flying there in Brooklyn, but they at least were able to make some decent snowballs. The snow at first was really light and fluffy. Snowball fight broke out in Brooklyn. A little bit of that shape of the snowball gets compromised as it gets thrown, but still, you get the idea. Having a little bit of fun out of McCarran Park just yesterday. Continue to send in your videos, by the way, friends. These have been fun to watch throughout the morning. We'll be right back on Fox Weather.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance? To help pay for covered over-the-counter items. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
All right, a new half hour here at Fox Weather. We're taking a live look over Brooklyn, New York, blanketed in white this morning. Nothing looks more like a winter scene than trees that have lost all of their leaves, that are completely bare, and the snow on the ground. It's a cold start. And by the way, across New York City, from Brooklyn to Queens to Midtown Manhattan and all the way into the Bronx, it is, if you can, work from home kind of day. A lot of people opting, I think, to do so. Kids are on remote learning if they're in New York City. So it doesn't look like a Monday by any means. I don't know. What say you guys? I've got Stephen Morgan with me. I've got Craig Herrera with me.
Craig, I just like that we've got a live shot from a drone. That's the Fox flight team.
Oh, you're right. That's from the Fox
This is
flight
live.
team.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's incredible. And you look, it's like a hazy shade of winter, right? That old song. There's Dumbo. You can see the building there, and then across the city, back toward Manhattan. And look at Old Glory in the center of your screen, billowing. It's the cold air that's still in place there, too.
I was looking at some of the totals. It seems in Flatbush, 11.3 inches, 9.5 inches. 8 inches, Crown Heights. So a decent snow, more than a half a foot.
Nobody's out. I don't blame them. Can't blame
I
them.
tried to work from home today, but no, just kidding. I'm just kidding. I actually do.
No, you didn't.
I do not like working from home. I like to be with my friends.
Right?
Yeah.
And
Got a big storm to talk about.
Yeah, we do.
And I'm not talking about the one that's leaving.
Got another one.
The one that may be approaching.
Yeah.
Deep tease.
We'll be talking about
right?
that. No, but we do have this last act that we're trying to get this New England system out of here. It was quite a storm, and it was producing historic snow, crippling ice. We also saw this system, sadly, take a tragic turn, and you see what we experienced. This was out of Nashville, Tennessee, with a lot of ice. At least 9 people that we know of so far from 5 different states were killed because of this storm.
Sad news coming out of these states this morning, obviously, and we'll continue to likely get reports out of these municipalities as also they assess what's left in the wake of this storm. One thing for sure, we did see quite a bit of ice and outages, especially across Mississippi and into Tennessee.
Yeah, and as we watch how this thing is going to play out, we want to bring in Whisker Labs CEO and co-founder Bob Marshall. Bob, we know that you've developed some pretty advanced tech when we look at advancing and looking at the electric grid. From a national perspective, we're asking you this morning, what is it that you're seeing? The hardest hit states appear to be really in that Mississippi and Tennessee, but in large part Tennessee.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing we're seeing the data coming in real time, and certainly Mississippi and Tennessee have been the hardest hit. I mean, there's some real devastation that's occurred there. I would say that, with our technology, we've got, sensors literally in every neighborhood across the country, and we are seeing some improvements. So, on a slightly good news point, we're seeing about 200 homes every minute come back online with power. So hopefully we can continue that trend.
Yeah, I think too, and when we look at infrastructure across the country, it's going to vary city by city, state by state. But when you look at some of the infrastructure, some of it it's aging. And when you talk about data centers pulling more and more energy, how did that factor in, at least to this most recent storm?
Well, I don't know if it's so much directly related to the storm, but there's no doubt that the grid is becoming more stressed, right? I mean, one of the things we know is that the demand on the grid is higher than it's ever been. And that's a new trend, really. And data centers are certainly contributing to that. So we're seeing in our data an increased stress level. Now, when it comes to this kind of storm, obviously, it's really just the ice. I'd say it's less to do with the overall grid stress, and it's that ice is just a devastating impact on the grid.
And I think when we talk about an ice storm, anything that's over a half an inch, we call it a crippling ice storm here at Fox Weather. I mean, that adds so much weight to power lines, to trees. And I mean, no matter what adjective you use to describe it, by 1 inch, when you have 1 inch of ice accretion, it's unbearable. You don't need winds. Tree limbs come down, even healthy tree limbs, not ones that are just rot. I am wondering about the overall system. There have been some power providers, Bob, that have talked about these big transmission lines, these 161 kV transmission lines. And that's just a way to distribute lines to other power companies to eventually get it out to homes. That's a different element of just a transformer going out, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right. So TVA is reporting that 161 kV line has been catastrophically damaged. And those are the big giant towers that you see carrying carrying energy from city to city. So that's like I-95 being shut down, in New York City. So that's the kind of impact that happens when there's a transmission scale fault like that. So yeah, these distribution lines that you're showing on the screen right now, these are the lower voltage lines, and they really get impacted by the trees. But those transmission lines, the giant ones, when you have an inch of ice, those things just can't withstand that kind of weight.
And to follow up, is there a timeline? We've spoken to different officials and not really wanting to give that timeline, which I understand. But when a TV line like this or a transmission line like that fails, how long does it take to get it back up?
I don't know. These are gigantic lines carrying massive amounts of energy. So it could be some time, and that's really part of the challenge here. Like we're seeing every minute a couple hundred homes come back online. But when we're starting at nearly 700,000 homes without power, if you just run that math, that's 56 more hours at that rate. So hopefully we can continue the trend and bring homes back online faster.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to ice, it's a really tough thing to beat, and Mother Nature really working against us when it comes to that. So thinking of all those people without power too, because it is very cold, and the crew's working out there to get it back on. It's going to be a tough week for sure. We appreciate you hanging out with us this morning, Bob Marshall, Whisker Labs CEO and co-founder. Thank you.
Thanks.
Real insightful, too. I mean, because you consider it's a very intricate system.
Yeah.
It's a delicate system, too. And with so much ice that we've seen, notably in the state of Tennessee, we know that there will be problems. The power outages, they remain high this morning, around 250,000 customer in the volunteer state alone. Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre is back with us this morning. Sarah, it was your shot yesterday that we first saw what this ice storm was doing to Nashville as it was raining. You're waking up. It looks, I don't know if the sun's up yet, but those tree limbs have that familiar glisten. It almost looks pretty, but it's devastating.
Yeah, and I think that's such a good way to describe it, too. My photographer and I saying the same thing, looking at the glistening ice. It sparkles with that sunshine coming down. But then you also have to think about the impacts here. You were talking just a little bit earlier, talking about that ice accretion and how damaging that can be. The thickness of this ice on the branches here. I want to bring you in closer, continuing to show you this visual. We're in a new spot, the west end of Nashville, and this is a downed tree, just one of many in the area, and it has impacted this entire neighborhood. You mentioned for the state of Tennessee, we're talking 250,000 people without power. We're seeing the majority of that number, Stephen, right here in Nashville. So just goes to show how many folks are without power. Gonna widen this visual out so you guys can just get a better picture of how massive this tree is. Look at that trunk, completely uprooted, a very heavy tree. And it goes to show you the damage. If this is what's accreting on those power lines, this is the cause for concern here. Lots of folks without power. And I want to bring you along this way to show you the downlines. Of course, we are being very careful as we give this report, as we continue to hear cracking, as this ice and downed trees is going to continue to be a story for the days to come. But there's that power line. just along this way. And as we pan up, you can see where it originated from. And even just going down this street, you see additional trees that are down. And that's the big concern, though, as we continue this coverage throughout the rest of the week. We're expecting those temperatures to continue to drop under that extreme cold advisory for the day. And then as we shift to the evening hours around 6 p.m. tonight, that extreme cold warning takes into effect overnight as we experience those wind chills, dropping those temperatures down quite a bit. I want to give you an update, though. We've been hearing from Nashville Electric Services, trying to keep in contact with them and what this means, the widespread power outages. How are we doing in getting this power restored here? Here in Nashville, around 170,000 people are with power. That number has gone down just a bit, or without power, rather. We've seen that number drop down just a bit, so that's some good news there. They say they've deployed around 300 linemen here across the Nashville metro area to help restore power. They're working around 14 to 16-hour days, but they really want to hammer home this process is going to be slow. It could take a week to get power restored. So it just goes to show you where we're at today in the battle that we have ahead.
I hate to see it, too, because when we're dealing with the threats that we've got in places like Middle Tennessee, I was just looking, Sarah, we've got an extreme cold warning for tonight. Temperatures going to drop to 0 in Nashville. And clearly, this was a cold ice storm. And I know that might sound counterintuitive or just, polar opposites, but the ice storms that we've seen in the past, you get temperatures sometimes that warm behind them. These temperatures dropped, and with the ice falling and then a little bit of sleet, which is clearly accumulated on the ground, it's a worst case scenario. Hate to see it, but really appreciate you bringing those perspectives to us, as now still more than 250,000 customers in Tennessee alone remain in the dark this morning. Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre. Thank you, Sarah. We've been watching these images and just startling, right, Marissa and Craig? I mean, we're looking at videos, pictures from all over. I know the glistening of the sun on the ice can look pretty wild, but we also have the snow that we've seen.
Yeah, so many great images. Look at this one from Quarryville, PA. Known back to the 1800s for quarrying out there, and this is from Evan. Thanks for sending this great shot in. This is a beautiful little area there in southern Lancaster County. Oh man, snow. It is just all over the place. I mean, this is a beautiful shot, but man, it's going to take some time to get rid of that.
It's like a tree you can buy at Home Depot.
You would know.
Frosted
or
tree.
maybe you can haggle down the price in the plant district of Manhattan.
Somebody
might know about
that. Sounds personal.
What about this one from Susan? This is out of Ohio.
Wow.
A nice collection of snow there. I see just a few footpaths. I don't know, maybe those are dog paths. Whatever it is, it's mostly untouched snow. And if you were my 7-year-old, you'd be running to those spots to eat that snow. And they say you can only eat the untouched snow.
Only the untouched snow. Nothing else that might have any sort of, speaking of untouched snow that soon became not
yellow?
Yeah, yellow. This is out of Point Pleasant, New Jersey. Looks great.
I love
this. Is Gus. We love when
I love the name.
dogs in
Gus
snow.
is a good name for that
Good
dog.
one, isn't it?
He looks like a
Gus.
Gus.
Is that a golden retriever? He's got that smile.
Yeah, looks like he's got a little golden in him.
Beautiful.
He is
Maybe it's a
smiling.
retriever.
I love dogs that smile.
You got 3 dog lovers up here.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Maybe a little lap there too.
Oh, well, if you have photos of your dogs, maybe I'd love to see a cat out in the snow. You can send it to us here on Fox Weather. You can scan the QR code on your screen. Show us the weather that you have happening in your backyard. We know that there's a lot and certainly a lot of devastation, but would appreciate to see it. Foxweather.com/connect will also provide you the opportunity to upload those pictures and videos. We'll be right back.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative patent-pending Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
It has to be beautiful. How do they look when the light comes through them? Bringing that light to life. Figuring out how to control light more beautifully and in an innovative way.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at pectisol.com.
Back here on Fox Weather, and at first it was the snow. We were following it. Now it's the cold. Crews in the capital of the United States beginning that cleanup. There's a cold weather advisory that we have in effect. Temperatures warming to, 24 this hour. Our nation's capital with, I don't know, is the sun trying to peek through? I know who to ask. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne. She is in D.C. Katie, any sun? The Capitol shot makes it look like there is sun.
We have seen the sun peeking out just in the last hour, but we're on a shady street blocked by some big, tall buildings, and that's not helping any melting, if that even is in the future for some of these folks. We're not supposed to hit below freezing until Sunday, so icy conditions are settling over D.C. Everything you see on the ground here is frozen, essentially. When you look at the snow, this is untouched, unplowed. I'm standing right on top of it. I'm not sinking into it. It's completely covered with this layer of ice because parts of D.C. got over 9 inches, and that was a combination of around 5 inches of snow that fell first. Then the rest of that number all came from sleet. And now the problem today, no one's really getting around. It's been a major issue. We've seen dozens of cars getting stuck in this snow. The consistency is like sand. It's really hard to work with this as far as cleanup goes, but especially if you're driving. This is a car you can tell that got stuck trying to turn. It seems that the turns, the ramps onto the highways, places like that are where people are getting stuck, and it takes a long time to dig out. In fact, I met one essential worker just in the last hour. She works at a shelter here, so she had to be here today to feed people this morning. She was telling me that she only lives a few blocks away, but she got stuck on her way into work and was blocking traffic. It took us, our crew, tried to help her get out of there. We weren't able to use a plastic shovel. You need metal to work with this type of snow, and it took about 20 minutes to get her car out of those conditions.
It was expensive, to say the least, and even with Uber and Lyft, the time trajectory doesn't work. I have 2 kids, so no school. I still had to take them to the sitter and then get myself here. So it was about $50 to take them a couple blocks away. That's usually not that expensive. And then it was costing me about $50 or $55 now. I even have coworkers who can't leave, and our job actually paid for us to have Uber and Lyft, but they can't help when the Uber and Lyfts are getting stuck.
It's really a challenging situation here today. There's a lot of workers on the ground trying to clear snow, but they are chipping away at these blocks of ice to get rid of it. So it's taking a lot of work, a lot of effort. We're checking in with officials to see what the numbers look like as far as those disabled vehicles. We know there has to be a large number because just this morning we had that chance to go out with plow trucks with the city's Department of Public Works, and we saw at least a dozen, including a police car, even stuck. Guys?
Looking at some of the video that's just off to the side, clearly you've got these four-door sedans, these cars, the drivers obviously thinking that they'd be fine to go out, and not that a truck's any better, but that four-wheel drive really comes in handy, Katie. That's all I'm going to say. You're out in that snow and you need the assistance if you have to get out. It's the best option, all-wheel drive too. But just got to wait for this snow to melt. It's not going to happen this week. Fox weather correspondent Katie Byrne in D.C.
It's going to be a while.
It's going to be a while. Going to be a while. Thank you.
Imagine if your car's stuck on the side of the street where you parked it and it got plowed in, waiting for that snow to melt. All right, well, Sunday, it did mark the first day when D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, all the way into Boston recorded more than 6 inches of snow in a single day. Last time all 5 cities had at least 6 inches was in 2016. It has been a while, folks. And we have Fox Weather meteorologist Craig Herrera, as you know, joining us in studio. And Craig, I'm thinking of all of these big cities where it is mainly street parking, especially into the downtown areas. But your car, if it got plowed in, good luck getting it out because it just becomes this pack of solid snow, if not ice.
Yeah, and if it's on the side and those plows are coming through, guess what? It's just getting covered.
Yeah.
Sadly, I mean, that's tough. And Marissa, we got some new numbers I want to share with all of you because Michael Guy here behind the scenes working with this meteorologist, and he's got some new numbers in out of New England. These are as of 8 o'clock this morning Eastern time, and the numbers, as you know, have gone up, and I'll get you the 24-hour totals in just a moment. But Boston now at 18.6 inches of fresh snow. Worcester, Mass, 18.6 as well, all across New England, southern New England. These numbers have been, you said 6 inches? We've tripled those numbers, right? Look at those numbers there. Okay, so let's go back for the 24-hour totals. Boston with the 16.7 inches of snow yesterday, making it the snowiest day that we've seen since 2022, and the 9th snowiest day on record. Pretty impressive, right? Not the only spot. New York City at Central Park, 11.4 inches there. The snowiest day we've had since 2021, if you were with us after we first launched. The storm we covered here at Fox Weather. Also out of New York, a couple of places also included JFK, 10.3, LaGuardia, 9.7, and over to places like Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, 11.2. Forecast really verified for these areas, saying, okay, this is where we think we're going to get the bullseye of the snow. Certainly came through fruition. You think about some areas with elevation. You put elevation into a place like New York or New Jersey, and you got some impressive numbers here as well. Over to Baltimore, man, look at those numbers. Nearly 12 inches, about a foot, just shy of a foot there, and their snowiest day since 2016. For all of these areas, these are just 24-hour totals. I gave you the new numbers as of 8 a.m. Some of these numbers will go up, especially for portions across eastern Mass. The last of that system is still coming through, and it's still giving us a little bit of snow out there. Connecticut, what about you? Man, you also did pretty well. There was also some questions closer to Long Island and Connecticut. How much sleet would we get in here? What would that do to the totals? Didn't do anything for Connecticut. Those numbers are very impressive there. Here's where we were talking about the elevation for places like the Hudson Valley, over through Pennsylvania, New Jersey. This is where the numbers are impressive. More or about 2 feet in some cases. Northern New Jersey, boy, a lot of these roads, it's going to take some time to clear the side roads now. They're working hard to get all of the snow off of the big roads, right, the main roads, but it's those side roads, I think, that's going to take some time. Pennsylvania, especially across central and western Pennsylvania, adding some significant numbers here. New Bethlehem, 23 inches for you. Again, when we look at the estimated snow for the past 48 hours and you compare that to the forecast and what we were looking at, Marissa, a lot of these numbers came right through. What about the cold chill, the Arctic air? It stays with us pretty much, let's just call it through the end of the month for sure. And as we look at these highs, and the overnight lows, most of us are going to be below freezing, even for afternoon highs. You bring out, even if it's a sunny day, you got a lot of snow down on the ground, that's just not going to help. These temperatures, it's going to be one that we're kind of locked into for, well, I guess, what are we now, 26th to February 2nd, 3rd?
And we've already had a lot of cold this winter.
I'm telling you.
Raise your hand if you got your heating bill so far.
Oh.
Did you get your heating bill?
Yeah, I'm afraid to think about it.
It is. So my husband looks at me and I'm like, you know what? It has been a really cold winter, but think of the Midwest, think of the Great Lakes,
Absolutely.
the Northeast. You got a snowpack, you've got cold air. It's been a tough go of it, and we still have a long way to go in winter. Thanks, Craig.
Yeah, you're welcome, I think.
You liked it.
So that happened during what seems to be an interview from Fox 17 in Nashville, underneath a tree that suddenly split. Dangerous conditions even this morning, with people without power, in the dark, perhaps for the next several days. Fox Weather's extended winter storm coverage continues after the break.
I'm Jonathan Lawson, here to tell you about life insurance through the Colonial Penn program. If you're age 50 to 85 and looking to buy life insurance on a fixed budget, remember the 3 Ps.
The 3 what?
The 3 Ps.
What are the 3 Ps?
The 3 Ps of life insurance on a fixed budget are price, price, and price. A price you can afford, a price that can't increase, and a price that fits your budget.
I'm 54 and was a smoker, but quit. What's my price?
You can get coverage for $9.95 a month.
I'm 65, retired, and take medications. What's my price?
Also $9.95 a month.
I just turned 80 and I'm on a fixed income. What's my price?
$9.95 a month for you too. If you're age 50 to 85, call now about the #1 most popular whole life insurance plan available through the Colonial Penn program. Options start at $9.95 a month. That's less than 35 cents a day. You cannot be turned down because of your health. No medical exam, no health questions. Your acceptance is guaranteed. And this plan has a guaranteed lifetime rate lock, so your rate can never go up for any reason. Options start at $9.95 a month. Plus, you get a 30-day money-back guarantee. So call now for free information, and you'll also get this free beneficiary planner. Use this valuable guide to record your important information and give helpful direction to your loved ones with your final wishes. And it's yours free, just for calling. So call now for free information.
Call 1-800-253-3903 for your free information and your free gift. That's 1-800-253-3903. There's no risk or obligation. That number again is 1-800-253-3903. Call now.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
All right, we are back here on a brand new hour of Fox Weather. Our winter storm coverage continues this morning. I'm Stephen Morgan. You ready for it?
No, I have a hair stuck on my nose. So sorry.
It's pretty windy and cold out there.
It's very distracting.
Right?
Anyway, I am Marissa Torres.
I love you both. Hey there, I'm Craig Herrera, and thanks for joining us this morning. So much to cover. Good morning. It is Monday. Monday for sure. Monday, January 26th.
Just a few days left in January. When I think back to how this month started, my goodness, what a different way we are going out with the month of January. Very cold, this Arctic air spilling south, and that's behind this sprawling winter storm, kind of trying to have its last act, right, as it exits New England. What a storm it was, producing historic snow. We had a crippling ice storm. Look at Idabel, Oklahoma, 1 inch. Several cities in the Mid-South, even into the Southern Plains, reported crippling amounts of ice. Power outages still eclipsing 800,000 this morning. We are learning as a result of this winter storm that it has turned fatal. At least 9 people from 5 different states were killed during this blast of winter weather.
Yeah, the other part of this winter storm, and a big part of it, as you heard from Stephen, was the ice, paralyzing portions of Mississippi and Tennessee. And as of this morning, as Stephen mentioned, just over 800,000 power outages. But when we first joined you about 4 hours ago, that number was above 820,000. The most outages coming out of Tennessee, Mississippi, and Louisiana. For the I-95 corridor, for the big cities along the I-95 corridor, we've got Baltimore, New York City, into Boston. This was the biggest snow in at least 5 years. And even as the system departs, we've got to talk about the Arctic blast. Very cold temperatures, brutal cold, if not record cold, to kick off the work week.
Our teams, even since before the storm developed, they've been on the ground, meteorologists and correspondents. We've had storm trackers, too. Been very helpful to have Brandon Kopic and then our Fox Weather Beast observing what is out there. Fox News correspondent CB Cotton is in Hoboken, New Jersey this morning. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in D.C., plus meteorologist Melanie Black, who has remained in Boston during one of the biggest snows we've seen in Boston in a few years.
Yeah, those totals went up. They were confirmed after 7 o'clock this morning. And when you look at the snow out of New England and into the Northeast, less of a wind, less of an ice threat, so power outages not as expansive, not even much of an issue for much of the Northeast. But we do want to kick it off in New England, right? Because Boston is one of the few remaining cities that could expect a little bit more snow as we head in through the day.
And this is some new video that we're getting in, fresh video from Boston with the sun now up. It really does look like a snowstorm, doesn't it? Look at that. Are these a picnic? Picnic bench?
Looks like the picnic benches, the tables you can't move.
Several inches of snow, maybe some trying to measure close to 2 feet. One of the top 10 snow days we saw in Boston yesterday.
You still like that broom, that rotating broom between the sidewalks?
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take it to the ground, to the sidewalks, to the park. We've got in Boston Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. Melanie, I love your perspective because you recently joined Fox Weather a couple of weeks ago, but you came from Boston. And so we get another snowstorm, you go right back to Boston, and you in fact get one of the best snow events in several years.
Exactly, Marissa. The past few years have been a little bit of duds in terms of the amount of snow that we picked up, but yesterday, just as forecasted, this snowstorm really delivered. And it's such a difference out here right now compared to 24 hours ago. Boston, Logan, has reported 18.6 inches of snow so far from this total. Yesterday, the 9th snowiest day. And to get totals like that, you really have to have it coming down at a good clip. And that's what we were experiencing yesterday. Snowfall rates anywhere from 1 to 3 inches per hour across Massachusetts. We had some towns picking up a little bit closer to 2 feet of snow in the area. At one point last night, we had snow that was literally blowing sideways into my face because we had such a strong wind. Visibility was greatly reduced too. There were a couple spots where we were watching for the potential of a blizzard. We were watching Nantucket and also Chatham, but the criteria didn't officially meet the blizzard standards. But it just goes to show you the conditions that we were talking about last night, with drops-offs in visibility below 1/4 mile and really a strong gusty wind. Today, though, still we have some lingering light showers. This is what we call ocean effect snow showers, which is very similar to lake effect snow showers. You have the cold air that's working over the relatively mild ocean waters, and that cold air acts as a lifting mechanism to help to promote some of the snow. So today, maybe some lingering showers still closer to the coast. It has been very minimal, and it really just depended on how the wind could shift. When you get a little bit more of that northeast wind, then you see it pick up just a little bit more. But as far as totals go, I think we're pretty much set with where we are, and it is now turning our attention to the cold air as well as the cleanup. I lived here for 3 years, so I know that anytime it does snow, the crews are really efficient at making sure the roads and the sidewalks are clear. We're standing at a park, so there have been numerous plows coming through here, as well as some bobcats working to clear the sidewalk. And earlier, we had a lot of dogs that were out. There's one dog out there. It's a little bit quiet, but this is a little bit of paradise for dogs playing in the snow. Also seen a couple of kids that have been out there sledding. This is actually not the prime spot for sledding, but I'm sure that place in the public garden is just filled with people, as today was a remote work day for at least non-essential government employees, but I'm sure there are a lot of people that were doing some work from home, just given the conditions that we had yesterday. Stephen and Marissa, the cold temperatures are really going to stick around. It is cold out here. Earlier this morning, the wind chill was below zero. Highs this week in the 20s and overnight lows in the single digits. So this snow is just really not going anywhere.
I know we talk about those forecasts, the extended forecast, and 7 days, you're taking a peek at that, Melanie. If you've been able to take a look at it, I don't think we get above freezing until February. And who knows what point in February, even the first few days of the month look to be very, very cold. So just got to get used to the snow.
No, it's quite the contrast from, quite the contrast for the past couple of years. We either had the cold air or the moisture, and then now we've just had it come together.
That's it. And you've produced quite a snow. Well, you didn't, but Mother Nature did, and now you get to witness it. Appreciate the update. Meteorologist Melanie Black for us in Boston. Thanks, Melanie.
Yeah, not just Boston, by the way, in the Northeast. I was able to capitalize on some of those snow totals. If you take it into the Big Apple and to New York City, the measurement coming out of Central Park, 11.4 inches. Not bad, Central Park. In fact, this is the most the city has gotten in 5 years in a single storm. You know, the plows have been busy clearing the streets, clearing the sidewalks, but it doesn't mean it's easy to navigate Manhattan, especially right now. Let's go ahead and take it to the ground. We have Fox News correspondent Nate Foy standing by for us with the latest. I mean, we talked to you earlier, Nate. It is surprising to see that it is now 10 o'clock Eastern in Manhattan, where there is really nobody behind you.
Yeah, I'd say that we've seen more people out in the past hour or so. In fact, my producer and I were just talking to each other saying that since we've been out here at 5 a.m., we've noticed that the roads are in much better shape than they were even just a few hours ago. But we got one guy walking here. You can see when you enter the sidewalk, when you cross the road, that's really where all the snow has been pushed, and then it congregates there. So that's where you're going to get snow in your shoes if you don't have snow boots or if you're not dressed properly. So take a look here. 2nd Avenue, it's in pretty good shape. You see cars are on the road. It is slick, so you have to drive a little bit slower. You see buses here are back in operation. We've seen people shoveling throughout the morning. The side streets are in a little bit worse shape. As you can see down here, people who left their cars outside on this street and many others during the storm. They're going to need the shovels to get their cars out of those parking spaces. But the cold temperatures that you guys have been talking about are top of mind, not only for the city's homeless population, but for drivers as well, because that cold temperature is going to freeze the snow and the slush that's on the ground, which is going to make the conditions even more dangerous. And speaking of the homeless population, right now we're being told that the mayor's office doesn't believe that the 6 people who died in New York City yesterday were homeless. The medical examiner is trying to figure out the exact cause of death, but the indication from the mayor's office was that it was because of the cold temperatures. Again, we are working to confirm that. And again, Mayor Mamdani hosting a news conference right now where we're going to learn a little bit more about the city's response. But take a look at this video from yesterday in Brooklyn where the mayor grabbed a shovel himself and helped the driver of a van get out of a snowy jam. Also, schools in New York City are on a remote learning day. So schools are closed in person, but students are going to have to check in on the computers and have a remote learning day. Meanwhile, New Yorkers are taking advantage of this rare opportunity. One guy did something that we don't recommend, but you can see that he's having a lot of fun. He towed himself with a rope on a snowboard attached to a vehicle. People also enjoyed sledding, tubing, and cross-country skiing in Central Park. Listen to this guy.
It's basically like skating. I'm just inching along, trying to find a hill. It's kind of a bucket list thing for me to do. Just very, very, very excited.
Yeah, and it wasn't just amateurs either. 3-time Olympic champion, gold medalist Shaun White performed for a crowd. He was doing tricks on his snowboard in Central Park. He even did a jump over comedian Shane Gillis. So a lot of people were having fun as the snow came down yesterday. I'll tell you who was not having fun. People who visited New York City over the weekend. They couldn't get back home. LaGuardia was shut down yesterday, back open today, but thousands of flights canceled or delayed. So a lot of people having a hard time getting back home. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I mean, all part of a winter storm, right? And all what you'd expect when you're dealing with that much snow. I do think there are so many sides and angles to a winter storm, right? And the lighter side of it does have to do with the Central Park narrative, finding some of that video with Shaun White and Shane Gillis, which I think I said Mick Gillis earlier. Stephen Morgan said it's because I'm thinking of McDonald's because we're hungry. But either way, New York provides that sort of element to the story. I don't know. Are you a snow fan, Nate? Are you happy with our turnout in New York City?
Am I a snow fan? Well, that's a complicated question for me because I grew up outside of Boston, so I spent my childhood waiting at the bus stop in freezing temperatures. But then I lived in Florida for 9 years, so now I can't say that I like the snow at all. I spent yesterday inside watching football, but I enjoyed watching on social media the people who went out to Central Park. I mean, you can't argue. I think the city looks beautiful with the snow. So if it's going to be cold, I'll take the snow. But I'll be honest, I'd much rather have it be 75 degrees here in New York City, if you're asking me.
I mean, I get it. Boston did great, though, over 18 inches of snow. Congrats, right? So you're a Patriots fan. Got the Patriots Seahawks.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ian Oliver and I, big Pats fans. I gotta catch up with Ian about it when I'm back in the office.
Oh, he's probably very jazzed. Yeah, I was wondering if we were going to have another Broncos-Seahawks matchup. But congratulations. I'm just excited for Bad Bunny, mostly. Fox News correspondent.
Thank you very much.
Nate Foy out there in New York City for us. Thanks, Nate.
Well, if we don't have the snow, we have other wintry types of weather that can be problematic, like freezing rain. But sometimes, like we saw yesterday, we had everything but the kitchen sink. On Sunday, it was the Fox Weather Beast. On the roads, we were getting this first look of what became a crippling ice storm in Middle Tennessee. A look at those trees bending under the weight of the ice in Nashville. It was wrecked by this storm. Middle Tennessee, the electric crews, they're working to restore power. We have statewide about 250,000 customers without power. The company's president and CEO posted a video update on social media last night. Let's play it.
The ice storm of 2026 will certainly go down as one of the most significant outage events that we have faced in our 90-year history. And a number of our members still remain without power. And we are working as hard as we can to restore power to all of our members.
And across the country, there are still hundreds of thousands of people without power this morning as we head toward our first full day, and perhaps for some, almost second full day. We're taking a closer look at the impacts of this ice storm when Weather Command returns.
One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help our clients buy and sell at the same time. It's the most game-changing product in real estate today.
In every room, light tells a different story. Morning sun shifts to afternoon glow. Privacy layered with beauty. Warmth welcomes you home. Hunter Douglas. The right shade changes everything.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond Original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of Original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses, and hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with Original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
Well, Sunday's ice storm led to widespread damage in multiple states, and among those states, Louisiana. It seems really the northern part of the Bayou State took the brunt of this ice storm, with still this morning more than 100,000 customers without power.
And that cold still lingering in the wake of this winter storm. We want to welcome in Brooke Buford, communications strategist with Cleco Power. Brooke, thank you for being with us. What a storm we just navigated, and now dealing with the cold. Where does the company currently stand in terms of those outages? I do want to note, too, you guys do service 290,000 customers or so in portions of central and southern Louisiana.
Yes, that's correct. So we have 24 parishes in Louisiana that we serve. At peak for the storm, we saw about 17,000 outages, and we're very happy to report this morning that we've already made progress in restoring about 60% of those.
That's actually great to hear, because what we're hearing out of Mississippi and Tennessee, Brooke, I'm sure you've been listening, has been immense, and it could be days without power. Given the nature of this ice storm, clearly the highest ice accretions did come out of Tennessee and Mississippi, but we also saw some significant totals in Louisiana. The power outages, in large part, what was the result or the reason behind these power outages?
So we saw, I would say, probably the most power outages in the northern part of the state of Louisiana, specifically in the territory that we serve of DeSoto Parish. We did also see them in central Louisiana, Rapides Parish, Grant Parish, Sabine Parish. But I would say DeSoto Parish probably saw the brunt of it for us. And it's a combination. It's ice on the lines, it's ice on trees, it's ice bringing down tree limbs onto lines. And not to mention, accessibility has been a problem for us, too. And we deal with this whenever we have winter weather in Louisiana, because we're not as equipped to deal with it as our East Coast friends, for instance. But that makes it restoration times a little bit slower. Thankfully, our customers understand that, but it does present a real challenge.
Yeah, I always think, kind of looking back at any storm system we have, you can perhaps find lessons learned, but when it comes to dealing with ice, it's just a really tricky one to navigate and an even harder one to prepare for. But coming out of this, was there anything looking back? I mean, what were the preparations, and did it match your expectations when it came to the actual storm?
So at Cleco, we do prepare for storms year round. As you know, Louisiana is no stranger to hurricanes, for example, and we do see a fair share of tornadoes. Even so, we do prepare just for ice and snow just as much as we would a hurricane. In the days leading up to this, we made sure that all of our crews were on hand to be able to respond to power outages. But we also are very grateful for our contracted crews. Those are line mechanics, those are vegetation specialists. We called in approximately 600 backup hands to help us. Vegetation is incredibly important. And at Cleco, we regularly spend time trimming back trees. So when storms come through, we hope that they help, don't create as much of an impact. So that is something that we've done even years leading up to this. We do see the payoff with outages, because trees are really the number one cause of unplanned power outages that we deal with. But ice on those presents a different challenge. Our crews are definitely seeing them. It's taking them a little longer, like I mentioned earlier, to deal with those outages because of the conditions. And frankly, yesterday, they were restoring yesterday in the midst of this storm still coming through. So we're very grateful for the progress that they've made.
Yeah, that is impressive. You had mentioned, I believe you had said 60% have been restored. The remaining 40%, you have a timeline for people who are still without power in your area?
So we understand that can be a challenge for people who want to know when they're going to get their power back. We do ask them to be patient with us because some of the problems that we're running into in some of these areas at this point are just being able to get to those lines. We're seeing trees in the road. We're seeing debris that's blocking them. We're hoping, like any utility would, that we can make a lot more progress today. We're very pleased with the 60% that we have made so far, but we're hoping to get them answers soon.
Yeah, and just noting, we're looking at the power outage tracker over Louisiana, a lot of the northern counties out of your service area, but that also is where we know the ice was just a bit more. So, is working hard. A lot of the people that are fixing these power lines are impacted just the same. So kudos to the crew. I know it can be rough not having power, but seeing the crews are working as hard as they can given the situation. We appreciate you joining us here this morning. Brooke Buford, Corporate Communications for Cleco Power. Thank you, and good luck. Good luck.
Thank you.
Out of the South and into the Carolinas we want to go. Is that sunshine? Is that a temperature, Stephen Morgan, of 35 degrees above freezing? All right, well, we're improving. Still a little bit of a wind chill, but we'll take that above freezing temperature out of Charlotte, North Carolina, because what a go of it it's been. Power outages, the dangerous travel conditions, the ice threat that we saw unravel in Charlotte. The cold isn't really letting up, though, and we're still right on the border of that freezing mark where things can still be very icy this morning. Want to go to the southwestern side of Charlotte? We have Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen. Bob's hanging out in Greenville, South Carolina. Bob. I mean, the threat from, across the Carolinas was the ice. Getting through yesterday, waking up this morning. What are things, I guess, that you're noting out of today so far?
Yeah, Marissa, good morning to you. Stephen, good to see you guys. And it's all about the sleet. We got a lot of sleet right off the bat, and that was overnight. And then yesterday, about in the afternoon hours, start switching over to plain old freezing rain. Temperatures are going to crack above freezing. Haven't really done it yet, but if you look over here, guys are trying to de-ice the sidewalk right over here at the Peace Center. And I'll tell you, it's not easy because you have to dislodge all the ice that's already frozen solid. That hasn't really got hit by any kind of sunshine until just about a minute ago. We have not seen sun here in about 3 or 4 days, so I'm trying to find a good pocket and stand in it because, A, we need to see some melting going on. D, I need the vitamin D. I mean, this is insane, the storm finally wrapping up. But you talk about power outages, and it's been a main concern. Even in South Carolina, we had that main cold front go through yesterday afternoon, and it ran into that Arctic wedge of high pressure that didn't budge much at all. So it fell purely at freezing rain. You could actually track those power outages going right up there from the state line with Georgia into South Carolina, ultimately dumping out outside of Charlotte and North Carolina. So, yeah, power outages were there. We had a lot of snow also around the east part of South Carolina. You talk about Conway, got over 6 inches worth of snowfall right there. But then when you look at the accretion of the ice, that was the big problem. You can deal with snow. You cannot deal that well with ice. That's up to about the 1/2 inch to 3/4 inch of icing all around the upstate of South Carolina. So that was a huge concern, no question about it. But we weren't the only ones, you guys, that saw the icing. It was way worse when you got back to the west. Our neighbors in Louisiana, into Mississippi, and Tennessee. Now, my daughter was on sharing pictures and some photos of Oxford, Mississippi. That's where Ole Miss is, the University of Mississippi. And it was sad to see all these trees that were down. And Fox Weather actually caught up with Sydney last night, and she gave a little interview. Listen to this.
There's no snow. It's just strictly ice. And a lot of the dorms, there's maybe 1 or 2 dorms that I know of that have power. Everything else is pitch black. And the power, they have generators, but none of the outlets work. So you can't charge your phone. You can't use the microwave. It's definitely not ideal over here. And they have no idea. They don't have an update on when they think it'll be back up.
Yeah, listen, I get it. I know when you have about 1 inch of ice, it's going to be crippling, no question about it. But it's concerning as a parent of a kid that's going to college, and you pay all this freaking money, and their dorms have 1 generator, and it doesn't even power the outlets. It's angering, right? And it's not just me. It's everybody down there, northern Mississippi, northern Louisiana, central parts of Tennessee. And the temperatures, as you know, are dropping down to 0 degrees again tonight. So to me, this is a dangerous situation shaping up for all these hundreds of thousands of people without power. And temperatures are dropping down to 0 tonight again. This is an area of concern because the storm is gone. But we're going to be cleaning up for this for a long time, you guys.
Yeah, no, your daughter did an incredible job, right? I think she gets it from you. Maybe Allie, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But I will say, we checked in with the mayor of Oxford yesterday. She described it as, and correct me if I'm wrong, Stephen, a tornado going through. So anyway, appreciate that update, Bob. Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen in South Carolina. Thank you. All right, leave it to New Yorkers to make the most of it in New York. A snowball fight in North Brooklyn out of McCarran Park. Not the best snow for it, but looks fun. Fox Weather will be right back.
Hi, I'm Jane Seymour, and I spent years on TV playing a doctor. But I learned about the heartbreaking reality of heart disease and stroke when they touched my own life. My father nearly died before having a quadruple bypass and valve replacement that saved him. And my mom, who was my inspiration, suffered a stroke that took away her speech, her ability to move, and ultimately her life. To see someone so vibrant, so positive, who'd survived so much in life, be debilitated by a stroke, it was devastating. And also a wake-up call. And that's why I'm so passionate about supporting the American Heart Association. They're doing more every day to stop needless deaths. But they simply can't do their life-saving work without you. So please call now or go to helpheart.org. And for only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, your donation will go to work to do amazing things, like fund the next medical breakthrough, get the next person trained in CPR, and the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care. I hope that you'll open your heart right now and join me. Please call now or go to helpheart.org. Give $19 a month, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can proudly wear to show that you're part of a community of monthly donors who are helping save lives. A healthy heart, it's the spirit of life. It makes it possible to do the things that you love, to spend time with your friends and family and fulfill your life's dreams. But so many won't have that chance. Heart disease is America's #1 killer and the #1 killer of women. And that's why I'll do whatever I can to make sure others don't die from heart disease before their time. So please join me. Call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org. Donate this Heart Month and your first month's gift will be matched.
I wish I could get a new shower. Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day. Wow.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub.
We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Why is jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time offer, we're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
All right, a new half hour here on Fox Weather. We're taking a look into, no, we're not. Soon we'll be looking into New York. Right now we're looking at ourselves.
Yeah.
Marissa Torres, Stephen Morgan, Craig Herrera. It's been a long few days.
Yeah.
It really has been, hasn't it, Craig?
And I feel like it's going to be a long week because even though the storm is done, we're not done with the cold air.
I know we're not. It has some staying power. A couple of minutes, just want to set the expectation. Bill Himmer, anchor of America's Newsroom, he's going to be joining us here in Studio W to talk about this storm, which earlier in the week we talked with him as it was developing, and now that we have the aftermath, we've got a lot to talk about. I mean, there's no doubt about it. In fact, when we're looking at some of these reports just over the past 72 hours, probably no surprise that it's mostly sleet and freezing rain this far south. Remember when we talked about the snow potential, though, in northern Georgia? That was early last week before this
Yeah.
storm developed, likelihood that maybe we could have it, but the storm just trended a little warmer.
Yeah, and we saw that ice go all the way into the Northeast, mainly with the sleet threat in places like New York City.
Yeah.
But looking at where the freezing rain was, the snow was, and even noting that to the south we had a tornado watch, we had tornado warnings. Didn't verify, I don't think we had any confirmed tornadoes at all, but the fact that you had this really dynamic system. Oh, they are going to be surveying today, Stephen. Where are they surveying?
Stephen McLeod talking to us and telling us that the surveys are going to happen in
Southern Alabama and out of Montgomery.
I mean, the storms were rough. We had damaging winds, too, as this line of storms moved on through. But it was wild that you had a contrast, really, in Georgia, where you had severe weather in the southern part of the state, and then you had some ice and frozen stuff in the northern part of the state, which is actually where Bob was initially, Bob Van Dillen.
Yeah.
So pretty significant.
Yeah.
And, guys, we don't have the clicker, so we're going to need you guys to advance, or we can move on and talk about something else. But the power outages, we had more than 800,000 customers across the country without power. And as we had mentioned, Bill Hemmer, anchor of America's Newsroom, he's on his way over here to Studio W to talk about the aftermath. So let's join him in FNC.
Come on in, Jimmy. Let's find out what's happening now.
Hey, Bill.
First of all, did you nail it?
Oof.
I think we did pretty good, especially when you consider the foot to foot and a half potential that we had through portions of the Northeast.
Yeah.
Boston coming out with over 18 inches.
But hard to say when you're looking at this map behind us, because nailing it meant that we had significant freezing rain in Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee. I mean, at one point it was, wasn't it more than 1 million, Marissa? We had more than 1 million customers without power, and we're still north of 750,000. We're at some 800,000 right now.
Yeah, a lot of that directly attributed to the ice, the freezing rain threat in some areas. Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee, Nashville, a problem spot, Oxford, Mississippi. You had ice accretion, 3/4 of an inch of ice, which just puts so much weight on those power lines.
Yeah, you know, Steve, I remember on Friday when you and I were here at the board.
Yeah.
And you said you have the technology to figure out who would get the ice the most severe.
Yeah.
And I just think that technology is extraordinary. Did it help you in your forecast?
It did. Specifically, when we're looking at northern Louisiana and Mississippi, there were indications because you can measure freezing rain. It's different. I know it's rain. Temperature is different, but you can measure the freezing rain potential with how much will accrete on elevated surfaces, power lines, cars, roadways that are untreated. And I'll be honest, when we were talking about it late last week, I was wondering if we would have 1 inch ice accretions, even though that's what forecast models were spitting out. And we did.
1 inch of ice is so heavy.
It is.
So heavy.
Idabel, Oklahoma, the top ice spot.
You know what strikes me? We spoke with the mayor of Oxford, Mississippi last hour. She says her town's just been devastated. You know, they haven't been hit with an ice storm like that in more than 30 years, and that brings down all the trees, brings down all the power lines. Now, it's going to be cold for a while for a lot of people, and now you guys are looking at this weekend and what's coming then.
Yeah, that's the tough part, right? A lot of places are going to stay below freezing. We'll see a little bit of a reprieve in that cold for areas further to the south. But then as we look towards the weekend along the I-95 corridor, the potential for yet again another coastal system, that energy swinging up out of the Gulf, maybe something developing near the Carolinas. Still a lot of uncertainty, but the idea being that it could bring some more snow and weather.
This is the polar vortex stuff here on Sunday.
It's a portion of it. Listen, here's the thing. We're so far out still, but talk about good forecasting. Ensembles, it's a forecast, various global models, and you can tweak one little variable in the atmosphere, and if it develops a low, that gives us a better confidence. So if one thing's off in the atmosphere or different, would we still get a low in the Atlantic? Forecasts are saying yes, so it does have to be something we watch, despite what we just
I feel like I'm going to be back in here before the week's over. Thank you, Marissa.
Thank you, Bill.
Job well done. Talk
Thanks
soon.
for hanging out.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, this one will be interesting to watch.
Yeah, it will be. And we had really just a day after the biggest snow in the Northeast and New England. We have several major cities in the Northeast that now have to, well, clean up. And speaking of that next storm on the horizon, as we were just talking about it, is going to be something that we need to watch pretty carefully.
Good luck getting your car out of there in Brooklyn. Right, Craig?
Yeah,
Once you get plowed in.
Oh, my gosh. And I'll tell you what, and they keep cleaning the roads. It is cold. It's not going in. We just talked about it. Let's compare. You guys mentioned that next storm briefly. Let's compare it to what we just saw. Now, this was energy that was off the first part of it, energy that was off of the Baja California, Mexico area, closed low, started to open up, move across the southern tier. We had that northern jet up to the north, started to dip down to the south, and the two actually merged and morphed. We were watching that part of the forecast early on when we started started to see it happen in real time, we were like, okay, here we go. Different setup, completely different setup. This is not the type of storm system that moves from one part of the country to the other. It does if you're looking at it from the north to portions of the south and southeast, perhaps. A lot of energy is rotating around that deep purple that you see there on the map. Plenty of cold air in place. You often hear us talk about that here at Fox Weather. You need the marriage between the cold air and the moisture, the storm, right? Well, the cold air is certainly going to be there. We're talking about it not going anywhere. With this dip in the jet, the energy dives down across portions of the northern tier and perhaps off of the south and southeast. We have to see where the potential for this area of low pressure surface low is to develop off of the coast. Now, having said that, we look at the ensembles, we look at the models, and there is some agreement now that we could see this all pop up. We've got the blue that you see, the European model, and the GFS is a little farther south. In fact, the GFS put some snow just off of the coastal areas of North Carolina and South Carolina. The GFS is a little farther north, and we're in business for what could be a storm. When we take a look at what's going on, even the AI, it looks pretty impressive. These are the traditional models, right? And anytime you get a storm that comes off of the coast, especially from the Carolinas to New Jersey, you watch closely. Where does that set up? How close is it to the northeast? Do we get close to that benchmark or so? Regardless, all of these areas of the little L that you see are where the models want to put an area of low pressure, and there are quite a few of them, and you notice all of them just off the coast. Having said that, we look ahead to Sunday. Now, Saturday into Sunday is when we get that surge of cold air. In fact, we're talking temperatures back below the freezing point for overnight lows into Florida for the weekend. That's how far south some of this cold air goes. You take a look at Sunday into Monday, this is where we can see the potential for this storm to set up and tap into the cold air that's coming in from the north, especially when you've got an Arctic high up to the north like that, sending all the cold air into portions of the northeast and New England. You are in business. So we watch closely with this one right now. We'll see what the trends do, Marissa and Stephen, and we see what goes forward in the days ahead. If so, even out of the National Weather Service Boston discussion this morning, one of the last lines in one of their first paragraphs says, we'll see if this happens. It's the third weekend in a row where we'd have a coastal low develop. 3 weekends in a row.
Everybody in Boston's like, ugh.
I know.
Okay. I mean, well, Boston had a snow deficit, but to be able to get 2 back-to-back weekends with snow in this most recent, a foot and a half, the potential for more. But I mean, yeah, still a lot of uncertainty. So don't get too caught up.
Don't put a ring on it yet.
Don't put a ring on it yet. That's right. That's right.
I shouldn't have joked.
Even though there's a lot of options, a lot of fish out in the sea.
There are a lot of fish out there.
There's going to be one of those that happens.
All right. Going off on
on
a rant. Craig, thank you.
You got it.
Speaking of Boston, though, let's go ahead and dig into that a little bit more because Boston did get 18.5 inches of snow out of this most recent storm that is still departing, and perhaps we see a little bit more of that light snow falling today.
Yeah, maybe it'll make it to the top of the seats, that video that we're looking at. The snow blowers are out there, the snow brooms as well. Cities like Boston having that top 10 snow day. We'll see how it all plays out.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it to Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black. Melanie's been hanging out in the cold, I think, this morning. Obviously, you always want to get the snow total. I don't care if you're a meteorologist or not. You're like, how much did we get? How much did we get?
Yeah.
And we added to that snow total this morning, at least the National Weather Service did out of Boston with that updated measurement. But Melanie, I think the other thing that people are talking about is just how cold it is out there.
Oh, definitely. And here in New England, the people are prepared for the cold, right? But even this has been pretty cold this morning. There have been some people that are out. Behind me is a park, so there have been dogs. Dogs have been so happy with all the snow that we got here yesterday. But definitely our attention will turn to the cold and the potential for another storm down the road. But let's take it back a bit because you're looking at me right now and conditions have drastically improved from where we were at yesterday. Snow was literally blowing sideways, coming down at a pretty good pace. We had snowfall rates that were anywhere from 1 to 3 inches across Massachusetts, and to get the amounts that we picked up, you really need to have that snow coming down at a good pace. And some spots across Mass picked up closer to 2 feet. Areas outside of the 495 corridor, including spots like Newburyport, Holden, Milton as well. So there were some overachievers there, but we were expecting those amounts with the storm. Some of the higher totals, it's this drier, fluffier snow, so it really allowed it to stack up. Meanwhile, out here now, that storm continues to peel out of here, but what we're left with are some ocean effect snow showers, and it's pretty light falling today. Here in Boston, we had the wind shift a little bit northwesterly, but areas that still have that northeast wind really down to the south across parts of the South Shore, that's where you still have those ocean effect snow showers coming down, and that's where you could still have some more accumulation as we go through the rest of the day. So that effect really similar to lake effect snow, where you have the cold air moving in out of the northeast, working over the relatively mild ocean waters, promoting more of that accumulation. Things should really wind down here as we go through the rest of the day and into tomorrow morning. We're past the peak of the storm, so now it's more about the cleanup efforts. And yesterday, snowplows were out, and I heard it going to sleep. I heard more snowplows waking up, and you can see it behind me. We've had plows. There's one backing up right behind me. There have been a lot of other people that have been walking around working to clear the sidewalks, and that's the thing about Boston. They're used to some of these big snowstorms, so they're pretty efficient when we get the snow in terms of clearing it and making sure that the roads can be safe again. Stephen and Marissa, we know that the cold, it is here to stay, so now is the time more than ever to make sure this is cleared off of the sidewalks and the roads.
Still no sun? Still no sun, Melanie? We have sun in Hoboken.
No. The sun is up, but it is not out. We have clouds that are just winning over.
That's true. The sun, one of my Peloton instructors, Melanie, once said, the sun is always shining, even if you can't see it. It felt very poetic, but that's true. The sun is out. It's just...
Don't they always have the best things to say for what you need in the morning, don't they? Those
they all got that shtick, don't they?
They do.
That little gimmick.
They do.
Get on that bike. Melanie Black in Boston, thank you. Actually, that's a nice way to warm up.
It is a good way to
cardio in.
Yeah, exercise.
Do you exercise outside? That's a question. A lot of people have been sending some pictures and videos wondering how it's fared. I don't know, Craig. Did you? I did. The snow was so light yesterday that I was able to use a broom outside. I just brushed off the 12 inches of snow, but it's a mess. I did.
You were going to go to the gym yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah, it closed early.
Oh, way to call.
I tried to get him to join me in a happy hour, but he's like, I'm going home.
He's had to work out.
Yep. The gym transformed into just a nap, and it was very nice. It was
That's
very nice.
the best. That's the best when you're like, work out.
There's always an excuse.
Yeah, always.
Keep us on the tracks, Craig.
Yeah.
Oh, hey.
Oh, look.
So, okay, Christine, thank you so much. In Wisconsin, Stephen Morgan, last hour, maybe hour before that, was saying, because we had a lot of dog pictures, we love it. He asked for a cat in the snow. Christine, you delivered. Look at that beautiful cat out there.
She's
just kind of
beautiful.
contrasts all the white. It's gorgeous.
I love it. I do think black cat's been good. Is that?
That's good luck.
Black Kitty is a barn cat who loves the snow. He also has a heated house and a water bowl along with plenty of food, which is great. And he's housed in the horse stable. He takes his job as rodent control very seriously. My first cat, Tiger.
Yeah.
We had Tiger and Prissy.
Yeah.
They became barn cats.
That's my husband's dream.
To become a barn cat?
To have a barn cat. Thank you so much for sending that in. I loved it. Keeping the animal theme alive here. This is from Norma. Norma's in West Virginia, and she said this is Mick and Jagger.
Love that. They've got
Clever.
the moves.
Okay, we're running out of time. We got to get to this one too. Out of Bastrop, Louisiana. I think they're Bastrop, Louisiana. Cynthia.
Oh, there's the sun, Stephen.
There, finally. It's also in Louisiana. Good. Hey, if you see it, you can share it. Fox Weather, just scan the QR code. Okay, I'm asking for a bearded dragon.
No, I submitted photos. Guys, how far down am I in the queue?
You're way down.
You're coming up.
We'll get to them tomorrow.
Upload, scan the
Everyone's
QR
delivering.
code or foxweather.com/connect. We'll be right back.
Hey guys, Nick Koster here. Time again for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking. We're here to help you save money on products that will keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. So to start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. Joining me, lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen. There she is. She's going to be your best friend. She's going to help you get better quality sleep, which who doesn't need better quality sleep, right?
Absolutely. We spend a third of our life sleeping, and you might as well sleep in the best because it really does affect your overall sleep quality experience. That's why I love that we have Bib Home for you here today. They are giving you a full set of sheets, everything that you need from twin to California King in beautiful colors. But these are 2,000 thread count.
So soft.
Luxury starts at 300. And I want you to think of like really really nice hotel indulgent sheets. These are made from a bamboo blend, which is nice because they're thermoregulated, meaning now you sleep warm and cozy, but in the warmer months, you sleep cool to the touch, which is great. My favorite part is they've got these snug elastic grips, which means when you put it on your mattress, the fitted sheet actually stays fitted. So it's always like nice, clean, and new, giving you that feeling all the time. But I would say now's the time to invest because these are normally 3-figure sheets. We've got them today starting at $34, saving you up to 71% off.
The only problem is you're truly not going to want to get out of bed in the morning when that alarm clock sounds.
You got it. And if you don't want to take them out of the dryer, they're wrinkle resistant.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
All right. Trust me, you're going to love these. To buy them, scan the QR code on your screen or go to foxweatherdeals.com.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative patent-pending Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit. Feel the difference.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Back here on Fox Weather, and at first it was the snow. We were following it. Now it's the cold. Crews in the capital of the United States beginning that cleanup. There's a cold weather advisory that we have in effect. Temperatures warming to, 24 this hour. Our nation's capital with, I don't know, is the sun trying to peek through? I know who to ask. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne. She is in D.C. Katie, any sun? The Capitol shot makes it look like there is sun?
We have seen the sun peeking out just in the last hour, but we're on a shady street blocked by some big tall buildings, and that's not helping any melting, if that even is in the future for some of these folks. We're not supposed to hit below freezing until Sunday, so icy conditions are settling over D.C. Everything you see on the ground here is frozen, essentially. When you look at the snow, this is untouched, unplowed. I'm standing right on top of it. I'm not sinking into it. It's completely covered with this layer of ice because parts of D.C. got over 9 inches, and that was a combination of around 5 inches of snow that fell first. Then the rest of that number all came from sleet. And now the problem today no one's really getting around. It's been a major issue. We've seen dozens of cars getting stuck in this snow. The consistency is like sand. It's really hard to work with this as far as cleanup goes, but especially if you're driving. This is a car you can tell that got stuck trying to turn. It seems that the turns, the ramps onto the highways, places like that are where people are getting stuck, and it takes a long time to dig out. In fact, I met one essential worker just in the last hour. She works at a shelter here, so she had to be here today to feed people this morning. She was telling me that she only lives a few blocks away, but she got stuck on her way into work and was blocking traffic. It took us, our crew, tried to help her get out of there. We weren't able to use a plastic shovel. You need metal to work with this type of snow, and it took about 20 minutes to get her car out of those conditions.
It was expensive, to say the least, and even with Uber and Lyft, the time trajectory doesn't work. I have 2 kids, so no school. I still had to take them to the sitter and then get myself here. So it was about $50 to take them a couple blocks away. That's usually not that expensive. And then it was costing me about $50 or $55 now. I even have coworkers who can't leave, and our job actually paid for us to have Uber and Lyft, but they can't help when the Uber and Lyfts are getting stuck.
It's really a challenging situation here today. There's a lot of workers on the ground trying to clear snow, but they are chipping away at these blocks of ice to get rid of it. So it's taking a lot of work, a lot of effort. We're checking in with officials to see what the numbers look like as far as those disabled vehicles. We know there has to be a large number because just this morning we had that chance to go out with plow trucks with the city's Department of Public Works, and we saw at least a dozen, including a police car, even stuck. Guys?
Looking at some of the video that's just off to the side, clearly you've got these 4-door sedans, these cars, the drivers obviously thinking that they'd be fine to go out, and not that a truck's any better, but that 4-wheel drive really comes in handy, Katie. That's all I'm going to say. You're out in that snow and you need the assistance. If you have to get out, it's the best option, all-wheel drive too. But just got to wait for this snow to melt. It's not going to happen this week. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in D.C.
It's going to be a while.
It's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. Thank you.
Imagine if your car's stuck on the side of the street where you parked it and it got plowed in, waiting for that snow to melt. All right, well, Sunday, it did mark the first day when D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, all the way into Boston recorded more than 6 inches of snow in a single day. Last time all 5 cities had at least 6 inches was in 2016. It has been a while, folks. And we have Fox Weather meteorologist Craig Herrera, as you know, joining us in studio. And Craig, I'm thinking of all of these big cities where it is mainly street parking, especially into the downtown areas. But your car, if it got plowed in, good luck getting it out because it just becomes this pack of solid snow, if not ice.
Yeah, and if it's on the side and those plows are coming through, guess what? It's just getting covered.
Yeah.
Sadly, I mean, that's tough. And Marissa, we got some new numbers I want to share with all of you because Michael Guy here behind the scenes working with this meteorologist, and he's got some new numbers in out of New England. These are as of 8 o'clock this morning Eastern time, and the numbers, as you know, have gone up, and I'll get you the 24-hour totals in just a moment. But Boston now at 18.6 inches of fresh snow. Worcester, Mass, 18.6 as well, all across New England, southern New England. These numbers have been, you said 6 inches? We've tripled those numbers, right? Look at those numbers there. All right, so let's go back for the 24-hour totals. Boston with the 16.7 inches of snow yesterday, making it the snowiest day that we've seen since 2022, and the 9th snowiest day on record. Pretty impressive, right? Not the only spot. New York City at Central Park, 11.4 inches there. The snowiest day we've had since 2021, if you were with us after we first launched. The storm we covered here at Fox Weather. Also out of New York, a couple of places also included JFK, 10.3, LaGuardia, 9.7, and over to places like Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, 11.2. Forecast really verified for these areas, saying, okay, this is where we think we're going to get the bullseye of the snow. Certainly came through fruition. You think about some areas with elevation. You put elevation into a place like New York or New Jersey, and you got some impressive numbers here as well. Over to Baltimore, man, look at those numbers. Nearly 12 inches, about a foot, just shy of of a foot there, and there's snowy stay since 2016. For all of these areas, these are just 24-hour totals. I gave you the new numbers as of 8 a.m. Some of these numbers will go up, especially for portions across eastern Mass. The last of that system is still coming through, and it's still giving us a little bit of snow out there. Connecticut, what about you? Man, you also did pretty well. There was also some questions closer to Long Island and Connecticut. How much sleet would we get in here? What would that do to the totals? Didn't do anything for Connecticut. Those numbers are very impressive there. Here's where we were talking about the elevation for places like the Hudson Valley, over through Pennsylvania, New Jersey. This is where the numbers are impressive. More or about 2 feet in some cases. Northern New Jersey, boy, a lot of these roads, it's going to take some time to clear the side roads now. They're working hard to get all of the snow off of the big roads, right, the main roads, but it's those side roads I think that's going to take some time. Pennsylvania, especially across central and western Pennsylvania, adding some significant numbers here. New Bethlehem, 23 inches for you. Again, when we look at the estimated snow for the past 48 hours and you compare that to the forecast and what we were looking at, Marissa, a lot of these numbers came right through. What about the cold chill, the Arctic air? It stays with us pretty much, let's just call it through the end of the month for sure. And as we look at these highs, and the overnight lows, most of us are going to be below freezing, even for afternoon highs. You bring out, even if it's a sunny day, you got a lot of snow down on the ground, that's just not going to help. These temperatures, it's going to be one that we're kind of locked into for, well, I guess, what are we now, 26th to February 2nd, 3rd?
And we've already had a lot of cold this winter.
I'm telling you.
Raise your hand if you got your heating bill so far.
Oh.
Did you get your heating bill?
Yeah, I'm afraid to think about it.
It is. So my husband looks at me and I'm like, you know what? It has been a really cold winter, but think of the Midwest, think of the Great Lakes,
Absolutely.
the Northeast. You got a snowpack, you've got cold air. Mm-hmm. It's been a tough go of it, and we still have a long way to go in winter. Thanks, Craig.
Yeah, you're welcome, I think.
It lights it.
So that happened during what seems to be an interview from Fox 17 in Nashville, underneath a tree that suddenly split. Dangerous conditions even this morning, with people without power, in the dark, perhaps for the next several days. Fox Weather's extended winter storm coverage continues after the break.
To have gold coins in my possession, that hard asset is a insurance, you might say, against the paper dollar. It's not for my insurance, but it's for my daughter's and the grandchildren's insurance. Whereas keeping a lot of cash in your bank account can really almost end up being nothing. You have to keep cash, but you don't have to keep everything in cash, and you don't have to put everything in the stock market, and you don't have to put it all in a bond market. You do a little bit of everything. In fact, I sleep better with gold than I do with the stock market because it's tangible, it's there.
If you've bought gold in the past or would like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio, call to receive the complete guide to buying gold. This is important and valuable information, including facts you should know about purchasing gold, silver, platinum, or palladium. Call now and you'll also receive the Global Gold Forecast Special Report. Inside, you'll find the real issues on why you need to start owning gold today. You'll also receive a copy of our new report, Protection in the Risk Zone. U.S. Money Reserve can walk you through the 3 simple steps of transferring your existing 401k or IRA into a precious metals IRA backed by physical gold to further protect your assets from market instability. Call U.S. Money Reserve, America's gold authority, right now to get your free gold kit and IRA information, including the 3 simple steps for transferring your existing 401k, 403b, and traditional IRA. With more than 2 decades in business, over $3 billion in transactions, and more than 1 million clients worldwide, U.S. Money Reserve is one of the most dependable gold distributors in America.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a 1-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh.
It is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Hello and welcome to a brand new hour here on Fox Weather, our winter storm coverage. It continues this morning. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And hey there, everybody. I'm Marissa Torres.
Yeah, thanks for being with us today. I'm Craig Herrera. Today's Monday, January 26th.
And our coverage, it does march on toward that 12 o'clock hour, but it doesn't feel like 12 o'clock. In the afternoon. This air is cold behind this winter storm that is finally departing New England. One last act this morning as it exits the country, and what a storm it was, right? Looking at some significant totals. These are New Jersey top snow reports coming out. 15, 16, even 17 inches of snow. This system, while it did produce historic snows, it also was a crippling ice storm, and tragic. We're learning this morning that at least 12 people from 6 states were killed during this storm.
Yeah, that ice storm paralyzing portions of Mississippi and Tennessee. As of this morning, more than 800,000 customers without power throughout a dozen states. We've been watching this number fluctuate. Just 30 minutes ago, it was around 804,000. So it looks like some of those outages have gone back up. But for the big cities along the I-95 corridor, it wasn't the power outages, but it was more so about the snow. Baltimore, New York City, Boston, this was the biggest snow in at least 5 years. Even as this system departs, an Arctic blast leading to record brutal cold to kick off this work week.
And our team, since before the storm developed, they've been on the ground, meteorologists, correspondents, and storm trackers this morning and afternoon. We're going to be joined by Fox News correspondent C.B. Cotton in Hoboken, New Jersey, Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in Washington, D.C., and meteorologist Melanie Black. She's in Boston.
And let's go ahead and kick off this coverage in the Northeast. Boston, a very notable spot because coming out of a snow deficit, Boston got an update to some of those snow totals around 7 o'clock this morning, pushing Boston to over 18.5 inches of snow.
So we can say more than 1.5 feet of snow. With a little bit more on the way. This is what that looks like. Obviously, depending on where you live, maybe that total wasn't 18 inches, maybe it was 16 or 15, but hey, at least you made it above a foot. Right? That's kind of a marker, right?
I couldn't agree more. It's an achievement.
It's an achievement in ways, yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and take it to the ground in Boston. We have Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black, who's been hanging out there. I mean, the snow totals are exciting if you have been craving a winter storm like this, Melanie. But I don't know if people were wishing for that cold, because this was and has been a very cold go of it over the past couple of days, especially.
Yeah, it has been pretty cold, and it's going to stay cold. And whether you got 16 inches or 18 inches, you still have to clear it, right? And we're moving into the cleanup phase. But this is a much different story standing out here now than it was yesterday. Yesterday, we had snow that was literally blowing sideways, hitting me. And so the visibility was greatly reduced, not only here, but also across southern New England. At one point, we were monitoring blizzard-like conditions for Nantucket and Chatham, which is on Cape Cod. So that just goes to show you some of the conditions that we are getting with this storm system. But out here now, it has been more about ocean effect snow showers. So that's similar to lake effect snow showers, where you have cold air moving over the relatively mild ocean waters, and so it leads to present itself to produce some snow showers. And right now we don't necessarily have that in Boston. The wind shifted to a different direction, but we have more of a northeast wind for areas across the South Shore, just south of where I'm standing, and that's where you have more of the ocean effect going on right now. I just took a peek at radar before I came on, and it now looks like we have this secondary batch of snow that's starting to work in really across west central Massachusetts, and this is going to be that final push before this really winds out of here into tonight, early tomorrow morning. And then, yes, we really continue to talk about how cold the temperatures are. Behind me is a park. a popular park for a lot of dogs. They've been having fun out there playing in the snow. And this has also been a spot where you're seeing a lot of plows that have been going about. Right before we spoke to you live, there was a person walking around putting down some salt. So living in Boston, I know that they're very efficient at making sure that the sidewalks and also the roads are fairly clear. Yesterday, officials were urging people to stay at home, but conditions have been a lot better in terms of traveling. And Stephen and Marissa, now is the time to continue to clear all this snow. As it stays cold and looking down the road, we could potentially have another snowstorm by next weekend.
Already out there, Melanie, and I mean, when you look at the overall storm track, I think we were all kind of leery of what this would produce, but the fact that it happened. So how does it feel finally, after 3 years, getting a foot of snow in Boston? It's wild that for the time that you were in Boston, you did not see this kind of snow.
Yeah.
But that's just been the anomalous winter seasons we've had in the Northeast. Hasn't it been so weird?
Yeah, and what's interesting is the past couple of years we would get the bouts of cold air, but it just wouldn't mesh with when we had moisture coming on in. And this is really those two things merging, and that produces major snowstorm. But yeah, you have to go back to January 29th, 2022, when we had one of our biggest snowstorms that produced more of a foot of snow. That one actually produced almost 2 feet of snow.
Yeah, so didn't do what we just saw, yesterday, or
Right.
did more than what we saw yesterday, but
Right.
still.
I know, and here I was excited about 11.7 inches. 4. What did we get? 11.4.
Yeah.
Because every 1/10 of an inch counts when you are measuring snow.
Yeah, it's so true.
It really does. I've been saying 18.6, but I heard you saying 18.5, and I'm like, yes. But us meteorologists, we have to get the exact precise
that
amount,
tip
right?
of an inch, it
Yeah.
makes a difference.
It does make a difference.
Big difference when you're shoveling. Yeah, you're out there a little bit longer, just a little bit longer.
And
when other people shovel for us, right, Melanie?
Yes, we would like to hire someone.
Melanie Black in Boston. Great to see that perspective up there in Beantown. It does look good on Boston. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, out of Boston and into New York City, some new video for you here. New York City cashing in, as we mentioned, in on nearly a foot, but because it matters, 11.4 inches that was recorded in at least Central Park. Around 1 a.m. this morning, we had Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray. He met up with a group that's, well, making the most of the snow in Manhattan. Take a look.
You're not going to believe this story, okay? So right before we came on air here, these guys, I looked and they were coming down the street here in Midtown Manhattan. And let me just get the names here. Your name, sir?
Alex.
Alex, and your name?
It's Christian.
Christian, you are from?
I'm from Norway.
Norway.
Yeah.
You just flew in, right?
Yeah.
And you flew in from Denver.
From Colorado, yeah.
From Colorado.
Yep.
Guys, what is the deal here? Tell me the situation, because what you told me is a few minutes ago, I could not believe it. Go ahead. I'll get you to tell
so
me.
we, Alex and I, we work for a Norwegian auto brand called Amundsen. So, and since 2021, there was a big snowstorm in New York, and we figured, fuck, we should have been there. Yeah. And then 6 years passed, and now the new storm rolled in, and we figured we got to take full advantage. Packed our sleds, and now we're crossing Manhattan from north to south.
And you literally got a flight from Norway when? Just a couple days ago?
No, this morning.
This morning?
Yeah, but everything got canceled to New York, Washington, Philadelphia, all that got canceled. But we didn't really give up, so I flew to Montreal, drove down here, 6 hours, got here 7 hours ago, and we started skiing right away.
Unbelievable, unbelievable. And you flew in from Denver on Saturday, right?
Yep, yeah, we tried to beat the weather in and got into New York and drove up, and then we're just monitoring him. He was canceled at many airports, and then got into Montreal and got the rental car and came down.
So I have to ask you, I mean, what inspires two dudes to say, okay, I want to go north to south on the island of Manhattan in a snowstorm? I mean, and then you have your packs and you're on cross-country skis. What's the inspiration? I'll start with you.
I think it's just so rare you get this much snow in the city, and to be able to ski in such a strange and unique environment was kind of an opportunity for us to explore our passion of skiing in the city. And we have a shop here as well with our business, so we got to ski down to the shop and make it a full circle trip and experience.
Incredible. How are the roads?
Man, pretty good for skiing.
Yeah, right, exactly. So end game, how long is it going to take you to get down to downtown here?
We'll probably finish the trip, tomorrow midday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, but we're moving slow. We're no rush. Yeah, meeting you and meeting other people is a lot of fun. So, just finding new side streets and skiing down staircases. Whatever we can find to have fun.
Robert Ray there as the skiers have descended in Times Square. We had rain that fell in Nashville, which was actually freezing rain as a result of this significant winter storm. On Sunday, it was the Fox weather beast on those roads, and we got a first look of what became a crippling ice storm in Middle Tennessee. The trees, you can clearly tell, they were weighed down by all that ice. Middle Tennessee Electric, those crews are working to restore power as quickly as possible. We still are dealing with hundreds of thousands of customers throughout the volunteer state in the dark, and the company's president and CEO posted a video on X last night. Let's roll the clip.
The ice storm of 2026 will certainly go down as one of the most significant outage events that we have faced in our 90-year history. And a number of our members still remain without power. And we are working as hard as we can to restore power to all of our members.
And across the country, we still have hundreds of thousands without power this morning. We're taking a closer look at those impacts, notably in the South next, where more than 800,000 customers are going on their second day without power. Back.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Stay tuned to get an all-new Bell & Howell Bionic Floodlight for 50% off. Last year, over 100 million packages were stolen. Worse yet, over 500,000 homes were broken into. The party's over, porch pirates and prowlers. This is the Bionic Solar Floodlight from Bell & Howell. It showers a massive 1,000-foot area of ultra-bright light all the way from your house to the road or the whole backyard. Plus, it's solar-powered, so it's free to operate. When prowlers approach, the motion sensors activate and BAM! They go bye-bye. Plus, it expands your outdoor living space, making yards, patios, and walkways brighter. This next-generation solar-powered light features 120 high-intensity LED bulbs on 3 separate adjustable panels, delivering multi-directional light. It installs in seconds, anywhere. No wires, or stake it in the ground, and customize the panels anywhere you want light. Look, your lights are too weak, but watch. Bam! That's Bionic light power. Check out the difference before and after. Which home looks safer to you? The Bionic Floodlight is the ultimate security light standing guard up to 25 feet, keeping your family safer. And no more critters getting in your trash. Now there's plenty of light to scare them away. It'll light up your life when you pull into a bright driveway and enjoy more outdoor living space with bright, beautiful light. Folks, the Bionic Floodlight delivers safety and style. Look at this yard before and after. It's a night and day difference. Some outdoor solar lights sell for over $150, but you can get the Bionic Solar Floodlight from trusted Bell & Howell for just $29.99. And we'll even ship it to you free. Order right now and get a second Bionic Floodlight at 50% off. And it all comes with our Bell & Howell 5-year warranty. The demand has been huge, so don't wait or you can miss out. Order right now.
To order, call 1-800-324-1614 or go to bionicfloodlight.com. So call 1-800-324-1614. That's 1-800-324-1614 or order online at bionicfloodlight.com.
All right, welcome back into Fox Weather. We remain in alert mode as we see this winter storm exit stage right. We're not completely in the clear yet. Now, New York still digging out quite a bit of snow. Over 11 inches in Central Park. New Yorkers, though, not only kicking off the new work week with that fresh snow, but also some very cold temperatures. Let's go ahead and take it to the ground. We have Fox News correspondent Nate Foy, who's hanging out with us this morning. I mean, Nate, I think the snow is what everybody's talking about. Still can see some snow-covered sidewalks in some instances, but it's very cold outside. I think right around 20 degrees in New York right now.
Yeah, and that cold is going to be the most dangerous factor here moving forward in the next couple days. In fact, Mayor Zoran Mamdani said yesterday that 6 people were found dead in New York City. It's unconfirmed if it was actually a result of the storm, but he did say that that is the indication. The medical examiner is working to confirm that right now. So there are 10 warming centers set up throughout New York City for anybody who's homeless who needs to warm up. So hopefully we'll be able to get through that without anybody losing their life or being seriously injured. But the snow, as you mentioned, of course, we are seeing the remnants of the biggest snowstorm in New York City in 5 years. Take a look. You can see 2nd Avenue is in decent shape. Obviously, it is slick on the road, so you need to be careful. But the snow plows have done a great job. They've plowed every single street in New York City. You see this gentleman across the street shoveling the sidewalk, which everybody's responsible for shoveling their own sidewalk. And the bike lanes are in decent shape. We've seen a lot of people preferring to walk in the bike lanes rather than on the actual sidewalk. But a lot of people are going to need to break out the shovels to dig out their cars, which, funny enough, is something that we saw Mayor Zoran Mamdani do yesterday in Brooklyn. So take a look at this video. He helps somebody out who's stuck in their car. There was some criticism online saying that this was a photo op, and just about an hour ago, Mayor Mamdani was asked what he learned throughout the storm, and he appeared to address those critics. Listen here.
That people care a lot if I don't wear a hat. And I will tell you, I was brushing it off, and then towards the end of the day, my hair started to freeze, and I did put on a nice beanie, and I was much warmer. So I appreciate the feedback. I will take it moving forward.
So again, the Department of Sanitation cleared the roads overnight, plowing every single street in the city. You see them at Times Square here. But in the parts not cleared, New Yorkers turned the city into their playground. One man towed himself on a snowboard through the streets. That's definitely not recommended. Others enjoyed sledding, tubing, and cross-country skiing in Central Park. Those visiting New York City are having a hard time getting out of here. LaGuardia Airport is back open after being closed yesterday, but only a couple flights are getting out of LaGuardia so far this morning, with pretty much every flight either delayed or canceled. Just a handful getting out so far. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, we were speaking to some of the flight experts and travel experts here yesterday, and I realized, we can put our cars in the garage, but planes just sit out there. So there's this process also in many cases de-icing the planes and also clearing the tarmacs and the runways. And I don't know, Nate, you've been out there since very early this morning, since before the sun, but if you're out there a little longer, there's a chance to see maybe some light snow passing through within the hour or so. So, yay. I don't know if that's a thing to celebrate.
I'm sorry, I didn't exactly get what you guys said there, but we are seeing the conditions improve a little bit. We were out here early at 5 a.m. I heard you ask about that. And people just continue shoveling the snow off the sidewalks. The plows continue going through every single street in the city. So at this point, as you mentioned earlier, the cold temperatures is really the main concern.
Yeah, big concern moving forward, and we'll be watching for those passing snow showers within the next hour. So, Nate, thank you for that. Fox News correspondent Nate Foy in New York City for us. Thank you.
We know Nate's hair is not frozen.
He has a hat on, unlike the New York City mayor.
Yeah, right. Okay, in the South, it's the ice. It's not the snow. Tennessee is really grappling with a significant aftermath after what we saw play out just on Sunday. We've got more than 248,000 customers without power in the volunteer state, and that's where we want to head and bring in Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre on the ground in Nashville. You were showing us this tree, a huge tree, an old tree, Sarah, but getting so close to seeing that ice just coating those branches, and then to think that every tree within your eyesight has that, is really tough to grapple with, because this widespread ice storm is something that we're going to deal with for the next at least 2 weeks.
It's a ticking clock, too, when I'm standing in this park here and looking at the other trees that may still be standing. You could see them kind of leaning over. And so you're trying to have your wits about you a little bit, knowing, hey, this tree may topple over. I need to make sure I'm being safe during this time, because look at this. As we pan here, this is the case throughout this area right next to this neighborhood that lost their power. And we showed you that tree completely uprooted, and really looking at those branches here. And I want to continue to show you this because that's the main story of what we're experiencing here in Nashville. We've talked about the ice accretion and how much we've gotten in this area. It's just dangerous, guys, and it just goes to show you the heaviness on there. I mean, when you're putting that much stress on these branches, on these trees, it's going to topple over. And then if you're looking at this visual, you got to think, okay, what does this mean for the transmission, for these transformers, for those down power lines as well, or power lines essentially? That builds up, and this is what we are left with. And yes, while we've experienced those widespread power outages, and while Nashville Electric Services is working to get that power restored, it still poses a significant threat, especially as we see those temperatures and feel those temperatures begin to drop as we stay below freezing for a good chunk of the week. And I know that concern really gets into full swing as we head into the overnight hours tonight. Now, we have been staying in close contact with NES, that's Nashville Electric Services, about where we stand with getting lights back on for a lot of these homeowners. We're told nearly 100 power poles, those have been knocked down by the winter weather. They said last night they did make some good steps in getting power restored. 60,000 customers have the lights back on. But still, if we're looking at the numbers here in Nashville specifically, last I checked, well over 170,000 homes, customers rather, still without power. So this is going to be a very slow moving process as we try to get those lights back on, again, lasting a week essentially. And so that means a lot of folks, little to no resources right now. We've talked to people who live across these homes right here where we're seeing some of these down power lines. You know, they're telling us right now they are just waiting it out and staying in their home. They have the option to go to a hotel or a warming center, but right now they say the temps are bearable enough to stick it out. As we venture in through the rest of the week, maybe not so much. And really their concern is getting on the roads, guys, because it is so hard to walk in this area. We are treading very lightly and not getting too confident with our steps because we are slipping and sliding here. It is just glass beneath us. And so that's keeping a lot of people in their homes, but then at the same time, left without power. So it is chilly in there. I think one person said it's 50 degrees. That's manageable for now, but I don't know how long that's going to last for them. As I said, that extreme cold weather warning coming to effect later this evening. I believe it's 6 p.m. and lasting us through Tuesday. So still a lot of concern here in Nashville.
It's not just, freezing that we're talking about in Nashville. It's zero. We could go sub-zero tonight with these temperatures, clear skies, calm winds, a likelihood that we get to very cold, even record-breaking temperatures tonight. We will watch this thing, see how it plays out. No doubt about it. It's devastating. Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre. Thank you, Sarah.
All right, let's go ahead and take it into the Carolinas now, into Charlotte, North Carolina. Temperatures above freezing officially at 37 degrees, though I know it feels a little bit colder to the skin. Power outages, very dangerous, intense travel conditions lingering in portions of the state. The cold not letting up either. Some areas getting that 1-2 punch. First you had the winter storm. Now you have the severe cold. We do some cold weather advisories that we've been seeing across portions of the east. Let's go ahead and take it into Charlotte, southwest of Charlotte. Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen joining us. That's out of Charlotte, North Carolina. We have Bob joining us.
Yeah.
But
I
in
got
Greenville,
the crew right here.
Yeah, wrong Carolina. This is you're in South Carolina. I think you were in North Carolina.
Yeah, I am.
But this time, Bob, I'm not the one that confused it.
Thanks, brother. No problem.
Still cleaning the sidewalks.
Marissa, we are finally, because the sun finally hit this thing straight out, right? And now the temperatures are, what are we, about 36, 37, on the way up to 40, which is going to be beautiful for melting the snow initially. So the crew is out here, and it was ice before. So we've got the pitchforks that are going by to break it up initially. Pitchforks breaks it up nicely. Then you got the actual plastic shovel that just pushes everything off. So the problem is, you're looking at this sidewalk looks really good. This is not snow. This is sleet and the freezing rain that came in last night. And it came down very hard at about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. I want you to look at the street. Still have some slush out there in the middle part. Tonight, our temperatures, once the sun sets, are going to fall quickly down below freezing. So, Marissa, these temperatures are going to get down to 12 degrees tomorrow morning. Remember, we got sleet, got a little snow on the ground. Models don't really handle that really well when you're talking about clear skies and lightning winds, because it just makes it colder. So 12 degrees will be the forecasted low for Greenville itself. You get outside of here, and you're talking -3 as a morning low tomorrow in northern Mississippi. People without power, that's going to be a big issue. But Marissa, we've been watching this right now. It looks pretty good, right? People are out there, not a problem. In fact, this is the first time I've seen the sunshine since Colorado, if you can believe that, Marissa.
Yeah, well, we were waiting in Colorado, right, for some of the snow, and that's what everybody was talking about. But when it comes to where the snow has been, it's been far from the Rockies. Bob, you are one of the few, between our reporters and meteorologists in the field, you're in a very lonely category. Well, I guess, I don't know, maybe you're above freezing, and you're one of the few. A lot of the temperatures are below freezing.
I feel great. I know, this feels great, and I feel bad for our people that are out there in Mississippi. And we had my daughter out there at Ole Miss yesterday talking about the power lines that were down and the trees. She did a good job. I mean, she's never had any formal training in reporting, but listen to what she had to say.
Snow, it's just strictly ice, and a lot of the dorms, like, there's maybe 1 or 2 dorms that I know of that have power. Everything else is like pitch black, and the power, like, they have generators, but none of the outlets work. So, like, you can't charge your phone, you can't use the microwave. It's definitely not ideal over here, and they have no idea. They don't have an update on when they think it'll be back up.
Yeah, she did a great job. They cut out the part where she asked for money. Dad, can I have some more money? We need some sandwiches. Like, they did cut that out. I'm kidding. But no, they're doing all right at that point on the campus. So far, so good. But with the people without power, it's going to be obviously a big issue. But I'm saying right here, yesterday when I was talking to you, it was pure freezing rain coming down. This was caked up. Now you can see we're starting to do a little bit of melting. And like you said, you're right. We're about 36, 37 on the way up to 40. This is just going to totally refreeze up later on. Before this morning, I could do the whole slide. Now it's a little slushy. And this is exactly what we want to see. But we know the Arctic air mass is going to be locked and loaded every single morning between now and Friday, probably going into the weekend as well, into the teens. So the Arctic blast is here to stay for at least the next 5, probably 7 days, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at some of the ice totals, by the way, Bob. And when you look at the power outages, we're around 40,000 for South Carolina. I mean, faring quite well considering what we've seen in other spots. And your daughter, Sydney, right, in Oxford, talking about the ice there and just how devastating it was. I guess, too, though, we'll get melting today, but whatever melts could refreeze tomorrow. By midnight, we're back around 20 degrees.
Yeah, I think so. We're watching this. I mean, teens every single morning from now until Friday. Just at the forecast level, that's not good. And then, in fact, everything that is going to melt right here, you can see it. It's starting to already. It's just melting. If we had the wind, it would dry the streets off a lot better. But we don't even have the wind right here. We've got the wind advisors in the mountains, but it's not transferring all the way down to right here. We're kind of in the foothills of South Carolina, the upstate, the way they call it the Blue Ridge Escarpment, just up to the north. We're not getting those winds yet. Maybe it picks up this afternoon to help dry things up, kind of blow it off a little bit. But right now, it's actually a beautiful day. 37 feels fantastic, Marissa.
It's warm compared to some of the other temperatures we've been looking at this morning, Bob. Are you picking up ice?
Yeah.
I'm just glad you didn't slip on live TV.
Listen, I know. Listen, I'm not going to do that. I played hockey, remember? But I'm looking at these. When you played as a kid out in the slush, and this is what you don't want to get gonged in the head with. This is not snow. This is. Never mind. Too many people watching. But yeah, that's what it's like. It's not snow. It's just pure ice.
Yeah. No more snowball fights, because it would in fact be ice balls. All right, Bob, appreciate you standing out there in Greenville, South Carolina, with both the Carolinas dealing with a lot of that ice out of yesterday's storm. Okay, let's take it out of the mid-Atlantic, out of the south. We want to head into the northeast, Washington, D.C. New video for you this morning, because during the storm on Sunday, look at that city bus. It became lodged in some of the deep snow. It was stuck in the snow here on one of the major intersections. Passengers, drivers struggling to move as they were combating some of that heavy snow, that deep snow, even some of the ice. The road was very difficult to navigate. I'm sure everybody made it off okay. I think they struggled to get through some of that, but ultimately they were able to deboard and find a warmer spot to go. Fox Weather, we'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance? To help pay for covered over-the-counter items. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
All right, welcome back into Fox Weather. Another half hour here. We've been talking a lot about the I-95 corridor in the wake of this winter storm, a significant one for so many. Here is Wilmington, Delaware. Seeing some very, big snowflakes at times, but some good accumulation, 9 inches, in fact, for the Wilmington area. Not a bad Sunday if you could watch it from the comforts of your home, looking into your backyard. In terms of the other totals coming out of Delaware this morning, a lot of these getting updated within the past 12 hours or so. Bear winning out at 10 inches, so you could say nearly a foot. Then into Pine Creek, 8.5 there, but not bad. Not bad at all coming out of Maryland, Delaware, and as we saw further into the Northeast, even higher totals. Okay, I'm going to keep going. Wait, where are we going from here?
Well,
okay, to the 3-shot. It's been a long morning. That's one of the things. I will say, the Fox Weather team has been committed throughout the duration of this winter storm. Yeah. And a lot of this unfolding, as you both know, Craig, Stephen, no.
Yep, close enough.
I think I got it.
Yeah.
I'll take since Friday.
Yeah. Craig, what stands out to you about this storm the most out of all the stats? I was asking Marissa.
I think there are so many. I think I was surprised by the sleet with some of those reports of 5 to 7 inches of sleet.
Incredible amounts.
Across the South. That kind of sticks out to me, aside from the cold.
Yeah, how about you?
I'd say the cold, but I liked the one we talked about because I wrote it down. Can I share it?
Yeah.
Because I know it's yours too, but it's 18 states with at least a foot of snow.
Yeah. From New Mexico to New England, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's how wide this was.
You get these big storms that I know, the states in the Northeast from a real estate perspective, they're smaller, so you can have more of these states, but you still need, in order to rival some of these sprawling systems, you need a few states in the plains. You need those states in the Southern Rockies. And
populated, too.
We got them, yeah. So you were showing those snow totals out of Maryland. These are the ones out of Jersey. Impressive to see 16, 17 inches. What a storm it was, nearly 1.5 feet. And as I hear, it's still tough to get from New York to New Jersey.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Rail service.
Yeah, rail service has been
They're doing what they got to do, but
it's been a significant storm. There's no doubt about it. In addition to what we dealt with from a snow thing, we've had a lot of ice as well.
yeah, I mean, we got very fortunate for the Northeast because while we did have some sleet mixed in with that snow, it doesn't compare to that paralyzing ice storm that we saw for portions of Mississippi, Tennessee, Oklahoma dealing with some of that ice. As of this morning, more than 800,000 customers without power. Well, actually, no, it just lowered. We're now, just under 800,000. That number has been fluctuating throughout the morning, but seeing a gradual improvement, it looks, within the past 30 minutes or so. But for cities along the I-95 corridor, as I mentioned, it wasn't an ice threat as much as it was a snowy one. Baltimore, New York City, Boston, this was the biggest snow in at least 5 years. Even as this system departs, this Arctic blast leading to record brutal cold, that's going to be something that we carry with us through the work week.
Our teams, they've been no doubt dedicated to covering this winter storm, and we had big cities across the Northeast digging out. New Jersey Transit on Sunday suspending those operations, as we've mentioned. They have resumed a little bit. We want to get on the ground, and that's where we find Fox News correspondent CB Cotton. So the snow has moved out, but 17 inches in spots of New Jersey, CB, that's a lot of snow.
Yeah, Stephen, it's definitely a lot of snow. We saw those 17 inches in northern New Jersey. They just got pummeled. And, even though the snowfall has moved out, that doesn't mean there aren't any lingering dangers, as we've been talking about all morning. Right now, it's a dicey commute because check out these roadways that we're seeing here in Jersey. Lots of ice, very slushy. It's very slick for drivers because all the roadways that were blanketed with snow and ice after temperatures plunged well below freezing overnight, well, the bitter cold caused the wet pavement to refreeze and turn these roads into hidden sheets of ice.
I'm busy digging out my car, decided that I would not put it in the parking garage, and instead have been dug in pretty badly. So spending the morning digging my car out and then probably getting to work.
And listen, he's not the only one. I've seen a lot of New Jerseyans digging out today. So the National Weather Service reports up to 9 inches of snow fell in Hoboken, New Jersey. But like we were talking about, northern New Jersey, the snowfall totals climbed to a staggering 17 inches. So the impact of this winter storm, it was widespread. Hundreds of school districts across the Garden State are closed today, and Governor Mikey Sherrill took to social media telling people, hey, if you can work from home, you should. She also talked about how so many roads are far from back to normal. If you do have to travel, officials stress extreme caution. You got to slow down, increase following distance, and give the plows plenty of space. We saw a couple close calls yesterday between vehicles and plows. So just keep that in mind if you do choose to come out. Also, an emergency order temporarily lowering all speed limits to 35 miles per hour on New Jersey interstate and state highways is in effect until further notice. The governor emphasizing today that even roads that look clear, well, she says they may still be dangerously icy.
Even though you see that blacktop, there still could be ice. It's very, very cold outside. We're working hard to keep those roads as safe as possible, but please do observe those restrictions and know that those ramps could be iced over.
So back out here on the streets of Hoboken, you can see a gentleman down there also doing the Lord's work today of digging out his car. It is no easy task. I've been watching people do it all morning. And one man, it took him a couple hours to actually dig out his car. So it's definitely some tough work. All this snow that we see that's now been moved off the roadways and piled up here on the sides, well, forecasters, as you guys have been talking about, it's not expected to melt for several more days because freezing temperatures have just really gripped the region. Stephen, back over to you.
All right, and I always get nervous when there are people walking over those mounds. It's like, oh no, are they going to slip? I saw my fair share yesterday on my way back. Good news, they made it. We're all good here. CB Cotton, thank you. Stay warm, and don't you fall in the snow.
They made it across, yes.
They made it across. It's all that matters, and it's an accomplishment.
The dog has boots.
Little booties. Only mine would wear them. Does yours wear them?
No.
Thank you, CB.
CB's smiling like she loves the cold. She's fun. CB, you can hang out with us anytime. All right. Where is the snow? Actually, funny you should ask. Been watching a little bit of a band slice through portions of New York. So maybe a shot to see a little bit of that lighter snow. Boston's been seeing some of it through this morning. Even if you look at some of the lakes off of Lake Michigan, off of Lake Huron, as well as Lake Ontario. We have a little bit of that enhancement. I think the other thing this morning, it's really just about the cold. We have some areas that have finally made it into the double digits, but the low double digits. We watch the system that's departing, and it's really then just about the cold. And for folks that didn't shovel, your car is packed into some of that snow. Time is running out. Temperatures, they fall, they plummet, and we are looking at some deep cold as we head into Tuesday morning.
And some lake effect snow. Anytime you get those snow bands off in the Atlantic, you see those convergence zones. You know that that's some cold air advection. That's like one of those signatures on forecast models. You get those little bands that form. Imagine being out there and dealing with that snow.
There's just been so much of it, right?
Yeah.
The wind, the snow, and the cold through tomorrow morning. Portions of the Midwest, the Great Lakes. This goes all the way down, by the way, to the deep south with some of these cold weather advisories in addition to the extreme cold warnings. The parameters differ per city, per forecasting area, but I mean, the temperatures, Stephen, are just rough. Boston, Melanie has been standing out there, Melanie Black, it feels like 3 degrees. Detroit feels like it's in the low teens, and we really don't climb that much from here on out.
No, and it's going to be another cold night. That fresh snowpack certainly not going to help things if you're hoping for some warmer weather.
Or maybe even record lows by. We'll be talking about the cold come tomorrow morning. But what we do want to talk about is, well, after this biggest snow event in a decade for so many cities along the Northeast, I-95 corridor, I should say, we're already looking at the potential for another storm as we get into this weekend. Fox Weather meteorologist Greg Herrera here to break it down, because finally getting some eyes and seeing, I guess, the trend right now with the models, both the numerical ones and also AI, of what we could say play out yet again.
I know.
I-95.
You know, we talked about this earlier this morning, Marissa, and already people are coming in and like, are you serious? So let's talk about what we have. First of all, let's break down this last storm system, right? It was a piece of energy. There was a cutoff low just off the coast of Baja California, Mexico, opened up, moved into that northern jet. The two merged, and we basically watched that area of low pressure develop. Completely different setup. This is what stretched that last storm more than 2,300 miles from really when it opened up over California, light rain in Arizona, really picked up steam in New Mexico. This is a different setup. This one, all of this energy is coming in from the north up into Canada. And that lobe of Arctic air continues to drop down to the south. And we are frigid, as you have been talking about all morning. It's a concern for us this entire week because where do we put the snow? We don't have a lot of time between the next system potentially to clean up, especially if it's sticking around with the cold weather in place. Now we watch, the dip goes way down across portions of the Midwest into the southeast. Where does the coastal low form? This is still a bit of a question, but there are some hints that we'll start to see this. You talked about it. We're looking at some traditional models, the European and the GFS. The blue that you see with the European has an area of low pressure a little farther north, and it gives snow for places like New England. The GFS takes it a little farther south, and it's talking more snow for places like coastal North Carolina, coastal South Carolina. But when you look at some of the other models and even the AI models, they're more in alignment with what's going on with the Euro. And when we take a look at the ensemble, anytime you see a system that develops anywhere near the Carolinas or near New Jersey, you watch, because that cold air is in place, right? And it's a marriage between the cold air that has to be there and the moisture. So anytime you've got that high and that area of low pressure, or all the cold air moving around that high into the New England area and into the Northeast, you're in business. Where does that storm set up? Looking at all of these little L's on the map here, good indication Sunday, especially Sunday into Monday, that we've got something out there. It's just a matter of where that sets up and how much it can get close to the coast as far as moisture and getting fed into that cold air. Big conversation right here. We're looking at some of the discussions. Boston, one of the last lines says, we continue to monitor a potential storm off the coast toward the weekend. Can we make it 3 Sundays in a row where we'll see a coastal low? We'll see, is what they say.
Just looking at the latest GFS came in. I was just looking at it. It's still there, Craigo. Still there.
Craigo.
Oh, I like Craigo.
I like it.
Why do I say that?
I don't know. I like it.
Still there,
endearing. It's good.
I like it. It is endearing because we adore you, Craigo.
I adore you.
Yes, we do. And we
family here.
We adore the people who have been sending in videos and photos all day. It's been great. So many of you guys have been doing this. This one's a pop.
It does look. It looks like a little bear cub.
Fort Worth, Texas. Patricia.
That's Luna.
I love the name.
We love Luna.
Here's another one. This is from Caroline in Massachusetts. Thank you for sending in the cats in the snow. For some reason, it's funny to me. The cat's name is Woody, and Woody was trying to look out the window, but that fresh powder was too
Blocking
high.
his view. Aw. So that's me, and that is Fox weather meteorologist Stephen McLeod, who works behind the scenes. We went around Times Square. It's a tradition I have.
I gotta
Stephen came
say,
with me. And we found the mound. We found a
look
big
at
mound.
that. We have gotten so many in. I think more than 150 images came in just from this morning alone. So thank you. We've seen them, and we appreciate them. We expect more. You can scan the QR code on your screen there. Thank you, McLeod, for picturing. And Marissa,
Yeah.
we'll be back.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond Original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of Original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses. And hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with Original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Back here on Fox Weather, and at first it was the snow. We were following it. Now it's the cold. Crews in the capital of the United States beginning that cleanup. There's a cold weather advisory that we have in effect. Temperatures warming to, 24 this hour. Our nation's capital with, I don't know, is the sun trying to peek through? I know who to ask. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne. She is in D.C. Katie, any sun? The Capitol shot makes it look like there is sun.
We have seen the sun peeking out just in the last hour, but we're on a shady street blocked by some big, tall buildings, and that's not helping any melting, if that even is in the future for some of these folks. We're not supposed to hit below freezing until Sunday. So icy conditions are settling over D.C. Everything you see on the ground here is frozen, essentially. When you look at the snow, this is untouched, unplowed. I'm standing right on top of it. I'm not sinking into it. It's completely covered with this layer of ice because parts of D.C. got over 9 inches, and that was a combination of around 5 inches of snow that fell first. Then the rest of that number all came from sleet. And now the problem today, no one's really getting around. It's been a major issue. We've seen dozens of cars getting stuck in this snow. The consistency is like sand. It's really hard to work with this as far as cleanup goes, but especially if you're driving. This is a car you can tell that got stuck trying to turn. It seems that the turns, the ramps onto the highways, places like that are where people are getting stuck, and it takes a long time to dig out. In fact, I met one essential worker just in the last hour. She works at a shelter here, so she had to be here today to feed people this morning. She was telling me that she only lives a few blocks away, but she got stuck on her way into work and was blocking traffic. It took us, our crew, tried to help her get out of there. We weren't able to use a plastic shovel. You need metal to work with this type of snow, and it took about 20 minutes to get her car out of those conditions.
It was expensive, to say the least, and even with Uber and Lyft, the time trajectory doesn't work. I have 2 kids, so no school. I still had to take them to the sitter and then get myself here. So it was about $50 to take them a couple blocks away. That's usually not that expensive. And then it was costing me about $50 or $55 now. I even have coworkers who can't leave, and our job actually paid for us to have Uber and Lyft, but they can't help when the Uber and Lyfts are getting stuck.
It's really a challenging situation here today. There's a lot of workers on the ground trying to clear snow, but they are chipping away at these blocks of ice to get rid of it. So it's taking a lot of work, a lot of effort. We're checking in with officials to see what the numbers look like as far as those disabled vehicles. We know there has to be a large number because just this morning we had that chance to go out with plow trucks with the city's Department of Public Works, and we saw at least a dozen, including a police car, even stuck. Guys?
Looking at some of the video that's just off to the side, clearly you've got these 4-door sedans, these cars, the drivers obviously thinking that they'd be fine to go out, and not that a truck's any better, but that 4-wheel drive really comes in handy, Katie. That's all I'm going to say. You're out in that snow and you need the assistance if you have to get out. It's the best option, all-wheel drive too. But just got to wait for this snow to melt. It's not going to happen this week. Fox Weather correspondent Katie Byrne in D.C.
It's going to be a while.
It's going to be a while. Going to be a while. Thank you.
Imagine if your car's stuck on the side of the street where you parked it and it got plowed in, waiting for that snow to melt. All right, well, Sunday, it did mark the first day when D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York, all the way into Boston recorded more than 6 inches of snow in a single day. Last time all 5 cities had at least 6 inches was in 2016. It has been a while, folks. And we have Fox Weather meteorologist Craig Herrera, as you know, joining us in studio. And Craig, I'm thinking of all these big cities where it is mainly street parking, especially into the downtown areas. But your car, if it got plowed in, good luck getting it out because it just becomes this pack of solid snow, if not ice.
Yeah, and if it's on the side and those plows are coming through, guess what? It's just getting covered.
Yeah.
Sadly, I mean, that's tough. And Marissa, we got some new numbers I want to share with all of you because Michael Guy here behind the scenes working with this meteorologist, and he's got some new numbers in out of New England. These are as of 8 o'clock this morning Eastern time, and the numbers, as you know, have gone up, and I'll get you the 24-hour totals in just a moment. But Boston now at 18.6 inches of fresh snow. Worcester, Mass, 18.6 as well, all across New England, southern New England. These numbers have been, you said 6 inches? We've tripled those numbers, right? Look at those numbers there. All right, so let's go back for the 24-hour totals. Boston with the 16.7 inches of snow yesterday, making it the snowiest day that we've seen since 2022, and the 9th snowiest day on record. Pretty impressive, right? Not the only spot. New York City at Central Park, 11.4 inches there. The snowiest day we've had since 2021, if you were with us after we first launched. The storm we covered here at Fox Weather. Also out of New York, a couple of places also included JFK, 10.3, LaGuardia, 9.7, and over to places like Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh, 11.2. Forecast really verified for these areas, saying, okay, this is where we think we're going to get the bullseye of the snow. Certainly came through fruition. You think about some areas with elevation. You put elevation into a place like New York or New Jersey, and you got some impressive numbers here as well. Over to Baltimore, man, look at those numbers. Nearly 12 inches, about a foot, just shy of a foot there, and their snowiest day since 2016. For all of these areas, these are just 24-hour totals. I gave you the new numbers as of 8 a.m. Some of these numbers will go up, especially for portions across eastern Mass. The last of that system is still coming through, and it's still giving us a little bit of snow out there. Connecticut, what about you? Man, you also did pretty well. There was also some questions closer to Long Island and Connecticut. How much sleet would we get in here? What would that do to the totals? Didn't do anything for Connecticut. Those numbers are very impressive there. Here's where we were talking about the elevation for places like the Hudson Valley, over through Pennsylvania, New Jersey. This is where the numbers are impressive. More or about 2 feet in some cases. Northern New Jersey, boy, a lot of these roads, it's going to take some time to clear the side roads now. They're working hard to get all of the snow off of the big roads, right, the main roads, but it's those side roads, I think, that's going to take some time. Pennsylvania, especially across central and western Pennsylvania, adding some significant numbers here. New Bethlehem, 23 inches for you. Again, when we look at the estimated snow for the past 48 hours and you compare that to the forecast and what we were looking at, Marissa, a lot of these numbers came right through. What about the cold chill, the Arctic air? It stays with us pretty much, let's just call it through the end of the month for sure. And as we look at these highs, and the overnight lows, most of us are going to be below freezing, even for afternoon highs. You bring out, even if it's a sunny day, you got a lot of snow down on the ground, that's just not going to help. These temperatures, it's going to be one that we're kind of locked into for, well, I guess, what are we now, 26th to February 2nd, 3rd?
And we've already had a lot of cold this winter.
I'm telling you.
Raise your hand if you got your heating bill so far.
Oh.
Did you get your heating bill?
Yeah, I'm afraid to think about it.
So my husband looks at me and I'm like, you know what? It has been a really cold winter, but think of the Midwest, think of the Great Lakes,
Absolutely.
the Northeast. You got a snowpack, you've got cold air. Mm-hmm. It's been a tough go of it, and we still have a long way to go in winter. Thanks, Craig.
Yeah, you're welcome, I think.
It likes it.
So that happened during what seems to be an interview from Fox 17 in Nashville, underneath a tree that suddenly split. Dangerous conditions even this morning, with people without power, in the dark, perhaps for the next several days. Fox Weather's extended winter storm coverage continues after the break.
I'm happy. I'm happy that I have gold. I have gold as a hedge against inflation. I know that this is the only thing that represents real money. I've had a portfolio of course, stocks, but no one ever talked about gold as part of your portfolio. To make a long story short, I end up buying gold for the first time. And boy, was I excited. What I like about owning physical gold is that I'm in control of my money. No one else has his hands on it, but I can put my hands right on it right now. If I need it right away, it's there.
If you'd like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio, call to receive the complete guide to buying gold. This is important and valuable information, including facts you should know about purchasing gold, silver, platinum, or palladium. Call now and you'll also receive the Global Gold Forecast Special Report. Inside, you'll find the real issues on why you need to start owning gold today. You'll also receive a copy of our new report, Protection in the Risk Zone. U.S. Money Reserve can walk you through the 3 simple steps of transferring your existing 401k or IRA into a precious metals IRA backed by physical gold to further protect your assets from market instability. Call U.S. Money Reserve, America's gold authority, right now to get your free gold kit and IRA information, including the 3 simple steps for transferring your existing 401k, 403b, and traditional IRA. With more than 2 decades in business, over $3 billion in transactions, and more than 1 million clients worldwide, U.S. Money Reserve is one of the most dependable gold distributors in America.
I wish I could get a new shower. Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day.
Wow.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors. I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub. We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head. Why is Jacuzzi the right choice? Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time offer, we're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
While the worst is behind us, there is still more to be done as we clear the snow and restore our city. Our top priority remains ensuring that every New Yorker can remain safe and warm throughout this prolonged cold period. Our goal is for all services to be fully restored by tomorrow, with all streets cleared, students back at school in person, and our city back to normal, albeit with a lot of snow piled up.
Yeah, I tell you what, almost a foot of snow up there in Central Park. Foot of snow, 11.2. Pretty amazing when you look at all that snow that's worked its way right up the I-95 through New York into Boston. But that's pretty good compared to what we've got down across the Deep South. We have got the freezing rain that piled up, the sleet as well. Welcome to America's Weather Center, everybody. I'm Bob Van Dillen, and we are continuing our coverage of this storm. Now, it had a lot of teeth, a lot of action. Most of it's gone. Some flurries up there around down East Main this morning. But I want to bring in the great meteorologist Jane Menard to wrap it up with me across the Deep South, because we got blasted here for the last 3 days. And Jane, it's still on the cold side.
It is, and that's the big danger as we look into this upcoming week, is the Arctic air that's settling in behind our exiting storm. There are so many people. I mean, we still have hundreds of thousands, millions of people impacted by the no power. And now temperatures that are feeling like the single digits, falling once again, even with wind chills below 0 as we go through the night tonight. But conditions in the southeast. I mean, you take a look here, Bob. You're sitting comfortably. You're expecting to get a high temperature up near 40. I mean, that alone,
40.
So much better than what we'd had over the course of this weekend.
It really is, Jane, but the only problem is everything is melting nicely. If you look around, we still have slush on the roads, and as soon as that sun sets, now the sun has gone through the buildings, the temperature's going to rapidly drop, and with that sleet and snow still on the ground, we know the temperature's going to radiate, they're going to get cold. We're going to get down to 12 degrees for tomorrow morning, so everything you see on the streets is going to refreeze again tonight. In fact, we had a winter weather advisory till 1 o'clock this afternoon, not because of the blue sky, but because of the icy conditions that we still have, especially in the back roads and up in the mountains too, where temperatures aren't going to crack above freezing today.
Yeah, so expect black ice each and every night, each and every morning, which is also, too, going to keep crews on the roads, salt trucks, plows. So everything that we did yesterday over the course of this weekend, giving them space to treat those roads, it's all for the better to keep yourself safe. But you take a look at some of our top ice reports. Bob, you know, it was interesting for the Carolinas because for the longest time, they were looking at their neighbors to the west saying, oh boy, we see what's happening, expecting this to happen here. And we did end up with about a ½ an inch of ice accretion across parts of Oak City, Mountain Home, more so getting up into the elevations, the foothills, the Appalachians, right up along the Virginia border outside of Raleigh. But there was an unexpected dry sludge, a period of quiet conditions that actually I think for the better. If you're in North Carolina, we've got to thank Mother Nature for this, because we have this warm nose that stuck around, and I'm pulling up the upper air sound and getting into some meteorology, Bob. And, you know, the temperature, the dew point, you know, that warm nose is what we were concerned about on bringing the freezing rain, but we had this prolonged stretch where
that's massive.
You know, an opportunity for more sleeting, and you had been saying it all weekend long, preferring the sleet over freezing rain.
And look at the wind direction, too. When you see the wind barbs on the right, you can see, I mean, a due northeast wind at the lower levels. And then all of a sudden you introduce the temperatures that are well above freezing. What's that? You're talking about the 800 millibar level where you have the winds due south-southwest?
Yep.
That was a tremendous problem when you talk about the freezing rain. And you were on the air with me yesterday, Jane. We were watching that cold front go in through Atlanta, where the rain instantly changed over the freezing rain. Northeastern suburbs went right through I-85. Greenville, you saw it. I was getting pounded with freezing rain yesterday afternoon, and that whole thing slid right up to North Carolina. And things are drying out right now. Obviously, we're starting to warm up. But the Arctic air, just lobe after lobe of the Arctic air, is going to continue to smash down all the way to the Gulf Coast over the next 4 or 5 days.
Yeah, I mean, we have, through about midweek, we have cold weather alerts up for over 200 million Americans, stretching the Central Plains through the Southeast, and then we take it up across the northern border. I mean, as we get into, you know, some of these ice reports, just shy of 1,000 ice reports that stretch from central southern Texas all the way up into New England. I mean, it's over a 2,000-mile stretch. But we'll get into this, of course. And I know we've been talking with your daughter there at Ole Miss, but, you know, northern Mississippi, central Mississippi, northern Louisiana, you see this corridor here where power is out with the icing concerns. I mean, the recovery, it's going to be prolonged this week.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, too, because when you see temperatures tonight getting down in Oxford to -3, that's not the wind chill, that's the actual temperature forecast. That's amazingly cold for areas that far south. Jane, great work. We're going to go up to the north a bit farther. Let's go up to New England. We knew this city was going to get blasted, belted, hammered, smashed. They got it all, 18 to 20 inches or so all around eastern Mass. And Melanie Black is up there, our meteorologist. She just came from there. She's back up in Boston. And Melanie, I got to tell you, this storm performed almost perfectly.
It really did. Bob, yesterday you should have seen our live shots. It was a much different story than what we're looking at right now. The snow was just dumping across Boston. At one point, the snow was just coming down sideways because of the wind, the reduced visibility. And just to give you an idea of some of the conditions we were dealing with yesterday, there were near blizzard conditions across some spots like the Cape and the islands. So we were monitoring that there. Visibility dropped off below 1/4 mile for a lot of southern New England. And to get the amount that we have in Boston as of this morning, 1.5 feet of snow, you really have to have that snow falling down at a good clip. And that's what we had, about 1 to 3 inches per hour across the region. And as we look at radar now, it's a different story, a much lighter snow. What we have going on are two things as you look at radar. You can see some of the snow working in off the ocean, and that's our ocean effect snow showers. So that'll continue to produce some minor accumulations, mainly to anyone that's south of Boston. The wind shifted a little, so it shifted this band a little bit further down to the south. But then you look off to the northwest from Boston, and we have another batch of snow that's working on in with some energy aloft. So this secondary burst of snow is going to move through this afternoon. It'll be light at that, steady at times, but it will still add to some minor accumulations. So we're just not done yet with the snow. In fact, we'll continue to have the chance for some snow in the forecast tonight into the early morning hours before this all just continues to peel out of here. But then we turn our attention to the cold. So this morning, crews have been very busy at work, working to clear the roads and the sidewalks. I lived in Boston for 3 years, and I can say that the snow crews, when they get out, they are very efficient, working to clear the roads. I went to bed last night. I heard the snow plows. I woke up again this morning, heard more snow plows. And actually, behind me, I can see a little bit of the cobblestone again because there have been people putting salt out here. So the conditions have improved. But Bob, the temperatures, they're not going nowhere. Highs this week are going to be in the 20s, and then we have overnight lows that are in the single digits. We'll have the cold air in place, and then potentially come next weekend, we could be eyeing the chance for another storm, a potential nor'easter.
Yeah. Did you just say the N-E word? I think you did. We've been watching that with the models as well.
Did I speak it into existence?
It's all good, Melody. I
Yeah,
love
it's
it.
been,
By the way, those
it's
pictures
been
you
the
sent
talk back at the Fox
absolutely
Weather
amazing.
Center. Yeah, the cars were
Do we
buried in
say it?
snow
Do we
here
not?
last night. I was walking around the back bay. Yeah.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous stuff. Melanie Black in Boston. Thank you so much, and I want to see more pictures. We'll get back to you in just a little bit. You liked it. Oh my God, you see that? Holy cow, this is dangerous as heck, right? You put on 3/4 of an inch of icing on these trees, boom, down they come. You don't want to be anywhere near these things when you start hearing a snapping for sure. That was in Nashville. Sarah Allegre, she's been up in Nashville. That was close by, that was in Donaldson. Sarah, I was talking to you yesterday. The freezing rain had just about ended, but it's still, the temperature's deep freeze right now. How does it feel?
Bob, we're still dealing with the impacts here. Yeah, very cold, especially this morning. Now, with the sun out, that's helping just a bit, and it's actually kind of melting the ice ever so slightly, making this walkway around here very slick. So we're going to be careful as we show you this report here. We showed you the downed trees yesterday, seeing more of this pop up across Nashville, and we are subject to see this continue throughout the afternoon and really the days to come as this cold, frigid air is here to stay. That ice is going to be here to stay as well, especially as we feel those temperatures drop overnight. Those feels like temperatures well below zero, and we're going to feel that later on. But let's talk about the impact. Here's that ice accretion, what we talked about from that mix of snow, sleet, and freezing rain. We're going to get massive trees like this completely uprooted. You can see the impacts here. Still looking at these branches, it's just a good judge of how much ice we've received, and it just goes to show you we've seen quite the significant accretion of ice here in the Nashville area, large enough or strong enough to just add stress to these trees. Eventually, it's going to snap, it's going to break. And then as we kind of pan through this way and kind of go along these townhomes, you see that it's crushing a power line. These downed trees, they crush power lines. There you go. People are without power. And that's the case for this neighborhood, just one of many across the greater Nashville area. Last we checked, around 170,000 people over that. According to Nashville Electric Services, still without power. We actually talked to one customer that's currently being impacted. He's still waiting for those lights to come on.
We had power blink off yesterday morning at around 8:30-ish, and been without it ever since. So, yeah, it's been a lot of candles getting lit, a lot of flashlights being used, and then just trying to stay warm by the fire.
Yeah, staying warm while people can. I talked to a lot of folks who chose to stay in their homes, kind of waiting for the power to be restored. We'll see how long they stay in this location as the temperatures continue to drop. Now, we have been keeping in close contact with Nashville Electric Services, trying to get a better idea as to when is power going to come back on. They say it's going to take a couple of days. I mean, we've got nearly 100 power poles around the area. Those have been knocked down because of the ice accretion that we've been reporting on. Now, they say 60,000 customers, they got their lights back on overnight. Still a long way to go. It's looking like this week people could be without power for that long. So hotels getting very busy, the warming shelters across Nashville as well, and then across Tennessee too. Quite the good resource and a much needed resource as we deal with those very cold temperatures below freezing for the week. But then, as you said too, we're going to be well under zero overnight, at least with that wind chill.
Yeah, unbelievable, Sarah. So the difference between where you are and where I am is the ice is still in the trees where you are. It's melting off around Greenville, South Carolina, but looking at your temperatures in the teens, that's not going anywhere. Sarah, great report in Nashville, Tennessee. Thank you so much. Jane?
Coming up here on America's Weather Center, we're going to take a look at how this massive winter storm made its mark across the I-95 corridor. Several cities receiving the most snow they've seen since 2016, 10 years. And don't put away your coats. We are digging out the driveways, but we could potentially see more snow on the way. We are tracking the potential for our next major winter storm looming. We've got every detail coming up.
And correspondents reporting live in the icy devastation left by this massive storm. We'll have the latest on the recovery efforts. More updates coming your way. America's Weather Center. We'll be right back.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts, and hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance? To help pay for covered over-the-counter items. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Great to see you on America's Weather Center. Appreciate you being here. Again, it's Fox Weather, continuing coverage of this storm. Most of the storm action has moved away, but if you look at Central Park all the way up the line, that's the top part of your screen. This is 6th Avenue leading in that direction. Look at the snow that dropped. Officially, 11.5 or so inches of snow in Central Park. Let's bring in Jane Menard because your temperature right now, Jane, 20 degrees. Feels like 11. Your winds are out of the west at 6, meaning that storm is clearly pulling away. But that's a beautiful shot. And look at some of the snowfall totals. We were saying, were we going to see close to 2 feet of snow? Some of the models said, yeah, it happened.
It did. Look at that, 18 inches for Boston. And by the way, on that 6th Ave cam outside of our Fox Weather headquarters, what you couldn't see in the camera, and I'm looking out the window right now, we've got a couple light flakes flying.
Yeah.
Yes, there is going to be a little more opportunity for some snow as this system pulls away. Wind shift, a little moisture squeezes out. Really, I think it's just some dressing, right? It's really just some added sprinkles to the snow that we've had over the course of the last 24 hours.
That's that 850 millibar low going up to the north and swinging some vorticity around behind it. That's what's going on, squeaking out all the available moisture in the atmosphere and falling as flurries. Water vapor, Jane, you read my mind. Let's see where it's going from here.
Well, you got this big dip in the jet stream, right? And so that's going to kind of flatten us out as we go through the day today. High pressure is going to briefly build in, but with that high pressure moving in this week, that is what locks in this Arctic cold. So there is no shortage of the cold temperatures. That story is a big one for so many millions of people. I think we have cold weather alerts up for over 200 million Americans. But for the Northeast, you can see our storm pulling away now, Bob. You can see that high pressure starting to creep in from the west. But as we get a little pressure gradient, you're right, we're going to squeeze out all the moisture that we can. Still breezy, gusty right now. What is that? 37 out of Harrisburg. Atlantic City gusting to
30
40
in AC.
in DC. Look at that. So, you know, that's just going to add some bite to the air as this storm pulls away.
I like watching that low pressure region move away from Nantucket and the Cape right now, but it's that high pressure, that Arctic air mass. It's swinging in, and that's why we've got the winds that are up there. Calm up in Albany, though. How about that? Pretty interesting, right?
Yeah, I mean, listen, dry air is always going to win, especially
the
behind
snow.
a storm. But I wanted to zero in on this. We've got some light snowflakes right now up out of LaGuardia, and sure enough, we have reports at the airport of light snow. And by the way, Bob, I mean, yesterday we had 10,000 flight cancellations. LaGuardia was one of the airports completely shut down. They're trying to get things back up and running, but we still have a level 4 misery index with 1,300 cancellations. And it was DC, Reagan, the first flight of the day. They actually diverted and decided to land at Dulles because the pilot was concerned about landing on the icy runway and the skid potential early on in the day. So I think they're trying to really make things more operable at these airports, but it's tough when you've had all of this snow, then that little transition over to sleet, which compacts it and just makes it like an ice skating rink.
Yeah, you know what? And it's like he landed at Dulles because Reagan National was shut down.
Yeah.
Remember, that was yesterday. It was another big story. And then GSP, where I am, Greenville-Spartanburg International Airport, shut down as well. Now, those flights are starting to get back up again. I was watching the reports, trying to get back up to the Northeast. I mean, it's still a nightmare, and you just had it there before. And it's all because of the snowfall totals. Look at these. Tenafly, 16.3 inches in Jersey. Wantage Township. That's all in the northwestern part.
It is. We were looking at this yesterday, right? That rain snow line, the sleet line that we were looking at was waffling a bit, sitting right on the I-80 corridor. So when you look at these totals, right, these markers, is it no surprise to you that a little elevation north of the I-80 corridor is where New Jersey picked up our top totals, more than 1.5 feet? Really impressive stuff there. But as we go through the rest of the day today, I mean, the storm's going to continue to pull out. We'll get a couple of light snow showers, I think, as we head through the afternoon. But it's really all about the Arctic cold that is going to lock this snow in place. And then, of course, which we will talk about, the little chatter of what could be coming by the end of next weekend.
I was watching, Jane, the temperature in Dayton going down to -1, and that's just the actual ambient air temperature, not the wind. Add the wind, it's going to feel like -10, -12 at times. But there's a snow that's left to come through Monday.
Through the end of the day today.
Here we go. The rest of the afternoon.
I think,
so a little ocean effect going on. I noticed a little bit.
I think so, too. Boston, where Melanie is, that will be maybe one spot for us to watch. Boston picking up 18 inches. Do they crack 20 with some ocean effect? Maybe a little added energy as this storm swings the final axis on its way through. But you can see snow showers are reported perhaps through early tomorrow morning. But then we really lock into that dry Arctic air. Here we are Wednesday morning, midweek. You've got Pittsburgh at 1 degree. You've got New York at 12 degrees, 10 in Boston. And yeah, you know this too, Bob. Wind kicks in. We're talking feels like temperatures at the start of the day, worse than what we'd had at the lead up to this event. We're talking well below 0.
I mean, this is the worst part of the winter right now. We're definitely in it. So let's talk about the storm to the left. Let's talk about the storm that's coming in, possibly, right, Jade?
Possibly,
All eyes are on this storm that's a potential. Well, I'm interested to see what you've got graphic-wise with this one, because we know when you see two models showing an area of low pressure forming off the Outer Banks and possibly moving northward for the weekend, that's cause for some concern, if not alarm, after what we just went through.
Listen, as always, once one exits, we always look ahead to what's going to be coming in. You know, it's a different setup this go around. You know, last week in the lead up to this storm, we were looking for the phase. I was actually talking to Matthew Blue, one of our weather producers behind camera. We were saying, I mean, I felt like there were so many cooks in the kitchen with this last storm, and boy, did it have a large footprint. But it just goes to show, you know, for some of us, that margin of error was a little higher. This go around, we take all the cooks out and we've got one master chef, and that's going to be the fact that we've got cold air and one singular piece of energy that's going to dive in, and the question will be, how does it develop off the mid-Atlantic coast as we head into next week? A robust upper level low kicks in at the surface. Bob, you know this. This is almost like your classic setup for a nor'easter, but I'm not entirely sold just yet. We're 5+ days out. I want to see a couple more model runs as we get into the start of this week.
Right, and that's typical, but we do have the upper level pattern shaping up to be pretty good for this. You watch that jet, both of them almost phasing right across southern Georgia, northern Florida, and then exiting across the eastern seaboard. And you're right, what's out there across the east coast? The Gulf Stream. That's a warm belt of water, that current that's going to feed into anything that does develop right there and just adds energy and juice and rolls right on up. And could we see another coastal type storm? Some of the models are saying, yeah, Jane, I like where we got it. It all depends on when that surface low forms, obviously.
It does, exactly. And I think there's also, you know, the cold air. We know that it's here. And so that will be an important piece to this. I mean, I don't think that there's any question that we wouldn't see snow if that low sets up. But, you know, I think it's all about the development and the placement of that coastal low, because some models, namely the GFS, really kind of want to kick it well out to sea with just a minor impact. But the European and even the AFES model, when you bring in the AI, right, perhaps a little high, a little more robust this go around. So I think for those who are on the eastern seaboard, yeah, I can understand. We saw what the grocery stores looked like, Bob, leading up to this first snow event this weekend. So
I know.
We'll pump the brakes, but of course we'll watch it and see how things unfold this week.
You have to. But it is interesting because the European is totally bullish on a storm just offshore from Jersey, pumping in a heck of a lot of snow. Usually the European is like, right, it's not going to happen. The GFS is usually when its hair is on fire. Oh, my God, it's going to blow up with a big storm. They're opposite this time, right?
That's a great
GFS is a little less bullish, a little more bearish. Yeah, so it's fun to watch these models come together. We got plenty of time to watch it, Jane.
We do. So we'll see. And if it does come to fruition, I think, Bob, it's worth mentioning that, you know, that's the type of storm that taps into cold air, but also, too, brings more of a coastal flood risk. You know, winds pick up. So a totally different beast.
All right, let's watch the cold air coming in behind it, right? Look at Minneapolis. Your temperature is -2. I mean, it's just a light breeze out of the southwest at 9, but it makes it feel like -18. That's a feel like wind chill temperature. And that Arctic shot goes way down to the south. And what makes it even colder is the fact that we've got sleet, freezing rain, snow on the ground, snow as well. And that's going to make those overnight lows tonight feel dreadful. We're talking -3 in Oxford, Mississippi, getting up to around 0 for spots like Nashville. So the temperature's major problem. Cold weather alerts, they're back in play again for overnight tonight through tomorrow.
Yeah, and when you paint that over top of the fact that we have all of these power outages still, huge concern, like you said, up across parts of northern Louisiana, Mississippi. And by the way, this cold air locks in. We're talking record cold starts in the Central Plains through the Mississippi Valley from this morning, where we had record lows, again tomorrow, and then that could potentially last on into Wednesday morning.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, it's cold down here still. I've got that, you know, when you're breathing, you get the water that forms underneath your nose. It's not. It's actually water, because the water vapor condenses instantly inside your nose because it's warm. It's still doing that right now. We're in the 30s, but I still feel warm, Jane, compared to where we were. But then you look back off to the west right now. Look at Little Rock, 20 degrees, right? And your wind chill's, what, 9? I'm looking at that?
Yeah.
Springfield is 6, and it feels like -8 in Missouri.
It doesn't get any better.
Golly.
As we go through today, as we go through tomorrow, you know, we're going to continue to slowly maybe see temperatures rebound a touch after midweek across parts of the plains. But I think for the northern tier, this cold air is locked in, and we're expecting to keep these cold temperatures around, even reinforce it as we get into the end of this upcoming week. So, yeah, the parkas need to be out, but definitely just taking extreme caution in this cold and take advantage of those warming shelters if we can for those who are without power. But hey, Bob, hey, check this out.
Agreed.
We're just getting this picture in out of Nashville. We talk about all the power outages and the disruptions. This is here on I-65 North at I-440. Shut down right now because of this situation. You can see the weight of the ice. Dangerous across neighborhoods, hazardous travel. A number of traffic lights are still out. A reminder, this is from the Metro Nashville PD saying, treat these intersections as four-way stops. But a major interstate shut down now with those icy conditions. Looks like a big rig crashing into the exit signs. So make sure that you're taking it slow, staying off the roads if you can throughout the day today. Let these crews do the work. We've got more America's Weather Center coming up.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses. And hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Check it out, everybody. Welcome back to America's Weather Center. We've got some pictures coming in one more time. We're just watching the end storm move away from the New England states. So we saw some ocean effect. Here's a look at Nashville. Look what it has left behind. Freezing rain and sleet, a little bit of snow up to the north, but temperatures, that's another big story. Really, that's the big story now. We got people without power up there, 16 degrees in Nashville. Feels like 4. So the south, the mid-south, blasted with heavy sleet, freezing rain, a little bit of snow moving through Kentucky, right through the mountains of North Carolina. But it's really been the big story. Jane, I'm going to bring you back in about the ice that has fallen and the fact that it's still hanging around in spots that haven't warmed up above 16, 17 degrees yet.
Yeah, and we're going to keep that ice and we're going to keep the snow on the ground through this upcoming week. It's really not maybe until after about Wednesday that some afternoon temperatures might be able to shrink down some of that snow footprint. But each and every night and then every morning commute, be prepared for black ice, icy conditions. Know that salt trucks are going to be out there trying to keep up with this, but those main arteries will be the priority before they get into the neighborhoods and the secondary roads. So taking it slow, using extreme caution. Hey, Bob, I wanted to take a look at see how Charlotte is doing. We had 25 airports shut down yesterday. Up where you were, Greensboro being shut down. We had Reagan National, LaGuardia,
GSP.
Just amongst a few. Charlotte never really ceased operations, but right now, they're still dealing with some pretty hefty cancellations. Over 400 right now. You can see those planes kind of stacked up on their way in.
They sure are, and you can see the wind direction, too. It's a little breezy when you're coming down over the mountains into the Piedmont, there's no question. But I was looking at some of the flights, and it's basically the flights that are trying to get into the Northeast right now.
Yeah.
They're having the most amount of problems. So if you're trying to fly into Logan, LaGuardia, Newark, JFK, those are going to have some problems. Same with Philadelphia. But the temperature's starting to warm up. Now, Jane, on our map right now, it's at 35. It's like 35 to 37 in Greenville, South Carolina, where I am. Things have been melting pretty well. Now, the sun is going behind some clouds right now, which is not going to help us out. But once that stuff does melt, it's going to refreeze, like you said, and that's just going to be a big problem for the overnights for the next few nights. But some of the icing, you watch it with me live as that cold front came steering in. That rain was freezing rain instantly when it hit the edge of the wedge, and it piled up to over a half an inch accretion, mainly around the upstate of South Carolina up here.
We were looking at that cold air damming, that wedge that set up too. I mean, it was textbook. You had temperatures down in South Georgia that were in the upper 70s, and then you had temperatures at the surface in the Carolinas in the 20s. I mean, you couldn't have asked for anything more textbook to set up to lead to the icing event that we'd had across the Piedmont of the Carolinas into the mountains, North Georgia. And then, of course, you take a look back at how this all began with round 1 and then wave 2 across Mississippi and Louisiana, where we have some of our top ice totals coming upwards of over an inch of accretion. And that's what's now led to such a dramatic number of power outages.
Yeah, that's going to be the big story going in here. When can we get the power back on for the people who are well below freezing, namely Louisiana, parts of Texas, right through the big stripe of Mississippi, including Oxford, all the way back down to north of Jackson also. So we'll be following that for sure. All right, what about air travel? Let's talk about it. We were just showing you Charlotte before. Let's head on over to ATL, Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson International Airport. That is my home airport right now. That's where we find Madison Scarpino. She is out there right now. And Madison, number one, I know you're an Ole Miss alumni. My daughter goes there right now. Just have you seen the pictures coming out from Oxford? Just a mess. Hotty toddy indeed. They're going to need a couple of hotty toddies as well. Even though that's technically not a drink, that's just a saying. But yeah, Madison, it's a mess out there.
It is, yeah. Those are some shocking images coming out of Oxford. I will say when I was there from 2016 to 2020, we didn't have anything like that, but I'm sure the students are going to be enjoying some, I would think, time off of classes. But coming back here to the airport and air travel, we are now on day 4 of what many people would call a travel nightmare. The winter storm causing countless or massive cancellations and delays all across the country, causing countless travelers to adjust their schedule. So taking a look at where things are currently standing right now, there are more than 4,000 cancellations, more than 3,000 delays. Already a bit better than yesterday when we saw more than 11,000 cancellations. And Bob, that is the most we have seen in a day since the COVID pandemic. And from Friday to today, the total number of flight disruptions is nearly 37,000, with airports in places like New York, D.C., Boston, Dallas, Charlotte, and here in Atlanta getting hit the hardest, some major hubs. And this is all leading to staffing issues as well. The FAA shutting down the Nashville Airport Control Tower today, for example. So the majority of people planning on flying over the next few days are dealing with some sort of issue.
Honestly, I was kind of expecting our flight to get canceled, and I'm pretty happy that it's not, that we're actually able to get home. So even though it is delayed, I'm glad that we're still able to get back today.
There's over 9 inches on the ground. So my car will probably be buried because I parked in long-term non-covered parking.
I've been in the Air Force for 30 years. This is the worst travel experience I've had based on, all the delays and rebookings.
And Bob, Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is saying that they're anticipating things to get somewhat back to normal by Wednesday, but you have to keep in mind that all of these airlines are going to be dealing with a major backlog from all of these disruptions. So if you're planning on getting on a plane at some point this week, definitely best to keep on checking out on your flight. Back to you.
Yeah, that's going to be the biggest story is this. And Madison, were you able to look at any of the TSA waiting times? Because part of my crew is actually going to fly out of Atlanta, hopefully tonight. I'm just interested to see what it looks like out there right now. Is there a log jam?
At last check, it was only a few minutes, and I mean, things are definitely busier here than yesterday, which is a good sign because I think yesterday was so slow and dead because of all the cancellations. So a sign that things are picking back up here a little bit, but pretty short TSA wait times for anyone who is going to be traveling through here. So you can relay that message to your crew.
All right, great. Thank you, Madison. As always, I appreciate the report. Madison Scarpino, she is in Atlanta, ATL, at the big airport down there. Appreciate you, Madison. All right, Jane, bring it back in. And, I was asking for a friend. TSA, you never know on a day after a huge event what's it going to be like. Are people flocking back to the airports or not? Apparently, the wait time's not that bad at ATL right now, even though we're seeing more flight delays and cancellations. Live look at Nashville, and 16 degrees, feels like 4, Jane, and this is going to be a big story. And then we've got another storm to watch out after this one's left.
That's right. I mean, it's one after the next, but that's what you get when you head into this time of the year. Cold air is locked into this forecast. And so really every storm track is going to bear watching because cold air and moisture is going to equal snow somewhere. And perhaps maybe the I-95 is going to be the focus as we head through the end of the month. But I mean, when we take a look at this storm, top snow total continues to come in. How's 30 inches in New York, Bob?
Wow. And that's not even lake effect, right? That's just plain old wraparound, baroclinic leaf, trowel, whatever you want to call it, when you see that nice warm nose move in and go over the top of the colder layer. 30 inches of snow, that's huge.
It is, and then we had over an inch of ice. In fact, we had more than a dozen reports of an inch of ice, and that's what led to such a catastrophic impact in terms of all of the power outages stretched back out across the mid to lower Mississippi Valley.
Yeah, and you see the wedge one too, right?
Yeah,
just northeast of Atlanta.
here.
2 distinct spots of icing.
You know, I think as we go through this event, you know, obviously we're gonna recap a lot of what's happened. We still have our eyes on what's coming down the line, but I still think when we talk about the sheer historic nature of this storm, 18 states from New Mexico to New England with over a foot of snow out of this setup. And some of these totals coming out of New Mexico, a little elevation gets you 30 inches there, but you're talking a foot and then some across Missouri, Illinois, and then stretched into the Northeast, our biggest snow that we've had, what, at least in 4 years for New York City. But for all of our I-95 cities, you have to go back 10 years to see every 5 of these major cities with 6 inches of snow or greater.
It's like, listen, we know we're in a snow deficit. I don't want to make it all up in one storm because it just messes everything up. But yeah, you could see that. And when you showed it yesterday, the velocity, it showed where the snow was and where that sleet line was. Clearly, everything north of that sleet line performed well. 1 to 2 feet of snow, North Jersey all the way up into New England states. 2.5 feet for that one section in New York State. Unbelievable. But now it's gone, and now we're mopping up, and now I've got more action to watch later on for the weekend, potentially. We'll get to that in a little bit, too.
Yeah, that's what we're watching, absolutely. So as we dig out here in the Northeast with more than a foot of snow, we have another potential storm on the way. Boston slammed by wind and snow over the course of the last 24 hours, things slowly quieting down throughout the day. We'll show you what we're watching next on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. Keep it here.
Fox Weather has you covered for every type of severe weather. Hurricanes, severe storms, blizzards, flash flooding, and everything in between. Electrical hazards can linger for days after a storm, and those hazards include the risk of fires breaking out in your home. So what can you do to help keep your family safe from that risk? Well, let's ask Bob Marshall, co-founder and CEO of Whisker Labs. Bob, good to have you here with us today.
Nick, it's great to be here. Thank you.
So listen, how big of a risk are electrical fires when storms hit?
Well, I mean, electrical fires overall, there's 50,000 electrical fires in the U.S. every year. It's 1 every 10 minutes. And certainly severe weather, we know, wreaks havoc on the grid, right? So power surges, power outages, they can create risk and safety issues in your home and in the community.
1 every 10 minutes is terrifying. And you're not just the co-founder. You have a heartstring tied into this company because this impacted your sister-in-law not too long ago.
Yeah, unfortunately, my sister-in-law's house burned down several years ago from an electrical fire. Terrible fire. They lost a pet. Just devastating. They lost everything. And I'm a technologist and engineer, and I challenged our team. I said, why can't we come up with a product that would actually prevent these terrible fires that impact so many homes? And we came up with a product called Ting. I mean, so it is literally a simple plug, a super smart plug. You plug it in, you connect it to Wi-Fi, and one single sensor monitors all the wiring in your home. We detect the problems, the arcing, the loose connections, the damaged wires that would cause fires, and we prevent 80% of electrical fires.
So had your sister-in-law had Ting, she would have been okay.
And we would have prevented the fire. I mean, every time, so 20,000 times now, 20,000 homes and families, we've detected problems that would otherwise cause an electrical fire, and we've prevented those fires. So that's what we're passionate about. We are passionate about protecting our customers, their families, their homes, and, you know, preventing fires and literally saving lives.
So I see that you brought this in, and this is a result of an electrical malfunction.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's all about prevention, right? I mean, so you think about it. I mean, Ting is the most innovative product for fire safety since the smoke detector. I mean, the smoke detector is always required, doesn't replace that. But a smoke detector only tells you that you have a fire after it started. Ting detects the problem before it starts. So our objective and what we do every day is prevent the fire.
Ting not only prevents fires, but it also monitors power outages, yeah?
Yeah, so part of, you know, when you have Ting in your home, you get a notification instantaneously. If power is out, you have a power surge, even if you're not home, right? So, you know, the network of Ting, when you have Ting in your home, we have 1 million Ting sensors, you become part of the network, and we monitor the utility grid, right? So when you've got severe weather, as you all deal with every time, you know, it is so critical that we inform communities and we provide data to first responders and police and fire so that they know which communities have power so that they can, you know, you get to the recovery.
Unbelievable. This is something everybody that owns a home needs or rents an apartment or what have you. Bob Marshall, co-founder and CEO of Whisker Labs, thank you so much for being here. To learn more about how to help protect your home, visit tingfire.com or scan the QR code on your screen to help keep your family and your home safe.
You play by the rules. But things happen. Prices climb faster than your paycheck. And every month, a new surprise. Little by little, the debt adds up. So how do you face it? One step at a time. It starts with a call, then a plan. And just like that, you're back on track. With National Debt Relief, you have a powerful team in your corner. We work directly with your creditors, so you pay less than you owe, in less time than you think. When debt happens, we're here to help you take action. And this is where your new chapter begins. Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to find out how quickly you could become debt-free.
Back pain. When you've got it, you know it. Introducing the X-Back from CopperFit, our groundbreaking technology designed for compression support of your lower back and core like you've never experienced before. Engineered with our most innovative, patent-pending, Advanced X compression system, the X-Back evenly distributes the support across a broader surface area of your back for relief of lower back aches and pains.
The new belt is fantastic. I feel a bigger area of support. Immediately, there was something different about this.
A super lightweight mesh fabric, ventilated for unmatched breathability to increase airflow and release excess heat.
You have to try it. You haven't felt anything that's going to give you the kind of support and relieve the back pain that you have, because it is unbelievable.
Our copper-infused fabric, made with the most advanced materials for superior support and lighter than air comfort.
It's just relaxing all that tension that you get.
Wow, oh, that feels great.
I've tried a lot of belts in the past. Nothing like this.
I have a history of back issues, man, and this is really hard to believe what I'm feeling right now.
An orthopedic-designed alloy support panel and 4 built-in flexible stabilizers to help improve alignment and promote better posture.
Usually when I have long triathlons, there's pain. With the belt, there's absolutely no pain. For me, it was like, okay, is this really happening? I really haven't felt anything like this before.
The all-new X-Back from CopperFit, the most effective, breathable, customizable support for relief of lower back pain you will ever wear. Guaranteed or your money back. Get yours now at getxback.com for only 2 payments of $29.99 or call 1-800-520-4518. Order right now and your shipping is free.
This is by far the best support that I have found.
You feel like, you conquered the world, and it's life-changing.
The all-new X-Back from Copperfit. Feel the difference.
Welcome back, everybody. Live look up there in New England. Look at the frozen Charles. That's Boston right there. The Charles River looks like it's almost totally frozen over, right? I don't see anything moving. I don't see anything underneath that snow or ice. 17 degrees, that's the other big story, and light snow showers continue. The upper level energy is now exiting away from New England, but with the winds out of the northeast, still getting a little ocean enhancement coming in there as well. So, Jane, want to welcome you back on in. Boston Tower Cam looks like something you would see back in the 1770s, right? When they talk about those dreadful winters when we were fighting a revolution, boom. That's exactly what it looks like all across the Northeast right now.
No kidding. I mean, it's been 10 years since all of our major cities on the I-95 saw at least half a foot of snow. And hey, Bob, I'm just curious. You had Ski House last week, and then, of course, we've had this big winter storm. You've been out in the elements. It's been cold. Are you growing a beard?
You were listening, right? God, dog it. It's the one thing I totally forgot when I came up here. No, I had shaved before I got to Greenville. It's just coming back. So, Shari, our boss, I apologize. I know. I tried covering up, but Jane pointed it out.
No, listen, I get it. Being on the road and it's cold, so every little bit of layers help us out. And for the Northeast, I'm so glad you mentioned the ocean effect because I've got it lined up for us, Bob. A couple snow showers, don't be surprised by that. We have more of a flattening jet as our storm begins to move out. There's the exiting area of low pressure. That's going to continue to kick its way out into, what is that, just south of Newfoundland, and then high pressure builds in. But we get a little gradient, couple strong winds. Look at AC right now, gusting to 30, near 40 in D.C., the nation's capital. But there's the snow, and I want to zero into Boston because you hit the nail right on the head. A little ocean effect creeping in there, just south of the city.
Yeah, little ocean. You think it's ocean enhancement, little ocean effect? Yeah, definitely. You can see it right there. And people ask a lot of times, Jane, does that mean that snow is going to be salty? No, it picks up the water vapor as it evaporates, leaves the salt behind, and dumps out that moisture off the ocean, and that's what you get right there. But you can see, even up by Lowell, the Worcester Hills, as that Vortex swings through, the final one, it's squeaking out some more light snow showers up there, so they're not quite done.
Not quite done. It was enough to add another 2 inches to Boston's total early this morning. Right now, we've got light snow reported at the airport, but I mean, listen, we had 10,000 flights straight up canceled yesterday, and no surprise to see these numbers continue to be high on our Monday. Misery index at a 4 out of Boston. Logan, over 500 cancellations. So I think a lot of folks are still kind of staying put one more day.
Yeah, I think so. You can see a little bit of light snow action right there. It's one plane. Look at the numbers, too. Here we go through the rest of the day. I just want you to watch Dayton. All right, so Dayton's in the heart of that Arctic air, right? Watch the temperature go right down to 5 degrees, down to 1 to 0, not -1. Listen, that's just miserable. With snow on the ground, too. That's why it's so cold. Model's actually doing a good job picking up the low temperature readings.
It is, and usually I feel like models are, they kind of underdo, I think, how cold the Arctic air is, and we've got a really big shot of it settling in this week. That's one of my biggest concerns to focus on, is that we have still hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million people that are without power in the dark across the Mississippi Valley, and we've got that cold air moving in. Now, thankfully for the Northeast, not a ton of power outages, still maybe a little squeak of snow for New England, but that cold air arrives for us, especially as we head into the middle of this week. If you think it's cold now, just wait till Wednesday. Wait till Thursday, because the core of that is going to swing into the I-95 corridor.
And we're still looking at 11 degrees as a low on Wednesday morning for NYC. -1 in Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, by the way, all around western PA. Jane, they got 20 inches of snow. Yeah, the Alleghenies, all the way around there, getting down. Unbelievable. That's a huge shot. So you forget about western PA. We're all worried about, will Philadelphia change over? Go a little farther over towards the west end of the state, and they got blasted across the mountains. Going into the plateau area, smash. Yeah, there's Pittsburgh. 11.2. Saw some readings down up to the north of up to 20. I was looking at the 48-hour readings coming in. That is a blast and a half right here.
It is. We were following along with Brandon Kopic, our Fox Weather Storm Tracker. He was out there in Ohio tracking the snow closer to home for him. And I mean, it was incredible, the footprint of this. Again, we said at the top, we have 18 states that recorded more than a foot of snow, and most of that, you know, stretching from New Mexico to New England, but encompasses a big chunk of the Ohio Valley. And you know where was one more spot, Bob, that picked up some snow, and it really didn't have much to do with our storm? It was Chicago. Check this out, video coming out of Chicago. Do you see this, Bob? I mean, we had lake effect snow bands. We covered it on the tail end of the afternoon. Kind of a surprise shot of snow, I think, for a couple folks. Lake effect coming right off of Michigan.
Right.
There you go. I mean, it led to almost a complete disruption. Look at travel. These big rigs snapped as these bands were quite hefty through the day.
I hate it, and it takes a perfect wind direction to get it right into downtown and south of Chicago, and they got it yesterday. But that was a lake effect out there over Lake Michigan. Interesting that I read this morning for the first time, WPC, Weather Prediction Center, saying Lake Erie is iced over. What does that mean? You put a cap on it, it means there's no more lake effect available over Lake Erie at this point until it finally thaws out. So that's good. But look at Chicago. You've got that right there, some reports. 29 snow reports, even north of there. Getting into northern part of Lake Shore. Pretty good.
Yeah. Navy Pier, 7 inches. Chicago Loop, 8 inches of snow. The airport, a little farther away from the lakefront, just 3.5 inches of snow. But really impressive readings coming off the Great Lakes. And I think that's a great point you make about Erie. I mean, it was only a matter of time before this Arctic air that we have settled up across the northern tier would eventually start to freeze over those lake waters.
Yeah, it's like putting a cap on top of it. It's like, that's it. You're done for Lake Erie. You're not going to get the lake effect snows around Cleveland, at least not off of that lake. You might get some streamers up at Lake Huron, and if it makes it all the way in from Lake Michigan, you get some of that. But to ask for Lake Erie to Erie, Pennsylvania itself, yeah, you're pretty much done until that thing is like a Tupperware where it burps itself. You pull off the top, boom, all of a sudden you get the lake effect again. But right now it is covered, and that's good.
It is. So which means that with this next clipper, there's really not a ton of snow to be worried about just because we don't make a lot of it off of the lakes as they're frozen over. But, you know, all of this cold air settling in, Bob, and of course, as one storm exits, we've got to look ahead downstream to potentially the chatter of another one.
Oh, boy. I saw that, woke up this morning, and I was like, the last thing I want to see is the nor'easter, and boom. Also, we got both models hinting at a coastal-type storm developing around the Outer Banks and sliding up across the coastline. How close does it get for this weekend? Still remains to be seen, but the cold air firmly locked in, so we've got at least one of the criteria ready and set for another blockbuster type of storm.
It is, and it's a different setup than what we had this past week with this last storm. This last storm, we had so many different pieces of energy that had to phase together, and they did, right? And it brought us quite the blockbuster. But this go around, this is more your classic nor'easter type setup. And, you know, before we jump ahead, this is still not a slam dunk. We're still 5+ days out.
No.
We've got to get a couple of runs out. I think models are still trying to figure out what to do with themselves in the wake of this massive historic storm. So give it another 24, 48 hours, and we're really going to start to see this picture come into play. But when you talk about the ingredients, Bob, this is like, you look at these types of setups when we're in school. You know, the textbook lineup of what brings a nor'easter, the cold air, and that dip in the jet stream with our energy forming off the mid-Atlantic.
Yeah, you've got that nice little transfer of energy with the 500 millibar Vort going in there and then tagging it up with the Gulf Stream and getting that nice little circulation at the surface forming. I hesitate to even say that nor'easter word today. When I looked at it, I was like, this can't be right. But many of the models are pinpointing, but where it goes, that is still way up in the air at this point. We've got 5 days to watch it.
We will be watching it every step of the way. Don't you worry, your Winter Storm HQ. A historic storm in the books for millions, but the impacts are set to last for days. Power outages and intense cold. We've got you covered here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. More coming up.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance? To help pay for covered over-the-counter items. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as 1 day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
I was gonna run actually, but then I was trying to get like snow tracks for my shoes and I couldn't find any. And I figured skiing was the next best option. I brought these out to New York and I don't have a car here, so I wanted to get good use out of them.
Yeah, my friend, you got some good use out of that. That was yesterday in New York City in Central Park. When you could ski in Central Park, and it looks like you're somewhere in Nevada, and I'd say that the mountains of Nevada, California, Vermont, you know you just got walloped with heavy snow. In fact, that's what we just got. So what a day yesterday. We're wrapping up that storm. Welcome back to America's Weather Center, everybody. I'm Bob Van Dillon out here in Greenville, South Carolina, where the snow continues to melt, but we're going to see a refreeze tonight, and that is going to be a problem.
You liked it.
When you hear the tree snapping like that, that was in Tennessee. That was in Donaldson, Tennessee. That's because they got over 3/4 inch of freezing rain. So that's 3/4 of ice wrapped around the trees themselves. That's a tremendous amount of weight. You add any kind of wind on that and the trees come down. Let's get to Middle Tennessee. Let's get up there to Nashville. Sarah Legre is up there. She was there yesterday. I was speaking to her also. The freezing rain was a huge concern. It came to fruition. What does it look like right now?
Hey there, Bob. Yeah, still dealing with the aftermath of that freezing rain that hit us yesterday and that mixed precipitation that we had throughout the weekend. The mix of snow, then sleet, then the freezing rain, and we got visuals like this. We have the sun popping out. That's helping kind of melt this just a little bit. But you talked about the refreeze in your area. We're going to feel the same thing later on tonight, that extreme cold warning that'll take place around 6 p.m. local time, going to last through our Tuesday morning. So that's a cause for concern as we're seeing these visuals, and we can expect to see more to come as we go throughout the rest of the week. Here's that tree once again, the ice accretion from that freezing rain from yesterday. It is here to stay, at least at this point, and with the tree, it's fallen on power lines. Yeah, a lot of folks here without power. What I'm hearing, some folks will say, hey, you know, the power went on for just a second, a little bit of a tease, and then boom, it shuts back off just again. Right now, too, the concern is water. We have those faucets dripping just a bit. So far, the people here tell me their water is still going, but waiting for that to change any moment. Again, especially when we're dealing with temps below freezing and then the feels like temperatures down to the single digits, below zero even, when that wind chill kicks in just a bit later. We've been out and about for the past couple of days talking to people about the impacts. Just like we have the mixed bag of elements, we've got a mixed bag of impact here.
This morning we were standing on the Membrium, and it was just like I was watching trees like just fall on both sides of the street, and they're all down along that whole road now. There's like people, cars just sliding. There's a razor pulling people up the hill.
My family that's like living like in surrounding areas, they're all in hotels because like Hendersonville, Goodlettsville, like South Nashville, they've all lost power.
Yeah, we're staying downtown, and my hotel was packed last night. The restaurant downstairs, we had a lot of families in, lots of people checking in because they could be without power for a couple of days. The NES, Nashville Electrical Service, they're telling us that it could be potentially a week. They're working hard to restore power, but we're not out of the woods yet when it comes to potentially losing power in the future. 60,000 customers got the lights back on, but we could see that number drop or go up as the days go on. And still, we're seeing images like this, not just that tree behind me, but really along this road. We're right next to Centennial Park, if you're familiar with the Nashville area. And this is the scene. And of course, yes, the sun helping us just a little bit right now, but we can expect that refreeze later tonight once that sun goes down. Bob?
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Sarah, thank you so much there in Nashville. It looks like a horror show behind you. Thank you for that report. I appreciate it. Yeah. All right, from that horror show in Nashville to another nightmare down across northern Mississippi. Brandy Campbell is up now from Oxford. This is a live look at Nashville. 4 degrees is what it feels like. 16 degrees is the temperature. It's equally as cold, if not worse, across northern Mississippi. That's where Brandy Campbell is right now in Oxford, the home of the University of Mississippi, Ole Miss. Brandy, I've got skin in the game right here. I've got both kids are there right now. Where are you right now?
Well, Bob, right now we are at the Oxford Conference Center. This is one of 2 places that people can come to for shelter. Right now we have nearly 20,000 residents here in Lafayette County that do not have electricity. It's cold outside. The temperature right now is around 21 degrees, and the feels like is 12 degrees. So, of course, this is sending people looking for warmer places to be. So as you take a look here, you can see we have several people taking advantage of this opportunity. And I want to introduce you guys to one of those residents who came in today, just sharing their stories of what it's been like to deal with this ice storm. Again, if you haven't been watching, here in Oxford, we got one of the top ice accumulations here of 1 inch, really just causing trees to fall down, causing power lines to come down, and of course, lead to those widespread power outages. So we have Miss Sheila Woods. I'm going to come around to you, Miss Sheila. You're going to do great. Miss Sheila, so we were just talking before the live report. Thank you again for being willing to speak with us. First off, can you share with our viewers what you and your family experienced, Saturday going into Sunday when the ice really started to accumulate?
Well, we experienced a lot of ice, and snow and rain and stuff. Trees were falling down, snapping and stuff. And also, as it got worse, our lights cut off, and we had to stay in our apartment for a few days before we came here. It was freezing cold, so we decided that we need to go get some help, or their father called us and say we need to go get some help because the children, the babies were in the house getting cold, and I didn't want them to get sick. So now we here, and thank God that, it's a better place. We get something to eat, we had got stuck before we came here. So a police officer came and picked us up and brought us here. So I'm thankful for the police department helping us and everybody who participated and helping us, feeding us, looking after us and everything. I'm so grateful for that.
And I'm glad you guys made it here safely. You know, she mentioned they got stuck just trying to get here. I know yesterday was the first day we felt the impacts. Day two, I mean, the roads, they're still terrible.
Yeah,
they're icier today than they were yesterday. What would you say? Did you expect for it to turn out this bad? What were you expecting?
I wasn't even thinking at my age. I'm 59, and at my age, I wasn't thinking it was going to be this worse. But, you know, we have to expect the unexpected, so we got to deal with what came through, you know. So we making it, you know. We always got to make it. We always got to survive. We can't give up. We got to be strong. We can't be weak. God wants you to be strong, not weak. So,
Well, I appreciate you for speaking with us.
Thank you, girl.
Hopefully it won't be too long until the power comes back on.
That's right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And keep praying for us. Everyone pray for one another and help one another. If you know a neighbor got children out there, bring them here. You know, let them know that this place is here and other places out there to see. Call the police department. Let them know that you need help. You have children so you can get help. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Miss
you,
Sheila.
girl.
I
Thank you,
appreciate
girl.
that.
Love you.
Oh, love you. Take care, okay?
Thank you, y'all. Take care.
All right. So, and Miss Sheila isn't alone. As you can tell, there's several other people here. Just overnight, they said they had 110 people that took advantage of this opportunity to have a warmer place to stay. But I'm told that number has gone up because Miss Sheila and her family, they got here today. So they are amongst the people that are adding on to the number. And there's other centers. Told Ole Miss, they have a center open for college students to take advantage of a warmer shelter, and then the county as well, Lafayette County, they have a place for folks to go to. But it's still tough out here, Bob. I mean, if you look outside, the trees, they are still glazed over with that thick ice. The good news is the sun did come out today in full force, so that probably helped melt some things. But again, as I mentioned at the beginning of this hit, the temperatures are still in the 20s. Now, I do want to note on the downside, we have had some unfortunate news come out. The governor of Mississippi did announce there were 2 deaths that were reported amid this winter storm, one in Hinds County and Tishomingo County as well, and then another additional 2 injuries too. So that is, you know, the worst news that can come out of this, the lives that are lost. But thankfully we have places like this open to help prevent any additional. Back to you.
Right. Brandon, it breaks my heart. Lafayette County hit the hardest right there. Give Miss Sheila our love, will you, please? It's families that I'm so scared of tonight when it gets that cold if they're not in a shelter. Brandy, great report. We'll check back in with you again in Oxford with Miss Sheila. She's great. All right, coming up, we've got more. We've got the possibility of another storm that's going to come in. This one looks like more of a snowmaker. If it does happen, it'll be over the weekend sometime. We've got some cold temperatures back in play. The south is going to get slammed with some Arctic air, not just tonight, but for the next 4 to 5 nights. We'll be looking at that as well. Look at Nashville right now. You've got a temperature of 16. It feels like 4. Jay Menard, we've been watching these temperatures for the last several days, and we knew it was going to be wicked cold. And it looks like it's even colder than we thought in some of these spots with the snow and the fresh sleet on the ground.
That's the thing. The fact that we have also just this fresh snow on the ground, it's what also keeps us even colder as the insulation of this, right? We don't get a lot of that heat trapped as it continues to kind of bounce off the sun rays off the white, so the white ground of the snow. But you know, we've got talking to Brandy, and then of course we had Sarah up there in Nashville. I am really concerned about this cold settling in behind the storm. This is now becoming a recovery story as the storm begins to move out. And when you have even just a light wind, you know, I am interested to see what these power crews, what they're doing here in the South, the footprint of power outages, when we know we still have everything encased in ice. And the weight of that ice alone, when we're talking 3/4 of an inch to an inch, that adds 500 plus pounds to everything, which is why we continue to hear the cracking of those tree branches. And power outages have remained steady across the state of Mississippi, especially the core of that north of Jackson, north of the I-20 corridor, where we've seen most of the impact.
And my son texted me last night and goes, what does it mean when a tree explodes? And it's like, I guess it's just snapping with the due to the ice, and he could hear it. Everybody in northern Mississippi could hear just the snapping of the trees themselves. We know it's going to get warmer during the days, but again, it's the refreeze overnight over the next 4 to 5 mornings. That's going to be a huge problem. Roads right now around Greenville, South Carolina, where I'm located right now, Jane, I can actually see some drying spots. A little bit of a breeze helping to dry things off, but everything is going to refreeze. It melts tonight because our temperatures tomorrow morning down to 12.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
Jane, we'll have the forecast coming up again in just a bit.
The core of that cold continues to shift its way east. So coming up here on America's Weather Center, we're going to look at how this massive winter storm made its mark up the I-95 corridor. Several cities are receiving the most snow that they've seen since 2016. And don't put away the heavy coat just yet. While you dig out your driveways, we could potentially see more snow on the way. We're already eyeing up the next winter storm as it looms in the forecast models. We're tracking every step of this as we go through the upcoming week. And we have correspondents reporting live in the icy devastation left by this massive storm. We'll have the latest on recovery efforts and more updates coming your way. America's Weather Center will be right back.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you have or are eligible for Medicaid, please listen closely. You may be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan from WellCare with a $0 or low monthly plan premium. Call now. We can answer your questions and help you enroll over the phone. WellCare provides access to essential benefits that go beyond original Medicare, such as dental, vision, and hearing, and prescription drug coverage, free over-the-counter healthcare items, free fitness benefits, WellCare's telehealth services, including online doctor visits, Dario, a digital mental health and social support resource, plus extra benefits including the WellCare Spendables debit card, which you can use for over-the-counter health items, dental, vision, and hearing costs. WellCare is contracted with Medicare to provide plans that may be right for you. Call 844-918-0027. Now, that's 844-918-0027.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. You may know me from my many years on television. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I felt this slight pressure in my chest, just slight. I thought, oh, it's nothing, it'll go away. I didn't get it. I did not get it. A few days later, while shopping at a boutique, that pressure returned, much stronger. It felt like an elephant pressing on my chest. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I was rushed into surgery where I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. Those stents saved my life. That's why I'm in front of you today, asking you to join me in supporting the American Heart Association by becoming a monthly donor. Call now or go to helpheart.org. For only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you can help fund the next medical breakthrough. Get the next person trained in CPR, the next hospital certified in high-quality cardiovascular care. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. I can enjoy life with my children, my grandchildren, and my friends. Heart disease is America's #1 killer, and your support now can help save your life or the life of someone you love. Give $19 a month with your credit card, and we'll send you this special t-shirt that you can wear to show that you are helping save lives. Please, listen to your heart. The only reason I'm here today is because I did.
Please call the number on your screen or go to helpheart.org. Become a monthly donor during February Heart Month, and your first month's gift will be matched.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. It's great to see you on America's Weather Center. Appreciate you being here. We're mopping up from the major winter storm that just had teeth from New Mexico, straight on up to down East Maine. We still have the lake effect snow still coming in on the backside of it. We got ocean effect as well, a little ocean enhancement for Boston. So we're not quite done. Let me bring in the great meteorologist, Jane Menard. She was with me all afternoon yesterday. It's a look right there at 6th Avenue. Jane, you are around that corner of that building. If you look out the window right now, how are people dressed in New York City?
completely bundled, right? You've got your heavier jacket on. And when we were showing that camera down 6th Avenue outside of our Fox Weather headquarters here, there was a little shake. If you look at it close, I mean, the American flag is blowing. We've got a plow.
Oh, plow.
A little tiny one.
Nice. That's a little guy. Yeah, that's our little guy right there on Fox Square. We appreciate you, right?
keeping the sidewalk.
It's better than Charlie going out there with his shovel.
Yeah, but let me tell you though, Bob, where you see that little tiny plow, that snowbank is taller than a car. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you can see it when it goes by. Look at the gray car going through. You can see it does. It's eclipsing it. So yeah, big amount of snow, almost a foot dropped right there in Midtown Manhattan, right there by the park. So that is a thumper, something we have not seen in many years. What has it been, like 4 years, Jane?
4 years.
Something like that.
4 years. You had to go back to January 2021. Last time we cracked double digits for New York City, 11.4 the official report. And you and I, we were tracking that sleet line. I was actually quite surprised. We were holding off yesterday evening with the double digits, but we had a little extra push in there to get us 11.4 inches for our storm total. Bridgeport, Connecticut, 15 inches. Check that out. Up the I-95. I mean, New England was also a hot spot.
Newark got one, 11.5 right there. Yeah, LaGuardia, they shut the airport down there for a time there because of the snow coming down. Remember, the snowfall rates were going up to close to 2 inches per hour north of that sleet line. So, right up by the Catskills, getting into the lower Adirondacks, the greens, the whites. The Berks, look at the temperatures, though, behind it. Nantucket, you're always a little warmer. It's because you're right there in an island in the water. But you get inland, look at Boston, 18 degrees right now.
Yeah, you still have some wind with this low pulling away, right? You can see the circulation. So a little ocean effect is kind of giving us a double dose. You have a little help from the Boston Harbor, and I think just south along the Cape. And then you also have the little vorticity max, little energy maxima heading in and behind this departing storm as the jet stream itself is just going to kick things out. High pressure is going to take over and lock in the colds. But you can see, Bob, here's our storm pulling away. And that tight gradient still is what's going to bring in and usher in some pretty hefty wind.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the colors behind it, too. So when you see the blues right there over St. Louis, you know that that's where the Arctic air mass is going to be located. It's right there. And as it edges to the east, we're going to see this thing reinforce over the next few days. But that just means windy days after windy days. We're going to have another clipper go through. And you can see the snow showers are going to be wrapped up with that also. But it's all about the pressure gradient. You're right. 13-mile-per-hour winds in Boston. We're down in Atlantic City to 23. Weren't we gusting to getting close to 30 earlier?
We were.
And you could see in D.C., we're gusting right there.
We were gusting up near 40 in Washington, D.C. about an hour ago. And so, I mean, Harrisburg right now gusting up to about 40 out of parts of south central PA. That's going to continue to work onto the I-95. There is a couple of snow showers. Most of that is up across parts of New England, though we did not, but an hour ago, had a couple of light festive flakes for New York. But I don't think we're really going to add anything more to our totals, at least for New York City, farther south down at this point. But look at these temperatures. I mean, I've got our Fox weather model showing the future radar and temperature drop. And we're plummeting into the teens, feeling like the single digits absolutely with that wind chill through tonight.
Look at Cleveland, single digits overnight tonight, 4. Buffalo 10, Albany 9 degrees. Yeah, this is about as cold as it's going to get for the year. And you get up towards Bangor, we still have a little bit of snow left up. So it's not really just the Boston Metro getting some ocean enhancement. You're getting some right around New Hampshire and Maine too. But you can see the misery index. We're still trying to climb out of yesterday's nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, we're already up close to 3,200 flights canceled today, 1,400 delayed. At least the airports, they are open. We're not getting any reports of lingering shutdowns for any major airport hubs. I mean, we had 25 shut down airports yesterday. So at least they're trying to slowly get things up and running. But nonetheless, I mean, we're still working with a very slow airport across the I-95 corridor.
Yeah. The fact that they're not shut down to me is great, so that's good. Let's go a little farther down to the south, Shane. Let's get to the Queen City, Charlotte, North Carolina. Oliviana Calmes has been there for the stretch of this wintry mess. And the last time I talked to you, Oliviana, I was getting blasted with heavy freezing rain, and it was marching right up the I-85 corridor, aiming towards you, and then you got blasted. What's it like right now?
Yeah, Bob, I remember that freezing rain and those sleet pellets just hitting my face yesterday. In this area, people really telling me they're not used to that kind of thing here. So you can imagine what it would look like on the runways here after all of that. I talked to some travelers today. You can see there's a lot of folks lining up to get their bags checked in today. Some people are stranded. Some people don't have their bags. Others are deciding to even band up with people who were on their canceled flights and drive to that destination instead. But really, we're looking at record-breaking disruptions for travel, especially yesterday, looking at 11,000 flight cancellations, over 6,000 flights delayed. And according to the Transportation Secretary, Sean Duffy, that's the most in a single day since the pandemic. So an astronomical number there. Today, Duffy's saying there's still a lot of work to be done to get that back to normal.
We're digging out, right? So we have our workforce trying to get back to the airport. Just as you try to go to the office, you and Dana made it today. Nice job. But as people try to get to their workstations in the airport or in the towers, is creating some disruption for us. And again, we're clearing airports, runways, making sure we have staff in place and equipment in place to make sure planes fly safely.
And just looking at the flight boards here today, there's still a lot of canceled flights. Some people telling me they've stayed here overnight, waiting for news on a better flight. One couple tells me they were supposed to be just on a direct flight from Miami, back home to Memphis, but an airline added a layover here in Charlotte because of the weather.
Still can't get my bags, and now they rescheduled us for this evening. So we've been stuck here buying food, drinks, and everything from out of here. They shipped us here for a connecting flight, and it's never been connected. We've been here over 24 hours.
Yeah, he described this trip as a vacation from hell, and I think that's the sentiment on some of these travelers who have been waiting a couple days to figure out what's next for them. Hopefully, and what Duffy is saying, that this will look a lot better by midweek on Wednesday. For now, though, still a lot of folks trying to get where they need to go or just get home.
Yeah, no question. Olivia, a great report out there. Charlotte Douglas International Airport. One thing I love about that airport, the rocking chairs. They've got those. I mean, they're nice when you get to Charlotte right there. It's like you feel like Andy Griffith kind of rocking back and forth going, yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. At least it's comfortable when you're waiting. Olivia Conley's out there at CLT. Thank you very much. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
All right, let's look at the numbers up there in Minneapolis. Survey set -19. Okay, so there's your wind chill winner right here coming in. That's horrible. It's actual temperatures -2, Jane, but then you add the wind, which isn't really even strong. And on your naked skin, -19 up there. Holy cow.
That's brutal. I don't know how folks do it. I really don't. I mean, when we just whisper the fact that there's teens for New York City, that's enough for me. I'm like, send me down to Florida. But we're talking really dangerous cold. And Bob, I mean, this is a prolonged stretch. This has been since December, and now we've kicked it through the entire month of January. It's really sunk its teeth into the northern tier, though, and now spilling down. Look at the entire Gulf Coast is lit up with cold weather alerts.
I know. And that's the thing right there. We talk about -19 in Minneapolis. It's not an alert for them. They're used to this kind of thing. And I get it. But when you get that kind of temperature reading going way down, I know. And it's like, hold my beer. This is nothing. You look at the panhandle of Florida when your temperatures are going to feel like 5 to 10 degrees above, and people start freaking out because you're not prepared for it. And you move down south for a reason, and this ain't it. Look at some of the coldest wind chills across the region. Now we're -28. You can see we're still holding on to the warm temperatures in Florida, though. My eye immediately goes to South Florida this time of year. Check that out.
And they had record highs this weekend.
Oranges is 80.
Right? 87 today for Miami. I mean, it's a brand new record in Miami at 87. I mean, they are the envy of the country, especially east of the Rockies at this point.
Yeah, I would think you're absolutely right. 8 degrees in Springfield right now feels like -4. So the heart of the Arctic air is going to more or less be anchored in the same spot for the next 4 days. Yeah, we're going to get reinforcing shots as it rotates around that upper level low. But that just means that spots that don't have power, like we just had that report in northern Mississippi and Oxford, they're going to see the sub-freezing temperatures remaining in play, locked and loaded, at least through this weekend. So we've got about 5 to 7 days of below average temperatures by at least 10 to 25, depending on where you're located.
Yeah, and so that means, you know, we're talking prolonged cold for people without power, which is why we want to keep our focus on that story, because we want to make sure that, you know, they're being heard, that they're getting the help that they need. Power crews working tirelessly, Bob. I would love to talk to power crews and figure out how they are working to clear away some of this ice that's just chiseled and in some ways have completely destroyed some of the infrastructure, bringing down those power lines and power poles. But this doesn't get any better. Over the course of the next several days, pretty much opening up this entire week, expecting to see these temperatures below average, especially through the night and early morning hours.
Yeah, it's going to be a massive rebuild down there. We saw the trees that are down. It's going to be the chainsaw crews. They're going to be nonstop for the next couple of weeks, Jane. That's just going to be a fact of life down across the deep south.
It is. And then the cold makes it back to the northeast, Bob. We're only getting colder from here. But check this out. We talk about the icing. I mean, just historic, wreaking havoc in Nashville on I-65, shut down as this sign crashed onto the interstate with a semi-truck, right? So you talk about just how dangerous the road conditions are still at this point, near 24 hours removed after the storm has exited from Middle Tennessee. Take it slow, right? Salt trucks are out there. In fact, I'm looking out down 6th Avenue. We've got huge big rigs coming down, big plows, salt trucks. That's happening across a dozen more states. Keep it here on America's Weather Center. We've got you covered.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond Original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of Original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses. And hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with Original Medicare. But it gets even better, because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
I wish I could get a new shower. Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day. Wow.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors. I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub. We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Why is Jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
All right, you can see the video right there. That is Little Rock, Arkansas. You can see Saturday afternoon, we had the freezing rain, sleet, and snow. You had everything. And then you went to the Ozarks, north of Little Rock, and it was all snow. We saw a nice little striping between 6 and 14 inches of snow, even more when you got back towards New Mexico, but that stretched right through Texas, into Arkansas, ultimately the Ohio Valley, where they got smashed around New England with near 20 inches of snow, even around downtown Boston. You can see Tulsa, Oklahoma, the wintry weather just mixing around. The cold Arctic air, it's still in play, and that's what we're going to be dealing with now as we mop up and try to clean up after that massive ice storm that just blew through the Mid-South and the Deep South. So I want to bring in the great Jay Menard. We're going to talk about the Southeast right now because, listen, I wish we all had snow. It would have been a heck of a lot easier. We wouldn't see as many power outages as what we have right now. From Mississippi, Louisiana through Tennessee, it's still an ongoing nightmare with these cold temperatures. Texas included with cool stuff.
Yeah, but look at that. We have a pure north wind coming right through the gut, down through the plains. Dallas, 26. Feels even colder. It was the single digits out there earlier this morning. Our Bane Frony, she's been an icicle, tracking everything there in the Lone Star State.
Yeah.
Amarillo, check this out. Sunny and 21 degrees right now. Yesterday, talk about a roller coaster, Bob. We had a triple record-breaking day from a cold high temperature of 5 degrees. Somehow we squeezed in rain. I don't know how we got there, but we did get 3/10 of an inch of rain. The previous record was 1/4 of an inch back in 2023. And then that rain very quickly, as you would expect with a high temperature of 5, transitioned to snow, and we got 3.4 inches there in the Panhandle. That amongst other reports that were, of course, closer to the double digits.
First of all, try to dress for that, okay? And then second of all, try to predict that. And then if you could predict that on the nose, that would have been great. That is a heck of a forecast right there. Your high only got to 5. You recorded that much rain. Unreal. And then the estimated snowfall over the last 3 days, that's the stripe, Jane, that I like to look at. It started in Arizona through New Mexico, right, with that big shot around the mountains, and then bled right through the Texas Panhandle into Oklahoma, and then picked up steam as it got to the Northeast.
Yeah, I mean, I think for cities like St. Louis, this was such an evolving forecast for them. At one point, we were like, oh, no, this Arctic high, it's going to keep all the snow south. Don't worry about it. And then suddenly, that footprint jumped up to the I-70 corridor, where we picked up anywhere from 8 to 12 inches of snow across several states there, from the mid-Mississippi through the Ohio Valley.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking at those dark shades of pink. I mean, it's all elevational, too. Once you get into the Ozarks, it picked up steam, and then it went right racing up to the Northeast. But then below that snow, it was all about the freezing rain and the sleet. It was the freezing rain that took down the power outages, took them down. Oh, Shelby, still 55% of that county without power. And you're talking about, you're still dealing with it right by the Sabine River, and that's where that heart of the freezing rain started. Remember, it went right through close to Shreveport and then blew right into northern parts of Mississippi. So, all right, speaking of northern Mississippi, my daughter goes to school right there. She's at the University of Mississippi. We call her Little Sydney-O, and we had her on the broadcast yesterday talking about how bad it actually got at Ole Miss. Check it out.
Just different. Like, there's no snow. It's just strictly ice. And a lot of the dorms, like, there's maybe 1 or 2 dorms that I know of that have power. Everything else is like pitch black, and the power, like, they have generators, but none of the outlets work. So, like, you can't charge your phone, you can't use the microwave. It's definitely not ideal over here, and they have no idea. They don't have an update on when they think it'll be back up. But they've opened the student union behind me so that you can charge your phone and, like, get in there to get warm. But that's, like, that's pretty much all there is right now.
Yeah, I mean, I've lived through a Mississippi ice storm before. It was the one back in 2022 or 23, I think it was. And it's fun until it's not. And I think right now, unfortunately, Oxford dealing with the not fun effects of this with no power. School officially at least closed for tomorrow. Have you heard any news on how long closures may be? I think in my instance, it was closed for an entire week.
Right. I mean, people are speculating definitely like this whole week will be shut down. But they're for sure until Tuesday. So they shut down until Tuesday. I guess they're expected to come back on Wednesday, but we highly doubt that. Yeah. At least that's kind of the word around the street here. But it's really bad. I mean, people are walking everywhere because you can't really drive. Like, if you have a really big truck, I guess that's fine to go around in, but it's very dangerous for sure.
Sydney, do you feel like people were surprised by this? Because you hear a forecast, 1/2 an inch up to 1 inch of ice. I feel as though a lot of people maybe discounted that it could be this bad. I mean, no one expects class to get canceled potentially for a week. Right. Did folks around campus expect it to be as bad as it was?
No, not at all. I mean, me and all my friends, like, we all bought these, like, frozen meals to cook in the microwave, and now we can't even use microwaves. So it's like we're kind of at a loss here. We don't really know what to do. Everyone's really, everyone's shocked. Some people already left and were smart about it and, like, went to Georgia or, like, other surrounding states, but the people that stayed here, like me, were just as shocked as everyone else.
I only laughed because your dad was telling the story about sending the family text out, and your brother went to the store and picked up like a couple of power bars and sent some Gatorade.
Yes.
What is that text message in a lead up to a storm like this, which has been dramatic and high impact for a big swath of the country? What does a text from BVD Bob Van Dillen look like in advance of something like this?
It's like, hey, make sure to send me videos. Get some sleds. Let's see how it looks. I mean, if he's not worried, then I'm not worried. He hasn't been too worried because, like, I don't know. He knows that I kind of know what to do because I've grown up with him and, like, I've heard about what to do in these situations. So I'm okay. I'm not worried either. But I've definitely called him, and he told me to fill up my tank with gas in case if I need to charge my phone, which was very helpful. But just things like that.
Sydney, I got to tell you, I have 3 young daughters, and you've just given me something to work toward with the weather knowledge and just, like, knowing things as well as you do. So, listen, we appreciate the time. I know you're probably, tied up out there. I know, it's cold outside, too.
It's very cold out here.
Listen, real quick before we let you go, though, I know you're talking about a lot of areas that have generators. Have you been to parts of town where maybe you've seen some places that don't have generators? Do you know how people are kind of handling that situation? That's one thing I've been wondering.
Yeah, so I've only been to like maybe 2 restaurants. I've seen 2 restaurants that have generators and they are packed. Like the Waffle House and it's called El Charro. It's like very packed. It's a Mexican restaurant. That's where I went earlier today with my friends. But the other places, I mean, it's just like a ghost town.
Yeah. I mean, if I know one thing, there's 2 staples in a Mississippi town. It's the Mexican restaurant and it's the Waffle House. And they will stay open no matter what if they possibly can. So the fact that those are both open, at least that means that it's not worst case scenario for the state of Mississippi, but certainly going to be a rough go for the next week. Sydney, thanks so much for joining us out of Oxford, Mississippi.
Yeah, that's my little Sydney right there. Proud of her. That's a video she had. Let me show you this right there. Jane, there is where you're located right now, 6th Avenue, the Avenue of Americas. And that's a scene we haven't seen in about 4 years, I would say.
Bob, check this out. We've got a big rig, a big cat coming. And this is so fascinating because I'm actually watching this out the window of the studio. I've always wondered how they clear out the snow, getting it out of the streets. Well, we're watching it in real time. Look we have a giant dump truck that's probably, I don't know, like the size of an 18-wheeler. And we're dumping piles of snow. A pile of snow, by the way, that's like almost a story and a half, at least 15 feet. So we've had
that's a big old truck. Yeah, I'm looking at that.
Huge truck. Look at this. I mean, doing a great job clearing out the streets, making things safe for New Yorkers as they try to get back to some sense of normalcy. 11.4 inches of snow officially recorded out of Central Park. It's our most snow in a single day since January of 2021. So you go back a good 4 or 5 years. The average January snow is 8.8. So for the month already, here we are. Last week, we closed it out, but that's just some of the totals. Bob, you take a look at the New York City area, over the Hudson into Northeast Jersey, then you take it up into Connecticut, out onto Long Island, by the way, LaGuardia, JFK, getting into the double digits there, JFK 10.3 inches.
There you are. I wonder what they're going to do with that snow, Jane. Usually they dump their stuff in Jersey. I wonder if that's true for snow as well. But you look at ice up, you're right, 12.9, Bridgeport, Connecticut. They're big winners around the tri-state, I would say, getting up to 15.1. But it wasn't just there. When you got a little farther up to the north, you pinpointed one spot out in New York State, 30 inches of snow. You were right in the sweet spot where that temperature was right about 30, 31. You never switched over, and you had that nice jet stream aloft that vented everything. The snowfall up there when you got interior sections of the Northeast, especially west of 95, just blasted, pounded. It's been great to watch because we needed a storm like this to get that snow. Didn't need the ice, but the snow is a good thing to have.
Yeah, and then you take a look up across parts of New England where we had, close to 2 feet in Boston. I mean, we didn't quite get there, but still 18.6 inches of snow. That's impressive. And now as we kind of look to clean up this snow, we know that the cold air is settling in and the wind is starting to pick up a little bit. So that's going to add to the biting nature of this. I'm pulling up the winds right now as this storm pulls away. Gusting to near 40 outside of Philadelphia. DC gusting to 33. So that's also going to add some trouble to travel, which is already still an absolute mess. Our airports, I mean, in the Northeast alone, what's our latest airport trend? I think we're looking at close to 4,000 flight cancellations, at least 1,200 delays already. So this is going to just add insult to injury.
And it's also the wind direction in Boston, right off the ocean. That's why you're still getting flurries all around.
Yeah. So there you have it. And we have potentially, Bob, more snow coming. We've got I know one storm has just exited stage right, but we're on it here on Fox Weather. We're looking at the models. We're continuing to dive into that forecast for this upcoming week. The Arctic air is here, but potentially another round and another storm on the way. We'll show you next on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ.
This is not a blizzard. I don't know what is, guys. This wind is roaring right now off of Lake Erie.
The wind chill's down in the upper teens. Remember, we're in southern Louisiana.
It's a big one. This is definitely a big storm. The wind reducing visibility.
Well, we may have to have a little bit of a race.
It is downright Arctic.
This is something we'll be watching for you, not just through the weekend, but into early next week, right here on Fox Weather. A storm you want to keep tabs on.
A mesothelioma diagnosis is overwhelming, but you don't have to go through it alone. Our firm is exclusively dedicated to only serving mesothelioma victims and their families. With decades of success, our team of nurses and attorneys will fight for the compensation and care you deserve. We'll even come to you. This is our MesoCare promise. Call us now so you can focus on what matters most.
Call now and we'll come to you for a free consultation. 800-805-9000 or go to mesobook.com.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance? To help pay for covered over-the-counter items. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Inflammation is at the root cause of many health challenges. Pectisol was developed by a doctor and is recommended by thousands of health providers, helping keep inflammation levels in balance so you can feel like yourself again.
I recommend Pectisol modified citrus pectin to my patients and my family. It helps manage inflammation and promotes healthy aging.
Order now and receive 20% off, plus a free gift when you use promo code MCP20 at Pectisol.com.
My name is Bob Van Dillen. In my 30 years of reporting the weather,
I have seen all that Mother Nature has to offer, the worst of the worst when it comes to weather. But I have also seen the resilience and power of humanity. At Fox Weather, we just don't tell the forecast, we tell the story. For all seasons, for all America.
Welcome back, everybody. We're looking at the power outages in Kentucky climbing up to 40. You can see the reason why was because of the ice. Look at the pictures coming in from Boston yesterday. No ice, is pure snow. And Boston smashed. It never changed over to anything but snow. It was snow when it started, it's snow when it ends. It's still snowing right now in some of the areas outside of Boston itself. Look at Joe's right there. 18-point-something inches worth of snowfall. I mean, closing in on 20 inches. Jay Menard, I want to bring it back in here in NYC. You picked up about half of that, but still a good walloping around New York City metro area, and then areas all around Pittsburgh. You got about 20 inches outside of Pittsburgh and the Alleghenies, and temperatures right now they're going to be cold. We're locked in with that Arctic air, and it's going to be here for at least 4 to 5 days, anchored in place.
And the thing is that this cold footprint, yes, absolutely going to be a big story anchored in this week. But when you look into the mid to long range, it doesn't look like we're going to see this thaw maybe until like mid-February. This cold is here to stay. It's locked in. I mean, look at Pittsburgh.
What did you just say? You said mid-February?
I know.
On.
I don't like it as much as anybody else.
I didn't look that far.
And normally I don't like to look that far into the forecast, Bob. I'm a solid, 5 days. But here we are for Boston, 10 degrees as we go through tonight and then into Wednesday morning. I keep forgetting it. Today's only Monday. Tuesday, tomorrow, 21 degrees, and then we fall close to the single digits. Wind chill factor, that's the worst part about all of this. And I mean, here it is. Below average temperatures for millions that stretch into this weekend, and that's where we've got to look next in this forecast. I know we're just talking about the recovery and the close of storm number 1, but this is the time of the year when that active stretch in this cold air leads to far more for us to talk about.
Right, and if we're stuck in a pattern, we get that jet stream dipping way down to the Gulf of America and then arcing back up again to the East Coast. You know what kind of pattern that is. That is coastal storm type of pattern. And listen, it could be repeated again. Yesterday, a little bit different, right? Everything came together nicely. This time, the cold front is a little farther down to the south. I should say the Arctic air is a little farther down to the south to start out.
Yeah, this past week, what really kind of brought all the ingredients together for this massive historic winter storm. You had a southern piece of energy, a northern piece of energy, the jet stream, they kind of phased together in the middle of the country. But now we're looking at a really bona fide setup for a coastal storm, a nor'easter. I mean, it's still too early to really put this one in the books. I think I want to give it a couple more model runs, give us another 24, 48 hours
I would too.
To see how this all plays out. But Bob, I mean, you and I both learned this when we were getting our meteorology degrees. This is a classic textbook setup. You've got cold air locked in. You have the development of this coastal low off the mid-Atlantic. You said it best. You got the Gulf Stream right there. I mean, we've got to watch how this one comes together in the next few days.
Come together. And it's interesting when you put the two models together, the GFS and the Euro. And the Euro is usually the one that's a little more laid back. It's like, all right, everybody settle down. We don't think it's going to be as bad as what happens. But the GFS is like a kindergarten class on Pixie Stick Day. They're flipping around like, oh, there's snow, it's going to come out. This time they're a little different. The European is a little bit more like, okay, all right, let's keep an eye on this thing. And the GFS is a little bit more subdued, saying, no. We'll see if they come together in alignment. But again, we're 4 to 5 days away. And just tell you, the models, when you see a stark difference like that, with the European going ballistic and the other one not, I've been hurt before, Jane, so we'll see. We've got plenty of time to watch it. But the pattern looks pretty good.
Exactly. The pattern is there. The cold air is there. And if it's not this one, we'll maybe see it again. Because, again, it's going to stay cold into February. But I will say, this is just our ensemble low positions for the end of this weekend, Sunday. This is not a forecast. This is what we're giving you a peek behind the curtain of what we're looking at right now. Yes, models spitting out the opportunity of a low, but there's two scenarios, one of which that brings us more snow, but still another scenario on the table that doesn't bring us much of anything at all. So that's where we're at right now.
I love that our graphics team put it together, our Weather Pro team put it together already, because it's something that's being talked about all across the board, and we'll see what happens. Got 4 or 5 days to watch it for sure. All right, so we're still mopping up from the storm right now. I'm in Greenville, South Carolina, where it is still cold. Temperatures are barely above freezing at this point. Let's go a little farther up to north. Caroline Shively, she is in D.C. right now, where they got all forms of snow the other day. Snow, freezing rain, sleet, the whole schmear. Caroline, what's it look like up there right now?
Still pretty terrible, Bob. I'm not going to lie. To give you an idea of where we're standing, there's the Capitol building looking beautiful. A nice sunny day up there. And if my photographer goes down a little more, you can see they've been doing some work up there. The snow emergency routes, they have had the plows, they've had the icers, they've had everybody out. And if you can see when a car passes, they're going at a pretty good clip. They want the federal government open. Those federal offices are closed today. We'll see what happens throughout the week. It's the side streets. We got out here at 3 a.m. and it was just us in the snow. No plows, no de-icers, no shovels, no nothing. This is amazing. I'm actually standing on the asphalt, which we didn't see for a good 24 hours. But they got out here, they got their shovels, and they got the snow, about that 7.5 inches of the powdery stuff covered with a couple inches of sleet, and they got this all moved. This is actually the road right here. Here's the asphalt. This is a very, very good sign. We didn't see this all through the day until about 11 o'clock. I'm also going to talk about the misery index. We call it the Mike misery index. He is our producer. He has to drive in his big Ford F-150 from here on up to Baltimore, where they got more than 11 inches of snow. His car is still pretty crusted. We're helping him out during live shots and trying to beat off some of the snow, but it is not going to be an easy process getting this truck clear, getting on the roads, and getting home. Bob?
No, I know that feeling too. Don't want to smash it too hard because all of a sudden you feel it in your hands. There's no question. Caroline, great report up there, and you're right. The misery index, it's there. It's there for everybody from Maine all the way down to where I am. Caroline, great stuff in Washington D.C. Thank you so much. Hey, Jane, she pegged it, the misery index, and it's starting to climb up just a bit. And now that we've got the cold air over the Great Lakes, we're still talking about lake effect snow. Now, it's not the kind of situation you would see, say, in November, getting into December, because the lake waters have definitely cooled down, but we have ice over Lake Erie, and that is really going to help things out if you're tired of the snow in northwestern PA, parts of Ohio, too.
I'll tell you, though, Chicago, big dump of lake effect snow yesterday. While everybody else was getting snow from this historic winter storm, Lake Michigan showed up and showed out. We had snow bands throughout the day yesterday that then brought 7 to 8 inches of snow to downtown Chicago, right? The airport, a little farther removed from the lake shore, got 3.5, but you've got the loop at 8 inches. You've got the Navy Pier at 7. So Chicago joining in with everybody.
Yeah, I'm watching this right here. When you get that wind, it kind of curls around off of Lake Michigan and slams right into Chicago. You're in it because you know that fetch is pretty good. And you can see how much they did pick up. Yeah, that's a lot. That's pretty good. But like we said, when you watch the lake effect snow now beginning to merge and move over towards the east a bit farther, Lake Ontario, the Tug Hill Plateau, they're set to get some more snow over the next 4 to 5 days, off and on. Lake Erie's shut down. Got a cap of ice on it that stops everything. Lake Michigan, Lake Superior, Lake Huron, they're still deep enough where they're not going to freeze up entirely. We still have the blast of Arctic air. Coldest air of the season is over them right now, so we still have the streamers.
I'm glad that the cold air is finally freezing over the lakes. It's about time, Bob, because at this point, I mean, I don't know how much colder we could have gotten, but we've got another clipper that is going to dive in through tonight. So that's something that we're going to be watching. And again, just because Lake Erie is shut down, the cold air, there's not a ton of moisture that comes with this. In fact, the clipper itself actually stays up into Canada. It's the front that dives in and gives a little added lift that will bring us a couple snow showers. But it really comes in through tomorrow into tomorrow afternoon. Not a lot of fanfare. You see a couple of maybe impacts into early Wednesday morning off of Lake Ontario. But like you said, I mean, barely nothing coming off of Lake Erie just because it's so frozen over. But then between Watertown, Syracuse, maybe we get another 1 to 3 inches, I'd say, through about early Wednesday morning.
Yeah. That looks pretty good, too, in western Michigan. And it's fun when you watch the cold front go by. It disrupts that airflow for about 6 to 8 hours, and then it realigns itself again, and then you get blasted with more lake effect snow. So the cold front really, it changes the wind direction around from the south to the north. So it looks like, and you can see it on the west shore of Michigan, everybody gets a taste. Everybody gets blasted because they get all the wind directions with that passage of the cold front. We call that the fropa.
And it has been quite the year, quite the season since September the 1st. So we kind of take a look at this winter so far. We are easily 2+ feet above the average, departure from average when it comes to lake effect snow in Michigan, off of Erie, Ontario. Western New York has been a slam dunk.
Ooh. Good stuff.
Well, we have this historic winter storm in the books for millions, but the impacts, they're set to last for days. We're tracking power outages and intense cold. Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ, we've got you covered every step of the way. Keep it here.
Stay tuned to get an all-new Bell & Howell Bionic Floodlight for 50% off. Last year, over 100 million packages were stolen. Worse yet, over 500,000 homes were broken into. The party's over, porch pirates and prowlers. This is the Bionic Solar Floodlight from Bell & Howell. It showers a massive 1,000-foot area of ultra-bright light all the way from your house to the road or the whole backyard. Plus, it's solar-powered, so it's free to operate. When prowlers approach, the motion sensors activate and bam! They go bye-bye. Plus, it expands your outdoor living space, making yards, patios, and walkways brighter. This next-generation solar-powered light features 120 high-intensity LED bulbs on 3 separate adjustable panels, delivering multi-directional light. It installs in seconds anywhere. No wires. Or stake it in the ground and customize the panels anywhere you want light. Look, your lights are too weak. But watch. Bam! That's Bionic light power. Check out the difference before and after. Which home looks safer to you? The Bionic Floodlight is the ultimate security light standing guard up to 25 feet, keeping your family safer. And no more critters getting in your trash. Now there's plenty of light to scare them away. It'll light up your life when you pull into a bright driveway and enjoy more outdoor living space with bright, beautiful light. Folks, the Bionic Floodlight delivers safety and style. Look at this yard before and after. It's a night and day difference. Some outdoor solar lights sell for over $150, but you can get the Bionic Solar Floodlight from trusted Bell & Howell for just $29.99. And we'll even ship it to you free. Order right now and get a second Bionic Floodlight at 50% off. And it all comes with our Bell & Howell 5-year warranty. The demand has been huge, so don't wait or you can miss out. Order right now.
To order, call 1-800-324-1614 or go to bionicfloodlight.com. So call 1-800-324-1614. That's 1-800-324-1614 or order online at bionicfloodlight.com.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. If you have or are eligible for Medicaid, please listen closely. You may be eligible for a Medicare Advantage plan from WellCare with a $0 or low monthly plan premium. Call now. We can answer your questions and help you enroll over the phone. WellCare provides access to essential benefits that go beyond original Medicare, such as dental, vision, and hearing, and prescription drug coverage, free over-the-counter healthcare items, free fitness benefits, WellCare's telehealth services, including online doctor visits, Dario, a digital mental health and social support resource, plus extra benefits including the WellCare Spendables debit card, which you can use for over-the-counter health items, dental, vision, and hearing costs. WellCare's contracted with Medicare to provide plans that may be right for you. Call 844-918-0027. Now, that's 844-918-0027.
America's Weather Center. The South struggling after an intense snow and ice storm knocked out power for hundreds of thousands of people. Major impacts still ongoing from Texas to Tennessee with cold air making it difficult to clean up from the storm. We've got you covered here on America's Weather Center. Just an incredible stretch over the course of this weekend. Over 2,000 miles of impact from ice to snow and now extreme cold. As the storm has exited stage right, we are expecting to see, cold temperatures lock in across the south. You have a sunny sky, but the thing is, temperatures are in the teens, into the 20s, and that is what is making things that much more challenging, especially when it comes to recovery crews. You've got utility workers out there trying to pick up some of the pieces. Over the course of the next 2 days, as we go through tonight on into tomorrow, expect temperatures to drop yet again. In fact, stay frozen, which means that even if you get a little melting today, everything is going to be a sheet of ice for tonight and tomorrow morning. Black ice, a big concern. Utility crews, we've got, salt plows, salt trucks and salt spreaders. They're going to be out there again and making sure that our major arteries, major interstates are covered, but still take some time to get to some of those neighborhoods and back streets. But as we get towards the middle of this week, you can see at least temperatures beginning to rebound a bit across parts of Middle Tennessee, Nashville getting back to close to about 40 degrees. That's going to allow at least some melt. We're still seeing major disruptions at airports right now. I know things you would expect to slowly get back up and running, gusting to 25, near 40 degrees in Charlotte. Clear skies with sunshine, but 450 cancellations as that misery index sits at a level 4. This is just one of several airports seeing a misery index at a 4 on our scale. For the Carolinas, this was actually one piece to this story that in a way didn't quite shape up as we had expected it to. And I think for the Carolinas, thank goodness, right? We saw how quickly things changed over yesterday afternoon with Bob Van Dillen in Greenville, South Carolina. That then brought freezing rain that knocked out power for parts of northeast Georgia into the upstate of the Carolinas and then worked its way into Charlotte. But we did get an extended break that was not expected, a little colder air coming in, and that allowed for more of a sleet development, not as much on the higher ice totals, thankfully, that kind of cut down on some of the power outages that we were expecting. But you can see where we did get that freezing rain for an extended period of time through a couple of hours yesterday afternoon as that cold front kicked all that moisture into North Georgia and into the Carolinas. We did see some power outages there. But the core of our power outages are from the ice storm that stretched from East Texas clear up through Middle Tennessee, where we have still hundreds of thousands without power right now as those temperatures are dangerously cold. All of the ice reports, we're just shy of 1,000 ice reports. Some of our top ice reports coming in, at least a dozen, over about an inch recorded of freezing rain and that ice accretion. And so that weight of that on power lines, on tree branches, you take a look at some of the video that we have had come in from northern Mississippi, even across parts of western and middle Tennessee. It is just an incredible look. Just the sheer weight of that ice just crashing down those power lines and those tree branches. You take a look at where we have the ice reports overlaid, of course, where we have all of the power outages right now. Mississippi still taking a really hard hit. And when I talk about the Southeast and the recovery efforts now, we have a lot of shelters that are open and that are being utilized because of how dangerously cold it is. 19 in Memphis. We've got 22 in Tupelo. But when you factor in the wind, and it's a light wind too, it's nothing dramatic, but still anywhere from 5 to 10, maybe 15 mile an hour wind gusts is what is leading to single-digit wind chills. Feels like temperatures. Right now, Memphis, 8 mile an hour wind, 13 in Tupelo, and that's what's making it even more challenging, too, for these crews to get out there and chisel away at some of the ice that is now continuing to be encased on all the infrastructure that we have in play. So this is, I think, a core belt of this story that is going to be very challenging in the days to come. Mississippi, when we take a look at the power outage trend across the state, it's remained steady with near 50,000 plus, but we know that number is closer to about 100,000 customers without power across the state. Tennessee, outages too for Nashville Metro. You can see we've got 238,000 customers without power. Our top counties, Johnson County, Hickman County, so just outside of Nashville proper, but still the Metro itself still seeing at least a couple tens of thousands of outages where we have seen that transition. We started with snow, and then came the sleet, and then came hours of freezing rain. So eyeing up those outages, and it wasn't just Middle Tennessee and parts of the southeast. Let's go to the Central Plains for a moment. Texas, Oklahoma. North of the I-40 corridor, I-40 to about I-70, we had a big chunk of snow, right? Snow totals that were anywhere from 8 to 12 plus inches through the course of this weekend. Yesterday, we did have a little bit of a break as the core of all of this worked its way through the eastern seaboard, but still, I mean, temperatures are frozen, and so that snow hasn't gone anywhere. The icing is still a big concern, and maybe where we did get a little bit of a melt once those temperatures dropped last night and early this morning, feels like temperatures were yet again in the single digits, right? We've had our Bane Frony out there in Dallas showcasing that for us. We have had Mike Seidel up in Oklahoma where we had an impressive amount of snow. Pure north wind, so that's what's keeping us locked into the cold. We have cold weather alerts up for the entire Gulf Coast, but down through the entire state, the heart of Texas, where in Austin it's 30 degrees, 35 in Houston right now as we're working our way into the afternoon. Talk about a record day in the panhandle of Texas, Amarillo. How's this? A triple record-breaking day. We had a record cold high of 5 degrees, smashed the previous record, which was double digits, 16 set back in the 1940s. So you talk about that cold air that worked down through Texas and stayed there through the duration of the back half of the weekend. Still kind of amazing to me that we were able to squeeze out a little rain. 0.3 of an inch of rain made it its daily record rainfall. And then, of course, up in Amarillo, that rain quickly transitioned over to snow. We got 3.4 inches there. Again, when we're talking about the snow footprint, the panhandle of Texas did get a good 5 to 8 inch swath, but then we had upwards of a foot and more across Oklahoma, up towards Tulsa, Wichita, and then we took that closer to the I-70 corridor. So Texas, we're still dealing with some power outages where we did get the icing threats across the northeastern corner, right up along the Sabine River. And they're into the Louisiana state line, where we have about 48,000 customers, just shy of 50,000 customers in the dark still. Shelby County, still over half of their customers there are without power. And with the cold temperatures, that prolonged cold is why we have such a rush to make sure that people have what they need to stay safe. That's why we talked about generators. Remember, we're now in that chunk of time where generator safety should be top of mind, especially if we are running that through as we go through the course of the next several days. So just an incredible stretch. When we take a look at some of the delays that we've had, our worst airports that are expected today and then continuing over the course of the next 2 days. Nashville, we have 141 cancellations today, 98 delayed flights. New Orleans, we stayed on the warm side of this entire storm down there on the I-10 corridor, but we're still seeing some disruptions just because, you know, regionally and then big hubs, when everybody slow down, it creates this domino effect. So we've got 54 cancellations, matching that with our delays. Birmingham also too seeing some delays as we get over the course of the next 2 days. Check in with your airlines because we do have cancellations and delays that stretch through about midweek for all of our major hubs, Atlanta, Dallas, Chicago, as that Arctic cold really starts to settle in. New York City hasn't seen a snowstorm like this in years. People really took advantage of the weather out there. I mean, check this out, snowboarding in I think this was Times Square. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams live for us in New York City. Alexis, I saw you yesterday in Central Park. How are things out there today? I'm sure people trying to take advantage of, you know, another slow Monday, cold Monday.
Yeah, I think Jane, it's more fun. Like yesterday, it seemed to be a little bit more fun because the snow was cleaner because we are in New York City. So it was white for a short amount of time. And then I just want to show you kind of what it looks like. It's a little dirty here, but people are still trying to enjoy themselves and trying to get to and from their locations. The main thing is that we've had at least 11 inches of snow here in New York City. Other parts of the East Coast were slammed even worse. I want to show you what it looks like in Brooklyn. So let's pull up our Fox News drone if we have, and I'll kind of flip around here as we'll continue to show this. You can see here in Brooklyn what it looks like. There's some areas as well, you know, that have a lot of snow and had a lot of different parts that turned to be pretty dangerous and icy see. We had some dogs, though, out there, Jane, that I think were enjoying it more than some of the humans. But crews have been out in full force trying to plow, salt, de-ice, you name it. The winds impact the cleanup because they try to move this snow off the roads, off the sidewalks, and then you get a gust, you got to restart. The powdery light consistency, though, it was good for skiing, it was good for snowboarding. We talked to one guy who said he's been waiting to take out his skis in Central Park. Watch.
Mostly like skating. I'm just inching along, trying to find a hill. It's kind of a bucket list thing for me to do. Yeah, just very, very, very excited.
So the East Coast slammed by that powerful winter storm. Boston, nearly 20 inches of snow, which just buried the roadways. Out in Philadelphia, people were having 10 inches. That's the most in a decade there. Crews were just trying to work to clear the roads. But it wasn't just the crews. People out in those northeast areas, Jane, are tough. So they had their shovels. They want their parking spot back. They don't want anybody to take it. If you were trying to get in or out of some of these major cities, though, forget it. Airports across the country were hit by that winter mess. LaGuardia was forced to shut down. And then listen to this. On Sunday night, you might have heard about a little bit about it, but there was this plane crash in Maine, over in Bangor, Maine. They had a private jet with 8 people on board that went down, 7 dead, and 1 person is seriously injured, according to the FAA, which they believe could be a factor here would be weather. The last thing we want to show you for people watching at home would be across the Hudson River. You can see the chunks of ice floating there. The temperatures will remain frigid for the coming days. So that's kind of the latest out here on the ground. And then I'm just going to leave you with a shot of Columbus Circle for people who have visited New York. This is kind of central to where a lot of people have to come and go for the subway stations. Have had no major delays. The buses a little impacted at this point. But if you're on your feet, you can get anywhere, Jane.
That's right. I mean, I'm glad to hear no major delays for the subways because that's how I will be getting home later. But Alexis, I mean, you're right. It's just a matter of time before this beautiful white snow turns a lot dirtier here in the Big Apple.
I think so. I think it might already happen.
I think so, too. Well, a big one here. Glad to see that things are up and running here in New York. A frozen Hudson tells you we're in the heart of winter. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams, thank you. Coming up on America's Weather Center, we're going to take a look at how this massive winter storm made its mark on the I-95 corridor. Several cities receiving the most snow that they've seen since 2016. How's that a decade, right? And don't put away the coats just yet. Maybe you want to keep the shovel close by while you dig out your driveways today. Perhaps more snow on the way. We're already tracking the potential of our next major winter storm. We've got all the details coming up. And our correspondents reporting live in the icy devastation left by this massive storm. We'll have the latest on recovery efforts. More updates coming your way. America's Weather Center. We'll be right back.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond Original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of Original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses. And hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with Original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have,
even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
This ice storm's catastrophic aftermath took power out for more than 500,000 across the southeast. For the Nashville Electric Service, it caused the largest number of outages at one time ever. Crews worked overnight to make repairs and restore power for at least 60,000 customers, but the work is far from over. Brent Baker, Executive Vice President of the Nashville Electric Service, joins us now. Brent, thank you so much for the time. Can you give us an update on the number of customers without power for Nashville Electric and in the metro area and how your crews are working around the clock?
Yeah, so thank you for letting us get this information out. Customers are expecting this information, so you're very helpful in getting us that. We are at about 165,000 customers out. At the peak yesterday, we had 230,000 customers, so we're making progress. We continue to work around the clock. We've nearly doubled the staff that is here responding to this event, and we are bringing more in as we speak. So working with our partners around the region to bring additional crews to do line work and vegetation work.
Talk to me about, the rime work. The sheer amount of ice that is weighing down on these power lines. Some of the damage of it, infrastructure too. I have to imagine some of these power poles snapped. How does your crews work around that?
Yeah, so this is one of the biggest issues with an ice storm this significant, which is a historic event for sure. We have over 107 poles that we know of right now that are down. That's growing every moment that we're out there. We have to clear the trees to be able to get to the poles. To do that work safely. So it's a staged event. We're going to have crews all day today clearing trees on those main feeders. Then we're going to be drilling holes and setting poles and stringing the wire after that. So it's a long process. And as we see more and more poles broken as we start to pull the trees away, we'll start to have even more of that impact to unravel and to continue to improve.
Is there a scenario here, as you're going out to do the repairs, like you said, you clear away some of the trees, now you see more damage to infrastructure, that maybe power would have to go back off for some after it was already turned back on?
Yeah, that was one of the discouraging things last night. A lot of our crews out working in the evening restored power to customers. And in some situations, trees fell just a few spans away and caused that same line to go off. We also had crews working to get main lines on and had to turn some off just to be able to get that cold load to start up and come in. So as we work through, there are times that we will restore and we'll either have to pull back on that restoration or something else like a tree falling could cause us to have a delay in restoring.
Absolutely. Gosh, you take a look at some of these pictures and videos that have come in. The weight of that ice on those power lines is just incredible. The span of this. Brent, talk about how this is a record-breaking event for Nashville Electric Service. Can you think of any other winter weather events that come to mind that maybe even come close to this?
Yeah, so winter weather, 1994. The people of Nashville remember that event, and that one is significant like this one. Everybody remembers it. The numbers, we don't have exact count from then. Of course, the population has grown. This is a significant event and historic. So 230,000 customers out. The most recent event we had like that was a derecho in 2020. In May of 2020, we had nearly 200,000 customers out, and that took us about 7 days to restore. And weren't dealing with the ice and the conditions here. So this is a significant event the weather has brought to us.
Absolutely. What's your message to the public during this time? Those who, you said about 165,000 as of right now, who still don't have power. Timeline, just any message you want to get across to them in terms of how to remain safe, knowing that the cold is settling in.
Yeah, so customers really expect to get information about their outage and when to get it restored, and we're working extremely hard to get that information and to know just where we're focusing on that restoration. Also, it's going to be very cold over the next few days. The mayor and his teams at the fire department and chief of police have helped us get warming stations around the community. It's important that if you need to get to a warming station, reach out to the different community officials that you can. Stay safe, and also from a power line perspective, stay away from any down power line. Safety is paramount. Staying 30 feet away and keeping yourself safe is critical as we make our effort to restore this quickly.
Brent, if I can ask you another question just about, I keep thinking about the weight of this ice and the infrastructure damage. You've got so many crews out there working. Obviously, they're skilled in doing this, making sure that they're safe along the way. But what does that look like? A typical 24-hour day for them. They're going out to these neighborhoods. Are they clearing away the ice? Is that how they start to repair these lines?
Yeah, so what is having to happen is to get rid of the trees first. The ice will move with the trees. As we remove the trees and start to work on the lines, the movement, sometimes the ice is already on the lines and the line has come down as well. So it's really about removing that tree debris or the tree that is on that. We have to make it safe. So we have to do electrical safety, ground those conductors, make sure our tree crews and our crews can work safe. And then we get locates to make sure there's nothing underground that would cause damage, and then we start to drill and set those poles. So it's a very long process to get a pole set and to get the trees removed, but these guys are working all over our system doing that regularly.
They are. They're doing incredible work. Give them our best, and hopefully they will continue to restore power across the Nashville area. Brent Baker, Executive Vice President of Nashville Electric Service, thank you for the updates this afternoon. Best of luck to you and your teams.
Thank you for getting the message out. I appreciate you.
All right, Bob, I'll bring you back in because we know Nashville without power, but it's just one of several states in Mississippi, one of those other areas that we're watching, also within a power outage crisis.
Yeah, one of the hardest hit areas is northern Mississippi, and that stretch right down to north of Jackson into northern Louisiana, parts of Arkansas, eastern Texas as well. Brandy Campbell, she's been out in Oxford, Mississippi now for the last several days. She's been in the worst of it. Brandy, what do you got going on right now?
Hey, Bob. So today we decided to head over to one of the shelters that they opened because, as we know, a lot of people are out of power. In the state of Mississippi, it's nearing 160,000 customers, and most of the outages are here in Lafayette County, nearing 20,000. So you got to consider the factor of no power, and temperatures are in the low 20s, so it's hard to stay at home. So a lot of people, as you can see, are here. They're actually in line because they're serving food, just keeping everybody comfortable while they can. So I want to introduce you guys to one of the residents who showed up. This is Nico Giles. Thank you for taking some time to talk to us. I understand this has been a rough time, I assume, right?
Yes, ma'am. And guess what? If y'all ain't got to be outside, don't come. It's stay warm. Stay warm.
Tell us, what did you experience, Saturday night going into Sunday, and especially yesterday with all of the ice accumulations?
Well, I was at home. I didn't come here till last night. I ain't come here till last night. So, it was bad. It was still bad. It was real bad. Trees popping. Yes, trees popping and snapping. And, it was worse than 94 to me. Ice Storm 94, that was 32 years ago. So,
what did you experience then versus now?
Worse now. Yeah, because, I had gas heat at my old house. But everything is on the grid now. It's bad. Electricity. People need to put the gas stoves back in their houses like they had back in the days. Everybody will be okay.
And obviously, it's cold outside, so it does make it hard, right, to try to ride it out, even though you don't have power. Is that what drove you to come here? Was it just too cold to stay at home?
Cold. It was too cold for me to stay at home. Way too cold. I got a thermostat in my house, and that joker was on 0. So.
Can you talk about what it was even like getting here? The roads are very icy.
The police helped us out. The OPD did a good job. Yes, they did. I'm going to give it to them. The only time I ever been in a police car without handcuffs. I'm through.
We've heard that too. Other people said the police had to come to their rescue and help them get here. What are your hopes going forward? Obviously, I know power, but what are you hoping going forward?
I hope I hope it get better. It need to melt today. It really do. It need to melt today. You know.
All right. Well, thank you. Hopefully you guys can be as comfortable as you can here. I know you got your meal, so I'm going to let you go. Enjoy that, okay? Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I appreciate y'all. I appreciate my cameraman, and you know what I'm saying? What's your name? Brittany?
Brandy.
Brandy.
It's nice to meet you again,
Brandy.
sir.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Nico. Enjoy your meal. All right. So there you have it. There's a lot of people here, over 200 that we were told in the last hour that have showed up here because, again, the conditions outside, they are rough. Even though the sun is out, it can be deceiving and make you think, oh, everything is going to melt soon and we're going to be okay. But again, Bob, the temperatures in the low 20s right now. The roads are ice. If you are driving outside, it's not hard to slide. It's hard to get up hills. So I'm sure the saying from the mayor, message to her residents of staying at home, shelter in place, or go to a shelter if you need a warm place to be, stands. Back to you.
Yeah, Brandy, great report one more time out there in Oxford, Mississippi, where we know that those temperatures tonight falling below 0 Fahrenheit. Brandy, great job. Jane?
Arctic air settling in is going to keep a lot of that ice and snow on the ground. And icy conditions in Nashville. We just talked with the Nashville Electric Service. And then, of course, you take a look at this is I-65, where this big rig slipped off the roads, crashed into the exit sign. The interstate was closed for a time being this afternoon. So still dangerous conditions. Take it slow. Remember that salt trucks and snow plows are out there doing work to keep you safe. Give them room. We've got more on America's Weather Center coming up. Keep it here.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for covered over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to Jacuzzi jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Welcome back to Fox Weather, everybody. We are your Winter Storm HQ. Listen, we've been at it for the last several days now. I am live right now in Greenville, South Carolina. You can see some pictures up the way a little bit farther in Charlotte, North Carolina. That's up at the I-85 corridor that goes between, really, Charlotte through Greenville, Spartanburg, all the way down to Atlanta. That's really a big time hub. And that's where we got the heaviest amount of freezing rain in the southeast, and that included here all the way up to Charlotte. So let's go up there to Charlotte right now. We got Oliviana Calmes has been there for the last several days. Oliviana in the Queen City. You got belted with some freezing rain, had some sleet out there too. You had the whole gamut, but right now you're at Charlotte Douglas. What's going on?
Yeah, Bob, it's a little warmer inside here, but yesterday that freezing rain and ice really did cause a concern for the roads and also the airline travel as well. So here at the Charlotte airport, you can see just this long line for people to check in their bags. That has been steady all day, but really I've talked to multiple people who've been stranded here who weren't even maybe coming from this airport. This was a layover. They don't know where their bags are. So it's been a bit chaotic today as we're looking at still at most over 1,000 or rather 5,000 cancellations today. But yesterday we really saw those record high numbers of cancellations with 11,000 cancellations, over 6,000 delays across the U.S. because of this winter storm. According to Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, that's the most in a single day since the pandemic. And today he said there's still some work to be done to make this go back to normal.
We're digging out, right? So we have our workforce trying to get back to the airport. Just as you try to go to the office, you and Dana made it today. Nice job. But as people try to get to their workstations in the airport or in the towers, is creating some disruption for us. And again, we're clearing airports, runways, making sure we have staff in place and equipment in place to make sure planes fly safely.
And talking about Charlotte specifically, yesterday more than 80% of flights were disrupted out of this airport. And today we're seeing a lot of canceled flights on this board as well. Some people telling me they've been here overnight, so they had to sleep in the airport here. I talked to a couple who was supposed to be on a direct flight from Miami back home to Memphis. This spot wasn't even on their normal itinerary until it got added because of the weather for a layover.
Still can't get my bags, and now they rescheduled us for this evening. So we've been stuck here buying food, drinks, and everything from out of here. They shipped us here for a connecting flight, and it's never been connected. We've been here over 24 hours.
Over 24 hours, and still others trying to figure out if maybe they should just drive to their destination. I talked to some other people that are going to be doing that. Thankfully, we are looking toward better conditions for flying come Wednesday. It should be a little bit smoother for travelers after all of this chaos that's been happening with all these disruptions across so many states, Bob.
Yeah, that's a great point right there. Sometimes you wonder if you just drive to where you're going. I liked her shirt. It said Miami Beach, and that's where we're all wishing right now. You're 39 degrees there, about 36 right here. Oliviana Calmes at Charlotte Douglas International Airport in Charlotte. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bob. And hey, Bob.
Jana, bring you in. You can see we've got more to talk about.
We do, and Bob, Miami had a record high today in the 80s. The mid-80s. How's that? I mean, the envy of the country right now. But Boston, 19 degrees. Couple light snowflakes still coming down out there. We've got kind of a twofer. We've got a little ocean effect off of the Boston Harbor, but also too a little sneak of energy that is going to continue to pivot across New England as our storm departs. Exit stage right now, this massive historic storm, right? It stretches with at least a foot of snow across 18 states. And the plains had a significant amount of snow. A little elevation helped us out there in New Mexico to get 31 inches out of Bonito Lake. And then we had about a foot of snow from Missouri, Illinois. But I want to focus in on the Northeast because look at this. I mean, you pretty much light up every state here from the Ohio Valley into the Northeast on the I-95 corridor with a significant amount of snow. And for the first time in 10 years, all 5 of our major cities on the I-95 for the Northeast, D.C. straight up through Boston, had more than 6 inches of snow, or at least 6 inches of snow recorded yesterday. So before that sleet came over and kind of shut off the snowmaking in D.C., 6.9 official total there from yesterday. 11.4 in New York City makes it the most snow in 4 years at least. Well, really, our snowiest day since 2021. So here we are sitting end of January. Do the math. The average snow for the month, by the way, in January is 8.8. So we definitely came in and we kicked away some of the deficit that we've had so far this year. It would take a couple more storms to chip away at the deficit that we've had since the start of the decade. We've had a bit of a snow hole on the I-95, but maybe we're starting to fill it in now, especially after this storm. So lay of the land, here's what we're looking at for the afternoon. Winds are picking up, so it's going to continue to stay very cold. Make sure that you have your layers on. Be aware of your time as you're clearing out the snow and the iciness of that too. Make sure you have your gloves on when you're clearing off the car. Remember, everything has to come off the hood of the car and the top of the car too. I actually did that yesterday when I got home from work. I figured might as well get a jump start on it before it all freezes over. And I was glad I did because we had 10 inches of snow on top of the car. But it's 25 degrees in New York, Boston 18. So here's a look at what we've got going on right now. We have our storm pulling away. We still have the trough that's got to swing its way through tonight, and then high pressure is going to start to build in. And that's what keeps us quieter, but really locked into that Arctic cold as we go over the course of the next 4 to 5 days. I mean, this cold is not going anywhere, and we're seeing that. I mean, we have the extreme cold warnings all the way down to the I-10 corridor in Texas. That is what is moving in our direction as we head towards the middle and end of this week. But you can see our storm. Here it is. It's going to continue to pull away, and we have a couple of snow showers that are lingering across the region. Winds, though, like I told you, we're picking up now as that high pressure starts to butt its way in from the west. We're now gusting 35 out of Harrisburg, Williamsport. Those gusts have gone up this afternoon, 25-mile-an-hour gusts. So that's what's going to make the air that much more biting. 33 out of D.C. Eventually, we'll likely see those wind gusts start to pick up 20 to 30 miles an hour for New York and Boston as we go through tonight. But again, we're hanging on to a couple snow showers for the Northeast. I don't think this is going to do too much to adding to our totals. It's really just kind of a little sprinkle on top of the Sunday. For New York City, LaGuardia was shut down yesterday. Taking a look with the radar scan, nothing really happening there as most of the snow showers are up in Boston. Right now, we had a little lake effect action south of town, closer to the Cape. But then you have this disturbance that's pushed through and brought some light snow, 18 degrees. It's also lowered visibility to about 1.5 miles. And so what that has done has continued to slow things up at the airport. Now over 500 cancellations. This is just a drop in the bucket compared to what we have again today. Yesterday, the worst of all. In fact, we're looking at over the stretch of this weekend with this historic storm, the worst airport cancellations and shutdowns since like March 2020, since the beginning of the COVID days, right? So this is definitely a significant impact to our airport operations. And again, another day with more cancellations than we have delays, which means a lot of people are stuck where they are, and it's not going to be probably till about midweek until we can start to see some more normal operations take shape across the airports. But you can look across the region right now for the Northeast. A lot of red dials here. It's not just Boston seeing big time disruptions. So is LaGuardia, Newark, JFK, all the way down through Philadelphia. And if the big hubs are seeing slowdowns, you know, absolutely the regional airports are having just as much of a problem. Here's a look at our top snow reports out of New Jersey. So Bob Van Dillon and I, Nick Koser, we had Ian Oliver all throughout the afternoon. We were looking at the sleet line that was moving in yesterday after the snow, and it was hovering along the I-80 corridor, which if you're unfamiliar for New Jersey, well, you just take Manhattan and you cut straight west, and that's about the I-80 corridor. And so on that I-80 corridor, you had the sleet line, which started to mix in with some of our snow through the late afternoon and evening. But north of that sleet line, north of the I-80 corridor, is where we had our slam dunk of nearly 1.5 feet of snow for the state of New Jersey. Top total, Stockholm, 17 inches of snow. Branchville coming in at 17 inches as well. Tenafly, 16.3 up there in the northeast corner. So as we go through this evening, I expect a couple snow showers to continue into New England. For New York, Philly, maybe it's a couple snowflakes, but generally speaking, we're done with the snow up at this point. But look at where our temperatures go. The 20s, which already feel like the teens, are going to fall to the teens and then feel like the single digits as we get into the overnight hours. And so that's the other cautionary tale here, is I know that the crews have been out there working tirelessly for the state of New Jersey. The state of emergency lifted for our counties. So that means we're starting to see normal operations return to New Jersey Transit, to light rail service. But it also means that, you know, some restrictions to speed limits on the GSP, on the turnpike, that's still something that you want to take caution with, because tonight, black ice is still a big problem, and while they'll probably be heavily treating the major arteries, I do expect some very slick road conditions for the Northeast as we get into tomorrow and then pretty much every single day this week. But again, not a ton more snow, probably on the order of a dusting to about an inch or so for coastal New England, and then comes the Arctic cold. This Arctic cold is expected to stick around well through this week. So we've got our eyes on the Northeast digging out of a foot of snow, but what about another round? Yes, we are tracking the potential for another storm as we head into this upcoming weekend. We'll show you what we know next here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ.
Hey guys, Nick Koster here. Time again for Fox Weather Deals, sponsored by Knocking. We're here to help you save money on products that will keep you prepared no matter what is in the forecast. So to start shopping, go to foxweatherdeals.com. Joining me, lifestyle expert Courtney Kaysen. There she is. She's going to be your best friend. She's going to help you get better quality sleep, which who doesn't need better quality sleep, right?
Absolutely. We spend a third of our life sleeping, and you might as well sleep in the best because it really does affect your overall sleep quality experience. That's why I love that we have Bib Home for you here today. They are giving you a full set of sheets, everything that you need from twin to California King in beautiful colors. But these are 2,000 thread count.
So soft.
Luxury starts at 300. And I want you to think of like really nice hotel indulgent sheets. These are made from a bamboo blend, which is nice because they're thermoregulated, meaning now you sleep warm and cozy. But in the warmer months, you sleep cool to the touch, which is great. My favorite part is they've got these snug elastic grips, which means when you put it on your mattress, the fitted sheet actually stays fitted. So it's always like nice, clean, and new, giving you that feeling all the time. But I would say now's the time to invest because these are normally 3-figure sheets. We've got them today starting at $34, saving you up to 71% off.
The only problem is you're truly not going to want to get out of bed in the morning when that alarm clock sounds.
You got it. And if you don't want to take them out of the dryer, they're wrinkle resistant.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
All right. Trust me, you're going to love these. To buy them, scan the QR code on your screen or go to foxweatherdeals.com.
Trying to figure out what lowers your A1C can feel endless. It's not you, it's type 2.
Type 2 diabetes is complicated, and it's different for everyone. Using a CGM like Dexcom G7 15-day can help patients see what works.
I just didn't understand how my body reacted to different foods.
When I heard that A1C jump from like 6.2 to 9.8, oh my goodness, I really gotta get my life together.
Dexcom G7 sends your glucose numbers right to your smartphone. See where your glucose is, where it's headed, and where it's been.
With Dexcom G7, I think I can enjoy anything I want because I get the real-time feedback.
I reached my A1C goal. I feel good about my future.
Most Medicare patients pay $0 a month. Call now to get started with Dexcom G7 15-day and receive a free cookbook. Don't wait. Get started today.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond Original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of Original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses, and hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with Original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Winter is far from over in the Northeast, and the snow, perhaps that's not done yet either. We are digging out from our biggest snowstorm on the I-95 corridor in a decade, from Boston to Washington, D.C. Boston, couple snow showers will continue today. We're probably not done just yet. Now, the snow will shut off as we get into the next couple of days. Sun will come back out, but don't be fooled by the sun because the cold air is locked in, and so the snow really is not melting much, and it's not going to go anywhere. Look at our temperatures. As we get into tomorrow, we don't even get above freezing. We don't even make it to 30 degrees from D.C. to Pittsburgh, New York, Boston, Portland, Maine, and then as we get into the morning hours, we fall to the teens, single digits. For Pittsburgh, below 0. The wind chills are nasty. And as we get into the middle of this week, basically you get the picture. It is cold, and that cold air is going to be a really important piece to this story, not just prolonging us into the chill through the end of the month and, well, perhaps well into February, but it's this cold air that's a key ingredient when we're talking the next storm. Models, they are starting to come into agreement for another major winter storm that could come as soon as this upcoming weekend. Now, take a breath, because I know, my goodness, right? We've just been through all of this. So what are we looking at here? Well, I'm going to dive you through the forecast, some of the signals that we're looking at, and just letting you know that we have a couple of days to watch this. So there will still be a couple of changes here before we get into further agreement. But total different picture from what we just experienced. This past week, we had cold air, yes, but the storm energies, total different setup. We had disturbances that merged across the middle of the country that then developed into this coastal low and brought just a massive footprint of winter weather. What we're looking at for this upcoming weekend does not favor another cross-country storm. So if you're in Texas listening to me right now and you're worried for this upcoming weekend, this storm is not for you. This is a storm that we're looking up for the classic East Coast nor'easter setup, if it happens. But there is, again, some strong signaling here that we have this cold air locked into place. And we know that there will be a storm, right? But it's where that storm develops, how strong it is, and where it tracks. Of course, those three key questions that we always look at for the I-95 corridor when we're talking a storm that develops along the coast. So cold air is just going to keep everything in the picture here. Snow, that's an important piece to this, is that we will possibly get more snow for the I-95 corridor, the mid-Atlantic through the Northeast. But it's where this surface low forms over the Atlantic, and maybe if it forms closer to the Gulf Stream, which is, remember, that really warm conveyor belt of water. Usually it's that clash along the mid-Atlantic coast that kind of gets a little energy spinning for us as this big dip in the jet stream barrels down the eastern seaboard. So what are we looking at in terms of model agreement? Well, I can tell you that models have just come in for the afternoon, and the European model actually course correcting a little closer to the GFS. Remember, it's the European model, which is, I think, highly regarded as the one in which we look at with a little more certainty, and it was off the charts, very bullish with its forecast over the last 24 hours. But now it's starting to come back in line with the GFS, which has kind of been slower in the development of that low and the track of where it ultimately ends up. Let's take a look at what the latest AIFS model, AI. Okay, well, the AI course corrected to the euro. So this goes to show you that where we stand right now, there's going to be a lot of windshield wiping effect, right? These models and where they place that low, still trying to quite honestly figure out what to do with themselves after this departing storm. So let's give it another 48 hours of these model runs before we really put something concrete in the forecast. But while we're doing that over the next 2 days, it's also still important that we maybe start to take stock of what our preparations look like for the weekend, because it's always best to be further prepared. You know, you can always kind of back things off as we head into the weekend if models say, okay, this thing's actually just going to shoot out to sea and maybe we get a little bit of snow for the I-95, but nothing blockbuster. But you also want to be prepared that if in the next 2 days models then come into further agreement and say, okay, here comes a big storm and it's heading in for the weekend. Right now, here we are by Sunday morning. The timeline of this, I'm hesitant to say exactly what that looks like, but right now we are eyeing up, say, Sunday into Monday. But again, that could swing just a little bit depending on how soon this energy swings along the East Coast, where it develops, how strong it develops. Again, those 3 key questions that we still do not have the answer to. But taking a look at our ensemble lows, so ensembles, when you put together all of the different model runs, that is where we have at least a better agreement that a storm will form. But again, where that storm ultimately tracks, how strong will it be, are the questions that we will have a clearer answer to as we continue through this week. But we've got you covered here on Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. Don't you doubt it. All right, well, we've got extreme Arctic cold that has been a key feature to this forecast, and it is still, well, settling in across the Great Lakes. Finally, a response, by the way, of the Great Lakes. We're freezing over off of Lake Erie. You can see there in Detroit, the frozen lakes. Wind chills right now, coldest of our wind chills are 25 below up in Wisconsin and Minnesota. And believe it or not, we don't even have alerts up where we have our coldest wind chills. So that's just another day for them. But we do have wind chills that extend for over 150 million Americans from the Central Plains to the I-95 corridor to the Mid-Atlantic coast, where this is a big footprint of very cold air. And the concern is that, of course, we still have hundreds of thousands of folks without power in the very states, Mississippi, Tennessee, Texas, Louisiana, where we have extreme cold warnings. That's why we've been checking in with Brandy, who has said that a lot of folks are heeding those warnings. And we do have, people going to the shelters to make sure that they're in a safe spot. We have over 100 record cold lows in the forecast between now and tomorrow. We have extreme cold that's lingering as we get into the start of this week. Right now, temperatures feel like the teens, the single digits across parts of the Mississippi Valley. Wind is adding insult to injury here. Lubbock feels like 6 with 18 degrees up there in the Texas Panhandle. As we get into tomorrow, not a lot of change. It's not really until about midweek that we're going to start to tilt this cold closer to the eastern seaboard, and we start to see some recovery through the afternoon hours in Texas, in Oklahoma. But it's those morning hours I want to caution, overnight and early morning. If the power is still out, hopefully you have a generator. If you don't, please lean on your neighbors and your friends. Don't endure this cold for too long without seeking help, because that's where things get really dangerous. But we'll get a little snow melt perhaps as we get into the afternoon. But again, this Arctic cold continues through about midweek, and these alerts will likely be extended as we get into the end of the week for the I-95. Fox Weather meteorologist Bob Van Dillen's been live in Greenville, South Carolina all day, keeping up with the latest cleanup efforts as the state recovers from the massive winter storm. Earlier, Bob had the chance to speak to the Greenville Chief of Police on the storm's aftermath and what things have looked like since. Check it out.
I think we turned out being pretty good. The window sort of narrowed for the amount of precipitation we got, but when it came, it did dump on us. And now, as you see, we're in the middle of cleanup and been working hard. We have great public works crews here, and they have been very proactive and got our primary roads back opened up.
When did you guys start treating the roads initially?
They've been working for days. They started treating it, obviously putting down brine, salt, things like that, hitting bridges, especially extra, which helps them when they come back and scrape. yesterday when they were scraping the main primary roadways.
Do you have any concerns going for the next few mornings when it's real cold?
Yeah, we do, because it's going to be really cold here, especially tonight. It's going to get down in the teens, and I think with the wind chill, it makes it even colder. So any wet spots on the road, they're going to freeze. I feel like people will get a false sense today with the sun out and roads drying out. They'll think they can get around real easily in the morning, and that's not going to be the case. There's going to be some black ice and some real slick spots that have frozen over.
What kind of shifts are you guys running today?
So my officers on regular shift. We work 12-hour shifts, and they're here, and they'll be here all night, and we'll just keep responding and helping people out as much as we can.
Did you guys have a lot of calls in the last couple of days?
The calls kind of went down. And our accidents actually went down. We've worked 11 accidents in the past 24 hours, 11 more than we would like to work, but most single car and no major injuries or anything, so that's good.
Great. So you're feeling good about the next few days?
Yeah, we're looking forward to getting this mess all cleared out of here, getting back to normal.
What do you like better, winter or summer?
I'm a summer guy.
You don't care for this, do you?
No, not good. But hopefully this is our big weekend of it, and this will pass, and we can get spring and move on to summer.
Can I say amen? Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, a historic storm in the books for millions, but the impacts set to last for days with power outages and intense cold. Yeah, thinking summer thoughts, right? Well, you're watching Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ. We've got you covered in the recovery and what's still ahead here on America's Weather Center. We'll be right back.
As America braces for a massive winter storm, Fox Weather has every angle covered with crippling snow and ice targeting more than 35 states. More expertise, more reports from inside the worst of the storm, more weather news than you can find anywhere else. Stay informed around the clock. You can stream on your TV. Learn how at foxweather.tv. Fox Weather, your Winter Storm HQ.
Did you recently lose your Medicare plan for 2026? If your Medicare Advantage plan was terminated, now is the time to check your zip code and find a new Medicare Advantage plan in your area. Insurance companies offer different plans in different zip codes, and some Medicare Advantage plans were terminated for 2026. If your plan was terminated, call the number on your screen for a free Medicare benefit review. Medicare Advantage plans, networks, and benefits differ based on your zip code. If you lost coverage, now is the time to call and review your options. You still have time to enroll in a new Medicare Advantage plan for 2026, but it won't happen automatically. More than half of people on Medicare are enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan, and 2026 plan terminations happen throughout the country. If you're one of the people who lost coverage, now is the time to check your zip code. If you're unhappy about losing coverage or returning to original Medicare alone, we can help you shop for other coverage options in your area. Don't go through 2026 without the coverage you need. You may be eligible to enroll today. If your Medicare Advantage plan was terminated and will no longer be available in 2026, this is your chance to shop, compare, and enroll in a new plan. But you must take action to do so. Call the Medicare Benefits Helpline at the number on your screen. Licensed insurance agents are standing by to help people in your zip code. Take action now before your special enrollment period ends. If your Medicare Advantage plan was terminated, this is your chance to enroll in a new plan for 2026. The Medicare Benefits Helpline is open now and ready to assist. If your plan was terminated, do not wait. Make sure you get the right plan for your needs. Call now for your free Medicare benefit review and enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan today.
Call 800-401-2504. That's 800-401-2504. 800-401-2504. Call now.
Think of all the places that could expose you to identity theft and financial loss. It only takes one mistake at your bank, hospital, or employer for a criminal to gain access to your personal information. And if they do, you and your money are at risk.
$110,000 of my hard-earned money gone.
With LifeLock, if your identity is compromised, we'll step in and fix it so you don't have to, guaranteed. Our dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists handle your case from start to finish. They contact institutions on your behalf, dispute fraudulent charges, and more. In fact, we're so confident that restoration is guaranteed. Plus, LifeLock offers the $1 Million Protection Package with coverage up to $3 million.
When I opened my mail and I had a check from LifeLock, they made me whole.
Call now or go online and use promo code 35OFF to save 35% off an annual plan for your first year. Enroll now.
Right now on Fox Weather, this historic winter storm is finally exiting the country. Sadly, not before carving a destructive 2,300-mile path from Arizona all the way up to Maine. At least 15 people have been killed by a terrible combination of snow, ice, and extreme cold. Hundreds of millions of Americans are still facing hazards in the storm's wake. The South is encased in crippling ice, leaving behind life-threatening power outages amid the brutal cold. More than 700,000 customers across the country are still without power right now. And unfortunately, power isn't expected to be restored for several more days in some of the hardest hit areas. And up north, the biggest snowstorm in half a decade slammed the Northeast. Several major cities still digging out. New York saw just under a foot. Boston, almost 19 inches of snow. Biggest storm in 5 years there. Don't put away the shovels just yet. We're watching the chance for another potent storm this weekend. We'll show you where things stand right now. Let's do it right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good Monday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. Right now, it's 3 o'clock on the East Coast, noon out west. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. This was that mammoth storm. We watched it grow in size and intensity across the central and southern plains and carve that path of destruction all the way to the Atlantic coastline. All of these places, you're looking at some of the ice totals, the snow totals that we picked up in through here. Those were the numbers that I pointed out. Up in Boston, that updated snow total is almost 19 inches. Far more devastating than any of the big snow numbers were these. 4 separate states where we had an inch of ice reported in one of those, one of the hardest hit areas, northern parts of Mississippi. That's a look at some of the road conditions Mississippi saw yesterday. The crippling ice caused numerous trees to collapse, leaving them completely frozen and down on roads. And some of those trees were continuing to come down several hours after the ice stopped falling. And that's always one of the more unsettling aspects of this, that continued danger. Let's bring in Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell. She's been out in Oxford, Mississippi, battling this historic ice storm there. Brandy, if anyone saw the true scope of this storm, it was you. A lead up, we were talking about what we were concerned about in northern parts of Mississippi, and then you went right through it, saw all the power outages and the trees coming down. What has today been like so far?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. When you woke up, you saw the sun was out blazing. So I think it probably felt like a sign of hope to people that things will start melting away. But the temperatures are still so cold in the 20s that it might not be making as much of a dent as people are hoping for. If you are trying to get out on the roads, they are iced over, even more than they were yesterday. Cars are sliding around, and it's still cold. A lot of people are out of power. Most of the outages across the state are here in this county, Lafayette County. So right now we're in a shelter. This is one location where people here in Oxford are going to have a warm place to be at until the lights are turned back on. So I want to introduce you guys to one of the residents that I've met, Miss Joanne. Thank you for taking some time to talk with us. I know this isn't, an easy time for your community. You're dealing with winter and a historic ice storm for this area. Now, you told me you were here in the 94 ice storm, and now you're experiencing this one. Can you talk to me about the differences between the two and your thoughts on how this one has impacted your community?
Well, the difference that between 94 and this year, 2026, we have more ice. We have more ice. More people is without heat, electricity. And like myself, I didn't have any electricity, so I was getting cold, and just praise God that my daughters, they called the police department here, told me I was out there by myself, so they came and got me. Now, the last time in '94 when we had an outbreak, but it wasn't nearly as bad as it is now. We got trees all over the highways and on people's houses falling, and it's chaos. It looks like, I was telling my friend lady, Dorothy, that when I went to get my medication this morning, that it more looked like a tornado have come through here instead of ice storm. I mean, it's just destructive, just have torn up everything. So that's the difference. We had some damage then in '94, but we have more damage now than we did then. Everything is closed down in Oxford, just like a ghost town. Nothing is open. So, it's pretty bad, And then we don't know when we're going to get electricity back. We don't know, when. Some were saying that might be days, and then had some said in the rural areas it might be weeks. So I don't know. We just be prayerful to the Lord that doors will open up so that take care of the people that's out there working, that they will be able to get us some electricity on, because it's dangerous out there. Trees falling and the wires are falling, so we just gonna be prayerful.
Thank you for sharing all of that. That was a very deep perspective on what you're going through, and you talked about power. Just to inform you guys at home that are watching us, they are bringing crews in from other states to try to help reduce that issue here. But again, as Ms. Joanne said, it could be days or weeks depending on where, and we're just still waiting to find out how long that'll be. Thank you again, and hopefully you can get your lights on sooner than later.
I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And just additional news, too. It's no surprise that schools are being impacted. We know Lafayette County, the schools are out for the week, and I'm just seeing that Ole Miss, they are also closing their campus, canceling classes through Sunday as well. So before this latest update, they didn't have classes for Monday and Tuesday. So large range of impacts here, and just still dangerous conditions, even though the sun is out. Back to you.
Yeah, Brandy, if folks draw comparisons to what they know, and watching your coverage over the last few days, I can't believe in the aftermath of the storm how many folks have compared this to tornado damage. Is that the general sentiment with the folks that you've talked to?
I mean, the mayor, obviously, she's a representative of this city. She told me that yesterday as well. And if you look around, she's not wrong. It does. Every tree, most of the trees you see are split in half or either leaning onto the ground at this point because of the weight of that ice. So I'm really curious to see what it's going to look like once all the ice melts. It might really look like tornado damage at that point instead of ice damage.
Yeah. And unfortunately, that's a hazard that they deal with every single year across the region. But this ice storm, folks drawing that comparison back to 1994. That's Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell. Brandy, great reporting out of Oxford, Mississippi. Thank you. With its peak, over 1 million customers without power, and we know that's what ice does. You're looking at some footage out of Brentwood, Tennessee. It looks an awful lot like what Brandy was showing us, the scenes in Oxford, Mississippi. That whole swath coming out of northern Louisiana, Arkansas, up through Mississippi and into Tennessee. We saw the secondary ice totals with some of the cold air damming happening across the southeast. They didn't get quite to the numbers that we saw play out back farther to the west. So there's Nashville right now. And the problem's at the top of the screen. 16 degrees, feels like temperature is 11 with that breeze out of the north. That's what's making it feel even more chilly. Over a dozen reports of 1-inch ice accretion. That was across 4 separate states. When you get numbers like that, that's going to be with some sleet in the mix too. Rayville, Winona, Lexington, Mississippi, Cherokee, Alabama, all of these up to 1 inch. You get up over 1/2 inch, and this becomes a destructive situation. The trees, the power lines come down. an inch of ice is a catastrophe, and we're seeing that play out. And now it's kind of a catastrophe in slow motion. When you look at this giant swath, those are all ice reports in through here, and then you consider where we have the power outages. This is effectively just another way to visualize where we saw the greatest ice numbers. You can even see that same swath, and then the second area, kind of two separate ice storms, to be honest. This one far worse, both in scope and intensity. Tennessee right now still about 233,000 customers without power. Mississippi 130,000. Louisiana with 115,000. So that alone is hardship. Folks go without power. It's not easy. Then you consider that we had 20 record low temperatures set this morning across the region. This is into tomorrow morning. Everywhere you see one of those locator icons, which is immediately in or adjacent to the spots where we have the greatest power outages right now. Look at those numbers. I mean, you've got a place like Austin, Dallas, Little Rock, Shreveport. These are all dropping down into the mid-teens. Mid-teens with no power isn't uncomfortable. It's dangerous, and it can be deadly, and that's what the concern is here. Cold weather alerts stretching from the Great Lakes over to Texas, down into the Florida Peninsula, and all the way over to the Atlantic seaboard. So temperatures right now, middle of the afternoon, it feels like it's 6 in Nashville. Little Rock, it feels like it's 18. Atlanta feels like temperature in the lower 20s. Through Sunday, we're looking at well below average temperatures. That's likely going to be the case right on through the early part of February. 100-plus record low temperatures with this widespread winter chill to take us through the rest of the week and into the upcoming weekend. Hey, take a look at this wild scene. We haven't seen anything like this in some time after a few winters that weren't, truly. The Hudson River completely frozen this morning as temperatures remain sub-freezing. And boy, do we have a ways to go. I don't think we'll be back above freezing until we find our way somewhere into the month of February. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdam joins us now from the streets of New York City. Alexis, you've been out braving it throughout the weekend. Big snow piles like that, I think was what Shaun White and Shane Gillis were out there at Central Park. What's the past few days been like for you?
I know, I thought that was awesome.
Yes.
Well, I wish I would have seen Shaun White. I missed it. I guess I miss all the good stuff, Ian, but I am walking, you know where I am right now. You know I'm near Central Park because you live in New York City too, so we see each other at work, and you can kind of see what I'm walking through right now. This is 11 and more than 11 inches of snow here in New York City, and what you guys were talking about yesterday and what we showed viewers, right, is that it really is that powdery substance, which is good for snowboarders. It's good for Shaun White. It's difficult if you're out on the roads trying to get around. So I want to show you right now our Fox News drone. Let's pull it up. You can see what we're seeing on the ground in Brooklyn. Check it out there. There are some people out there in that park. There's also some other some animals that we saw running around, and people just trying to get to and from here in New York City. So that's the latest on the ground. As crews have also been out in full force trying to plow, salt, de-ice, you name it. And the winds are kind of picking up there. So once they remove the snow, as you can see in this plow video, it kind of just gets blown right back out onto the streets of New York City. So they're doing their best, as good as they can, at least, Ian. And the East Coast was slammed by that powerful winter storm. Boston got nearly 20 inches, which buried roadways, and they're not done yet. And in Philly, 10 inches. That's the most they've had there in a decade. Across the Hudson, as you said, we have chunks of ice floating there, and the temperatures will remain very frigid for days. But I thought that was pretty amazing video, as you said, to see those big chunks of ice. Back out here live, you can also see again from Brooklyn, and then compare it to what I'm seeing here on the ground. So different parts of the boroughs, a different situation. But for people who were out here too in New York City, where I am right now, you can see the traffic a little bit behind us, Ian. You know, they're trying to figure out, can I get out of New York City or not? Is my flight going to take off? Well, LaGuardia was closed yesterday. We're hoping those flights will, you know, come back again soon so people can get in and out. Hopefully they brought some extra clothes to New York City. But I'll keep an eye out for Shaun White, and if I see him, I'll tell him to come on Fox Weather.
Please. Yeah, that was something. Shane Gillis, too. I mean, he like aired out like 5 feet over him. Alexis, where you're standing
in, crazy.
It feels like the sidewalks are okay, right? But you get to the intersections, and for some weird reason, it's like an agility test. It's the NFL Combine. If you want to make a turn, if you want to change street, what street you're on.
I know. Well, I'll try to show you what I can right now. So I'll walk you around this way to show you what it looks like on the streets. We've got some nice citizens, some nice New Yorkers that are out here trying to remove the snow on their own, because that is a problem. The roads, sure, they're plowed and they're kind of pushed over where that extra snow is, but that's why these guys are out here armed with shovels to try and clear a pathway as much as they can, because parts of it, Ian, are icy. So like that top part, as we said, is like soft, but then underneath it, it can get icy. So as those temperatures are well below freezing for quite some days in a row, it's going to be a little bit dangerous out on the roads and on the sidewalks.
Yeah, that was a Christmas village like 3 weeks ago. Now it's a glacier. Fox News correspondent Alexis McAdams, thank you for bringing us the latest. Stay warm out there.
Thank you.
The snow side of this was really two separate storms, three if you consider there were two separate ice storms. The snow, historic in nature, it was something we haven't seen in a long time, so definitely received in a much different way than that terrible ice that we saw down south. This is what I'm talking about. States with at least 12 inches of snow going back through the weekend, there were 18 of those across this giant swath from the Four Corners all the way up to the state of Maine. So that's one way to visualize the footprint of this as we got started. New Mexico, 31 inches of snow. Then you move over to the Northeast, Napanoch, New York, 30 inches of snow. So about 2.5 feet at the beginning and right at the end of the storm, all the way up Kittery, Maine, did 20 inches. Princeton, Mass, 22.2. So yeah, these are big numbers, especially by recent standards, and that was kind of the wow factor of this. Texas Panhandle, double-digit totals. Massachusetts, double-digit totals, but twice as much as we saw back in the Panhandle. Bunch of spots. Hopkinton, Ipswich, all the way up. Princeton, as we mentioned, Sterling, all of those, 22 and some change. So incredible numbers as this stayed all snow up across the Boston metro area. Big swath, too, not to leave out in through here. Southern parts, southern half, truly, of Indiana, Ohio, southern parts of Illinois got in on some big numbers. Overall, Napanoch, New York, 30.0. Jennerstown, PA, just a touch over 2 feet. So to see numbers like this, yeah, there's more of them. Big numbers coming out of both New York and Massachusetts. That's a look back at the storm. And watch as that moves on through. We watch that messier sleet mix start to move its way up the I-95 corridor. But once you got to about there, you didn't have any of that mix in. And that's not truly representative. That was the computer's analysis we saw with our eyeballs where it actually started sleeting. And yeah, it was quite something to see the cold side of this storm. Keep an eye on all that. Don't put the shovels away. We got some activity possible moving into the weekend. We'll show you that coming up. Travel issues. Those skyrocketed over the weekend as snow and ice blanketed the eastern half of the country. Cancellations reached pandemic highs. Yeah, it was the biggest numbers since 2020. Multiple airports closed in the wake of the nasty weather. And while things are clearing up today, slowly, yeah, there are still some big impacts lingering. We'll have the latest on where things stand with travel when Fox Weather Now returns.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items, like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as covered Schwartz fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance to help pay for covered over-the-counter items? So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Inflation and economic uncertainty have affected all of us. But if you have a structured settlement or annuity, J.G. Wentworth can help you get a lump sum of cash now in exchange for some or all of your future payments. J.G. Wentworth has helped individuals get over $290 million in the past year alone. So why live month to month in these uncertain economic times? Call J.G. Wentworth today at 877-CASH-NOW and get the cash you need now from your structured settlement. Call now.
I work with HomeLight to get the best deals for my clients. Whether you're looking to sell for the right price or hunting for that dream home, let's make your real estate experience smooth and rewarding. Start your journey at homelight.com today.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Snow and ice spread across much of the eastern half of the country, leaving millions affected by this historic winter storm. Travel impacts, we were talking about this last week, that we were expecting at an absolute minimum, it would be the middle of this week before we saw travel get back to normal, and that appears to be on track. The reason, not unique, snow and ice across the board. You're looking at places like Logan, down at Dallas Love Field and DFW. Look at the average delay, DFW, 3 hours and 48 minutes. So, yeah, at least the airports are back open. Reagan was closed yesterday in addition to LaGuardia. GSP was closed. Those numbers, problematic, clearly, about 10,000 impacted flights. But as we show you what's going on here, LaGuardia back open. That happened during the overnight hours. The schedule still trying to get rolling. Ground delays in effect at both JFK and Newark. Gusts, those are generally 24 miles per hour. It's cold. Look at the amount of disruption. Canceled straight up, almost 1,500 flights. When you add those together, that's what, up over 60% of flights that are still impacted. That's for all three of the New York metro area airports, and you consider the whole swath of this storm extending all the way back to Texas and beyond, we're still trying to get back on track. So there's LaGuardia, cancellations, almost 500 of those. The reason, snow and some of that sleet that mixed on in. Boston, more than 500 canceled flights right down the board. It's going to be a while until we get this whole system back on track, as I said, probably sometime latter part of the week. Crews at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport working to get business back to normal. This is one day after that massive ice storm passed on through Georgia. Nearly 1,200 flights arriving or departing from there yesterday were canceled. Over 500 were delayed. The airport issuing a ground delay that at one point averaged nearly 2 hours for all flights. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Madison Scarpino. Madison, seems like the situation at the airport is calmer despite the below freezing temperatures. Worst of that ice was just off to the north, but man, was that slow going at the world's busiest airport.
It was, Ian, and today we're seeing a lot more travelers, which seems to be kind of a good sign because yesterday was really dead here due to all the cancellations. But as you guys have been reporting, tens of thousands of flight disruptions over the last few days as we are now on day 4 of this winter storm causing some massive travel issues. So taking a look at where things currently are right now, where those numbers stand, there are nearly 5,000 cancellations, more than 5,000 delays. We've been seeing those numbers grow by the minute. And yesterday, we saw the most cancellations in a single day since the COVID pandemic. That's according to data from an aviation's analytics company. And while all of this is impacting most U.S. airports in some capacity, things are really bad at airports in places like New York, D.C., Boston, Dallas, Charlotte, and here in Atlanta, some places even shutting down flights altogether yesterday. So countless travelers have been forced into changing their plans. Here's one of them.
It's very disappointing. I've been waiting the last day and a half, and I've watched it. It didn't get canceled. I'm very happy about it. So I came here, turned my car in, put my bag in, figured, how could they cancel something an hour before? But that's what they did. So I'm looking for a room, and I've got another day on vacation.
So we've seen a lot of that, people showing up to the airport with some unpleasant surprises over the last few days. But Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says he anticipates things getting back to normal by Wednesday. But you got to keep in mind that all of these airlines are going to be dealing with a massive backlog due to all the flight disruption. So for anyone planning on getting on a plane this week, it's best to definitely keep checking in on that flight, Ian.
That's the message right there, because even in places that weren't directly impacted by the storm, maybe your aircraft was there or was supposed to be there. Everything's out of whack and will be for a few days. That's Fox News correspondent Madison Scarpino at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian.
So we start turning our attention to the next storm. All the while, we're in the aftermath still of this mammoth storm. Folks are saying, wow, it can snow in the Northeast after the biggest storm in 4 or 5 years, depending on what city you pick. This was how the last storm played out. You had 2 separate disturbances that merged in the right spot for an intense storm across the middle of the country, helped dig that trough, which then gave rise to another area of low pressure that moved up the coast. Now, as we look into the upcoming weekend, there's high confidence in another storm developing. What we don't know is where exactly that storm's going to move. It's going to depend on how that area of low pressure is steered, and it'll be the upper level winds, the jet stream, that decide that. Any storm that develops will be powerful. So that's the key here. It's not really a question, is a storm going to go by and it's not much of one? It would be a classic nor'easter, truly, if this moves up the coastline. But depending on how all of this phases, that dig in the jet stream, it's still reasonable to think that this could pass far enough offshore that we don't get the direct impacts in places that just got slammed. So much to be decided here. The pattern doesn't favor a cross-country storm like what we just saw. It would be right about here into the weekend. You get a new area of low pressure developing somewhere close to the southeast coastline and either hugging the coastline and moving north as a nor'easter or finding its way farther out to sea. What we do know is that extremely cold air, that's going nowhere. It's just going to be on the east side of this trough. That'll be the storm track for this into the weekend. So we know the area of low pressure is going to develop. We know it'll become well formed. It's just the path from there. And the reason why we have confidence in the storm developing, there's the Euro, the GFS, the 2 most reliable global models. The Euro's AI counterpart, the AFES, also has a strong storm off the coast. So even at this time scale, call it, 4 or 5 days out, they all have this storm. They just differ, and that's to be expected at this time scale with where exactly it goes. So we'll be watching this very closely. We'll always bring you the latest from the Fox Forecast Center with these trends as we move forward through the week. Clearly, winter is here in full force. Cold air settling in, making itself home in the eastern half of the country as folks try to dig out after all that snow and ice. Don't forget, Fox Weather is your Winter Storm HQ. We're continuing to bring you the latest on this storm and whatever could be brewing up into this weekend with live coverage all week. Stay with us. More Fox Weather after the break.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses, and hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with Original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
I wish I could get a new shower. Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day.
Wow. Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft close doors.
I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub.
We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Why is jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time offer, we're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here with us at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. We've got this historic winter storm finally exiting, but we're dealing with widespread power outages, still hundreds of thousands, more than 500,000 customers across the country without power. This Arctic chill, which has settled in and won't go anywhere, at least through what's left of January and into the early part of February. Big time numbers for snow in places that it felt like it couldn't snow like this anymore. A biggest snow in these cities in somewhere between 4 or 5 years, half a decade, generally speaking. But it was the ice totals, not just how intense they were, but the widespread coverage across a big chunk of the country. 4 separate states with a catastrophic inch of ice accretion. That's what's led to the giant numbers of power outages, which is especially dangerous, as I said, with these temperatures trending either well below average or record low in spots. That's a live look at Nashville after the historic storm brought crippling ice to Middle Tennessee. Tennessee continues to be the top state with power outages. That's top of a list you don't want to be on. A Fox News multimedia reporter, Sarah Allegre, joins us now with an update from Nashville. Sarah, been watching some of your reports. It's like everywhere you look, and it's kind of the account of everyone that lives there. Everywhere you look, it's a tree that came down because of all this ice. In some spots, that's led to considerable power outages.
Yeah, we're seeing the same picture, just a different spot and a new tree here. And we're just in a new place here in Nashville, a little bit down the road from where we were earlier. And it just goes to show you how much of a liability this ice is. I want to bring you in here. We got a tree that is just toppled over, that ice weighing it down, putting that stress on those limbs, and then taking with it some of those power lines here. And then this poor vehicle kind of wrapped up right now, crushed by this fallen tree. And this is just one account of the immense amount of damage that we are seeing and reporting on here across the Nashville area. You were mentioning the power outages that we've seen in really across this country. I want to hone in on the most recent numbers I just got from out here in Nashville. We heard from NES, that's Nashville Electric Services. That's the utility company responsible for the power here for a lot of these homes, this neighborhood in the area. Now, they tell me for about 68,000 customers, power has been restored, at least at this point, but still 160,000 over that, still without power. And guys, this is just for Nashville. It doesn't account for the state of Tennessee. That number is well over 200,000. You know, we just saw a truck kind of go by, and it shows us that 300 linemen, they're out and about right now working hard to restore power. But talking to a lot of these residents here, we've been out all day. They've been asking us, you know, some of the latest updates. And right now they're a little bit confused on the timing of when things are going to get back on, when power will be restored. But right now, they just tell me they're hanging tight.
You know, as soon as the precipitation started to hit and the temperatures are dropping, everything just froze. And for a while, it was, you know, beautiful. I mean, it's still pretty now, but yeah, then you just started hearing the trees crashing and the limbs coming down. And I normally park my SUV out here on this road, and I just knew like that was probably a bad idea, and I'm thankful that I didn't. So, given the conditions.
Yeah, and the conditions right here, and she was wise to move it. Not everyone was so lucky. We've shown you some of the tree branches, but I want to take you over here. I mean, it shows you just on this thicker layer here, we have this thick layer of ice that has just accumulated, and it just goes to show you the weight of some of the damage that we are seeing here in the city of Nashville. We heard from the mayor a little bit earlier, calling this one of the worst winter storms the city has seen in nearly 30 years, and the damage is still to come. This may have melted just a bit with some of that sunshine a little bit earlier today. It's going to freeze once again once those temperatures dip very low tonight, below zero for some areas. At least that feels like temperature with the wind chill, Ian.
Yeah, Sarah, great point you made. I mean, there's some luck in this, limited places where you can park your vehicle, and you had that person that wrapped up their car, as you showed us, to protect it. Tree comes down on it. So, setups like these, so brutal, and it's going to be a while to get these temperatures back up above the freezing mark and get back to something closer to normal. That's Fox News multimedia reporter Sarah Allegre from Nashville. Thank you. Elsewhere across the southeast, we know a place like Oxford, Mississippi, northern part of Mississippi, that was the strongest signal in the lead up that we could see some real problematic numbers of ice. And unfortunately, that forecast was right on schedule through the weekend. And we saw a couple rounds of very effective icing. There's Logansport, Louisiana, overpasses. We always get into how those freeze first. They don't have the warmth of the earth below. 31 degrees to north wind there, 5 miles per hour, making it feel like those temperatures are in the mid-20s. So, yeah, folks are moving around, but it is slow going, and it will be as we move forward through the next several days. I mentioned that 4 states had reports of up to around an inch of ice. Top snow total, we'll get to that. Napanoch, New York. Petersville, Alabama, one of the spots that came in with a 1-inch ice total. There were 12 plus such reports. Power outages still just over 700,000 customers without power. Keep in mind, a customer is a household or a business. So when you're talking about people, that number is considerably higher. This is what I'm talking about. Idabel, Oklahoma, inch of ice. You had Glenville, Glen, Mississippi, right there. This whole swath and through here, and then a renewed coverage of icing across the Piedmont and into parts of the Appalachians. Big numbers, even through here. This was considerable ice. It just wasn't up to the catastrophic levels, truly, that we saw in places farther back toward the Mississippi River. And you can see the result of it's where the ice fell and the totals. We had issues where we had pockets of considerable icing, but the worst of this storm in that corridor right up through here, and the hardest hit places, Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Tennessee. Tennessee right now still up to almost 250,000 customers without power. So that's brutally widespread. You move into tomorrow morning, we've got these temperatures across the board. Everywhere you see one of these locator icons, that's expected to be a record low temperature. Timing of that exceedingly poor and very dangerous as we move into the middle part of the week. It's why we have cold weather advisories and extreme cold warnings. Folks need to make arrangements to stay warm because in many of these spots, the power isn't going to be on. It's not going to be restored while we're moving through the worst of this. Nashville right now, one of the places, at least in the metro area, points south and west, you had considerable icing, power outages. You got a feels like temperature right now in the single numbers. All right, let's move back north a bit, back up to the Big Apple, where we just had our biggest snow in 5 years' time. This wild storm forced LaGuardia Airport to shut down for hours, much of the day yesterday. And today, thousands of cancellations have been reported across LaGuardia, JFK, in Newark, which means there are big-time ripple effects across the country as the whole system tries to get back on schedule. It's going to be a bit. Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray has been out in it all weekend. We mean that quite literally, Robert. I think it was like 15 hours you were showing us the scenes out there. Great work as always, the machine. I saw your video. You had somebody snowboarding through Times Square. I think the sentiment here, because it had been so long, although it's a pain, folks enjoyed seeing some real snow again.
No doubt, Ian. Absolutely. Yeah, New Yorkers and tourists all were loving the snow yesterday. It's just been a while, right? A hot minute. 5 years since we've seen this much snow in New York City. And by the way, where I'm standing right now, in Central Park, nearly a foot of snow fell. And as I walk up here, perhaps Doug zooms out and we see the Expanse, one of the most iconic, beautiful shots here in Manhattan and Central Park. Just beautiful, now covered in snow, and there are many people walking around the park today, whether they're sledding or just taking in the sights, even though it is quite chilly. But let's rewind to Sunday and look at the video of the snow coming into New York City before the sun came up. It all began inundating the streets with snow and sleet. Remember, it turned into a sleet form mid to late afternoon yesterday, but people trudging through the sidewalks and across the roads. We probably witnessed, unfortunately, about 4 dozen people fall because of how slick it actually was. And the cavalry of the equipment moving the snow to the side was in full force yesterday. Remember, 19,000 lane miles that had to be plowed here in the 5 boroughs of New York with nearly 3,000 pieces of equipment. And then you have people with the shovels and the blowers trying to get all the snow from off of the streets. It was quite a scene, and Times Square illuminating all of it. Really amazing. People were excited that we talked to. And then you wake up today and you realize, as we look at this video, the snow removal is super important in getting New York City and commerce back. And that's what we witnessed. Huge piles of snow with tractor trailers moving it into the back of dump trucks. Those dump trucks dumping that snow in the rivers that line Manhattan, and then Central Park and all of its beauty. And the people out here, kids have no school, so there's kids out here sledding, families walking around, and tourists taking in the magic. Having said that, there's no magic at the airports. They are still in a major issue with cancellations and delays. And now we've got this next potential storm that is looming this weekend. Ian?
Yeah, the whole Fox Forecast Center staring at that, Robert. I know you're a Chicago guy through and through. There's something special, though, about Central Park and the snow, right? It looks like you're on the set of like a rom-com right now.
Yeah, it's incredible. I mean, I don't know, Doug, if you could just completely zoom out so everybody could see the view here. Yeah, it's so beautiful, and that's why everybody is walking around. And actually, Doug, give Ian and our viewers a shot of the little bridge and the people going over. I mean, you'd have to be a good painter to create that image, and yet if you're here in Central Park, you could see it for free, and it really is beautiful. I've said this before, that I don't think there's a prettier place in America than Central Park after a snowstorm.
Yeah, if you weren't married with the girls, you'd probably find love out there today. It's that kind of scene. It's that kind of scene, Robert. Great work.
Yes.
You've been, like I said, a machine throughout the weekend. We'll be checking back with you in a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a massive storm. It dumped that snow from Arizona all the way up to Maine. It was, in total, let's pull it up for you, 18 states that measured a foot of snow, which, to be honest, in the lead up to this, in what's been a couple, at least along the I-95 corridor up this way, we've had several, call them rough winters in a row. It felt impossible to do something like this again. And now it feels as though the storm door is open a bit. But sure, from the four corners, as we said, all the way up to Maine. And it wasn't a little bit of snow in these places. 31 inches, Bonita Lake in New Mexico. And then you slide down that swath of snow up into New England. Those are all way up into the double digits. Smithfield, Rhode Island, 18.5 inches. Everywhere else, Stratham, Sterling, Kittery, all up over 20 inches of snow. So big numbers back in the panhandle of Texas, too, into western parts, right through central parts of Oklahoma. Double-digit totals out of there. We mentioned Massachusetts. Those tallies up close to about 2 feet of snow. Big day spent inside watching football that was happening in the Rockies yesterday for folks there in New England. This whole giant swath of estimated snow going back through the weekend. It was a mammoth storm, and then you consider, as we showed you already, immediately displaced to where we saw some of the heaviest snow, the icing profile, which was devastating and has left still, right now, a little bit more than 700,000 customers without power. Such a high-impact storm. Those big totals, though, mid-Atlantic and up into the Northeast. Radar shows how that all played out. And keep in mind, as I was saying, if you live in this zone, mid-Atlantic points north up the I-95 corridor, keep the snowblower. You probably just got it serviced in advance of this one. Keep the shovels handy. They may be needed. The services may be needed once again, called upon into the weekend. We'll get into that coming up. Washington, D.C. reporting just shy of 7 inches. They got robbed of bigger numbers. It was a quicker transition there in the nation's capital to a sleet mix. We got a travel update. They had some issues there. You're looking at them. When Fox Weather Now comes right back.
Many of my clients ask me, how can I afford to buy my next home, but also make sure my current home sells? That's why who you work with matters. Together with HomeLight, we've helped clients win the home of their dreams every time.
I had a pretty normal mom life. Everything was pretty good, and it was a very happy life.
And we just had a new baby. And then all of a sudden, within a day or two, she's on life support and fighting for her life.
And I knew something was pretty wrong. A little less than a week after I came home, I couldn't breathe. That's when we decided to go to the hospital. I was given the diagnosis that I had peripartum cardiomyopathy, which is basically a pregnancy-induced heart failure. They told me my only chance was a heart transplant.
And the American Heart Association helped make that possible. Their research helped save me.
This could not happen without monthly donations from friends like you. Your sustained support helps fund life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs, like those that gave Jen a second chance at life. Heart disease is the #1 killer in America, and we urgently need your help to save lives. Go to helpheart.org or call now to become a monthly donor today. Your donation of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, will make a difference through prevention, early detection, treatments, and cures that help save lives.
I am very thankful for the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for just every day that I get with my children.
Please go to helpheart.org or call now with your donation of just $19 a month. Join our community of monthly donors, and you'll get this limited edition t-shirt you can wear to show you're helping save lives.
It's hard to imagine that a mom can die from pregnancy-induced heart failure, but thousands die every year. That's why your support is so urgently needed.
So please, call or go to helpheart.org now to help save lives.
I have a structured settlement and I call J.G. Wentworth 877 cash now.
I am an annuity, but I need cash now.
Call J.G. Wentworth 877 cash now.
It's your money. Use it when you need it.
Call J.G. Wentworth 877.
Call 877 cash now to get a $100 gift card for a free quote.
One of the biggest challenges my clients face is buying and selling a home at the same time. That's why who you work with matters. With HomeLight, we're able to help our clients buy and sell at the same time. It's the most game-changing product in real estate today.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. If you were trying to fly eastern half of the country over the weekend, it probably didn't happen. If it did, you were one of the few lucky ones. Now the system's trying to get back on track. Today, to get the week started, those aren't good numbers. 5,500 delays, about 5,000 canceled flights, and you see some of the places, Logan, average delay an hour and a half, DFW, Dallas-Fort Worth, your average delay, still because of snow and ice, about 3 hours and 48 minutes. We got something interesting, though, that we want to show you. Christopher Tate in Weather Command, aviation guru, he tells me, this. Delta Airlines, this is coming from Tampa International Airport up to JFK. It took off from Tampa about 2 hours late. It's got about 20 minutes left in its flight. This flight number on Delta, when you get a flight number that's above 9,900, it means that it's a repositioning flight. So that tells us, through the mess that this weekend was, this aircraft was in a spot that it wasn't supposed to be at this stage of the schedule. So they're trying to get that thing back to JFK. They were able to make up some time in the air. As you can see, that jet, some strong winds aloft, taking that aircraft right toward JFK. So many more flights like this take place as we try to get the schedule back rolling. Yeah, more snow dropping on New England under the tail end of this colossal winter storm. Some 20 inches of snow have fallen in several parts of Massachusetts as of this afternoon. Some school districts across the state closed again tomorrow. Last time Boston had at least a foot of snow, 2022. So for them, it was 4 years. More than 18 inches of snow on the ground today at Logan Airport. And it won't be melting anytime soon. Bitter cold sticks around for the next several days. Fox Weather meteorologist Melanie Black has more from Boston.
These are the scenes in Long Wharf, very picturesque as it just dumped snow here yesterday. You can see the beautiful Boston city skyline behind me, and the snow is still coming down. This morning we've had some ocean effect snow showers, and now we have another burst of snow that's working on in, and then our system is really winding down in terms of our accumulation as well. So still minor accumulations, but how about this? Yesterday was Boston's 9th snowiest day on record. The city picked up more than 1.5 feet of snow, and you can really see how much it's piled off to the side here. People have come to Christopher Columbus Park where we are today, really enjoying it. We have a lot of sledders that are out here, some tubers, and this is also a park where people come and take their dogs. The dogs were having the best time this morning playing through the snow. I want to show you one more thing if you come with me. I lived in Boston for 3 years, and I can attest to this. Whenever there's been snow, crews are really efficient at making sure that the roads are clear as well as the sidewalks. And if you look over there, you can make out the cobblestone. Earlier this morning, we could not see that, but people have been putting some salt down, working to clear the area just to make sure everything is good to go and people can get back on the road safely. For a lot of people, today was a remote work day, but tomorrow it is back at it. And also back at it the cold air. These temperatures are really just sticking around. Highs this week will be in the 20s with overnight lows in the single digits. Beyond this, into next weekend, we are also watching the potential for another storm, a potential nor'easter. We'll see.
Yeah, we most certainly are, and we'll show you that coming up in just a moment. So many pictures and scenes from around the United States following this high-impact and long-duration winter storm. That's a look at snowy downtown. Scenic picture of Indianapolis comes in courtesy of the Fox flight team. The snow and cold continue as central Indiana is digging on out. The storm brought the most snow to Indy in a single weather event since 2014, so it's been a while for them, a dozen years. Parts of Indiana reporting more than a foot of snow, so that was the northern periphery of that big swath of heavy snow. Let's take you across the Ohio River now to Louisville, Kentucky, the Derby City. Police coming to the rescue when a driver got stuck on a snowy street there. This happened yesterday. Governor Andy Beshear saying the winter storm brought up to 12 inches of snow in northern Kentucky. Ice accumulations higher than expected in the central part of the state and down in southern parts of the Commonwealth, Bluegrass and points south. And when Fox Weather, exclusive storm tracker right there, Mark Sudduth, isn't following severe storms, that's kind of his thing. He gets his drone out to some frosty scenes. These were icy trees in Clayton, North Carolina. So usually he's in pursuit of something else frozen, hail. He was flying his drone just outside of Raleigh in Johnston County. It looks beautiful, but we know the amount of problems generated by all that ice across a big swath. North Carolina, a relatively minor blow as compared to what we saw spots farther off to the west with those mega ice accretion numbers. And meanwhile, our Fox Weather viewers have been wonderful, sending in pictures and videos of the snow they've been getting. This one comes out of Dallas. Lisa in Dallas, all right. That was us, 10 months old. We have a 9-month-old, and we had her out for a period of time until it changed to sleet. My wife said she didn't love the sleet. This is Webster, New York. Business as usual when you're from Buffalo. Perfect day to smoke some ribs. It's because every day is a perfect day to smoke ribs. Can imagine the smells. Jersey City, Lindsay shared this one. I've seen many of these. Our rescue, Chewini, is definitely not a snow baby. Geared up, though. That's what you need. My pug needed to be carried to a dry spot to go about his business. Slow going this morning. If you have a weather photo or a video to share, simply scan the QR code on the screen. You can tap the Share It tab. If you're not in front of your TV, foxweather.com/connect. You can upload it there. You may have more opportunities to take pictures in snow as this mammoth winter storm hits the road. Winter isn't slowing down. Forecast models hinting at the potential for another one. So we're looking here how this past storm came together. We're moving through the weekend. We started to see the signal kind of flashing on and off over the course of the weekend. Couldn't really give it much bandwidth because of what was occurring, how high impact the weekend was. It's still around, though. The question isn't, does a storm form? We have pretty high confidence already about 5 days out that it will. It's just the path, the proximity of the storm to the eastern seaboard that will dictate whether this ranges from another very high impact nor'easter or a storm that just shoots its way out into the Atlantic. So the Fox Forecast Center watching every update for you. We'll keep you in the know right here on Fox Weather. Stay with us. We'll have more right after the break.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. And if you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have some really encouraging news that you'll definitely want to hear. Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra benefits with the Humana Medicare Advantage Dual Eligible Special Needs Plan. These plans have a $0 monthly plan premium. Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance. Get over $1,000 a year. That's $85 a month to help pay for covered over-the-counter items like vitamins, pain relievers, first aid supplies, and more. The Healthy Options Allowance is loaded onto a prepaid card each month, and whatever you don't spend carries over from each month. Call today to learn about all the items covered. You could have $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions all year long, including select brand name drugs. All plans have $0 copays for covered preventive dental services, which include 2 free cleanings a year, as well as coverage towards fillings. They also have vision coverage, including vision exams and a yearly allowance towards eyewear, such as lenses or contacts. And hearing coverage, which includes routine hearing exams and coverage towards hearing aids. Plus, your doctor, hospital, and pharmacy may already be part of our large Humana networks. So call the number on your screen now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Wouldn't you love benefits like a monthly allowance? To help pay for covered over-the-counter items. So if you have Medicare and Medicaid, call the number on your screen now and speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. If you're eligible, they can even help enroll you over the phone in a Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan. So call now. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a one-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft close shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your one-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Right now on Fox Weather, this historic winter storm finally exiting the country. Sadly, not before carving a destructive 2,300-mile path from Arizona up to Maine. At least 15 people have been killed by a terrible combination of snow, ice, and extreme cold. Hundreds of millions of Americans are still facing hazards in the storm's wake. The South is encased in crippling ice, leaving behind life-threatening power outages amid the brutal cold. Just under now 700,000 customers across the country are still without power right now, and unfortunately, power likely won't be restored for several more days in some of the hardest hit areas. You're looking at some of them right there. And up north, it's the biggest snowstorm in half a decade. It slammed the Northeast. Several major cities still digging out. New York saw, just under a foot. Boston picked up almost 19 inches. Don't put the shovels away just yet. We're watching for the potential of another potent storm into the weekend. We'll show you where things stand. That's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Hey, good Monday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. Right now, it's 4 o'clock on the East Coast, 1 p.m. out west. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. This is a storm, depending on where you're at. Everyone's going to remember this as a big, powerful storm. Up north, it ended what felt like a never-ending drought without big snow, a foot plus. It was about a half a decade in many major cities. Down south, it'll be remembered as something far more destructive and dangerous in the form of ice. And we saw all of these reports here. 4 separate states measured at least an inch of ice. You get up to half an inch, and it becomes destructive and dangerous, and we doubled that number in 4 separate states. Let's get you a look at some of the dangerous road conditions that Mississippi saw yesterday. The crippling ice caused numerous trees to collapse, leaving them completely frozen down on the roads below. Let's bring in Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell. She's been in the center of all of this for days, out in Oxford, Mississippi, battling the historic ice storm over the weekend. Brandy, what's the latest there today? Because it felt like when we talked to you yesterday, at first light, all was being revealed and none of it was good. Now that folks have had more of an opportunity to see what the scale of this is, how are they reacting?
Well, I think right now people are just trying to find a way to be comfortable with so many people out of power, over 18,000 here in Lafayette County and over 150,000 customers just across the state. People are trying to find somewhere to be warm. The temperatures are in the 20s. So it's kind of tough. And then you have just dangerous conditions outside. But the good news is we have daylight. The sun has been out all day, so helping to melt some of the roads and walkways for people because it's been slippery. But yeah, I think the reaction is just trying to find a way to be comfortable. But take a look at where we are here in Oxford. Very large trees just slumped over into this main roadway, blocking entrances to get into some of the neighborhoods right there. And I actually want to introduce you guys to one of the residents here, Jessica Drum. I know you were just taking a peep out at the conditions, and I wanted to just stop and talk to you. In some areas, you really don't see anybody out. How has it been for you? I know you're riding everything out at home.
For us, it's actually been better than most people's situations. We are lucky that we have a gas hot water heater, so we're able to shower and, stay warm. The electricity has been out since, oh gosh, it feels like a couple days now. But we're making it. It's not too, it could be way, way worse. But right now we're just trying to wait it out.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, like you said, you have those gas appliances. We went to a shelter earlier today, and so many people, they were like, oh, we have electricity only, electric power only. So they had to get out. It was just way too cold. How do you think your community is really taking this on? It's an inch of ice reported here. You guys haven't had anything this bad in decades, since '94.
Right. I don't remember '94 really, but I was only like 3. Yeah. But as far as everyone around here, everybody seems okay. It's culture shock to a lot because, we have a lot of students that live in other states who have never experienced this at all ever. And so I think that honestly, a lot of it for everybody is just getting bored. No electricity, and then if you're running low on supplies or anything like that, it's hard to get out and get anywhere. It's conditions are pretty rough, but I think working together that we'll make it. It's going to be all good.
You said everybody's getting bored. I know your daughter's right there. School is out in this county for the week, and I know Ole Miss, they just announced their campus is also going to be closed through the week. Tell me, what was your initial reaction, though? We were just talking about just the ice. It's interesting because it's pretty, but it's so dangerous. What was your reaction to seeing what really came out of this ice storm?
Like you said, the ice on the trees, it's pretty to look at. But once everything starts falling and breaking, it sounds like you're in a war zone. Like it's just all this bang, bang out of nowhere. But, hopefully we can all work together, get everything all cleaned up. So at least we can get in and out or see more of what's going on. At least make it easier for these guys to try to get our power back on.
Right. And that's what everybody's waiting for. We know we have electricity or linemen, I should say. They're just down the way. So I'm sure you're hoping.
Maybe we're next.
That is the hope for everybody. Well, thank you so much for sticking it out in the cold a little bit longer with us. Again, over 150,000 customers out of power across this 150,000, customers out of power right now. Over 18,000 of those customers here in Lafayette County. And folks, again, taking advantage of shelters if they can't stick it out at home. Over 200 people over at the shelter here in Oxford. So, Ian, it's crazy. It's a crazy scene to really take in. Honestly, you just have to sit there and really look at it to really see what is going on here. But it's a lot of large trees that have come down or have snapped partially or are just slumped right now because of the weight of that ice. But, it's just one of those storms that were forecasted very well for this area. We got that inch of ice here. And I'm sure folks here probably don't want to see this again anytime soon.
No, it's a classic ice look everywhere you look that you've been showing us. And we talked about that. It's going back to 1994. They don't get events of this magnitude often at all. And they don't get cold like this very often. So to have the two of them and an extended run with the below average temperatures just adds extra sting and danger to the whole situation. And as you said, folks just doing their best to stay comfortable in it, to stay safe. Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell will be checking back. Thank you. That's exactly it. And Brandy's been speaking to folks all around town, and they all have that sentiment. At its peak, there were over 1 million customers without power across the Southeast this weekend. This video is from the Tennessee Highway Patrol. This is some live video now. This is coming in from the Fox Weather Beast. Yeah, cruising around. This is in Metro Nashville. Roads look good. If you've been with us, we had checked in with Sarah Allegre in Nashville, and this is exactly what she was saying. Spots that have gotten a bit of sun, doing okay, but look at the sidewalks. Still awfully slick. The temperature is 17 degrees, so the ambient air temperature isn't melting anything. The sun can do its thing in spots, but not where there's shade. So there's a lot of slick surfaces, and in spots, it may still be the road, so be aware of that. We had this window with the icing that moved on through. Let's show you now a look back at how that all played out. So it was more than a dozen reports. You get up over a half an inch of ice. Our scale went up to a half an inch. We bumped it up to an inch because we saw the intensity of this storm. That's where it's truly a catastrophe. It's what Brandy's been showing us in places like Oxford, but beyond all of them, the many places that had ice totals like that. It was, as I said, more than a dozen reports, up to 1 inch in 4 separate states. So that tells you a little something about the overall scope of this. Tennessee, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and there was one more. I clicked past it in through here. But yeah, widespread totals like that. When you look at this swath, not everywhere up to those high-end totals, but a lot of places recorded at least some ice, which even this much ice can be dangerous because that just adds to the slipperiness of all the surfaces, including the roads. You get a little bit of ice and then snow on top of that on a road, that's a big issue. We mentioned the number now, just under 700K customers without power. This whole swath in through here. Texas, Louisiana, Mississippi, all the way up into Tennessee, southern parts of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Yes, we had a secondary icing with some cold air damming ice event that occurred out across the Southeast. This is where we saw the big numbers, though, and that's where we still have very large numbers of power outages, including in Tennessee, where there's still almost 250,000 customers. Keep in mind, a customer is either a house or a business. So the actual number of people being impacted is far greater than the numbers that we can report to you. And then we're in this. We get into night after night of this now with potential record low temperatures. Tomorrow morning, we could see 40 more. Through Wednesday morning, we've got cold weather advisories and extreme cold warnings in effect that include about 150 million people, but no one in more danger from that cold than the folks that don't have power after this mammoth ice storm. When you're in a scenario like this, Nashville, 6 for a feels-like temperature right now, middle of the afternoon. Just know as these temperatures drop down to around those numbers during the overnight hours, that's going to be a number of dangerous stretches rolling on through the next few nights. Let's head back up north now. Connecticut is recovering from this wild storm. In some areas, up to 20 inches of snow recorded. Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler joins us now with an update from New Haven, Connecticut. Kaylee, you were showing us in real time yesterday when those snow totals were still on the rise. How's the cleanup been going there? I got a buddy in Connecticut. He sent me a picture of his backyard. It's a storm like we haven't seen in half a decade.
Yeah, Ian, and that's exactly what the mayor of New Haven was saying earlier. He said it's been about 7 years since, from his knowledge, that they've had a storm really this large, and the cleanup is 100% the focus today. I'm going to show you quickly some of the roads a little bit. You can still see a little bit of slushes on the roads, but there have still been a lot of people out. People are driving slow, and we have seen a few plow outs. We're standing right now here, right in downtown New Haven, and there again, it's New England, so people are braving this cold weather today. We haven't seen much of the sun. It was even flurrying a little bit earlier, but people are still out and about. And actually, I just had 2 ladies walk by me. I said, hey, do you guys want to talk about the storm with me? So I'm going to bring in Elaine and Lori. They're going to come over here. And so you ladies, you were out walking around today. How did you guys brave this storm yesterday?
So I spent my day shoveling because my snowblower broke. So it was a lot of shoveling in my driveway.
What about you?
I pretty much spent my day cooking, learning how to make sourdough bread.
Okay, so you're productive on your snow day. And what did you guys think about the storm? How long has it been since you've seen this much snow here?
Probably like you said, like 7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
There was like 40 inches in Milford.
Wow, and that's what we've heard from a lot of people. You know, a lot of New Englanders appreciate the snow. Is that how you guys feel too? You kind of enjoy it? Is it nice to see?
Yeah,
I think it's pretty.
we appreciate it. It's beautiful.
Okay, and so as we move into cleanup efforts, of course, there's still a lot to do. What have you ladies seen today, and what are your thoughts kind of on another storm potentially coming in this weekend?
I hope I don't have to shovel.
Yeah. Yeah, hoping it's not that bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope it's not. I think it's supposed to be small.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Fingers crossed for you guys. Thank you so much for joining me, and safe travels on your way home. But yeah, Ian, so there's still a lot of people out here today walking around. And like I said, we have seen a few flurries today, but you know, the concern later tonight, it's going to get really cold, and that's going to be the case for the next few days. So a lot of this that's laying around is going to freeze over again. All the slush that's still on the roads is going to freeze over. And the mayor of New Haven actually said they're going to try to clean up a lot of the snow that's been plowed over here because, of course, we're starting to hear those reports of another storm on the way in. So we'll see how they can do if those plows keep making the rounds, Ian.
Kaylee, for my unscientific curiosity, has anybody said anything to you yet about this weekend and potential snow?
Actually, no. Everyone I've mentioned it to, even like people that are working at the hotel I'm staying at, a lot of people seem surprised that another one could be on the way in. But so it seems like officials here are trying to get the word out. There's actually have been some initiatives today called the Shovel Brigade. And so it's a lot of people out in the communities that are off work today. A lot of schools are closed. They're just going around town trying to clean up all of the snow from people's homes, in front of businesses. So yeah, a lot of people have been surprised.
Right. Well, much to be decided with that one. It makes perfect sense. Get the one that actually happened cleaned up before any of the potential of moving closer to the weekend. That's Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler, live from New Haven. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get more into the snow that just fell. Massive storm. It dumped snow from Arizona all the way up to Maine, a lot of it. 18 states saw at least a foot of snow, including in places where we haven't seen a lot of snow lately, at least over the past 3 years. That was some sledding going on in New York City. There's your 18 states. So you go from the four corners of some big numbers, both out of Colorado and New Mexico, across the plains, up into the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. The whole Northeast lit up with totals well in excess of at least 15 inches of snow. So these were some really big numbers. And you can see that swath right in through here, something like a 2,300-mile stretch where we had some of those double-digit totals. Numbers like this: Napanoch, New York, 30.0, 2.5 feet, right on the number. Jennerstown, PA, a little bit more than 2 feet of snow, and New Bethlehem, just under 2 feet. So yeah, all of these places saw amounts of snow that in most spots hadn't been seen in somewhere close to half a decade. That's how it all played out. Very well-formed storm. That coverage of snow as it moved in from the center of the country, spread to the eastern seaboard, and then lifted its way farther off to the north. In some places, a little bit of sleet moved in, some warmer air aloft, at least a thinner layer of warm air aloft, switched over to the ice pellets, and that cut down on some of the high-end totals. But for Boston, 16.7. That was at least for the calendar day yesterday. So it doesn't include, that's why we've been reporting a higher number storm total. But the 16.7 was the most snow in a single day since January the 29th of 2022. That one was almost 2 feet. Still, though, good enough for the 9th snowiest day on record. Those weather records in Boston go back a long way into the second half of the 1800s. This was New York City, our biggest snow in half a decade, 5 years, as I mentioned, the most snow in a single day since February the 1st of 2021. Average January snow, the whole month, 8.8 inches. We got almost a foot yesterday. So it was unusual. Back at it, and we do have the potential, as I mentioned, to see more of it into the extended forecast. We'll show you that coming up. Travel issues, those skyrocketed over the weekend as the snow and ice blanketed the eastern half of the country. Cancellations reached pandemic levels. Yeah, biggest numbers seen since 2020. Multiple airports closed in the wake of the nasty weather and during it. While things are clearing up slowly, we've got a lot of impacts lingering, and that's expected to be the case for days. We'll have the latest on travel when Fox Weather Now returns.
Buying or selling a home has gotten hard. That's why who you work with matters. I partner with HomeLight to help our clients win in any situation. Our buyers find great deals on their dream homes, and our sellers get top dollar. Together, we all win.
Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves.
This is a great safety feature. I love this. It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-4654.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's gonna pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
Whether because of discomfort, lack of mobility, your lifestyle, or occupation, you sit inactively way too many hours a day. Introducing Ellipse, the premium quality automatic seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation without physical strain or impact.
It is so quiet that none of my coworkers even know I'm using it.
Strengthen and tone your legs, increase your mobility, flexibility, and balance. Plus, stimulate healthy circulation.
My joints feel better, my knees feel better, my back feels better. It makes me feel stronger too.
Perfect for home therapy. Whisper quiet to use while you work.
My circulation is moving, I'm burning calories, and it makes me feel energetic.
Call now and order Ellipse, the seated exerciser that strengthens legs, increases mobility, and boosts circulation. Call and get upgraded to the Deluxe Bundle. Get the faster motor or 5 miles of steps per hour, the step counter, the sport mat, and wireless remote. Call now.
I recently helped a couple buy their dream home even before selling their current one. HomeLight's Buy Before You Sell program was a game changer. They were able to buy and sell on their own schedule. It was so easy and they were thrilled.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Snow and ice spread across much of the United States, leaving millions affected by this historic storm. Travel was either miserable or impossible over the weekend. Many airports were hard hit. You're looking at some of the active airport events. Ground stop still in effect at Logan. You've got snow and ice as the result. Average delay about an hour and a half. Look at Reagan, a place that was closed yesterday, closed for operations. Snow or ice still the culprit. Average delay is 3 hours and 45 minutes. I mentioned Christopher Tate in Weather Command. He's been going through, as we've been talking about, the cascading effects that canceled flights and delayed flights can have. We showed you one already, Tampa going up to JFK. This is a Southwest flight from Love Field in Dallas, which was not technically closed, but effectively during this storm, flying to Reagan, which was closed. This particular aircraft missed 3 legs, 3 trips it was supposed to be on over the weekend. And right now it's getting back to it, but it took off officially. That's updated. We looked at one where it said it took off 4 hours late. It's going to land 3 hours behind schedule. So they're making up some time in the air. One, got to be a touch of throttle. This thing is going 725 miles per hour, but it's right in the jet stream. So it's kind of the atmospheric afterburner. It's a little bit of turbo to help that get to Reagan. So it will be making up some time in the air. So, yeah, there you go. And it's this and a 1,000 other flights or more that are trying to get back on track. The numbers today, 5,700 delays, more than 5,000 canceled flights. Crews at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport working to get business back to normal. This is one day after that massive ice storm passed on through Georgia. Nearly 1,200 flights arriving or departing from there yesterday were canceled. Over 500 were delayed. The airport issuing a ground delay that at one point averaged nearly 2 hours for all flights. Let's check in with Fox News correspondent Madison Scarpino. Madison, seems like the situation at the airport is calmer despite the below freezing temperatures. Worst of that ice was just off to the north, but man, was that slow going at the world's busiest airport.
It was, Ian, and today we're seeing a lot more travelers, which seems to be kind of a good sign because yesterday was really dead here due to all the cancellations. But as you guys have been reporting, tens of thousands of flight disruptions over the last few days as we are now on day 4 of this winter storm causing some massive travel issues. So taking a look at where things currently are right now, where those numbers stand, there are nearly 5,000 cancellations, more than 5,000 delays. We've been seeing those numbers grow by the minute. And yesterday, we saw the most cancellations in a single day since the COVID pandemic. That's according to data from an aviation analytics company. And while all of this is impacting most U.S. airports in some capacity, things are really bad at airports in places like New York, D.C., Boston, Dallas, Charlotte, and here in Atlanta, some places even shutting down flights altogether yesterday. So countless travelers have been forced into changing their plans. Here's one of them.
It's very disappointing. I've been waiting the last day and a half, and I've watched it. It didn't get canceled. I'm very happy about it. So I came here, turned my car in, put my bag in, figured how could they cancel something an hour before? But that's what they did. So I'm looking for a room, and I've got another day on vacation.
So we've seen a lot of that, people showing up to the airport with some unpleasant surprises over the last few days. But Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy says he anticipates things getting back to normal by Wednesday. But you got to keep in mind that all of these airlines are going to be dealing with a massive backlog due to all the flight disruptions. So for anyone planning on getting on a plane this week, it's best to definitely keep checking in on that flight, Ian.
That's the message right there, because even in places that weren't directly impacted by the storm, maybe your aircraft was there or was supposed to be there. Everything's out of whack and will be for a few days. That's Fox News correspondent Madison Scarpino at Atlanta's Hartsfield-Jackson International. Thank you. So this mammoth storm is finally on its way out, but winter isn't slowing down, not by any stretch. We showed you what those temperatures look like, and now our forecast models are hinting at another potential storm in the horizon, potentially as early as this weekend. And if you've been with us, the signal for this was starting to flicker a little bit over the weekend. We were right in the mix with this high-impact winter storm. It was a problem for another day. The problem for today is that forecast models are now in some sort of agreement that a storm gets going somewhere close to the eastern seaboard. At this time scale, this would be into the weekend. That's all we know with certainty. Any storm that develops because of what it looks like with the upper level pattern does appear as though it would be a strong one. Much too soon to know where exactly would it go, who's going to get snow out of this. This is the reason why. So you get the ensemble low positions. Dark red's a GFS, lighter is the Euro. This is now into the second half of the weekend. Sunday morning, you got a bunch of those little dots. They're little tweaks to those two forecast models to account for some of the unknowns, the chaos overall. When you get a grouping of those, that gives you confidence in the overall track of the system. Generally speaking, you see that there's something going on off the East Coast or on it, but there isn't really a tight grouping of all of those little dots. So we'll look for that, and it gets worse as we move in time. That's to be expected as you get farther out in time and errors propagate through the run of the forecast models. But it shows us we need to watch this. And the reason that we have confidence that a storm will develop is because of what the forecast models are showing us with the jet stream. Big dip in it. That's what's allowing all this cold air to settle in over the eastern part of the country. And on the right side of a dip in the jet stream like this, you get diverging flow aloft. It means air's leaving some portion of a column of air. Air rises to replace it, and that starts the generation of a new area of low pressure. That's what we're thinking plays out into the weekend. It's just far too early to know what kind of path it's going to take. So it means we'll be watching it. Fox Forecast Center will keep you updated with all the latest and greatest with this as we move forward through the week. Winter is here in full force. Clearly, that cold air is settling in. It's making itself at home in the eastern half of the country as folks try to dig out and recover from all that ice. Don't forget, Fox Weather is your Winter Storm HQ. We're going to continue to bring the latest on this storm and what could be brewing into the weekend with live coverage all week. Stay with us. More Fox Weather after the break.
Stay tuned to get an all-new Bell & Howell Bionic Floodlight for 50% off. Last year, over 100 million packages were stolen. Worse yet, over 500,000 homes were broken into. The party's over, porch pirates and prowlers. This is the Bionic Solar Floodlight from Bell & Howell. It showers a massive 1,000-foot area of ultra-bright light all the way from your house to the road or the whole backyard. Plus, it's solar-powered, so it's free to operate. When prowlers approach, the motion sensors activate and bam! They go bye-bye. Plus, it expands your outdoor living space, making yards, patios, and walkways brighter. This next-generation solar-powered light features 120 high-intensity LED bulbs on 3 separate adjustable panels, delivering multi-directional light. It installs in seconds anywhere. No wires, or stake it in the ground, and customize the panels anywhere you want light. Look, your lights are too weak, but watch. Bam! That's Bionic light power. Check out the difference before and after. Which home looks safer to you? The Bionic Floodlight is the ultimate security light standing guard up to 25 feet, keeping your family safer. And no more critters getting in your trash. Now there's plenty of light to scare them away. It'll light up your life when you pull into a bright driveway and enjoy more outdoor living space with bright, beautiful light. Folks, the Bionic Floodlight delivers safety and style. Look at this yard before and after. It's a night and day difference. Some outdoor solar lights sell for over $150, but you can get the Bionic Solar Floodlight from trusted Bell & Howell for just $29.99. And we'll even ship it to you free. Order right now and get a second Bionic Floodlight at 50% off. And it all comes with our Bell & Howell 5-year warranty. The demand has been huge, so don't wait or you can miss out. Order right now.
To order, call 1-800-324-1614 or go to bionicfloodlight.com. So call 1-800-324-1614. That's 1-800-324-1614 or order online at bionicfloodlight.com.
I wish I could get a new shower.
Hi, I'm Jeannie from Jacuzzi Bath Remodel. We make it easy and affordable to get a beautiful new bathtub or shower in one day.
Wow.
Get started today, and Jacuzzi Bath Remodel will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
We offer stylish shower walls, rich textures, designer colors, and premium features like soft close doors.
I wish we could be safer instead of stepping over the tub.
We have easy entry showers, durable grab bars, custom seats, and an adjustable shower head.
Why is jacuzzi the right choice?
Jacuzzi has been a trusted name for over 70 years, so you know we deliver exceptional results.
It exceeded all my expectations.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com. For a limited time offer, we're waiving all installation costs, plus 0 interest and 0 payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-760-3958.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. Thanks for being here with us at the bottom of the hour. I'm Ian Oliver. We're now in the immediate wake of this mammoth winter storm. It impacted about half the country, and depending on where you live, you'll remember it in a lot of different ways. Down south and through parts of the southeast, this was a terrible ice storm that has knocked out power. At its peak, it was more than a million customers. Up north, it's what ended the drought of not snow, but legitimate snow. And in many places, it was the biggest single-day snow in about half a decade. Let's show you, though, what happened with the icing. Dangerous, crippling ice down across parts of the south and southeast, as I mentioned, and scenes like that. Oxford, Mississippi, where we're going to return to coming up in just a moment. But anytime you saw that, and we saw through the lead up to this, the strongest signal toward huge ice numbers, it was northern parts of Mississippi and up into Tennessee. That played out right on schedule. Early part of the event, we started to see that glaze of ice on those trees, and it was becoming apparent that we were going to see a scenario that looks like this. This is Mississippi right now, 22 degrees. Feels like it's 12. Got a breeze out of the northwest, 8 miles per hour. Those roads, where are we looking? Interstate 269, just off to the south of I-22. That's slow going. We're in rough shape. Yeah, you got some sun on that, but those temperatures are down 10 degrees below freezing. And we saw in Winona, Mississippi, top ice total. We've had more than a dozen reports that tied it right at 1.0. An inch of ice accretion. At about a half an inch, it becomes destructive and damaging. And at that number, we expect widespread, long-lived power outages. We doubled that number up with this event with all of those reports up to an inch. Still at this hour, 682,000 customers without power. And just to reiterate that, when we say customers, we're talking about either a home or a business. So it's a number far in excess of 682,000, the number of people that are actually being impacted by this. And in many of these places, not only did you have an ice storm, unlike you typically see every few decades or so, it's followed by temperatures so low that you rarely see them. We're talking about record low temperatures in many of these places. So 4 states where we had those ice reports up to about an inch. This whole swath through here with the cold air damming like this, we also saw a secondary event, Georgia up into the Carolinas, parts of Virginia. We saw some problematic ice totals. So a widespread, high impact event, and one that it'll take days and weeks, in some spots maybe more than that, to recover from. I mentioned it. Let's talk about one of those places. A look at some of the dangerous road conditions we saw yesterday in Mississippi. This is in Oxford. The crippling ice caused numerous trees to collapse, leaving them completely frozen on roads. Everywhere we looked, everywhere that we could get fresh vantage points, looks like that might have been on some portion of Ole Miss's campus, we saw scenes that looked like this. Let's get back out to Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell. She's been in Oxford, Mississippi in the lead up, through, and now beyond the storm. Brandy, what's the latest there today? I mean, you showed us things deteriorating, and it felt like it was an unsettling moment when it appears as though things would go on schedule right there in northern Mississippi.
Yeah, well, Ian, I think right now for most people who are still in town, it's a waiting game. All they can do right now is wait for this ice to melt. And so as we take a look around us, you can see this is just outside of the downtown area here in Oxford, where there's a couple of neighborhoods here. These homes, condos, they are surrounded by these huge trees that are still glazed in thick ice right now. You can see they're still slumped over. While the sun is out and it's creating this beautiful look onto the trees, it makes them look almost like glass right now. It's still in the 20s, so while we're having some melting, it doesn't look like the ice on these trees are really budging much. I mean, as we just zoom in on these branches, take a look at that. That's probably about maybe a little less than an inch on this tree branch right there. So the sun is working, but it's more so doing its work on the streets, not so much the trees as much. So as you take a look down, we can talk about travel. We know slick roads has been a big issue. So you can see there's been a path made right there, but the issue will be in the overnight hours, the melting that we've had, because there's some puddles in some areas. whatever has melted today is likely going to refreeze overnight, and it's going to slick back up over on these roads. So the main issue, again, is going to be travel. And then, of course, the people that do not have power right now. Ian was talking about the statewide power outages. In the county where we are, Lafayette County, they have just over 18,000 customers that do not have electricity. So a lot of those people are either riding out at home trying to find ways to stay warm, or they've gone to shelters. So we went over to one today here in Oxford, meeting Miss Joanne. Here's what she had to say about this ice storm versus the one they had in 1994.
Between 94 and this year, 2026, we have more ice. We have more ice. More people is without heat, electricity. And like myself, I didn't have any electricity, so I was getting cold. And just praise God that my daughters, they called the police department here, told me I was out there by myself, so they came and got me.
All right, so she was joining about 200 other people at that shelter, and that was about 2 hours ago. I assume the numbers are only going up, but it's a safety hazard out here, being in the cold. We have that unfortunate news from the state's governor. There's at least 2 deaths that have been reported because of the cold weather, the winter storm that's impacted the folks here in Mississippi. So, Ian, the story is ever evolving here, and it will be until all of this ice is gone, because you still have that potential for trees to continue falling on power lines, still worsening those issues of outages that they're dealing with.
Brandy, as you're talking to folks, are people bringing up maybe their friends and family that are in more outlying areas? I mean, in Oxford, you have Ole Miss. We see how bad it is there, but it's not even listed under the top counties, at least percentage-wise, for power outages. There are several where it's almost 100% of the county are without power. Those outlying areas, that's going to be the spots where it takes the longest to restore power.
Yeah, well, actually, Miss Joanne, she was talking to me about the outages, and she asked about how long could it take, and she was told, well, for the more rural areas, they're not sure. It could be weeks before they get power. Now, I haven't spoken to anyone or had anyone tell me about their family members that are in those rural areas, so we'll have to look into that a little bit more, see how they're doing. But I know we have some storm trackers that are in the area, and it's, from what I could tell, it sounds like they're trying to get into those areas and help people out. So we'll try to check in with them too.
Yeah, no question, Brandy. You mentioned the immediate hazard, but if it is weeks, especially with what the extended forecast is looking like with these temperatures, that's a big time, long duration hazard. Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell, thank you again for the update out of Oxford. We'll be checking back with you in a little bit. Immediately displaced north of that corridor where we saw just mega ice total set up, you got into snow. And a lot of it. Scenes like this out of New York City, everybody was out yesterday, at least for a period of time. It changed over to sleet, and it was kind of pelting you in the face. It wasn't necessarily the most pleasant snow into the second half of the day, but it was snow nonetheless, and a lot of it. 18 states recorded at least a foot of snow over the weekend, starting close to the Four Corners, right across the plains. Oklahoma up over a foot, same story, Missouri. You move across the Midwest and into the Northeast, big numbers. That was the biggest total from the event right there. Annapolis, New York, 30.0, 2.5 feet of snow, and even closer to the coast, places that have been, I suppose, the enemy of the rain-snow line, depending on your opinion of snow. It's been awfully difficult to get an all-snow event, even in a place like Boston, and they were up somewhere storm total close to 20 inches now. The estimated snow, that gigantic swath, as I was mentioning, just immediately displaced off to the north of where we saw some of those greatest ice numbers. Napanoch, New York, 30.0. Jennerstown, PA, 24.7. So they were up just barely over 2 feet, and many of those places cashed in on what was away from about right here. So it was kind of an upside down setup. And if you were with us over the weekend on Fox Weather, we talked about some of, for snow lovers, what had led to the bust or the disappointment in previous storms was that we had storms moving through, but we were waiting on the cold air. Most of the moisture would be gone, and we get a little burst of snow right at the end. This was the opposite of that. That cold air was around for days in the lead up to this. A little bit of warm air aloft eventually led over to that change over to sleet. But this, for many folks, was a mainly snow or sleet event. And with that, some big numbers. We saw those. Preparedness, it's crucial ahead of major storms. Fox Weather's Steve Bender spoke to one Florida resident who made the decision to protect his home from losing power.
Hurricane Ian, we lost power for 14 straight days, and that was devastating. We're about 9.5 miles from the Gulf, and obviously the impact of being so close to the Gulf has impacts on weather and storms and that type of thing. When the power goes off, you lose power to everything, refrigeration, air conditioning, anything that you're running in your home. It wasn't a life that I wanted to continue to have for my wife and my family, so you need to be prepared all the time. At that point, we made some decisions. We bought a full house Generac standby generator. I get kind of emotional when I talk about this. Obviously, having peace of mind is extremely important. When we first moved in here, I had a heart attack. And it was important for me to be able to make sure that everything worked for us, even if I wasn't here. I was in the hospital for over 2 months, in a rehab hospital and whatnot. And it was important to me to know that my wife would be taken care of in case I wasn't here.
Now, when you went over to Generac, they said, we're going to take care of everything. Walk me through how easy this is to use and what you're seeing with this generator.
They came out, they sized the generator to the house, to our needs for the amount of power that was needed and necessary, and they determined that at 22 kW, we would run everything, including the pool, all the refrigeration and the air conditioning, which was important to us.
What made you choose Generac and choose the one that is standby and not just the portable one?
When the storm approaches and we lose power, the generator automatically comes on. You don't have to go outside to turn any switches. You don't have to flip anything in your panel at all. It's all automatic. It just didn't make sense to lug gas back and forth. The standby generator makes an awful lot of sense to me. When we didn't have a full house generator, we lost power for 14 straight days, had to rely on our neighbors and friends to use their showers. We cooked on an outdoor charcoal grill, and it was awful. It was terrible. We weren't able to live our normal lives without the generator. With having the full house generator, we were able to cook all our meals. We were able to keep everything refrigerated. We didn't lose anything in the home whatsoever. Having peace of mind is extremely important. Power used to be one of the first things on my mind when a storm was coming. Now it's not on my mind at all.
Washington, D.C. reporting just shy of 7 inches of snow and sleet. It made a mess for those out on the road. That was one scene right there. We saw some buses that were stuck. We're going to get an update from the nation's capital when Fox Weather Now comes right back.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you could have the power to get benefits beyond Original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of Original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. All plans include dental coverage, including $0 copays for covered preventive services, vision coverage with eye exams, and an allowance to use towards eyeglasses or contact lenses. And hearing benefits with routine hearing exams and coverage toward hearing aids. That's more than you get with Original Medicare, but it gets even better because Humana offers plans with $0 or low monthly plan premiums. You may also get $0 copays for routine vaccines at in-network retail pharmacies, $0 copays for in-network primary care visits, and $0 copays for in-network preventive services. Plus, worldwide coverage for emergency and urgent care when you travel. And Medicare Advantage plans ensure your covered medical costs, including doctor and emergency care, will never go above a maximum out-of-pocket amount that you know beforehand. Imagine benefits like these in one convenient plan. Plus, you'll have access to Humana's multiple large plan networks of doctors, hospitals, and pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call or scan the QR code now to see if there's a plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits, including coverage for doctor, hospital, and prescription drugs, plus a cap on your out-of-pocket medical costs. And all plans include coverage for dental, vision, and hearing. A knowledgeable, licensed Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, answer any questions you have, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly. If your check engine light comes on tomorrow, the repair could easily cost thousands.
It was like almost a $6,000 job.
But with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again. Plus, your rate stays the same no matter how many claims you file.
I've had 5 claims for over $12,000.
Who's going to pay for your next car repair? You or Endurance?
Call right now to get $300 off any plan.
We had Cooper for approximately 3 days, and we ended up taking him to the emergency vet as he racked up a bill of about $3,700. We quickly learned how expensive these bills can be.
Your major vet bills are not covered by what you can put away monthly. Our friends are like, we put that money away every month, and that's great until you have like a $12,000 vet bill.
Dogs do get sick, and when that time comes, we have the peace of mind that Fetch is there to support us.
Get paid back up to 90% of vet bills with Fetch Pet Insurance. Get your free quote at fetchpet.com.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. This powerful winter storm sweeping across so much of the country led to a travel disaster yesterday. United States Airlines forced to cancel thousands of flights and delayed thousands more. Over 11,000 flights scrapped yesterday. That's the highest daily total since the pandemic. You had to go back to 2020 to have numbers like that. Our Fox flight board, this one jumps out. Philadelphia International Airport. Christopher Tatum, Weather Command, is like an airline investigator, an aviation investigator today, as we're watching all of these airports and airlines try to get back on track after this mega disruption that we saw through the weekend. This is a live flight tracker. You see a bunch of airplane icons, and you saw the ground delay that was up at Philadelphia International Airport. These at the terminal are actual aircraft. We don't have a way to differentiate these. We think that's actually their snow removal equipment. They just put out a bulletin through the FAA's National Airspace System that they're plowing all the runways. So that obviously is slowing things down. Just one operable runway right now, Chris? Okay, one operable runway. So with an airport of this size, that's going to lead to a slowdown. So we have that. The misery meter in New York City is cranked up. Yesterday, LaGuardia had to close. It's back open, but keep in mind the cascading of impacts that we always see with aviation as we move through situations like this. We talked New York and Philly there. Let's move a little bit farther off to the south, down to D.C. Look at the Capitol Dome this afternoon. Beautiful. Just a few clouds around. It's cold, and there's all that fresh snow and sleet on the ground. Reagan National Airport recording more than 6 inches of snow. Dulles topping 7 inches of snow, and that a winter storm having a major impact on the area this week, even though the snow and the sleet have stopped falling from the sky. Washington, as well as parts of Virginia and Maryland, under a cold weather advisory that starts tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern time. Very cold wind chills, as low as about 5 to 10 degrees below zero expected. Fox News senior national correspondent Kevin Corke is live from Washington. And Kevin, I saw some of your reports yesterday. I know you're a skier. It would have been nice if you guys could have kept this all snow, right? You got some of those ice pellets that mixed in, too.
You're a good brother. I appreciate you mentioning that. You know, it's one of those little things that you say to yourself, I get it, we're working, but boy, wouldn't it be fun to do a little downhill right now, maybe a little lodge time afterwards, but we're working for the moment. As you could well imagine, though, light traffic is really the order of the day. Let me step out of the camera for just a second. I just wanted to show you Louisiana Avenue. You see a lot there? Not really, right? Well, that's because the Federal government and local schools are both off the board. So what does that mean? That means on the roads that have been plowed, like Louisiana, well, it's pretty easy going, easy breezy. Now, for those that have not, yeah, there's still plenty of work to be done throughout the Washington system, which, as you noted, makes sense considering we got almost 7 inches of snow here in the city. Again, that was bested out in the suburbs, and that was all topped with a sheet of freezing rain and sleet. And while that's nowhere near what some other cities receive, we get it. We got it. But it was still more than enough to snarl the light traffic that did try to hit the road earlier today in parts of the city, with some local denizens, you guessed it, getting stuck and even spinning out. And while convoys of snowplows are working overtime here in D.C., and for that matter all across the country, both on the roads locally and over at airports, the Transportation Secretary, our friend Sean Duffy, is urging patience.
If we don't get warmer air behind that storm and it comes in cold, which is what's happening here, we're not going to get to above freezing until midweek. It creates a far more challenging set of circumstances to get that ice on the roadways to melt and to get power back online.
Meantime, airport traffic, as you pointed out, slammed thanks to the storm. More than 5,300 flights canceled already as of this afternoon, and more than 4,300 have been delayed. And that's on top of the more than 11,000 that you and I had a chance to talk about yesterday that were already taken off the board. Now, here's your bottom line for a town like D.C. Let's be honest, it's not Chicago or Denver or Philly. It doesn't really have the infrastructure to really get the roads clear quickly, but they're out here working. And it seems to be making a difference, at least here in the shadow of the Capitol. As for that snow, hard packed and still icy. Lots of it around here.
Yeah, no biggie. We could ski on that, right? The skier and me was thinking the same exact thoughts that you were yesterday. We got the Fox Weather Ski House coming up in 2 weeks in Vermont. You come up, make some turns with us.
Count me in, baby. Count me in.
That's Fox News senior national correspondent Kevin Cork, live from the nation's capital. Kevin, great to see you. Thanks for the report.
Thanks.
So many images and scenes from around the United States following this high impact and long duration winter storm. That's a look at snowy downtown scenic Indianapolis. This comes in from our Fox flight team, and the snow and the cold continue as central Indiana starts digging out from this. The storm brought the most snow Indy has seen in a single weather event since 2014. So yeah, call it a dozen years for Indianapolis. Parts of Indiana reporting more than a foot of snow. Let's cross over the Ohio River, take you to the Derby City, Louisville, Kentucky. Police coming to the rescue when a driver got stuck on a snowy street there. This happened yesterday. Governor Andy Beshear saying the winter storm brought up to 12 inches of snow in northern Kentucky. Ice accumulations were a bit higher than expected in the central part of the state. And when exclusive Fox Weather storm tracker Mark Sudduth isn't out following storms, trying to catch hail falling from the sky, he's bringing us this frosty scene. He took his drone to the icy trees of Clayton, North Carolina. It's just outside Raleigh in Johnston County. It looks beautiful, but we know how problematic ice is. And when there's that sheen on the trees, there are greater issues below. And that led to some limited power outages there. Meanwhile, our viewers at home, they've been sending us some great pictures and videos of the snow they've been getting. Who do we got here? This is out of Mason, Tennessee. Fritz zooming through his first snow. First snow, black lab puppy. Beautiful dog right there. Yeah, that's the good in this. We got an all-terrain vehicle right there. This is Tate struggling to get his car unstuck. He can relate. Yeah, there was a lot of that in both yards and on streets. So yeah, thanks to everybody that's been sharing their pictures with us. If you would like to, you can scan the QR code on the screen right there. Tap into the Share It tab. If you aren't in front of your TV, it's foxweather.com/connect. Easy place. You can upload it right there. You're saying, well, I didn't get a snow or picture or video this go around. You might have a chance again soon. This one mammoth storm's on its way out. Winter isn't slowing down. These are the signals that we're looking at into this upcoming weekend. High confidence in a storm developing. Low confidence at this point because of the time scale in where it goes. Its path is uncertain, and you can see some of that uncertainty represented in the ensemble low position. So it's the GFS and the Euro. The Euro is the brighter colors. All those different L's are different members of the ensemble, little tweaks to the same model to represent some of the uncertainty in the extended forecast. When they're packed in, that gives us high confidence. I wouldn't necessarily say that's the case with this, but they all show something. So that gives us confidence, a signal toward a storm developing. We're just going to need a greater consensus longer term in the exact path of that area of low pressure. Hugs the coast or stays just offshore. Big snowmaker, heads offshore. Maybe we could avoid some impacts. All that to be decided. We're following it. We'll keep you updated right here on Fox Weather.
To have gold coins in my possession, that hard asset is an insurance, you might say, against the paper dollar. It's not for my insurance, but it's for my daughter's and the grandchildren's insurance. Whereas keeping a lot of cash in your bank account can really almost end up being nothing. You have to keep cash, but you don't have to keep everything in cash, and you don't have to put everything in the stock market, and you don't have to put it all in a bond market. You do a little bit of everything. In fact, I sleep better with gold than I do with the stock market because it's tangible, it's there.
If you've bought gold in the past or would like to learn more about why physical gold should be an important part of your portfolio, call to receive the complete guide to buying gold. This is important and valuable information, including facts you should know about purchasing gold, silver, platinum, or palladium. Call now and you'll also receive the Global Gold Forecast Special Report. Inside, you'll find the real issues on why you need to start owning gold today. You'll also receive a copy of our new report, Protection in the Risk Zone. U.S. Money Reserve can walk you through the 3 simple steps of transferring your existing 401k or IRA into a precious metals IRA backed by physical gold to further protect your assets from market instability. Call U.S. Money Reserve, America's gold authority, right now to get your free gold kit and IRA information, including the 3 simple steps for transferring your existing 401k, 403b, and traditional IRA. With more than 2 decades in business, over $3 billion in transactions, and more than 1 million clients worldwide, U.S. Money Reserve is one of the most dependable gold distributors in America.
Is your shower trying to tell you something? Is getting in and out of the bathtub becoming a safety concern? Are you worried about the cost of a bathroom remodel that could go on for weeks and weeks? Well, now you can have a gorgeous new bath or shower with a 1-day jacuzzi bath remodel that's safer at a price you can afford. We're waiving all installation costs and postponing all payments for up to 1 year.
Oh my gosh, it is beautiful. Oh.
From soft closed shower doors and adjustable shower heads to features like grab bars and custom seats that combine safety and style, it's never been easier. Get your free design consultation, schedule your 1-day installation, and start loving your new bath or shower right away.
Call or go online right now. We are waiving all installation costs and offering no interest and no payments for up to 1 year. Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-384-4402. Call now.
Right now on Fox Weather, this historic winter storm finally exiting the country. Sadly, not before carving a destructive 2,300-mile path from Arizona all the way up to Maine. At least 18 people have been killed by a terrible combination of snow, ice, and extreme cold, record cold in spots. Hundreds of millions of Americans are still facing hazards in the storm's wake. The South is encased in crippling ice, leaving behind life-threatening power outages amid this brutal cold. Just under 700,000 customers across the country are without power right now, and unfortunately, power won't be restored for several more days in some of the hardest hit areas. And up north, the biggest snowstorm in half a decade slammed the Northeast. Several major cities still digging out. New York saw just under a foot. Boston picked up almost 19 inches. And don't put the shovels away just yet. we're watching for the chance of another potent storm this weekend. We'll show you where things stand with that. It's all right now on Fox Weather Now. Good Monday afternoon, everybody. Thank you, as always, for being here with us on Fox Weather. Right now, 5 o'clock on the East Coast, 2 p.m. out west. I'm Ian Oliver, and this is Fox Weather Now. This was a rough weekend for so many across the country. Big swath of heavy snow, but much worse than that, far worse, was that corridor of icing that set up. We followed that right through the weekend and beyond here on Fox Weather, and you see some of those numbers. Cherokee, Alabama, Glenn, Mississippi, Shiloh, Tennessee. These are just 4 of what was more than a dozen reports of an inch of ice accretion. That's catastrophic, with these trees coming down, power lines coming down, power poles coming down, and widespread power outages. This while we're dealing with record cold across a decent swath of the country, much of the eastern United States, at a minimum well below average. This is a look at the dangerous road conditions Mississippi saw yesterday. The crippling ice caused numerous trees to collapse, leaving them completely frozen down on the roads below. Some of those trees collapsed onto vehicles. Let's bring in Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell. She's been reporting all weekend, going back to last week before this storm moved in, out in Oxford, Mississippi, battling the historic storm over the weekend. Brandy, you've been all over town showing us the latest. What's happening today? I know the biggest concern, and rightfully so, is all these folks without power.
It is. So the main thing we're noticing today is people leaving their homes because they have no power and it's cold inside. And so earlier we went over to a shelter and we spoke to some of the people there. But of course, there are some folks who are still at home dealing with some of the impacts. So as we come up here, we're in Oxford, in a neighborhood where you can see this home was deeply impacted. Unfortunately, you can see part of their tree has snapped off and fallen on one edge of their home. And I actually just spoke to a man who lives here, and he said, thankfully, you know, the tree isn't inside of their home, but that's still damage that they're going to have to address. They also do not have power, but they do have gas, so they do have heat. So they don't have electricity, they have heat. So that's one upside for them. But still, look at the mess that they're going to have to address at this time. Obviously, it's a bit of a harder cleanup because all of these branches are covered in ice right now, and you have to be careful. If we can, we're going to pan over to the left and show you some of the dangers that might not stand out too much, but it's the power lines that can come down. So as you take a look, we're going to zoom in on this line right there that is now going into the bushes right next to this home, and also just coming down across the street. It's all of this ice. While it's kind of a pretty sight to see ice-covered trees, it is so dangerous. It's just the weight of the ice and its capabilities to really make these trees collapse because of that weight. The power lines as well. So it's been, I'd say, a devastating ice storm for the folks here in Oxford. We did get an inch of ice accumulation in this area, and it's something that hasn't happened here for decades. Most people that I speak with, they think about the storm that happened back in 1994, comparing it to what happened then, and some people telling me what happened then was worse. And in fact, I met one woman named Joanne at a shelter. She went there last night, I believe, just trying to find a warmer place to stay. Here's what she had to say about that storm versus in 1994 versus what we're dealing with now. Take a listen. There's another car. Okay. All right. Excuse me, guys. We don't have that sound bite, but generally she was just letting me know that some of the actual impacts, how much ice is around town, is much worse this time. And also she was saying the power outages as well. She said during that time, she actually did have power. So, you know, the story's going to be different depending on who you talk to. But again, right now we are in the current effects and impacts of this ice storm. Again, all of this built up overnight from Saturday going into Sunday. Sunday was the main day of really getting to see the full impacts and how much ice accumulated. And now here we are on Monday, still dealing with the impacts. Sun is out. It's melted, a lot of the ice from the streets and probably some also from the trees and such, but there's still so much more left to melt. And Ian, the temperatures are just so low today. We are in the 20s right now, and I don't even want to talk about the feels like temperature. It feels even colder to us. And as night comes, those temperatures are going to be even more brutal, especially for the folks without power.
Yeah,
Back to you.
Feels like temperatures in the single numbers. And as you've showed us, so many people describing this like a tornado went through. You get some of the damage and the results, the power outages, but typically a tornado not followed by temperatures, like you said, that drop dangerously sub-freezing. It's a rough go of it, and we'll stay on it right there. That's Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell. Thank you. At its peak, all that ice left over 1 million customers without power across the South and the Southeast this weekend. This is some video out of Brentwood, Tennessee, and it shows you exactly why. With some of those trees, you get all that added weight on it, and the base, it just snaps. Some of those come down on power lines. In some cases, it was power poles and power lines that came down without the assist of tree limbs or trees making that happen. This is live picture from Mount Juliet, Tennessee, not too far away. 17 degrees is the actual air temperature, and exactly what Brandy was describing. You get a little breeze on 17, and that feels like temperature gets considerably worse and quickly. Same story, where the sun has hit pavement, we've seen improvement, but in places where there is shade, those roads are still in tough shape, and many of those trees still have all that ice on them. Top ice total, this Winona, Mississippi, it's representative of the top of the event, but there were more than a dozen reports, places that received an inch of ice. And the net result of that was what we said, more than 1 million customers without power. The number right now in total, 677,000 customers, which is an improvement, but it's still a huge number. And just to reiterate, as we say, when we say customers, that's either a home or a business. So the actual number of people that are still being affected and that are dealing with the dangerous cold is way higher than that, some multiple of that number likely. Those top ice reports is what I was talking about. You just got ones across the board, an inch in Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, and Oklahoma, 4 separate states that recorded 1-inch ice totals. And that's truly catastrophic icing when you're up into that territory. Big swath of ice and sleet reports. Don't want to leave out what happened in through here. We talked about this as a cold air damming event, some icing, and there was, under normal circumstances, some considerable icing that occurred here, just not to the catastrophic level of what we saw play out farther off to the west. So you've got one in through here, and there are some power outages as a result. I want to be clear about that. But this whole swath, that was the prime time ice event with terrible consequences. Still right now in Tennessee, more than 200,000 customers without power. Let's head up north to the snow side of all this. Connecticut is recovering from this wild storm. In some areas, we saw 20 inches of snow recorded in Connecticut. Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler, she joins us with an update from New Haven, Connecticut. Kaylee, watching you yesterday, it was like every time we went to you for a report, the depth of that snow was getting greater. That was a function of the snow rates. It was snowing hard yesterday. Folks hadn't seen a snow like this in a while.
No, you're exactly right, Ian. And actually, within the last 20 minutes, it started to flurry here a little bit. I'm not sure if you can tell. It's really, really small flakes. Nothing like what we were seeing yesterday when New Haven received over a foot of snow. And since we spoke last hour, let me tell you, the temperature has definitely started to drop here, and that's going to be a concern moving forward as crews are going to try to clean all of this up. So let me show you now the roads, kind of what we're working with here. The roads are still really slushy. We know the state has deployed 600 plows, and crews are just working around the clock. We've seen a lot of people out driving today. Many people are taking it pretty slow. And the good news here is it seems a lot of people are able to get around relatively well. Yesterday, we saw several cars spinning out, some cars getting stuck. stuck. And I spoke with Connecticut State Police earlier this afternoon, and they tell me from 7 a.m. yesterday through midday today, they responded to nearly 70 crashes. And they said they also had to respond to over 300, nearly 330 service reports. So that's kind of spin outs, cars getting stuck, things like that. So they have been really busy here, but we've seen a lot of people walking around and a lot of people having to navigate a lot of this plowed snow that's on the sidewalks. I can show you just how deep some of this is over here, what people are having to navigate through. And there's actually kind of been a whole initiative. Look, I can't even get my foot down all the way in that. It's pretty rock solid once you get your foot in it a little bit. But there's kind of been an initiative today too. It's called the Shovel Brigade, and the mayor of New Haven is asking people if you're off work today, if you didn't have to go to school, which a lot of people were off today, to get out, help your businesses around here, shovel their sidewalks, help, the elderly, people who are disabled, help them shovel their homes. So now that's really kind of the focus, is cleaning a lot of this up and doing something with all this snow before the next round moves in, Ian.
Yeah, it's nice. Big community effort. It's a big job. Try to get that place all cleaned up, and then from there we turn our attention to what could play out over the weekend. That's Fox News multimedia reporter Kaylee Schuyler live from New Haven. Thank you. It's a massive storm that dumped snow from Arizona all the way up to Maine. 18 states saw at least a foot of snow, with the highest totals up over 2 feet. Haley, you and I were watching this happen in real time yesterday, and it was kind of two separate storms. I was saying earlier, it could be three if you consider two separate icing events, but the snow side of it, for obvious reasons, much better received.
A lot of people probably putting in the backbreaking work, that is shoveling their front yard, hopefully maybe your neighbor's front yard if they're incapable of doing so, because 18 states across the United States saw at least a foot of snow. We go all the way out west as far as New Mexico and Colorado, and we head all the way towards the East Coast, Maine, New York, New Jersey. Now, that doesn't mean that all the major cities that wanted to see 12 inches of snow, New York City came right under that mark, but at least somewhere within the state. Some of the top snow totals, at least from the central southern plains coming out of New Mexico. We've got some elevation there that certainly helped them out. 31 inches. Then you head over to the Ohio River Valley. Now, for some spots like Indianapolis, Columbus, Ohio, these are some zones that maybe they weren't expecting to see as big of a burst of snow as they received, but it was just enough moisture that was coming from the south, meeting up with that cold air, and that supplied one of the biggest snows that some of these spots has seen this entire season. Speaking just to New York, it was one of the snowiest days we've had in the better part of 5 years. For Boston, the 9th snowiest day on record. In Boston, they've been keeping the flakes all day today. The last 48 hours, you can see that big swath of purple. That's the zone where we had 12 to 18 inches of snow. And the early genesis of this storm, and we were tracking it out well over a week before it happened, the snow line was a little bit further south into Tennessee, northern Alabama, potentially even into northern Mississippi. And then that nose started nudging further and further north. So that just speaks to the early onset uncertainty that you can have when models are starting to spit out a storm. But as the forecast came to fruition, it really began to target portions of eastern Massachusetts, and that's where Boston really came to the forefront. Some of the top snow reports, at least just within the last 24 hours, we have Jennerstown, Pennsylvania, 24 inches, Princeton, Massachusetts at 22.2 inches of snow, so a foot and a half, close to 2 feet at this point. It really was snowing throughout the entire morning on Sunday, finishing out Sunday evening, early Monday. We're not totally done with this system just yet, although the worst is through our hair. Still dealing with some lingering snow showers further north and into Maine, but hopefully the nice reprieve we feel today, allowing folks to really get out, clear the roads. I will say, pat on the back to everybody in New York City who were able to clean out the sidewalks. They did a fantastic job. Hopefully setting us up in a nice spot, because we do have round 2 that could potentially be eyeing the Northeast coming up. But again, for Boston, the most snow in one day, going all the way back to 2022, but the 9th snowiest on record, coming in at 16.7 inches. But Ian, it was interesting with this one because not only was it the synoptic snow event, but there was that small mesoscale feature of ocean effect snow that helped him out, bumped him up a little bit.
Yeah, we could see some of that banding coming right in and out of the east. It was wild. Yeah. And you mentioned the sidewalks in New York. Sidewalks are great. Some of the intersections,
that's where you have to watch yourself,
require some athleticism.
They do.
And some places lack thereof. Sure. There have been scenes.
Yeah.
So everyone hang in there.
I was one of those scenes getting into work yesterday. Big time wipeout.
Yeah,
but it's all right.
It's tough sledding. Same story for travel. If you were trying to travel over the weekend, You may not have. You might still be trying. Travel issues skyrocketed as that snow and ice blanketed the eastern half of the country. Cancellations reached pandemic highs. Seriously, you had to go back to 2020 to see numbers like this. Multiple airports closed in the wake of this nasty weather. And while things are clearing up weather-wise, the impacts are still lingering into today. It's going to take some time for all this to settle out. We'll show you what's happening with travel when Fox Weather Now returns.
Check this out. Behind this curtain is an outdated bath and shower. Now, I want you folks to imagine transforming this eyesore into a beautiful jacuzzi bath remodel in as little as one day.
Jacuzzi Bath Remodel went straight to the source, people just like you, to answer the biggest bath and shower remodel questions.
What my bathroom looks like is really important to me. Are there a lot of design options?
Yes, Jacuzzi has stylish shower walls, designer colors, and premium features like soft closed doors, all with genuine jacuzzi quality.
Call right now and Jacuzzi will waive installation costs with no interest and no payments for up to a year.
Our moms are elderly. We're so worried about them slipping and falling in the shower.
We all know how unsafe it is to step over a shower tub, right? Yeah. Just step right into your easy entry shower by Jacuzzi. Our showers have never been safer. We have durable grab bars, grab shelves. Go ahead, pull yourself up by it.
That is really cool. There we go.
Really
This
nice.
is a great safety feature. I love this.
No slip floor right there.
I really like this seat because if she gets tired during the shower, she can sit and take her time.
I love the texture. It's really beautiful.
Yes, and you'll never have to scrub grout again. And this is mold and mildew resistant, so you just rinse and go.
That's incredible.
We're thinking about remodeling.
But that can get expensive. Well, it's more affordable than you might think, and we have great financing options.
It's really beautiful. The quality of it, I'm blown away.
Best of all, it's from Jacuzzi, the most trusted name in water for over 70 years. I know you'd love to upgrade, and there's never been a better time than now with this incredible offer.
Call or go online now to jacuzzibathremodel.com for a limited time offer. We're waiving all installation costs, plus zero interest and zero payments for up to 1 year.
Go to jacuzzibathremodel.com or call 800-761-3240.
You've already heard about all the benefits you can get by adding some extra steps to your day with Ellipse. Strengthen and tone your muscles, passively burn calories, increase your range of motion, flexibility, balance, and mobility, stimulate healthy circulation, and loosen stiff leg joints, reduce swelling in your legs, ankles, and feet, and alleviate leg cramps, plus calm restless legs. Let's take a look at Ellipse in action. Say hello to Rhonda.
Hi.
How's it going?
It is going great. Honestly, this is the easiest exercise I have ever done. It is so smooth and relaxing, and I feel like my legs feel great. I can feel the blood circulating in my legs. I absolutely love it. And this is exactly what I need for my long 8-hour workdays.
You have no idea how many times I've heard that same opinion. That's because it's the truth. Call now and get your very own Ellipse. It's time to add some extra steps to your day and stay active even while enjoying your favorite seated activity.
Hey, welcome back to Fox Weather Now. We've been keeping you updated with all the comings and goings of the aviation world as we try to get back on schedule after what was incredible disruption with this mammoth storm over the weekend. Christopher Tate, aviation investigator, as I've been calling him this afternoon, found this one. The cause being other. It's a ground stop that's in effect at Reagan. Keep in mind they were closed yesterday because of the storm. What they're calling gate constraints. There aren't enough gates for the aircraft as they try to get back in position and on schedule. And with that, they're holding flights at their origin airports that would be headed to Reagan. So all of these things, we've mentioned a bunch of issues. These are all the cascading problems that happen when you have major airports, of which there were many over the weekend, impacted. Places like DFW, Boston, Logan, these misery meters are cranked up. And from today, that number went up considerably. We're up over 6,000 delays. Some of those could have been what we were just talking about. And canceled flights, there were more than 5,000 of those. ATL, the New York City, the 3 metro area airports, you've got that misery meter cranked up probably 2/3 of the way at this point. These are of the airports. 2 of them are in ground delays, and LaGuardia was closed yesterday. So that kind of tells you everything you need to know. Newark and JFK right now are in ground delays. You've got gusty winds, 31 miles per hour, and they're out of the northwest. It feels cold as that northwest wind pumps in more of that cold air. And you add these together, it's almost 70% of flights impacted for the 3 airports today. 44% have been canceled. So what a challenge to get in or out of the New York City. JFK is second. Chris just let me know in my ear. JFK right now is the second most miserable airport in the United States. Chris, what's the most miserable? DFW. Okay, so all of these things make sense. All airports that were heavily impacted by this storm. LaGuardia, we mentioned, was closed yesterday. Almost 500 canceled flights. They've got that gusty wind that I mentioned, 31 miles per hour. The reason being some of that snow and sleet. Today's flights out of Boston Logan, 568 canceled, almost 500 at JFK, nation's second most miserable airport right now. Philly, we saw some of those airport operations that were taking place there. Their snow removal teams out on the runways. They're down to just 1 runway for the time being. And Thurgood Marshall, they're in Baltimore, 138 delays, 116 canceled flights. So down this way, as we were moving through the day yesterday, we had both of the D.C. area airports up to Baltimore. First, it was that burst of snow, and then it changed over to sleet. So it was some combination of snow and ice, and there you go. We were talking about DFW being right at the top of the list you don't want to be on. They're in a ground stop. Love Field's in a ground delay. Misery index, as expected, extreme. 918 canceled flights at the 2 airports. Another 753 delayed. Let's head out to North Carolina, now recovering from this high-impact storm. Most of the state remains under a cold weather advisory. Road conditions remain hazardous as these cold temperatures keep that ice around, even with some of the sunshine that you're looking at. Fox News multimedia reporter Liviana Calmes joins us from Charlotte's International Airport. Liviana, I'm not sure how much of that you could hear. There are a lot of airports with some big problems. How's Charlotte Douglas?
I would group this one in with those, Ian. Unfortunately, there have been just a really steady stream of a lot of people around me today. It's a little bit lighter right now, but there's still a huge line here just to check in the bags. And then there's the security line over there that's got a lot of people there. I've talked to people who are stranded, people who don't know where their bags are or if they'll get them ever. And some people who are deciding to just drive to their destination instead of wait for another canceled, delayed flight after all of this. And we're seeing these record number of cancellations nationwide. I know you were mentioning that, but yesterday we really saw that number go way up. Over 11,000 cancellations, over 6,000 delays. And according to Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy, that's the most we've seen in a single day since the pandemic. So that's huge. It's an astronomical amount. And it's trickling down through these next couple of days. He says there's still a lot of work to be done.
We're digging out, right? So we have our workforce trying to get back to the airport. Just as you try to go to the office, you and Dana made it today. Nice job. But as people try to get to their workstations in the airport or in the towers, is creating some disruption for us. And again, we're clearing airports, runways, making sure we have staff in place and equipment in place to make sure planes fly safely.
You know, I got to the airport pretty early this morning, and immediately I saw that flight board with all those canceled signs, and then that number that says now this time. So it was just a swath of cancellations and delays here today. I talked to a few different people who have disruptions. Like I mentioned earlier, some people are deciding to actually drive the distance back to where they're supposed to go instead.
We all canceled our flights and we ended up just going to drive home to Virginia. We're all coming from Norfolk. We're trying to get back home. Literally an hour away. Our flight was only like 45 minutes. We got on our flight just to deplane.
Yeah, tough to imagine that. I talked to another couple who said they went to Miami, but they described that trip as a vacation from hell just because of how difficult it has been to get back home to Memphis. So a lot of people whose lives are disrupted right now. We are glad that it should be better in the next few days. Right now, though, it's still kind of that trickling down from that storm and that freezing rain and ice that we saw here in the Charlotte and the North Carolina area. Ian?
Yeah, Liviana, you showed us the footage of the flight board, which just canceled up and down the board. It's triggering for anyone that's been at an airport for any extended period of time. And the number of people that had the same experience that you described. It's a rough weekend, and it's going to be a rough stretch as we try to get the system back on schedule. That's Fox News multimedia reporter Liviana Calmes. Thank you. Last thing the system probably needs, maybe by this weekend we're back on schedule, would be an additional mammoth storm moving its way up the coastline. We have high confidence that another storm is going to develop, and that's kind of where the high confidence ends at this point. It's because of the time scale. We're talking about likely late Saturday and into the second half of the weekend. Any storm that develops, because of the overall weather pattern, we think will be a considerable one. The uncertainty comes with the storm's track. Who exactly would see snow, if any, depending on how far north you go. So these are the ensemble low positions. The brighter reds are the Euro, darker are the GFS. So the two main global forecasting systems, ensemble members being each model's different small tweaks to indicate some of the uncertainty we have in the forecast at that time scale. Ensembles at range typically do a better job. We look for a grouping. So every one of these shows an area of low pressure forming. That's why we have the confidence that a storm is going to be around. But to call this a grouping at this point would be a little bit of a stretch. So that's why we're saying we're thinking a storm's developing somewhere close to the East Coast into the weekend, and we're going to need forecast